Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Doncic, 5 to shoot. Against Harden. Doncic lines it up. It goes! He is that guy!
And this is that show. It's the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. We are all tied. There's one team in the NBA playoffs that has won a road game, and that is now your Dallas Mavericks. 96-93.
Yeah, well, we tried everything.
You tried everything. Thank you, Jay Kidd. We are tied at 1-1 in the Western Conference Playoff Series.
Yeah, the Pacers won too. Pacers won a road game as well last night.
Yes, my bad.
I don't think I can do this. It's not even the game times. I can't do basketball in the 90s.
That's what last night was.
I can't do basketball in the 90s, man. I'm in shambles right now, like watching basketball with 55 with 6 minutes to go in third quarter.
Yeah, what's happening in the NBA playoffs?
I don't know. We need to go back. I thought I longed for the days of basketball being played in the 90s. I was way off. I was way wrong. I do not want to go back to this world.
Early on,
I'm in almost tears right now. I do not want to go back to this world.
Early on, it was Grant Hill that was trying to figure out whether it was bad offense or good defense. I did think early on, both teams are scrappy defensively. Like the Mavericks went back to the defensive team that they were over the final 18, 20 games. And Tim McMahon's profile piece and column on this game is about Luca's defense. Luka Doncic's defense. Now, obviously, he took over. The difference last night, you had the two best players on the floor. You had the best player on the floor with Luka Doncic in the fourth quarter, and then Kyrie Irving stepped up as well. So that is where you get the best players, and you let them take over in the biggest moments. And that is what happened last night. But no doubt about it, and Jason Kidd referenced 90s basketball afterwards, that was a scrappy, ugly game early on. But I don't care how ugly it is as long as I see Mavs effort. That was the effort that we were hoping to see in game one to put their foot on the Clippers' throats without Kawhi. Kawhi returned last night, but Jason said the biggest difference had to be from a physicality standpoint. It did take place, and we were under 100 points for both sides.
Both sides. There's been... Was it Bobby that had the stat yesterday that the majority of the playoffs are like below like 112, which is where the league kind of averaged out this year, and that's fine. You're going to get. And I'm joking aside, you play the game that you have to play, and you win the game that you have to win that night. And that's the most important thing. But yeah, it's the offenses have been stymied a little bit. The pace goes down in the playoffs. That's normal.
Yep.
And then the defense picks up a little bit. That's normal. And then in this series, the Clippers have done a nice job defensively, and the Mavericks last night did a really nice job defensively. And I wonder how much, Kawhi being back, being a little bit off, hurt their offensive flow a little bit.
Felt like a non-factor. Early on, it was like, just put him out there to get minutes.
Yeah, and also, he throws a fastball at the rim. He doesn't throw a shot. That is a line drive, an absolute line drive jump shot he's got. I don't know how it ever goes in. But yeah, I did feel like, they're off. The Clippers' off was a little bit stagnant. It's a lot of that had to do with the Mavs and what they did. They picked it up defensively. They had to.
They scored 14 straight. You had Luka Doncic with a killer three. He set up Maxi Kleber. Yesterday, you said that other guys had to step up. Sandler was worried before the game that other role players weren't going to be there. You got P.J. Washington with 18 points. And Maxi Kleber made a couple of very big plays. He hit the huge three that Luca found him for. Luca had 4 assists in the fourth quarter, and he chased down an offensive rebound that was huge as well. So you got some role player. Just need some. Didn't get any in game one. And Maxi Kleber, P.J. Washington gave it to you with Daniel Gafford getting hurt early in this game. He only played 9 minutes. That's not good.
No.
That's a lower back. Let's give me some Tyron Smith vibes in terms of lingering.
They, as they said, PK Subban said this yesterday on McAfee. They still don't have They still don't have a cure for a back injury. There's nothing they can do. Doesn't matter what sport it is. Doesn't matter if it's hockey, if it's football, if it's basketball, golf. Doesn't matter. There's nothing you can do about a back injury. It's awful. They can't cure it. They have all these things you can do for a knee, for an elbow, for a back, man. It's tough. Like, it is tough day to day to get up for that. So you hope for the best. I mean, you hope it would just tighten up on him and then he'll be fine. Because the back injuries, man, they're not something to play with.
How many of y'all crashed and actually missed the ending of this one? Pepe, I can't imagine the nap that you went home and took after going to game one at the AAC for the Stars and then staying up till when last night?
4.5-hour nap yesterday afternoon.
Wow.
Right after lunch, I crashed. I set the sprinklers on. I said, you know what? I just pray they're going to go on their rotation. They go through all the zones. They did. You know, the yard wasn't flooded when I woke up. 12:30 to 5 yesterday.
Top 5?
Yep, I know. Right before dinner. But
You slept for 3 hours the night before. I'm hoping to get that today.
Yeah, but
I was setting. Go ahead. How long did you stay up last night?
I stayed up the whole way. You know, I told myself, I was like, halftime, maybe a little after halftime, third quarter, but it kept being a close game, and I was like, you know what? I have to go down to the wire, and I did.
I was setting commercial break alarms to try to sleep for 2 minutes. Like, I slept during halftime. I set a 15-minute alarm. My alarm went off. I was out in the living room by myself. I'm hurting. I'm hurting today. This is miserable.
It's tough. I fell asleep about 6 minutes to go. I woke up and they're in the middle of the post-game show. I rewound it and finished the final 6 minutes at 1 a.m.
Oh, gosh.
At 1 a.m. Yeah. It was like 12:40 because they were still on the – they were in the We Are Delirious portion of Inside the NBA where they start going kind of all over the place. Yeah, I rewound it. I barely made it because you have like an hour. Right, it only records for like an hour, like the live portion.
Set the extension.
No. Like the lot when you don't have it recorded. Yeah. So I went back and it took me back. It went all the way back till about the start of the fourth, but I only needed to go to about the final 5-6 minutes.
How many of y'all made it with us? How many did not? Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line to 877-881-1053. It would have been nice to get to, but the road team, you do your job. When you get one, Kyrie Irving on the defensive battle that won it for the Mavs last night.
Yeah, that's the playoffs right there. And if you rewatch some of the 80s, 90s, early 2000s basketball series, you can see that the game slows down. You know, some of the great players, some of their PPG either goes up or it goes down. Their efficiency either goes up or go down depending on the series and who you're going against. You just got to be, ready for the unknown. All teams are going to throw different things at you. But when you're particularly in a series, you just got to be prepared to take advantage of your opportunities when you see them and be able to make the plays within the plays. And also, the hustle matters, those 50-50 basketballs. And I think that we can look back at tonight and see that we had a lot of fast break opportunities where we turned the ball over and we didn't fully take advantage. So we left some points on the board. It's no time to feel down about it. We just know we have to be efficient, and that's what the playoffs is about. Is just being efficient at the right time, making big shots at the right time, and trusting your game plan.
Man, I love stable Kyrie.
Oh, yeah.
I love Stable. I love him as a person.
Yep.
I love him as a player. I love him as a leader. I love Stable Kyrie.
Yeah, he's a game changer for a lot of teams, and we're lucky enough to have him when he's stable.
And it's better to get him. It sounds crazy. No matter who he started, he was never going to stay with one team throughout his entire career. He was probably never going to stay on a second team throughout his entire career. This is a case in an instance, I think, maybe like Randy Moss, New England, where you are going to benefit from maturity on the back end. You'd rather have him on the back end than drafting him number one from the beginning.
Right. And
does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, he doesn't feel, maybe he felt with LeBron like he needed to be the one. He needed to try it out. So he did. He tried it out. There's a chance that he just, he grew up a Jason Kidd fan. He respects Kidd. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just look, I mean, this is the guy that I kind of grew. The reason I'm playing basketball today is I grew up watching this dude. This is just fun for me. I have no idea, but either way, he has been nothing short of fantastic here.
The Dallas Cowboys press conference.
Oh, no.
Kevin Hagelin, right afterwards, as I was listening on the Odyssey app, he said that was one of the most bewildering hours that he's ever spent on this radio station? Did Jerry Jones gaslight the hell out of you? That's coming up at 6 o'clock as Bobby will join us in 20 minutes. Jane Slater will join us during the Expressway when we hook you up with 4 Rangers tickets to go see the World Series champs. And did the Rangers even play last night?
Well, they didn't. Well,
did they? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Into the air deep left field, and nobody's going to do anything about this. It's into the second deck in straightaway left for Rodriguez. His first home run of the 2024 season is a majestic blast that gives Seattle a 4-0 lead.
And that's it. There was no runs scored. That was all the offense. After the third inning last night on 105.3 The Fan, Hicksey with the call as the Texas Rangers get shut out by the Seattle Mariners 4-0. The Rangers had 3 hits. There were 9 hits total in this game, and there was no reason to flip on over. I was continuing to watch the downfall of the Phoenix Suns. I wanted to see Anthony Edwards continue to take the crown and have the torch pass in the NBA. And I was like, okay, back to Rangers, nothing. Rangers, nothing. I think this game was over in like 2 hours and 42 minutes as the Mariners take over first place in the American League West by half a game. Man.
Yeah, this was not a good one. And like typically when you're a sinker ball pitcher to give up a home run, it's not a good pitch that day, right? Four seamers, people get it up. Sinker ballers, you don't generally. I mean, obviously, you don't want to give up home runs anyway, but it means you're leaving it up a little bit. He left it up a little bit there on that 1-2 Julio, who stunningly, he got up to a pretty bad start last year too. He heated up tremendously in the second half. First home run of the year for him.
Well, he's been giving up. Dane Dunning has been hanging and giving up a lot of them because that was the 7th home run of the year allowed by Dane. Number 7 for my guy out there on the mound.
Logan Gilbert was amazing. I mean, we talked about it all off season. The pitching staff for the Mariners is what's going to carry them to the playoffs. It's not their offense, it's their...
But the thing is, sorry to cut you off, he wasn't early on when I'm sitting there. He's walking. He's walking Seager. He's walking Adolis. I think he matched his walk total from all of his previous starts early on in the season. So Dunning giving up the long ball, Logan Gilbert walking Rangers, and still could not push any runs across.
Nothing. And
Gilbert had 4 walks.
He did. Yeah, he had 4 walks, 6 strikeouts. The offense second shutout in the last couple of home games. That's just not great. And Seattle takes over first place. I mean, there's so much time to go. You got plenty of time. They got to get healthy, and they just, quite frankly, their offense has to give their pitching sometimes a chance. Dunning wasn't great, but there's nothing you can do when you don't score.
Nate Lowe and Josh Smith had your only hits. That's it.
I saw some people on social media complain about the umpires. I haven't seen the umpire reports come out. I didn't notice anything wild about the game, but I mean, look, they're just in a slump. Their offense is just sometimes inconsistent. That's what happens when you have your lineup is not 100% healthy and you're trying to work guys back in. You're just not going to be as consistent, especially early on in the year. We are trending towards, though, the point, that 30-game point, where it's like, okay, now you kind of make assumptions on what the team is after about 30 games.
They will do it again tonight, 6:30 pregame right here on The Fan. It will be John Gray against Bryce Miller. All Bryce Miller has done to start off the year, 3-1 with a 1.85, 24 strikeouts. His whip is a .82. He's got the 6th best whip in Major League Baseball and the 10th best earned run average. So that Seattle pitching keeps coming.
It keeps coming. That's a pretty dang good whip for a starter. Oh,
and it's 6th best. I don't know whether they take into account relievers and all that stuff. I don't know. But yeah, Bryce Miller with the Peyton Russell-esque mustache from Mount Pleasant. That's where he's from.
Oh, okay.
He'll be taking on John Gray this evening. What else happened last night in the sports world? Let's go back and forth on the ice and the association.
Here we go right here. Edwards against Durant. Edwards wants to take him, elevates, and buries it.
Spiro Ditas for the call on TNT. The Mavs had their run to bury the Clippers, and the Minnesota Timberwolves had their run. What is up with the Phoenix Suns?
Dude.
They got smoked, and it wasn't even that close. It was a huge run. Jaden McDaniels stepping up as the surprise contributor. Anthony Bennett, he put on a clinic in patience and how not to get worked up. Let everything's fine. We're tied. He wasn't doing his thing by halftime. He's still got the elite ability. Go ahead and take over and score your points. You don't have to have 30 every single night. And Anthony Bennett just let the rest of his teammates do it as they beat the Suns by 12, and it didn't even feel that close. As Phoenix, their season is about to end very, very soon.
Very, very soon. This is like a change into the guard, like in person here. Like this is just a takeover. This is Minnesota and Anthony Edwards just taking over for KD and for what we thought Phoenix was going to be as the super team coming in. But this is what this is what happens when I mean, they are so top heavy, Phoenix.
Like, they haven't even been a factor since together.
No, not even close. Not even.
Like, we're going to have to put them on the list of, like, all-time busts.
Yep.
And I think they're going to get forgotten about by a lot of people. This, to me, this one may affect KD's legacy.
I was just thinking what this does for KD's legacy, because all-time greats, they don't. You could be an all-time great and just get to a certain point in the playoffs. You just kind of lose. It happens. You lose. You get old.
And I forget he's 35.
Yeah, to squeak in to the regular post-playoff portion of it and skip the play-in game. So sneak into that and then get bounced early on. And like, when was the last time KD was a playoff factor?
We got to go through some of his early exits.
Yeah, now there were some injuries, right? He got banged up, but still, I mean, they count. They count. This is not good for KD's legacy, I don't think.
And Bradley Beal, is he getting exposed? Like, look what the big three did last night with Beal, Booker, and Kevin Durant. They shot 18 of 45 combined. 18 of 45. And Bradley Beal's looking like one of those guys, go and get your stats on a sorry-ass team. And then you weren't ready for the big time, as many people tried to say about him. He can't stay healthy. And right now, all of Phoenix is getting exposed. And Frank Vogel, he was in a total complete panic last night. Pascal Siakam went off for the Indiana Pacers as they beat the Bucks without Giannis 125-108. So that series is tied at 1 apiece. The Pacers and the Mavs, as you said, the only two teams to get a road win so far in these NBA playoffs. Stars return tonight, trying to get revenge against Vegas.
Stars looking for some revenge tonight.
For game 2, that puck drop, of course, will be at 8:50. What else happened?
Near side, Lilleberg trying to poke it away from Chuck, loose out front. Backhand try, and they score! Carter Verhaeghe upstairs, and this one's over! The Panthers win it in overtime! 3-2 the final! Carter Verhaeghe, the game winner!
Call on Panthers Radio. They beat Tampa Bay 3-2. Rangers over the Caps 4-3. Colorado over Winnipeg 5-2. And Nashville over Vancouver 4-1.
Yeah, the Rangers Capital series is most likely over. I mean, everyone thought that was going to be that was a really good matchup for them. They, as the 1 seed, got a really favorable matchup, while the Stars didn't. And it's kind of the breaks. But everybody thinks the Rangers move on. That Avs-Jets series should be just phenomenal the rest of the way. I mean, it really should. They're tied at 1, going back to Colorado, and Winnipeg took the first game. Colorado takes the second. We'll see what happens with that one. And then the Preds, who, they had gotten red hot after they canceled their Vegas trip after the Stars beat them 9-2, kind of like February-ish. They went on an absolute heater, and now they're tied at a game apiece with Vancouver.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. Pepe, did you try to sniff around tickets for game 2 tonight and just go to another home game?
I was thinking about it, but
were you really?
I mean,
would Mackenzie have gone for real again? Was she hurting yesterday?
She was texting me all day before my nap. She was like, the bad idea. Should have said no to you. And I said, well, what if I get game 2 tickets? And she was like, please do not. I don't want to say no to you because I know you're a big sports guy. You know this is for your job, but yeah, I couldn't do that to her. I couldn't do it to myself. I mean, I was in bed by 1 o'clock, Monday night.
I mean, it all is on the heels of what happens in the Boston-Toronto game when they start. They didn't start that game on was it Monday? Monday until 6:11 p.m. If they started right at 6, there's a chance we get going at 8:40. Otherwise, we're looking at an 8:50 start again.
Intermission needs to be 10 minutes. 20 minutes is too long. Come on,
long?
Let's speed it up.
Yeah, cut it. That's what they should do.
Jeez.
If the game goes long, if it's on a slide, it gets a little bit of a lag, and it starts 20 minutes late. They're going to have to cut into the intermissions by cut it by 5 minutes.
Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube, Jerry Jones quadrupling down yesterday during the Cowboys pre-draft press conference, and we're talking about Luca's D as the difference and evening up the series in L.A. That's all next with Roberto right here on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything on Sean and RJ? Easier than ever to find the entire show on our Odyssey app, proudly presented by Comerica.
fire it up. Hits at the horn. Dallas gets the equalizer. Big road win for the Mavericks in Los Angeles. And this first round series is tied at 1-1.
That was the call on TNT. We're all tied up, baby. Good morning, Metroplex. Entire 6 a.m. club is here together. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
You know, I hate to say it because I don't like to, poop on announcers.
Dude, that was some small energy.
You love to. You love to crap on every announcer.
I know, right? It just feels like a bigger game when Ian Eagle's doing it versus Ryan Ruocco. Eagle and Grant Hill, because game one was what, Ruocco and Richard Jefferson. It just sounds like a Tuesday game when it's those two. No offense, but when Ian Eagle's there, it's like, I know it was a Tuesday, but it's like, okay, here we go. This is big time. It's like Final Four.
You're very, very picky. Because then when somebody's calling it, like Kevin Harlan's calling the game a certain way, you're like, wrong.
Tone it down.
This is a November game.
Back off.
Yeah, I love Kevin Harlan now. Now's a great time for Kevin Harlan. Great time.
That was John Smoltz energy at the end, though. The Mavericks tied up, even up the series.
The Clippers shoot 37% from the field. Everyone last night was talking about 90s basketball. Luca, humongous down the stretch, just taking over the game with the alpha energy. And who cares about Kawhi's return? We're tied at 1.
Just like we all thought. Down the stretch, biggest key. Boy, Kyrie and Luca defense and PJ Washington knocking down big buckets for you. That's exactly how we thought it'd go. This was ugly for a lot of the game, but man, that fourth quarter where we've talked about this a lot, specifically with PJ. I know that if PJ Washington's going to make shots, they're going to be really difficult to beat. But I mean, down the stretch, I was worried, like, okay, are Luca and Kyrie going to be gassed down the stretch, and are some of these shots going to start falling short? And they didn't. They still had enough left in the tank, came up with some big shots. Maxey with that big three, and PJ Washington doing what he did. It was just, I was a little concerned when there was like 10 minutes left and they were down 6, and that 6, just looking at it with the energy they had shown and how much I wondered they had left in the tank, I was like, that 6 feels like 15 right now.
Especially with the way points were at a premium. I mean, and the flip side, when they got up by that, it felt like it was a 10, 12-point lead.
I know they did it in the regular season, but it's great. I feel great in knowing that they can and will do it in the playoffs. Now it's just like begging your kid to do their homework. Like, please, can you give that effort again? Please, can you do it? Because Jason Kidd afterwards was like, this is going to happen, and it has happened in the past where they're going to target Luca. We asked him... It's like asking kindly, like, can you do your job? And Jason Kidd's actual quote was, we asked him in the past to participate, and tonight he did. And Luca's like, I just got to stay locked in. That's how we should be playing, the way we did in the second half. And it's like, please, can you try to give some effort on the other side of the floor? And it happened yesterday.
Yeah, and not just yesterday. I mean, it feels like it's happened really the last 3 months of the season. Like he really does seem like there aren't a bunch of plays where he's taken off on the defensive side of the court anymore. There wasn't a whole bunch of whining last night to the officials. There was locked in, ready to go, ready to play, and it was a dogfight. It was one of these ones where I didn't feel like it was just awful offensive performance from both sides. I mean, I felt like it was genuinely both teams were kind of locked in defensively, and
I did too.
And Dallas came up big in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, and that's the key, like, to figure out, was it great defense or was it bad offense? And you can argue whether the 90s was great defense or bad offense. Yeah, I didn't think it was necessarily bad offense last night. It was a slower pace. Games generally go to a slower pace in the playoffs, and teams pick up defense. They pick it up.
I will say, like, Luca's always got we always hear about, like, Luca with the pacing and the way that he has a command of defense and stuff like that. It does look like they're doing things that are frustrating him and confusing him defensively. I do think the Clippers are playing really well defensively too.
His mindset last night, though, was like, I'm going to keep the basketball and I'm going to fire it up from 3 again. He took 12 threes in game 1. He took 14 threes last night. And I was wondering, the MJ question, you going to get others involved? You going to get others going? Nope. Bobby, you said it was going to be a nope, and that's what it was. He held it. He shot it. Just last night, He shot actually the same percentage as game one. Like the numbers are almost identical. He shot 42% on 26 field goals in game one. He shot 42%. He was 11 for 26 in both games. Yeah. But last night he was like, nope, I'm going to shoot and I'm going to score and I'm going to hold this damn thing. He did have 9 assists, but I felt like the ball stuck with him. But as we were talking about yesterday, our reaction to it is going to be, well, did they go in or not? And did they go in at the right times? And last night they did. Whereas game one, a lot of garbage time stuff.
Yeah, people were
a lot of Dak points.
People hitting back at me yesterday with like, Jordan didn't get other people involved. He just shot like crazy. And I'm like, this is pretty well documented. Like Jordan after
don't Phil, get it twisted. After
Phil got there, the whole thing was, hey, you better get guys involved.
No, we romanticize that John Paxson Lakers series so much.
Jordan's also a shooting guard.
Yeah, it was totally different.
Yeah, but he didn't go in like initiating offense. Michael Jordan was still gunning. Like,
of course.
He was not this distributor like, I'm going to go in, I'm going to get random moments he would.
The whole point of the triangle offense is the ball does not run through him. And that was the whole point of the triangle.
And you know what they said about the triangle?
That the triangle was Kobe and Jordan.
The triangle was like good for like the first 14 seconds of the shot clock, and they're like, here Mike, go.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's because you get into your offense, and then if it breaks down and it's not ready, nothing's working. Then you've got to get the ball into the hands of your top guy.
Yeah, but never could you have told me that the top headline on ESPN, the number one story, Luca leads way with defense as Mavs even series. And I don't think you could have told Tim McMahon that either, as he's throwing out all the next-gen stats. Again, lowest field goal percentage of the season for the Clippers. They shot 2 of 17 from the floor when Luca was the primary defender. You'll never get these numbers again, so soak it in. LA missed all 11 shots that Luca contested. The second most field goal attempts contested without allowing a make in a playoff game over the past 5 years. James Harden had 28 in game one, was the player that Luka defended the most. Yesterday, he was only 1 of 5 from the floor when guarded by Doncic. All these numbers are being thrown out there. Allowed 0.76 points per possession as an isolation defender, which ranks in the 83rd percentile in the league. But last night, it was a humongous storyline, and Jason Kidd talked about it.
Yeah, I think his defense has been great this whole series, understanding that we know that they're going to put him in on every pick and roll. And a couple years ago, we saw this, and, he's made understand that we had to tell him to participate, but I think he's participating at a high level on both ends. We need him on the offensive end, but we also need him on the defensive end, and he's been able to do that here in the first 2 games.
Yeah, you could tell early on, like he made like 2 plays. I tweeted Luca D, which I didn't mean the double meaning. But I was like, man, he had a rejection. He had a rejection from behind, and then he took on the defensive challenge in a one-on-one isolation play, and I was like, oh my gosh. Like he's trying to set a little bit of a tone. That was the tone, that was the effort, that was the energy I was hoping for in game one, and he rectified it last night.
Yeah, and I think everybody in general, we talked about how the entire roster felt like they came out flat against the Clippers. Like it was almost like they just were like, oh, okay, no Kawhi. Well, we got this. We just can show up and roll the ball out here and we'll beat them by 15. And last night it was everybody locked in, everybody participated. I mean, before Gafford gets hurt, Gafford had still looked like he was struggling a little bit, which he said after game one. He had talked about basically like, oh, moment might have been a little big. It's a little, you don't get these type of opportunities very often. But I did love that last night. Again, we talked about Derek Lively stepping up, coming in, playing well. To me, it was just everybody came in, woke them up a little bit. I think that first game showed it was kind of a, smacked them in the face, woke them up a little bit, and they were more engaged. And that fourth quarter, just the ability to still have enough freshness in your legs to be able to finish that off. And thank God for Norman Powell being awful.
I love the first play of the game, trying to go to Gafford, get him a point.
Yeah,
I love that. I mean, that's what I mean. That was probably by design. Get it in there, see if you can get something going. You see the ball go in, all that crap. Yada yada yada. Didn't work, but they got a point. They got a basket out of it on a rebound. But I mean, I love that approach.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Reggie had said something during game one where he's like,
God, he's so bad.
Who?
Reggie Miller.
No,
talk about it.
No, Reggie had it too.
I was like, don't quote anything Reggie Miller says.
Reggie had said something during game one where he had talked about, like, you know, when you're throwing up the lob and it just, you can't even get your pick and roll like lob game to work, which is your bread and butter. Everything should be easy there. Like that shows that it might be time to pack it in. So it was comforting. I think you're right. Like, they wanted to start out just like, all right, let's find a rhythm. Let's find some of our typical comfort shots and see if we can get those things rolling right now. And Luca definitely was looking for his comfort shots earlier, throwing up as many shots as he did. But overall, I think it's just the ability they showed on defense. Like, that's the biggest reason why I think everybody feels like this is a legitimate shot to make a run in this postseason, is because the way that defense played in the last, back quarter of the season or whatever it was, if you can get that here in the postseason, when the game slows down, when the possessions become fewer, and when the pace is slower, you've got a real opportunity.
And they've been a big clutch team all season. Remember last year, and we've had problems talking about this team with Jason Kidd drawing up plays. Final 2 minutes, it's going to be a disaster. They look lost. And last night they got those clutch performances, obviously from the big two, but Maxi Kleber, who, man, when Maxi throws that thing up, it literally looks like he's throwing that thing up. And I'm like, I'm rooting for the guy. He seems like a good dude. I've heard nice stories behind the scenes, but you know that his confidence has been an absolute Six Flags ride over the past 3 years. And when one goes in, I'm like, yes, that's good for Maxi's confidence. That's good for the way Maxi's going to feel. And he chased down an offensive rebound as well.
Wouldn't know about that. Very scared of roller coasters.
Are you?
I'm not scared.
Mr. Fast and the Furious?
Yeah,
Mr. Drive 120?
See, I'm in control. I'm in a car. I have a hood. It's the whole open air thing, stomach dropping out of my balls. Yeah. You know, everything.
There you go. That's next bet payoff for him. He's got to go ride Titan at Six Flags.
not a chance. Like, I'll quit.
Oh, this is definitely a bet payoff.
That's your number one fear of it. Will you go on like a Ferris wheel? Is it a height thing too?
I was in line at the state fair 2 years ago. Last year.
Well,
whatever year that I didn't get paid for my big chicken guy. So we were in line for the Ferris wheel. We got up there.
Just wait till the Firehouse tour. I'm making it up to you.
We got in there.
Friday. Plenty of pimento cheese.
We got to the line, and I got to the front. I was like, yeah, I'm not going. And then, like, Sarah and
that's closed, though. You said if
Mackenzie went up, and they went into the Peyton's Mackenzie.
You were with Peyton's girl?
The other one.
Would you do the swings? Those big swings at Six Flags that go like 200 feet?
No,
in the air?
I had a media day at Six Flags when they opened up this one swing thing, and I looked right at it, and I was like, you know what? That looks like a green lawn chair. I'm not getting up on that thing with no strap. But yeah, I didn't go in the Ferris wheel. Now, looking at it this way, it was enclosed. I should have done it. It's not like rocking like that, you know, it's the Vegas one. But it's a height thing. Yeah, height thing.
Voice of the Mavs, Chuck Cooperstein, friend of the show, tweeted, in 44 years of Mavs basketball, I don't think there's ever been a team that defended with the passion this team did tonight, and that includes the 11 season. Wow. In 44 years of Mavs basketball, that was the best defensive effort. And he said, I know many of you have made up your mind about the Mavs head coach. He designed a defensive masterpiece in game 2.
Okay. I'm trying to think. I mean, look, Coop is a historian, so he would know more than I would, more than anybody. He has a memory that, I don't have that memory anymore.
Did he
He's
tweet
no
that?
hoops twice.
Did he tweet that at good reference? Did Chuck tweet that at his son who like kills Jason Kidd?
I don't know.
Like, the father-son back and forth.
Man,
on
Jeffrey.
would Chuck try to assassinate his son on social media publicly for the entire world to see?
Chuck will argue with the wall. If the wall talks back and brings him a point, Chuck will absolutely have that argument with the wall. There is no doubt. But yeah, he'll go. Jeffrey's a savage, man. Jeffrey will go at it.
877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Bobby told us that we would be interested in talking about this Dallas Cowboys press conference. Let's see if he was right. Did Jerry Jones gaslight the hell out of you yesterday with the pre-draft discussion on the home of America's team? That is next. But did you know that it was
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
What an event that was. Bobby is fist pumping for it right here on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Raph James Choppy, and we have our Cowboys Insider along with Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The pre-draft press conference for the festivities tomorrow night. We will take over all the different Pluckers locations and, of course, the coverage. Hosted by Zach Wilczuk, Bobby Belt, Brian Broaddus, amongst others. And I have Gaslight, Sales, Sunning, Cap, D-Line, all written down. RJ Choppy, where would you like to start with what happened yesterday on this station?
Oh, I just think you start right from the beginning.
Okay.
Because I don't know if this was a planted question. I have no idea. Probably not. But this was right from the get-go. They had a narrative they wanted to get across.
Couple of them.
And Jerry went right to it.
We're very proud of our personnel, very proud of this roster. Very much think this roster, without knowing right now how much the rookies are going to contribute, we're very, very feel good about the promise of the team that we're going to have this year with this roster. And I do, principally because of what Steven said. We will have young players step up, no names that become names, because names have left and are off the roster. And so those guys have got to step up. You cannot play and run a team in the NFL without counting on this dynamic going on. And so we do feel good about these guys coming in. Is it ambiguous? Of course it is. It's ambiguous if you had a veteran out there. He could get hurt in training camp and you not have him again. So we're in an ambiguous business when it comes to projecting. But to answer your question, I think I'm answering it. But
Here we go.
The question is, in my mind, about all of this, how do we feel about where we've been in this free agency? We feel great about what we've been in free agency. All in. All in.
2.
All in.
3.
We're all in with these
4.
young guys coming on. And we're all in with this draft.
5.
5.
Now let me say this.
Defiant.
That's exactly where I was gonna go. In listening to this, because like a loser, I went back and watched too. In listening to this and reading, it sounded defiant in my opinion. And going back to watch, and Ryan does a tremendous job on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, there's a little bit of a smile. Of
course.
There was a little bit. It viewed and watched a lot more lighthearted than what I thought listening to it originally, in my opinion.
Defiance can be like from a trolling position though.
Yeah.
Like when I walk in here,
He was
I'm
definitely,
like,
that was trolly. I mean, the gaslighting that started trending throughout DFW all came from that. Like they know.
Yeah.
They know everything that's been said. They're keeping track of everything. And he was not going to go up there yesterday and say, I kind of messed up. I shouldn't have said that. He is going to make us reconsider whether we need to change the English language. That is how damn stubborn that man is. He is not going to bend off of it. He's going to make you... I'm sitting there listening to a lot of this, and Amanda's like, what is he saying? What is he saying? And I did this with Cuban early on while doing this show. I'm like, is he so smart and I'm so dumb that I'm just not understanding the language and the verbiage? And that's what I sometimes think with Jerry. Or is it like, no, this is why the Cowboys haven't won a lot in the past 25 years or won anything of significance? Because I have Amanda, generic sports fan, saying, huh? And I'm like, man, he's talking over my head because he's a genius. He's brilliant. But it was a lot more lighthearted, in my opinion, watching it. Even though they did want to get their messages across. Sorry.
Yeah, it was. I think two things that were evident in that first statement.
Yeah.
Is he wanted to get across is that, one, he wants to show they're not cheap. That it wasn't we're not cheap. We're not being cheap here. It's and two, like he always does, every single year, he wants to boost the roster.
Yep.
He wants to boost the appearance of the roster.
This is a roster that we think can get over the hump.
Every single year, they try to boost the roster
Good job,
so they can point the finger at somebody else. And it's never at the players. They never point the finger at the players because they pick the players. So they're not going to do that.
The other thing that was very prevalent in that clip, the youth. That's all they kept talking about, Bobby, is the young players that have to step up. And Mike McCarthy's like, I'm not even talking about the players that are going to be drafted. It is the players, the no names that are on this roster. A lot of pressure on Will McClay in the draft. A lot of pressure on the younger guys on this team.
Yeah, which is why when we've talked about the defensive tackle question, why I've been like, you can't afford to do anything with defensive tackle early in the draft. Because you just picked Mozzie Smith. He's got to be better. They need Luke Schoonmaker to be better. They need Overshown to come up off of the injury. They need guys to click into place. They need guys to become, who they picked them to be. And they're definitely leaning on that. But the all-in, he is so keenly aware of everything that's been said about it. If you wonder, do they hear you from the outside? Sometimes Cowboys fans are like, it's like they don't even hear us. Your evidence yesterday was they hear you.
Yeah.
They hear you so much more than a lot of other teams do, it feels like. And maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, but Jerry heard it, and that was calculated. I am going to drop this reference again.
Yep.
I'm going to say it over and over and over again to show you. That's why I say it's defiant. Even if he's smiling about it, he's defiantly saying to you, when he goes, all in, all in. Like, he knows, like, I'll say it 5 more effing times.
Yesterday,
what are you going to do?
Made me consider a third possibility of what all in means. And I'm like, maybe he's talking about hard working. Like, we're all in. We're working on the draft. I'm working at 2 a.m. on the extensions. We're working on these young players. We're working on. I'm like, okay, maybe all in. Maybe all in now. I know I'm guilty of overthinking it. We all are whenever Jerry speaks, because I don't even think he knew what he was necessarily saying. But I was like reconsidering. I'm like, okay, maybe he's talking about just working hard.
Yeah, maybe all in. Like, if you're trying to draw an analogy and get a mental picture of what that may mean, you might look at like how Sean is going to work at Pluckers versus how Bassick is going to work at Pluckers for the draft coverage, and go, one is all in and the other is an example of, the control subject.
I'm fascinated to see what happens tomorrow.
I don't think I'm going to be in a good mood Friday at all. I thought today was going to be my worst day of the week with the Mavs ending it at midnight. No, I have a feeling it's going to be Friday, but I am going to get his money. I'm going to get a share of that money when he walks out early. Okay.
Get that TV money.
What do you say to fans, Jerry, that are upset that you haven't spent at all in the offseason?
Well, you can understand there is, I didn't just understand where we are with our cap at the Senior Bowl. That's something we live with and know, like I would understand everything financially around here. And so I think our structure and our involvement at every level that we are in our process of getting personnel is ideal for making good decisions. I know what it's like to make a mistake because I'm going to be living with it 10 years from now. I'm not just in here for a 5-year session at GM and then gone. So I know what it's like to have to live with how you're doing. That bears on it.
So the intent of that answer was, in my opinion, all of you suggesting I don't know how the cap works and we don't know what we're doing and questioning our money guy. That's insulting. That's not the case. I didn't just read about the salary cap at the Senior Bowl. And then yesterday, Bobby, they talked about the credit card a ton. Trying to explain how we're in this situation and what led up to it.
Yeah, which is that's the analogy we've drawn here when we talk about is that they've been living off of credit cards, and that's basically what Jerry said. Like, we've been living off the credit card for a while. I think what's fascinating there is, again, you hear Jerry. How often has Brian made the point of like, well, the Cowboys don't feel the same sort of pressure that other people do because Jerry's the GM, Steven's the personnel guy. Like, they don't have to worry about their jobs being on the line the way other people in the building do because they own the team and they're not going to fire themselves. And that's always been considered here's a luxury you have. No. Jerry turns that around yesterday and Jerry goes, you kidding me? Because I can't be fired, I have to live with these decisions for 10 years.
Yeah.
I have to, these people get to move on from this job. I have to stand here and painfully be reminded of mistakes I made 10 years ago as GM. That is far greater a burden than it is a comfort that my job's not at risk.
It's the burden of ownership. It's the, hey, listen, this is my money on the line. This is my risk on the line. But it's also like, I think he also was just trying to show how still in the weeds he is with all this.
Talks and jocks.
He's trying to.
Is that where you felt like he was sunning us? In
Yes,
this
that's where I felt like he was sunning us. First of all, you don't know what you're talking about. I know the salary cap, okay? I am in this.
Yeah.
I didn't learn about this at the Senior Bowl, kids.
Yeah.
Second of all, y'all think that Will's running the show, that I'm not running, that Steven's. No. I'm still running the show. I know what the salary cap is.
I'm not ready for
live.
Yeah, sorry.
I got to live with it. I got to live with all the rights and the wrongs.
And I'm not ready for the extensions.
Yeah.
I'm the most fascinating part to me, though, was what he said. And I thought the media did a nice job yesterday. I would have loved for a follow-up to this.
You may be working on it.
Stop it. I should have said it better. This is Jane Slater, who got as much praise as I've seen her get on social media in a long time. Bobby got Jane for 7:20 this morning live on the show. This is her asking, Why haven't you gotten the extensions done early?
You may be working on it and not moving anything but your eyebrows. Who in the world would think that we're not working on it? I work on it. It pops open at 2 a.m. sometimes. What your actually question is why don't you have something done and negotiated and put in the drawer? Well, we'd like to see some more leaves fall. We'd like to see some more action. It's called option. A lot of guys need to hand it off. First guy through the line. Another one will keep it another step, decide whether to pitch it or not. He'll decide whether to turn upfield with it, and then he's still got a pitch left. So it's called option quarterback. That's working the problem. That's working the problem.
What the heck does that mean about evaluation, about options, about why these players aren't signed? That, to me, is the most fascinating question and part of the press conference. Let's try to figure out what that means. Back to the Mavs evening the series. Jane Slater there in the Expressway. A Texas Rangers 4-ticket giveaway, all coming up for the 6 a.m. club right here on The Fan. But also is what is coming up.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
5-3 The Fans segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And just a reminder, Tolo's The Path to the Draft is brought to you by Pluckers. Join us at one of the 8 DFW Pluckers locations tomorrow, April 25th.
Doncic, 5 to shoot.
No. Did you not hear me tease? We're gonna the Cowboy topic. The Cowboy topic. We're going to continue with the presser. 7 o'clock.
He didn't sleep much.
He slept all day. All day.
Well, no one slept much last night. Mavs even the series. We will get, and I even thought you said in the headphones, do you want cut one? And I thought I said no. So 0
I
for
thought it
2.
was a quick yeah.
Oh, okay. Mavs even the series. We'll get to it at 7 o'clock. A Rangers ticket giveaway during the Expressway, and Jane Slater live to talk about her back and forth with Jerry and Stephen Jones. It certainly was not with Mike McCarthy, because McCarthy did not speak until 11 minutes into this press conference yesterday on the station.
Got like 2 answers in.
11. Now
and he gave you 5-second answers too. You
yeah,
know
that's why he's
you know
not.
why? Because he
It's
never has the answers.
Jesus.
Well, here's my question, because this would be. I have a theory, but I'm gonna let Bobby say it. Just dig his hole deeper. Does McCarthy actually love it that he's doesn't have to talk for the first 10 minutes? Or is it kind of are you serious right now? Like, I'm the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Or does he actually love it that he's ignored?
So I can't believe I'm saying this out loud. I listened to the Ravens pre-draft press conference.
Why?
I don't know.
There had to be some choppy reason.
There was a
Analytics.
There was a Harbaugh clip I was looking for on the hip drop tackle. That was a couple weeks ago.
All right.
And Harbaugh barely spoke. He talked less than McCarthy did in this one. It was all DaCosta.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's normal because nobody cares what the head coach is to say come draft time. He's not making the selection.
Yeah.
It's the general manager. Now some organizations like Denver, right, where Sean Payton's carrying the full autonomy stick may be different. But I think a lot of organizational structures, like I bet you if you were to do an Eagles one, it's probably mostly Howie.
Plus, we hear from the head coach all the time.
All the time. And this is the GM's chance to
Well, in other cities, the GM's chance.
Yeah, this is the GM's chance to shine. That's so. I think obviously yesterday, a lot of this going in, they knew was going to be about the all-in and the off-season.
Both. It can be both, right?
Can be both.
I mean, I think he genuinely loves.
The answer is both.
I think he genuinely loves not having to say, but then he's also, like anybody else who's probably gotten in that position has a little bit of an ego and is like, F you guys too. You don't ask me anything. I know he doesn't want to, but he wants you to want to.
Here's what I want to know. My number one question from yesterday's press conference, when Jerry was asked by Jane, why didn't you sign the big 3 to give you financial flexibility to spend in the offseason? He said, we'd like to see more leaves fall. We'd like to see more action. It's called option quarterback. What does that mean? We'd like to see more leaves fall, because I'm starting to think this sounds like my theory, but I want to see what y'all think.
Okay, so I thought, I didn't understand. That was a little bit of word salad, right?
A lot.
There's a lot of word salad.
A lot of leaves.
So, like, when he said we'd like to see,
the follow-up had to be, what does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean, more leaves fall?
So, leaves fall could mean 3 things. One, they want to see more guys on their team that they like, besides the big 3, that they need to pay, maybe get paid to see where they're at. 2, other guys around the league that need to get paid at those positions get paid to see where they're at. And then the third one, which I don't think is the case, and I'd be really disappointed if the third one's the case, because that to me is like an indecisiveness. The third one is you don't know if you're sure about the players or the core, which that is the one I would have the biggest problem with, because it's like, man, it's been 8 years with the quarterback.
Yeah.
What do you still need to see from CeeDee Lamb? What do you still need to see from Micah Parsons?
Yes.
Like, if you don't know by now,
Yes.
you're in the wrong business. Like, you should know. This is a decision-making business. You should be able to make those decisions faster. So I think it's other players around the sport needing to get paid.
Yeah, he's talking about market. He's talking about the rest of the market, which is hilarious because we have heard him say several times over the years, we don't make decisions based on what other teams do.
Yeah. Right.
Like, we make our own decisions. I don't care what this team's made a decision on. We value at this. It doesn't matter that they value you at this. But the rest of the because you remember surrounding that, he was talking about You don't think these agents for these players, like Steven had talked about, you don't think these agents talk to each other about their players? You don't think this goes on?
Jamar, he's talking about the wide receiver agents as well. That Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, and CeeDee Lamb's agents are talking.
Yeah, and he said, and Jerry said, like, oh, you know what gets these agents madder than anything else is when I start talking to the players directly. So I can't even do that. And so I think what he was talking about was within the context of the full, like, 4 minutes where they were going around on this one. I think Jerry was talking about the idea of, like, I need to see what other shoes need to drop around this market.
I don't disagree with you guys, but I disagree with their premise.
Yeah.
I totally disagree with their business approach towards it. And the follow-up from Slater is, don't you worry about the numbers going up when you wait?
If you're asking me, do I worry about things going up? Not worry, but I probably have as good a feel as anybody living on this earth what the cap is going to be 3 years from now and 4 years from now, 5 years from now. I really do. We've got exceptional insight into where the cap is going to be, more so than a lot of people.
Jane, I can assure you, if we felt like we could get a number that was a good number, because unfortunately these, as we all know, representatives talk to each other. You don't think the representatives of Jefferson and CD and Chase aren't talking, and you don't think they got their eye on something really big? Please. I mean, they're not ready to come in here. Same thing with Micah, and same thing with Dak. I mean, it's just it's a little cat and mouse.
A lot of people are not happy with their attitude, tone. Back to Jane yesterday with the questions in the press conference. We'll ask her about it at 7:20.
Let's be honest. Jane is going to, when they feel like they've answered a question, Jane is going to go, yeah, but you did really. I think if anybody else asks the question the way Jane does, they get met with the same response. Like I don't think it was picking on Jane specifically.
Yeah. And by the way, I thought, and I texted Jane this when I was listening on the app before I even knew she was coming on. I was like, I thought she did a perfect job.
Yes.
She wasn't attacking.
No.
And I would say if she was. I've said plenty of things about Jane when we can't get her on. But I thought she did a perfect job. She was respectful with all of it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think they had a nasty tone back towards her.
Not nasty, but they were getting pushed on a pressure point they don't like.
Yeah.
That you could tell. Steven sitting back like that, like I know you can't see it on the fan unless you're watching the fan game, but his body language kind of sitting back, and again him going, Jane, like just interrupting in the middle, go, listen, this is the way, and he goes, please, you don't think they're doing it? They're clearly, it is a sensitive subject to them right now, and they feel that if your goal as a fan this offseason has been to get them to sit up and notice and know you're unhappy, they know. Mission accomplished, they know.
I think what I'm trying to read between a lot of the leaves
that are falling.
I think Steven's trying to tell us that Lamb's number may be a little bit high right now. But where I disagree, RJ, and I know, and you were big on this last night in your email, where I disagree with Jerry, and how much it matters that he knows the cap. Here's what's going to happen. Jamar Chase is going to get his money. Justin Jefferson is going to get his money. And in no way is that going to help the Dallas Cowboys, in my opinion. Here's the way it works. The next quarterback gets paid, and Dak Prescott is going to at least get that money. In the National Football League, the market gets reset, and it hurts you if you don't act beforehand. So what the hell am I missing about this? It's simple. When Jamar gets his, that's going to cost you more money. When Justin gets his, that's going to cost you more money. Now, is CD going to leapfrog Justin? No, I don't believe so. But when the next quarterback gets his, if Dak Prescott wants to take it there, that's going to hurt and cost you. So I don't understand the waiting premise. I don't get it.
Yeah, I generally don't understand it either.
Now, I get in the other sports maybe, but not in the NFL. It's leapfrog.
Yeah, I'm trying to think, though, what quarterback is up besides Dak? So you have Goff. He's not going to reset.
Yeah.
Kirk already did his deal.
Yes.
So if you don't have another quarterback that you have to worry about, you could take this approach. Like, there's no Burrow. Burrow's already got his money.
You don't know what Lawrence is going to do.
No, but I don't think right now, I don't think you think Lawrence is going to get 60. Herbert probably, I mean, he doesn't want a playoff game. He's going to get 60.
No, Herbert you need to worry about. Yes. And I mean Herbert got, what did Herbert get? Herbert's supposed to get in cash in 2025 $60 million. This year in cash he's getting 56.
But you were talking about last night their approach towards these things.
Approach towards. So I called him a money guy yesterday. I was like, help me understand this. Help me understand
the
this.
accountant that you called Turkey.
I did not call it Turkey.
Okay.
No.
Is this the one who didn't get you your tax return?
No. I got it this year. Well, I haven't gotten it yet, but it's going to be deposited. Yeah. I'm going to get this year's before I get last year's.
Yeah.
But this guy handles all kinds of NFL coaches and college coaches' money, right? He's a money guy.
Well,
and I said, help explain this to me. And he said, you'll drive yourself crazy if you don't have the financial literacy to understand. You'll just take my word for it. Every rich person wants to defer money. They would rather pay more tomorrow than today. That's just their philosophy. And they do this with in every aspect of their business. They would rather push the can down the road, like the Dodgers are doing with Shohei. They're investing, so they're paying basically 50, 60 cents on the dollar for his contract at 10 years now. It's a little different because it's not the same way, but they all prefer to defer. If they could just find a way to wait to pay till the 11th possible hour, they all will. It's the right thing to do, and it's just very difficult to understand if you're not somebody involved with the business world.
You talk about changing definitions, by the way. Like when you said, talking about him doing the all-in thing, where you're like, is he giving new meanings to words? Which, I mean, it's 2024. We give new meanings to all sorts of words. But the when you look at I thought it was funny that early on when he's like, I read something about all these bad contracts I shouldn't have given out.
Yeah.
How I should have waited. And which, by the way, that clearly means he read Gelkin's article at the Dallas Morning News.
And who was Gelkin referring to?
He talked about Zeke, Jalen, like these contracts that haven't panned out.
Because he said yesterday paying Zeke cost them Tyron.
He said raise your hand. He was basically like, raise your hand, anybody in this room thought I shouldn't have paid Zeke. And I was like, let's not revisionist history there. There were a lot of people that said do not break on the Ezekiel Elliott deal. There were a lot of them. And if somebody says raise your hand in 5 years on the people that said I shouldn't have paid Dak, there's going to be a lot of people who said you shouldn't have.
Yeah.
So that's a little bit of revisionist history. I just think that
he also said we're up here picking because we were the 24th best team in the NFL. That's why we're picking at 24.
Yeah, that was a little backwards. But what he has set the tone for too, he has set the bar. He has said if someone gets 60, Dak, you get 61. If a receiver gets 36, CD, you get 37. That's what he told you yesterday. We got to wait for the leaves to fall. Okay, because what you're just saying now, when you say that, you're telling me that the negotiating starts at whatever that gets set at. So, okay, you're fine setting the market on all three of these then. Okay. But it felt very much yesterday like it was...
But why?
Boy,
I don't
so much
understand
pressure.
The strategy.
I don't know. They were shifting. They may be setting up for a contract year type of playout. They felt like yesterday a lot of it was shifting towards, look, had a great supporting cast. You're not going to be able to, keep the supporting cast. Dak's going to have to be better. Dak's going to have to, need to do more of this. And it's almost like they're setting up, go show us what you can do.
Mavs in how many after last night, evening the series in LA? Let's talk about game 2 next on The Fan. But let's talk about that job. You're sitting there, it's only a hump day. You got 3 more days left. You should not be this miserable in the
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
It on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Doncic, 5 to shoot. Against Harden. Doncic lines it up. It goes! He is that guy!
Perfect call on TNT as Luca put his stamp. I am the best player on the floor out here. Forget about Kawhi Leonard's return, and the Dallas Mavericks steal home court advantage from Los Angeles with the 96-93 win last night. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with an absolutely loaded 7 o'clock hour. We have a Rangers 4-ticket giveaway in the Expressway. Jane Slater live at 7:20 on your home of the Cowboys and the World Series champs. Luka Doncic, this is a pretty amazing stat. He already has more 30-point playoff games than 98.5% of all players in NBA history.
Wow.
He scored 30 or more often than 98.5% of the history of the NBA, and he overcame your halftime tweet, Choppy, which ticked some people off.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Barkley had said, the pacing a little bit too slow, and I was like, he's right. I mean, he is a little bit. The pacing is a little slow. It's not a bad thing. It's just a little slow. Like, it doesn't have to be.
That's all Charles does, talk about pace.
That's all he does. He talks about pace in the 90s. That's all he has.
So he should have loved last night.
He should have loved last night. Last night was Now, I think sometimes your pace is dictated by your opponent. The style of game, So, I don't think you can just go with a generic pace situation.
Was he trying to say the point they also love is the ball sticking with Doncic too much?
They do love that point. And that's not, I don't think that's wrong. I don't think their assessment is wrong. The ball does stick with him too much. You could say, what else is he going to do?
So what did you agree with? How could a pace tweet tick people off?
Because I just opened it and saw what your tweet was. Now I know why.
What?
There was no context. All Choppy said was, Barkley right about Luca. And everybody's like, right about what? And they just start lighting it up. There was no context to it. It's just that could mean whatever take
you figure they were maybe watching the halftime.
I figure they would.
You would think. And there were a lot of people who replied to it. But I mean, there were a number of these. Let's see. What do people say? We got some people said, yes, he'll never win playing like this. Somebody goes, no, he's not. So he goes, I had to switch from TNT. He's literally not. Y'all have the weirdest opinion of Luca. People just They did. They chirped off at you.
I know they did, man. They did. It's a wild turn of events, but I assume they were watching. That's why I said it just like that. I didn't feel like I needed to go into more context. Plus, I was doing all I could to make sure that both eyes were open.
Oh my gosh. I took a nap at halftime. I set a 15-minute alarm.
I fell asleep during some of the third quarter by accident. I was just sitting there watching.
Out on the road driving?
No, I was home by that point. Home is where the heart is.
And forks.
And
on the
grandma.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin Franco injury attorney text line. We didn't panic yesterday leading up to game 2. I didn't panic when I heard that Kawhi was coming back. Maybe this goes 6. I wouldn't be shocked if it's Mavs in 5. I'll probably lean Mavs in 6, but I feel good. How can you not feel good?
I feel okay. I hope it's not Mavs in 6. I hope it's Mavs in 5 or 7. That's what my betting slip says. This is I got 6-1 on both of them. 6 games was 2. Wasn't good enough odds.
Now you expect Kawhi to be better. I mean, 15 points, 7 of 17 shooting. Paul George, 22 points. Zubac's got an early foul trouble, still ended up with a double-double. Man, he's like punishing Daniel Gafford physically and mentally. And Harden went 2 for 10 from 3. But, hey, if you want to have this go longer, they're older, fine, go ahead. But the Dallas Mavericks now in control as one of the only 2 teams in the NBA to win a road playoff game.
Yeah, I mean, what was it? The bench here for the Clippers, you get Westbrook and Powell in this game. They shot 4 of 19 combined. Like, that's a big reason why. Like, I mean, Kawhi's got to be better. Yeah, James Harden not shooting as well from 3-point as he did in the first game, certainly a factor. But like when you get guys like Westbrook and Powell put up 19 shots and only 4 of them go down, like you're not going to win like that. Like a big part of why the Mavericks win yesterday is because role players like PJ Washington, shots start falling for him.
T-Wolves take a commanding 2-0 lead over the Phoenix Suns. I'm waiting for another Phoenix implosion. Indiana evens up the series in Milwaukee with Siakam going off. Go Rick Carlisle.
Man, on that Minnesota thing, I love those Minnesota uniforms. I really do. Those like mid-90s, like initial like opening Wolves uniforms that came out there. But again, this is one of these things where we're seeing the pace is just aggressively slowing down here in the postseason. Because again, Suns put up 93 last night. T-Wolves winning, scoring 105 when most of the year it was like 114, 115 is what teams were putting up. I mean, the only team in the last couple nights that's put up regular season type numbers is what the Pacers did.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of it is like
I had a Tolo say, is it a coincidence all the numbers are down after Jonte Porter got busted?
There you go.
Conspiracy theory.
Oh, look, I mean, they don't have Caitlin Clark playing in these games. They can't hit overs.
Yeah, I mean, also, I think there's something to it as you do have more contested shots in the playoffs, so it's going to be more difficult to make them. It may not be totally all pace, but a lot of it is. Sometimes you're just missing jumpers because you don't necessarily have the same amount of open jumpers that you would.
And then Bobby, the NBA, admitted they screwed up twice with the New York Knicks comeback.
They did, and we talked about this yesterday. The idea of did Tyrese Maxey get fouled, which by the way, I got to give the NBA a ton of credit for this. I absolutely love it. It's my favorite thing they do. The last 2-minute report, where any game that was within 3 points in the final 2 minutes, they'll release a breakdown of every foul call and every non-foul call and tell you why it was or wasn't. And so I absolutely love that they do that. And they did it for this playoff game, and they said that Tyrese Maxey was fouled twice on that inbound. He was fouled the first time by Brunson before the ball got there, and then when the ball was actually thrown in, he was fouled again by Josh Hart. And so
love that they admit how they cost the Sixers the game.
It's
and
better,
maybe the series, you never know.
Isn't it better though than like when somebody throws out Aaron Boone and Major League Baseball comes around and makes up some excuse of like, well, actually he was in the right, and they like do some mental gymnastics.
The NFL's the worst. They're just like, no, what you saw did not happen.
Yeah.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
The game didn't even happen at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then they said that he should have been granted a timeout. Nick Nurse did. I had an interesting back and forth with Cooperstein on this on Twitter.
Jeffrey or Chuck?
Chuck, because he said what they should do is they should
giving his kid a lot of time.
They should go to FIBA rules.
A lot of airtime.
You're giving his coworker Tom Downey all the shout outs too.
I've never said his name on the show one time.
They should go to FIBA rules and not allow live ball timeouts at all, which is another interesting thing. I thought I was fascinating because I've never heard of that.
And
I didn't know that you can't call a timeout if the ball's in play.
We're getting an investigation into the Jokic boys. Did you see the punch that got captured on video? The Jokic boys, one of them, and they're both like 6'7" movie characters. They punched this Lakers fan right in the face.
Yeah.
Right there on video.
It's like you're punching a little person.
Is everybody from Eastern Europe either an NBA player?
How are Euros soft? How did we get that reputation?
Yeah, they're all either basketball players or like wannabe mobsters.
Yeah, Jokic's brothers are John Wick characters.
They are. Yes. They are. Porzingis getting into fights in Latvia at a bar. Like, who picks a fight with a 7-footer?
Look, Ryan's got it. Watch this punch.
That guy just ate it. No problem.
That was impressive.
That to me, like, that guy is either stone drunk, so drunk, or he does have like a UFC chin, and somebody needs to be recruiting this guy because he took a square shot from a Serbian gangster.
Will they have the balls to kick his brother as he should be? His brother shouldn't be allowed. At least the rest of these games. He should be really arrested.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't punch somebody.
He punched him right in the face.
Absolutely.
Right there on video.
It's assault. Absolutely.
Assault, brother.
Arrest him. Yeah, that's a chin, man. I tried to take the cap off something the other day, and I accidentally popped myself in the chin on the recoil, and I thought I was gonna have to I had to sit down. Like, talking about this guy gets popped by a 6'7" mobster, and he's just like, what? He's like Sons and Four guy.
Yeah,
he's like winning from a position of lower elevation. But this is amazing. These and what is the NBA? Is the NBA really investigating? Like, I hope they do investigate. They kick him out.
Yeah.
He didn't need to be there.
Kick him out.
Same investigators as Shohei, probably, for Major League Baseball. No, the Jokic thing.
I think what my boy did yesterday, though? Hardest hit ball of the season.
118.7 miles an hour.
450 feet.
He must have had the over on it or something on the
Distance.
exit velocity on his own hits for the game. No, the Jokic thing, the only thing that will save him, like when you wonder, are they really going to ban him? They have to. They have to say you're banned from NBA games at least through the rest of the playoffs, I would think. If they don't, there will be some story of like, well, here is what the fan said.
Yeah.
And who wouldn't punch the guy for saying something?
The guy
like
had
that?
a dictionary of Serbian racial slurs.
He knew their mother's name, and he knew that their mother had had lost a child at one point or something. He made a comment about, like, they will talk about like dig into something deep like that. It's like, hey, come on.
I don't know what the point of playing this is, but we're the station.
0-2, and he comes home. And there's a swing, and there's a long drive to right field. Garcia just turns and looks, and Cal Raleigh has hit his 6th home run of the year. RBIs 12 and 13, about 8 rows back into the lower deck in right. And Seattle grabs a 2-0 first inning lead.
And they would add another 2-run homer here on 105.3 The Fan, and the Seattle Mariners take over first place in the American League West as the Rangers offense completely disappears again with no runs and 3 hits.
In all of the different projections that we had for this season coming up, I didn't anticipate that one of these realities would be, the bats just are not going to be there at all. Like, they're not going to be able to hit. You're going to have most of the guys there. You're just not going to be able to hit for power other than Dollies from time to time. That's going to be it. I mean, still, this was another game where obviously no home runs, but they had 2 extra base hits, 2 doubles. I mean, they are a complete power outage right now. They cannot get anything going.
They are.
Corey Seager needs to look in the mirror a little more.
The lineup is, I mean, look, the absence of Josh Young and then the slump of Wyatt Langford's making the lineup, really be top heavy, and there's not a whole lot after you get past, Adolis or even Nate Lowe maybe. It's just there's a weakness to the lineup when you don't have one guy could change a lot, and Young is changing a lot not being there, and then Wyatt Langford not hitting is making this thing very, very tough.
They have 3 guys in their lineup last night who their on-base percentage is higher than their slugging. 3 guys. Langford, Josh Smith, and Corey Seager.
Josh Smith and Nate Lowe, the only Rangers with hits. Wow. Tonight at 8:50, sorry. Puck drop.
Technically 8:30.
Vegas at the Stars. The Stars are minus 175 to win this game.
Yeah, this is. I think what they're showing is because that's a higher odd than they had to win Game 1. That's a much more. They're a much bigger favorite to win Game 2 than the Stars were for Game 1. A little desperation factor. Vegas came in here with one goal. They wanted to get a game.
Yeah, 4, Choppy. Come on.
Yeah, they wanted to get a game, and they got it. So
many people think that she was the star of yesterday's Cowboys circus. The one and only Jane Slater joins us to kick off the Expressway. We'll also hook you up with 4 tickets to see the world champs on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Slater joins us next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gill.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
On-time experts.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the commercial-free expressway where we are going to hook you up with 4 Texas Rangers tickets today, which is a hump day, tomorrow and Friday. And yesterday, I got so many tweets about Jane Slater at the Cowboys hour-long press conference to get you set for the NFL draft, and we were able to track her down to kick off the commercial-free expressway on the home of America's team here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Good morning, Jane. How are you?
Good morning. What's going on?
How was your cell phone yesterday during that press conference and afterwards?
You know what? I think sometimes people are listening to it or they're watching it at home and they think it's like far more contentious than it is. It's not. All I was doing was asking a question I think not only I want to know, but that I constantly get asked from, fans or even my own family. And my family are all, Cowboys fans. And the question that I always get is, why does Jerry consistently overpay players? And it's a fair question, right? Because, we've seen them play hardball in the past with guys like, DeMarcus Lawrence and Ezekiel Elliott and Dak Prescott. And ultimately, they always end up giving them their contracts. And in a lot of cases, it feels like they overpay. And so, I think as a reporter, the only thing you can do is just ask the question instead of pontificate or speculate. And so that's what I did yesterday. And I think a lot of people, the way they heard it or they watched it was like, oh, Jerry and Jane no, that's not Jerry. You guys know that. You guys do plenty of radio shows with Jerry. I mean, I think as long as you're always respectful, Jerry's always going to give you an answer. But I do think maybe the tone would have sounded a little irritated. I think he's just irritated with the situation himself that the Cowboys, I think, have gotten themselves in over the years. And I'm glad that he brought up the analogy of the credit card because that has been an analogy that I've been given by multiple people inside the building. And I think for a lot of folks, they think, well, the Cowboys, they just see billion-dollar franchise and money. But Jerry in recent years, I think, hasn't really had the appetite to overspend on coaches or players for that matter. And so what you're seeing here is him trying to show some financial frugality. And I was joking with him yesterday, I've had to learn it at a later age. And it's something that we've killed the Cowboys for years, right? Overpaying players. And he was simply reminding a lot of fans and folks like myself in the media, you guys have killed me in the past for overpaying players, and we're just not going to do that. Unfortunately, I think his history has shown they talk a certain game as they did with Ezekiel Elliott. Remember, Ezekiel Elliott doesn't deserve Todd Gurley money. Well, he sure got it. So we'll have to see what their appetite is for, waiting to see how these things flesh out. And to be fair, they can wait with Micah Parsons, right? They can wait with CeeDee Lamb, and Dak Prescott is under contract, so they technically don't have to do anything.
Well, they can wait, but, that's why I loved your follow-up question of, okay, if you wait in the National Football League, the price goes up. So what did you make of their response to the question and their philosophy of waiting when Jerry says, well, I want to see more leaves fall? It's called option quarterback. What did you make of their response and their philosophy? Because to me, you just end up costing yourself more.
That's what I heard. But I think what they're essentially looking to do is, I think Justin Jefferson, they're waiting for that leaf to fall. Like, what's that number going to be? I think my only pushback was, why don't you set the number? Go back to the player, make him feel respected with his APY, and then just throw the guaranteed money at him. It feels simple to us, but again, I don't have the checkbook, nor do I have the pen. But that's simply where my questions were coming from, is why allow another team to set the market now? Because, remember when we were all scoffing over Dak Prescott and $40 million?
Yeah.
Y'all are going to hate it when you hear what the eye-watering number is going to be for, Dak here in a little bit, Or I could see Dak, and we've seen it before, pulling the Kirk Cousins. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of fans, you might criticize him for some of his postseason success or lack thereof, but quarterbacks don't grow on trees. And I feel like he's done a really good job for this franchise. And yeah, you do have to put the pieces around him. And unfortunately, the Cowboys haven't done a great job of that at all times. Although I would argue, I think they really did try to go all in last year, which is essentially what Steven said. Look, we won the off season, but we didn't win the postseason. So, you'll hear them. We've all done this long enough, guys. It's a 24/7, 365 job, and they're always trying to make deals. But, some of this is also the players. The players have to come to the table too. And I think a lot of them are looking to get paid, as all of us are, when our contracts are up.
Jane Slater, NFL Network, joins us here, 105 through the Fan. Around the rest of the league, is this a common thing where teams just wait and just to, kind of push things down the road and not sign their guys as soon as they possibly can? Or the Cowboys kind of outliers?
I mean, at least from my observation, covering the league and a lot of these teams, they do feel like they play the waiting game more so than other teams. Now, with that being said, look at the Saints, right? When they had, that's another team I cover, Michael Thomas, they went and got him the highest paid wide receiver in the league, and he had the one good year. It's just some of these contracts, when you've overpaid these guys because you are worried, it sometimes does burn teams. So I understand the waiting game sometimes, but it always feels like these contracts, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, like I'm open to, feedback here, but it feels like they always wait till we get to training camp before we get these things done.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times that's been the case. Like with the, specifically, they get offensive line deals done then. They got Diggs done around then. Zach Martin. Yeah, I mean, it's been a common thing for them. Yeah. Now, Jane, one of the things that I'm interested in is we've got clearly the idea of, the Cowboys on their side, and they're playing this waiting game and how they're approaching things like that. Do you have any sense that from Dak's side, is there any fatigue growing here? Like, would it just, when we start wondering about the future of a potential divorce, do you think that any of those feelings reside on Dak's side as well? Of like, hey, I don't know how much I love doing this, game anymore over here.
Look, here's what I will say about Dak, and I think Jerry hit on this yesterday. The respect that he has from the way he handles all of his business, you're not going to get a lot of leaks from Dak's camp, specifically not from Todd France. He doesn't really negotiate these deals the way I've seen some players in the past do it in the media, right? And as for Dak, I always appreciate that he does things the right way. I mean, he's not going to be – I'd be shocked if he was a camp holdout. He's not that guy. And what I appreciate about Dak is I think he's got enough confidence in himself that if it doesn't happen here, it'll happen somewhere else. this is a kid who grew up in Louisiana that dreams of being a Dallas Cowboy. It's been an improbable story of a guy drafted in the 4th round, who was behind Jamil Showers on the depth chart is always the fascinating thing to me. People forget that Jamil was higher on the depth chart, behind Kellen Moore, and then switched to defense, and then he was gone. And so that, Dak's made, a lot of money and had a lot of success here in Dallas. And of course, he just had a kid, and I know that he's ingrained in the city. But I do think all of us privately, within our own 4 walls, we probably get frustrated at look, I've never been an issue for you. I do things the right way. I mean, you've seen that guy walk in the room and represent the Cowboys. You couldn't want more from a quarterback, in my opinion, looking from the outside and looking at some of these other franchises. But I do believe that he has enough moxie and confidence in himself that he sees what Kirk Cousins did. And that's why I tell, people, you guys can, it's kind of like with Romo, you bash them and then you kind of miss them when they're gone. But crazier things can happen, right? We didn't think when we were heading into Romo's final season, we never thought that was going to be Romo's final season. And we certainly never thought when they picked Dak that we would be here, almost 9 years later talking about this contract this way. So, I mean, look, crazy things can happen. Trey Lance could develop into that guy. I don't know. But sitting here right now, Dak feels like a really good option for you.
Jane Slater on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Speaking of agents, Adam Schefter with the info about 30 minutes ago that Mike McCarthy has hired Don Yee to represent him. Jane Yee, as you know, represents Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Tom Brady, and Brian Broaddus.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Don Yee's a powerful player in this business. I do find that very interesting. I hadn't seen that yet.
Yes. Well.
Yeah, I mean, look, what are you going to need an agent for when you're not going to have another contract negotiation?
Jeez,
I mean, I don't understand.
Get him canceled on Fridays.
Sorry.
Jerry was pretty direct at the end yesterday, Jane. Like, I don't want to blink. There is no blink in saying that Dak Prescott is the quarterback that we want. Do you believe that, and that right now this just is a negotiation, or do you think there's any more wait and see of if we lose to Green Bay again in the first round, we're going to move on from you? Like, do you believe, Jerry, when they say that, like, we definitely want him here for the long term?
I find it hard to believe that Dak won't be here. We've seen them, have these tough talk. I mean, I was shocked that Tyron Smith came back last year, quite frankly. I mean, I honestly thought Tyron Smith was going to be gone after last year. So I could see, I would be shocked if Dak wasn't here, but I do think that there is going, in order for that to happen, Dak and Todd France are probably going to have to negotiate a little bit more along the side of the Cowboys in order to make this thing work. I mean, the Cowboys have literally, I think, talked themselves into this. We're not overspending. We physically can't anymore. And it's just, unfortunately, it's coming at a time when you've got these three, players that you'd like to pay, but they're literally putting their foot down. And this is not just speak up on the podium. I mean, I've heard this from multiple people inside the building. Like, they have maxed out credit cards, and they are truly trying to start paying some of them off.
Jane, anything else jump out from the presser, or would you like to preview the draft and what you think that they could be looking at or thinking?
I think they absolutely have to go offensive line. I thought it was interesting that Mike McCarthy said that, or Jerry said it, that Mike McCarthy wanted offensive linemen, although remember last year I was told over and over it was a tight end in the first round, so neither here nor there. But Mike wanted that offensive line in the first round, according to Jerry. This is the year that you absolutely have to go and do it, particularly with the departure of Tyler Biotish. Although I think they feel good with Brock Hoffman. They're in the interim. I think Brock's got one more year. We've been hearing Brock's name over the last year, but I know that they're at least feel comfortable with him there if they had to. But I think that they're going to absolutely have to go find an offensive lineman. I think they need to go find their next Tyler Smith to plug and play on that line. I mean, Tyler Smith has been so versatile for you, and I think that's the sort of versatility that they're looking. I mean, I would be shocked if they don't go after a Graham Barton, a Tyler Guyton, or an Amarius Mims. So those are like the three names that I'm looking for in the first round. And then I think where it's going to be interesting is, are they going to reach for a running back with, pick 56? Are they going to land on a Brooks, land on a Trey Benson? I do know that they think that this draft is pretty deep in terms of running backs and offensive linemen. So I think that those are the two areas they address first. And then obviously I think they've got to go after linebacker. The one linebacker I'm keeping an eye on, and I did ask about yesterday, was the North Carolina State linebackers got the history issues. Bobby, you and I have talked about this. I was like, oh, so the Cowboys are going to grab him. Because, they picked a lot of linebackers with injury issues, but man, those injury issues, the Jalen Smiths of the world, the Sean Lees, the Leighton Vander Esch's, I don't know that that's necessarily worked out for them in years past. So I think we'll see how they approach that this year. But offensive linemen, I mean, they have hit it out of the park every time they've gone to the first round. So it's too perfect to mess that up. I would be shocked if they're not going offensive line in the first round.
Slater, give me the % chance that they shock the world and go with Bobby's worst situation, which would be a quarterback in the first round.
Well, with them picking at 24 and they're expecting to have a run on quarterbacks, as many as 6 in the first round, I would be very shocked by that. But I was shocked by Trey Lance. I am where y'all last year,
so was Dak.
Every time the Cowboys are moving different in recent years, so I never quite know what to expect from them these days.
So basically, your dad, or what I heard yesterday in the press conference, is your dad is pissed off and fed up. That's what I heard.
Oh, he gets so annoyed. I don't know if y'all have this dad. Like, he used to have a Texas flag and a Cowboys flag, and the minute that team started struggling, and it could be as early as the second quarter, he'd walk outside pull that flag down and march back in. One time he got a Miles Austin jersey. I'll never forget this. And he literally took it back to the store.
Gotta keep the tag on it. That's right.
So I feel like I have a unique pulse on this fan base. I always just ask myself, what would Tom do? And Tom is not happy right now at the Cowboys.
What are your draft responsibilities? Where are we going to be seeing you?
It's so weird. This is the first year they're not putting me with the Dallas Cowboys. I saw Ed Werder's not there either. He's going to be in Denver. They have me anchoring Good Morning Football from home. So Good Morning Football. Wow. So they're returning this year. So I'll be with Peter Schrager, Kyle Brandt, and Jason McCourty. They'll be in Detroit, and I'll be anchoring from home. So good times.
Awesome. Great job yesterday. You ended up being the star of the press conference with all the Tolos. Thank you for the time this morning and keep killing it.
Love you guys.
Jane Slater, NFL Network on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
Jane's right. It's not as contentious as it seems over there, but there's a little bit of tension with, I think, the...
You misread that. She just said...
No, not with her. That's the thing you got to understand. It's not with her. There is absolutely tension with the subject matter.
Yes. Of course.
Oh, yeah. And that's what I'm saying, that contentiousness that exists, it wasn't towards Jane, but it was towards the topic Jane was trying to talk about.
They were very, yes. They weren't angrily defensive, but it was kind of like half smile defensive when I watched it.
When Jerry says the line, and he says it all the time, I'm smiling when I say this. I want you to think that I think this is funny, but I don't think this is funny.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be elementary here. When he's trying to explain to us, in ABCs how the salary cap works. Like, you guys really, he said it nicely. You guys don't understand it. Here's an explanation for it. And it's like, well, yeah, some of us don't understand it, but more importantly, we don't freaking care about understanding it. That's your job. And what we care is, at the end of the day, how far did you get? And when you keep coming up short, and then you go cheap with it, and then you give us the all-in line, and then insult our intelligence by keep trying to change the definition. Like, I had a lot of Tolos say yesterday made things worse. They hit me up and they're like, I was so enraged, I was so furious, I was so ticked off that yesterday that press conference just made things worse.
Because you know what they did, the equivalent of it? It's like if after the Packers game, like if I would have come on here and all the people who wanted to light up the fan text and go like, oh, is Bobby going to address the Dak thing? Before even seeing those texts, I would have known it, and I sat down and I was like, tell you one thing.
It wasn't his fault.
Dak was great yesterday. Nobody else was, but Dak was great. That's what Jerry did yesterday. All in.
Yeah,
all in.
Yeah, when you start like going with definitions of words and meaning and everything, that's just look. The media can't compete with Jerry and Steven when it comes to financial literacy. The whole reason we got to a man got into this business is because we would have failed out of basic math in college.
Yeah.
We just would have.
Except for Hagelin.
Except for maybe Hagelin. But, so, like, when they start talking about, like, we don't know none of us have any idea how to run a company or, how to do contracts, and we don't know.
Yeah.
So they could get us with that.
But he said anyone who runs their own business, anyone who has their own business, they know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And
any business owner.
And that's what they'll say. And look, I'm sure he's right on that one. We don't know. I don't know. I can't call him on that. But most of us are English majors or minors in this thing, so you can't get us on what the meaning of words are. We got you there.
Here's what I do know, though. 31 other teams are not in the same position you are right now. Or they're not claiming. They're not claiming to be in the same financial position you are.
It's hump day. It's the Expressway. It's commercial free. Our Texas Rangers ticket giveaway is coming up after we chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Oh, what do you do when you have a foot-long tallywhacker?
Oh, my. Hello, kids. Hello, children.
I'll tell you what you don't do. You don't go to yoga class.
Boy, I've been seeing so much Will Chambers hot yoga videos that he's posted. They're making me very uncomfortable.
Will's doing the hot yoga?
Oh, very uncomfortable. I'm going to send Ryan a video to throw up on the fan cam.
Very uncomfortable. A British man found out the hard way that having your foot long flip and flop during Warrior 1 is the fastest way to get kicked out of a yoga class. This guy said it is a curse to have something That presence.
Shut up.
He said it's a curse. He can't. People are scared of it. He can't get dates. And I saw a photo of him. That ain't why he can't get dates.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't. You don't lead with that.
No, you don't lead with
You
it.
can get the date.
Yeah.
I don't think the word spreads about how you spread.
Right.
And it's that's not stopping the first date from happening because that's not coming up.
It's not.
And hopefully not coming up.
Is this the guy?
Let me see him.
Yeah, is this the
You
guy
trying
from
to say he's
Canada?
Fugly?
No, he's British.
Oh. Same thing. Kidding. Oh, yeah. That guy. And he's doing yoga?
He was doing yoga.
He looks like a 40-year-old Mr. Rogers. A 40-year-old overweight Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, he doesn't look like that's a waste. That's a waste.
Yeah.
It really is because there's not much working for him other than that. But yeah, so he goes to yoga and listen, buddy, the 5-inch, 7-inch shorts probably aren't for you. You know, you're gonna have to rock some old school.
Get the boxers Cody sent you.
Yeah, you get the boxers that Cody sent us, the Chill Boys boxers. They're a little bit longer. Okay, you got to cover up. You can't wear regular boxers. You're gonna have to wear a boxer brief if you're gonna wear shorts like that. It's just gonna be out there, and it's gonna make people uncomfortable. And he got kicked out of class. This poor guy, all because he had something a little bigger than he should have.
I want you to look at this, Sean. This is the video that right there. This Will just trembling doing hot yoga.
What is he doing? Why are you posting that? Get a different view, Will. Good gosh.
It looks like he's.
And where is he? Is that a class?
I guess so.
It looks like he made one of his closets.
Will,
like
if you're listening, text us in. Tell us where you were when you were trembling, preparing to receive or whatever you're about to do.
I think you can go to these yoga spots, these hot yoga studios where it's an individual room that you can just go in and you just you can follow a class
Like the
by
video?
yourself. Yeah. Like you just follow a class by yourself. So I think you could do that. Maybe that's what he did. I don't know. It's very, very. Those Will Chambers yoga videos do give me the heebie-jeebies every now and then, man. They really do. They really, really do. Let's talk about one of my favorite subjects, tooting.
I knew it.
A new study is out that because one of the things that people talk about with global warming or let's say they call it climate change. Now they've changed it now. Climate change.
A lot of words.
Is cow toots.
Yeah.
And the methane that cows emit into the ozone.
Oh, I might need to buy some of this like I did my lion pee.
Oh, how'd that work? Did you put it out?
I got a report.
All
right. You got witch doctored.
Oh, I got everything in my Amazon. And I got a fence. Oh, yeah. I got a Tolo coming out yesterday for a fence.
Built
Shout
a
out.
wall?
Nice.
Huh?
So
you built a wall?
Kinda.
A place called CUSP, Curtin University Sustainability Policy in Australia, went through a bunch of reports, did a bunch of studies, and they found that if they could breed cows that flatulate less, releasing less methane, will cut down on greenhouse gases and help curb climate change. Livestock farming accounts for 10% of all greenhouse gas emissions, which is a big thing. If they can cut that out. So what you're going to have is basically, they're trying to breed cows that fart less. I never thought that's an article I would ever read. It is here. It's real. And we are going to have fartless cows.
Didn't you do
in
a
our near future
internship on a farm or something?
I did do it. I did do it. It wasn't an internship, but I did work on a farm in college for 2 weeks. I got enough to get my first paycheck. And I got that paycheck, and I walked right the hell off that farm.
You're like Napoleon Dynamite going to work on the chicken farm for
It was
a day.
awful.
You
It was
paid
awful.
Change.
First day on the job, they gave me a stick, a big, giant, like 2x4. And I said, what is this thing for? And he said, it's to hit the cow if the cow comes charging at you. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, first cow comes at me, and I take this stick, and I went right at its front legs. You think cut the knees out.
You're supposed to swing the stick at the cow?
Yeah, he
I've
said,
never heard
no. I injured the cow.
Oh.
I was supposed to hit him in the head. I was supposed
stun
to
him.
I was supposed to bop the cow in the head. Me, I'm this Italian kid. I'm thinking, hey, take your knees out, man. Let's go. Here we go. All right, like Rocky in Rocky 1. Hey, I got to break your thumbs, So I went right for this cow's knees, took his knees out, injured the dang cow. I don't know if they had to put him down or not, but I walked right off that farm. Enough for one paycheck.
I don't know. Like if the solution to any public policy issue is we need cows that fart less, like I feel like that's a silly issue to be debating.
I think it's a silly issue as well. This is another example, next one, why you do not ask the roster, the body count of your significant other.
Oh, yeah.
This is a...
I asked one of the exes, and basically a roll of toilet paper was needed. The pen ran out of ink.
It's like the Jericho list.
Yes. Yes.
This is
Give
this
me
is
another quill to finish this.
This is from
It's like a CVS receipt.
This is from a wife who writes into a Dear Abby type thing. My husband kept cheating on me to beat my body count. So the backstory is they met when they were in their 20s. In my late teens, early 20s, I went through a promiscuous phase. I had relations with probably 30-something men by the time I was 23.
Ooh, 30.
Boy, I should have said that slower.
Do you know? Do you know? Was that a Trenta?
No, that was your girl, Caitlin Clark. You like that?
Oh,
You like that?
Peyton, do you know Mackenzie's total? Do you know each other's?
Yes.
And I don't want to ask a follow up.
Yeah.
Okay,
I
did
can't
it cause
believe-
a problem?
I can't believe
Did it cause a
Is there an
problem?
insecurity?
Did it cause a problem on either side?
No, because it's the same.
Oh, one.
Yeah.
Sweet.
No, it's all right. Set the over under, and I'll tell you what the answer is.
Oh, wow.
Set the over under.
Hey, be careful. Remember, because you're also gonna, if it's the same, you're gonna be assessing hers too. In the process.
There's no way it's at a certain number. Go ahead.
You're how old? 27, and you were in college for 4 years. Did you live on campus?
Yes, 3.5 years. Graduated.
3.5 years you lived on campus.
Yeah.
Set the over under. I'll give you an easy answer, and I'll be right.
Well,
11 and a half.
I had a girlfriend.
Under. Way under.
Oh, that's disappointing. You had a
Are you
girlfriend,
kidding? 11 and a half.
Yeah, come on.
I don't know if I'm at
UNT.
11. UNT. Oh,
Yeah.
You say the girls are ugly at UNT?
Well, art majors. It's an art school.
He is so...
He just destroyed an entire...
He's gonna get chopping it up.
An entire major.
An entire college.
Typecasted.
The College of Arts and Sciences you just destroyed.
Destroyed and the city of Denton.
Wow. Here at art majors is like hairy armpits there. I don't want to do that.
Wow, Peyton. No. You could have set the over under at
4.5?
7.5, and I would have taken the under. Would I be right? Over under 7.5. I'm taking the under.
Yeah, for mine. Yeah.
Well, and hers. You said it's the same.
Well, I'm not gonna give hers.
You already did, kind of. Wow, bang with
unbelievable.
Nobody is more of an innocent assassin
So he has no idea
than Peyton Russell.
what an assassin. You're social John Wick.
Man.
Is John Wick an assassin? He's not even an assassin.
Yeah, he
is
is.
he assassin?
It's a whole movie of assassins.
Chopping it up here, Hump Day Edition,
Hump Day.
Expressways, commercial free on the fan.
Okay, so we get back to the story. The woman said that her
Yeah, get back to the horse.
her body count
the
was
horse here on the fan.
her body count was 30-something by the time she was 23 years old when they met. His was just at 9. And he said, how many people have you been with? And she was honest because she didn't think that he was the person to judge. But he was so grossed out about it and said, I can't believe you were with that many.
Did that much yoga.
And then, we worked past it, never talked about it again. It's never been a discussion. 7 years married. We don't have children. But over the past 5 years, my husband has been secretly having relations with other women just to meet my body count.
Like that's her expectation, or he said, this is why I'm doing it.
She caught him, and that was his explanation.
I wonder if he can sell that, though. You know how you try to, it's your fault.
Mm-hmm.
It's your fault. I wonder if she's buying that as his excuse. If he can be like, no, I just can never get over that. So I'm gonna cheat until I match the number, and then I'm gonna be exclusive with you. I wonder if she fell for that whatsoever.
Well, she did not. She did not fall for it.
Good.
Yeah, the divorce papers are She just got her paperwork.
They were married.
They were married. So they were married for about 7 years. They got the paperwork. He was overseas, and he was just basically using hookup apps just to have casual relations with other women just to get the body count to where hers was.
Guys will say stupid things, and they'll Hail Mary attempt any of it. I remember one time.
That's not why he did it.
Kristen's sister was dating this guy, and they got in a fight, and he got popped for drunk driving, and he said, "You got to come bail me out. This is your fault. You made me sad, so I was drinking. And then I drove."
Yep.
And then she married the guy.
That's good.
Bobby, we have one more thing to worry about.
And how's that working out right now?
I mean, he's an idiot, but I guess they're still married.
We have one more thing to worry about when we take our flight out to California.
What's our one more thing?
It's not just airplanes falling apart. Nope. Now it's airplanes crashing into each other. We had another one, an episode yesterday. There's an airplane racing down the runway, and all of a sudden, 4 planes decide to cross the runway as they're going down.
Tenerife all over again.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Wow, good reference. And this plane had to slam on its brakes to come to a complete stop. So there you go. Nothing quite like not worrying about the engine falling off or the door being open, but planes being on the runway when you're trying to take off.
Have we seen stories of employees trying this or getting in trouble, and part of your job is to travel for work, saying, "No, I'm not doing it. You can't make me travel because of what's going on out there."
I haven't seen a story of that yet. I haven't seen stories of people refusing. I'm sure it's out there. I'm sure there's 7 billion people on this planet. I'm sure somebody has said, no, I'm not doing that.
I know 2 people who will be saying, "I'm not doing that come July."
Yeah. No Boeing.
Yeah. I mean, Sean doesn't say, Sean, you don't see him as rattled by it. You see him kind of like,
No, I'm worried about tomorrow night with Bassett.
Without Bassett.
Yeah, I'm worried about tomorrow night first. I'm not even worried about training camp yet. I'm worried about how far away from the players we're going to be at training camp with the noise ban.
They are definitely going to be driven up to us on a golf cart.
Yeah.
They are not walking over to us.
That's fine. Whatever.
And there's one last one here. We all seen the movie Office Space with this guy named Michael Bolton.
Mm-hmm. Right. Why should I have to change my name? He's the one that sucks.
He's the one that sucks. Well, let me introduce you to Taylor Swift. Poor girl. Having a name like Taylor Swift. She says she can't get jobs. No one will hire her because they want media showing up. They don't want all the calls coming in.
What?
Nobody will hire her.
Change your name.
She's from England. She says she is having a terrible time trying to find a job. And there's other thing. Look, she's 20 years old. Taylor Swift wasn't out yet. Taylor Swift wasn't a thing when let's see, Mary and Peter Swift named their daughter Taylor before she became the huge star. I feel bad for this girl. I feel really, really bad. Yeah, I can't think of a worse name to have. There's no of a famous person because that is the most popular.
Bill Cosby, maybe.
Okay. Fair. Very fair.
There's a lot of Mike Jordans out there, or Michael Jordan. There are.
Yeah, there are. That's true. But Taylor Swift's a very unique name.
Let's hook you up for turning it on, leaving it on today, tomorrow, and Friday. This is happening on the Fan.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your World Series champion Texas Rangers take on the Washington Nationals on May 1st. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Nathan Eovaldi replica postseason jersey presented by Nolan Ryan Beef. And it's also dollar hot dog night at the ballpark. Get tickets and information now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Mavs even up the series. We wrong about Jason Kidd compared to what NBA players think of him? And did the Dallas Stars actually outplay Vegas in Game 1 as we get ready for Game 2 tonight? That's next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the official barbecue of the morning show and the World Series champs. It's Hurtado with my man Brandon leading the way.
has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
On with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Doncic, 5 to shoot. Against Harden. Doncic lines it up. It goes! He is that guy!
Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. We are even as the Dallas Mavericks get a road win in Los Angeles, even with the return of Kawhi Leonard. When they announced that Kawhi was playing, what was your initial reaction? I was really, really surprised. Then I was like, uh-oh.
I went right to the betting line to see what it was. And it went to Clippers minus 1.5. That's like a 4-point jump. It was like 3.5, I think.
And that's what it was the first time. Showed your faith and dedication in Dallas by betting them immediately?
No, I didn't bet the game. I try to stay away from NBA bets as much as I can. I just don't bet NBA and MLB at
Except
all.
you made 2 bets on the series.
Yeah. Those are series bets. Yeah, like the futures I'll do, but individual game bets, I think it's just too hard the way the league is now, where it's so 3-point shooting dominant. Like if you're off that night, you're just off. Like I think it's very tough to do.
Felt like CJ from San Andreas was like, ish. Here we go again. I was like, here we go.
The movie with The Rock in it?
No, it's the Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. That's the famous quote from CJ in that video game. But the idea being like, okay, all right, he's going to step up. He's going to be available. You had your one shot to win this and the one game that he was going to miss. And now he's going to bounce back. And it's going to be it's like what we were looking at the other night with Stone coming back for the Golden Knights, where it's like, okay, how hurt were you? You bounced back. You look completely fine now. Great. But ultimately, I mean, he looked like he had rust. I mean, the whole Clippers team looked rusty.
Rank the players in the series in order. 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel injury attorney text line.
Like the way they've played in the series to date, or just in general?
In general. The way they will
Luca
play
1,
moving forward.
Luca 1, Kawhi 2. Kyrie, and then...
Any Kawhi, Kyrie indecision, or... No, you're good.
No, I mean, if Kawhi's, like if we're going for the whole course of the year and everything, I'm assuming health. I'll take Kawhi. But then after Kyrie, it's
Paul George
or Harden. But either one, they're going to be the next two.
I mean, I think Paul George and probably Harden next. But I don't know. I mean, Harden's clearly not Harden anymore.
Well, who else would you put above Harden?
PJ Washington, if he shoots like he did last night in the fourth quarter, Sean.
I mean, look, let's just say normal PJ, like you don't know, there's an inconsistency. I mean, you might get the next 4 guys that are Clippers.
Okay, so
right, it might be Kyrie, and then any order of Harden, George, Zuby.
Yeah, does Zubats keep playing the way he has been?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he's been bullied. I honestly thought 0 chance there's an advantage for
the interior,
the Clippers heading into the series with Zubats. Like either Luca's gonna, punish him, or they're gonna be able to bounce back with having Lively and Gafford, in a tandem up against Zubats, and he's completely worked them these first 2 games other than some foul trouble.
Look how much bigger he looks than Gafford. Like the jump ball yesterday, it was like, okay, Zubats, and then he goes down court and he's just banging away and just hammering the Mavs big guys. And it's just like, oh my gosh, like he's that much bigger and physically imposing than Lively or Gafford. And Gafford is just getting beat up. I was happy that he came back because when he had the lower back that was bothering him, I was like, uh-oh, this may go ahead and take him out. But I think that guy is a warrior. But yeah, Luca, Kawhi, Kyrie, Paul George, Harden, I would probably say Zubats.
And then you're gonna then you get an inconsistent guy. Then you get an either an aging Westbrook or PJ Washington or Gafford when his mind's right. I mean, you get there's a lot of different options there after that. But yeah, I think it's the top three are pretty set.
I mean, look, I bet a lot of people are going to argue Kyrie over Kawhi on the fan text. I bet.
There might be some, but if you're just talking about we're assuming everybody's healthy, like to me, that's still not a discussion.
Okay, but like, you can go ahead, Peyton. Let's see if I'm proven correct again.
817 has quite the list. Luca, Kyrie, Harden, Kawhi, PG.
Okay.
Has Kawhi 4. 972 has Luca, Kawhi, Kyrie, PG, Harden, and then Russ is the 6th.
Okay. So I think the lesson in all this is they can be deeper. They can have the better players in terms of a ranking standpoint, but you got the big dog. And we saw the big dog last night in the fourth quarter. You saw the big dog participate defensively. And that is a lot of the leading headlines throughout the entire country. Luka's defense leads the Mavs to a victory. It almost irritates me a little bit to know what he's capable of. And he's like, okay, I'm going to try. I'm going to try defensively in this game. But then you can try to go ahead and give him a pass and say, well, he's got to save it for the offensive end and hitting the dagger threes to beat the Clippers.
Yeah, I mean, when he shows effort, he's not any sort of a black hole out there on defense. Like there were times, even when, like I'll just take an example from early 2000s, Steve Nash could try, and it didn't really matter. Like he was going to get worked every single time down the floor.
Physically, he was limited.
Yeah, Luka's not like obviously a speedster.
Monster.
He's not like an agile athlete who can make a lot of plays athletically, but just his size and his strength that he has, like he is somebody who, if the willingness is there, can be a decent enough defender, and he's done that to this point. And I think that since the trade deadline, you're seeing a more involved and a more motivated Luka on defense, and one who honestly this is the best year I think we can say for Luka's conditioning over the course of an entire season that we've seen. And I think it's paying off with the effort.
Did last night feel like a 3-point game, or that the Mavs were more in control?
No, I mean because it was back and forth. Like the Clippers were up 6 at one point, right? 7.
Yeah,
it was
late.
7.
But did you ever feel like the Mavs okay, we're about to be down 0-2? I never felt like that.
Down 6 in the fourth, I was like, this needs to turn around.
Well, I may have been half groggy and not realizing they were down 6.
I was like,
73-67 or something like that.
Yeah,
or
it's like this needs to turn around pretty quick. But by the end of it, no, Dallas was like, that was not a 3-point game. I mean, literally, Paul George hit one at the very end of the game, a 3 to make it. Like go, that was a 6-point finish, basically.
Yeah, because it was like at 73-67, I think the Mavs won like a 16-4 run, and then that basically put it away.
Let's finish up the NBA player poll that came out from The Athletic. Yesterday we were talking about MVP. They had Luka in a distant third as well. They had LeBron catching MJ as the greatest of all time. They're picking Wembanyama to build their team around. Some of the ones we didn't get to. What's your favorite arena to play in? MSG, with Boston finishing second. What's your least favorite arena to play in? Detroit, followed by Charlotte, and that's because of crowd and attendance.
Malice at the Palace, they'll fight you there.
Despite what Denver should be the number one most feared then with the Jokic brothers.
I'm surprised Denver isn't higher because of the elevation.
Least likely to play?
Yeah. I can't imagine most people like to go there.
Which current coach, aside from your own, would you most want to play for? I wanted to see if Kidd would end up high on this list. Spoelstra's one at 20%. Popovich, number 2 at 19, despite Bobby's hatred of him.
Well, despite the change in type of player too. I mean, there's a similarity between him and Belichick, and he ain't winning. He ain't winning without.
I think
without
players
Tim Duncan.
love him, though, a lot more than Belichick was liked by his own players.
Mm-hmm.
Popovich needs them to go out to dinner with him to justify his wine addiction. So he goes and buys them crazy, elaborate, awesome dinners.
Pop is kind of a jerk, but like it's a jerk to everybody outside. He doesn't seem like he's he doesn't seem like he's too hard on the players themselves. Like Belichick.
Steve Kerr 9% that guys would want to play for. Ty Lue 7%. Man, the Ty Lue love with this series is through the roof. Richard Jefferson, out of bounds plays, being a tactician. Then Michael Malone, Doc Rivers at 5%, Jason Kidd 2.3%. Tied with Mike Brown, Will Hardy, Joe Mazzulla, Tom Thibodeau, and Ime Udoka. So there's J Kidd only getting 2.3% of the vote. Which current coach, aside from your own, would you least want to play for? Tom Thibodeau destroyed everyone, is the most hated. 47%. And Doc was second at 9%.
Oh.
So there's Doc.
Boy,
up there.
that's quite a reputation to. I mean, he's obviously been in the league for a while, but that means that poll was taken sometime in the last 2 months, and it was enough of an impression for people to go like, "Geez, I would not want to play for Doc."
Who's going to win the championship? 56% of the league voted on Denver. 34% voted on the Celtics. The Clippers came in tied for third with the Oklahoma City Thunder at 2.5%. The Dallas Mavericks got 0.8% of the player vote on winning the championship, tied with the Lakers and the Kings. What letter grade do you give the refs this year? What do you think the players gave the referees?
You could not give them any more than a B.
B plus.
C, 48%. B, 27%. 3% gave them an A. And then 13.5% gave them a D. 8% gave the referees an F. Which letter grade would you give Adam Silver?
A.
46%. 46.2 gave him an A. 46.9 gave him a B. Not one player of the hundreds that they interviewed and talked to, not one gave him a D or an F.
Yeah, he panders.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yep.
He look, I mean,
Worst
not
commissioner
one.
in sports.
Worst commissioner?
Yep, worst commissioner in sports.
Whoa.
The dude is all about pandering to players instead of doing what is right and healthy for the league.
Well,
The
their
players are
numbers that they put out, revenues and attendance and ratings are all up through the roof. Even though
so
it doesn't.
so is Caitlin Clark too. I know.
Who is your favorite current non-NBA athlete?
Oh, Bobby, wait for this one.
13% said Lamar Jackson. Caitlin Clark, 6.1%.
Oh, my God. She's second. She finished second, Bobby.
Finished second, and she got her Nike deal.
She got her Nike deal.
You like that?
8 years, $28 million, her own shoe. I was surprised because I was like, wait a second. So I wanted to see what the biggest contract a female athlete has ever gotten from Nike. She wasn't close. Serena got 8 for 55. Maria Sharapova got 8 for 70. She wasn't close.
Well, she shouldn't match Serena. Serena's the greatest of all time.
I'm not saying she should, but they're
opposite color and race in a sport dominated by white people.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Serena's like
Sharapova got more than Serena did.
Yeah.
That would surprise me.
Blondes.
But also
sex appeal.
to get half, because what she did,
you thought it would have been higher.
It would have been higher because now
they can't fake inflate those numbers. Those numbers are going to be what they are,
unless we were completely misguided on what the impact of her playing in those games were.
You're kidding?
Because
Bobby,
otherwise, because we watched Caitlin Clark more than we watched Maria Sharapova.
Yes,
by a wide margin.
One NBA player said her game is her game is so pretty to watch. She's so fluid and smooth. I hadn't watched a full game of hers until the tournament. I'd seen little clips and highlights, but watching her against UConn, she definitely made a big fan out of me.
That seems like sexist language, saying her game's pretty to watch. Would you say that about a male player?
Wow.
Would you say Wembanyama's pretty to watch? You male chauvinist pig?
Care to guess who the third most?
If I hit this list,
athlete?
Dan Orlovsky.
No, but
Who?
this goes to show you the European impact on the league.
Oh, Messi?
No.
Go ahead.
Djokovic.
That's not the best part of this.
Huh?
The best part is someone voting for Cousins.
Oh, yeah.
And the quote on Kirk Cousins is, he gets paid and doesn't have to win or doesn't have to do anything. Made $400 million for one playoff win. Legend.
That's the same guy who voted Paul Pierce as the GOAT and Wembanyama is...
Yeah, but at least this is making fun of Cousins.
No, I know, but that's a guy that is the same ballot.
We have breaking news in the world of college football, and were we wrong about the Stars getting outplayed in Game 1? That's next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Of the R8 loss, that's soda, Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And we're also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Breaking news in the world of college football that I have never really cared about.
Me neither.
The breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today. Reggie Bush is getting his Heisman Trophy back, according to Pete Thamel, with a formal reinstatement of the trophy coming today. The decision comes amid what the Heisman Trust calls enormous changes in the college football landscape. Air high five.
Air high five. What
Yay,
do you do?
Reggie.
Why haven't you cared about this either, like me?
Because he already had the trophy without having the trophy. You don't need to have the trophy to have the trophy.
Wrong. This actually, that's why this matters. That's why it always mattered to take away the Astros trophy. Whenever everybody said, like, who cares? Everybody knows they won. What does it matter if they have it? It clearly matters. And Reggie Bush was the biggest example of that because it mattered to him.
The only thing it matters for is if he could sell it or not. He's the Heisman. We all know. We all saw it. The fans don't root for trophies. They root for memories. That's all that matters.
Yeah, and the memory of you had it taken away from you has lived on longer than Reggie won it.
I would not even...
You wouldn't be mad. Come on. You wouldn't be mad if you don't have the Heisman Trophy sitting in your house.
Oh, I would love to have the trophy.
You don't care. So that means you don't care that you don't have a Dallas Mavericks ring because you called the post game.
I care for because I would have hawked that thing years ago. Okay, that's all I care about. But like, yeah, if they were to take away if they were to take away Tennessee's 1998 national championship banner, I'd be like, cool, man, I saw it, I was there. I don't need the banner.
No. Again, it's not the banner. It's you take it away and you vacate it on the record books.
You can't vacate it from my memory. I was at the Fiesta
But you do
Bowl.
care.
You can't vacate Peerless Price going over top and making Keith Jackson eat his own poop after he just stole the Heisman for Peyton Manning the year before. Okay? You can't take that memory away from me. I was there.
It matters. Are you telling like
that's not why though I haven't cared about it. I haven't cared about Reggie losing his trophy because like he broke the rules. Like those are the rules at the time. So because of NIL, Reggie's getting the trophy back, like impermissible benefits, and the family wasn't supposed to be getting hooked up.
Yeah, does Dez get to go back to Oklahoma State now?
Taking things behind the scenes. I don't know.
He is the greatest Bush in the history of college, though. Like, and that's something that
I don't know. I could
what
count
are the
a few
other candidates?
I don't know. Just he's
no, go ahead. You may want to make a little stupid joke, so follow up with it. Now follow up with your sports
point. That's exactly my point. There's nobody else even in the realm.
Oh, that's your point.
I went to college in the 90s. I can name a few.
Yeah. So SMU, right? SMU, like all that should be retracted with what happened to them.
Yeah, reverse the death penalty. Yeah, just do it all.
I mean that.
I mean, that's what schools are doing. So SMU,
so they didn't. I don't
retract it all. Take it back.
They didn't have a championship that they took away from SMU. They gave them the death penalty, which killed the program.
So they should get like 15 more scholarships than everybody else to make up for it.
Like, hey, all that money you just paid to get into the ACC here. We'll give it back to you.
We'll give it back to you. It's the same premise.
It's the reverse death penalty.
It's the same premise.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
Well, it's the same premise in terms of
the landscape has changed.
The landscape has changed.
We should go ahead and make good on the past with it. It's what you always talk about with your speeding ticket.
If you had a
they don't go back and change.
Right.
They made the speed limit higher.
Right. If they go back, because I had a speeding ticket 1 year on 114 in Roanoke, way back in the day, it was like a 55-mile-an-hour spot, and now it's 65. Should I be able to go back and get that money back?
Yeah. Now, unless you would just want to argue, which many will, it was always stupid to have rules against the impermissible benefits, to give players cars, to illegally recruit, to give houses. If you always thought that, you didn't care about the different advantages that those provided, then you think Reggie should always have the trophy to begin with. But I'm like, okay, those things are like recruiting advantages that some schools can't match and pay.
I mean, look, they were the rules. You got to play by the rules, whether or not you find that. I find some speed limits dumb. But if I get a ticket, like, it's my own fault. Like, I got to own it. I think 0.08 is maybe a little bit too low, right? Maybe it should be 0.09, right? Whatever the number should be.
Okay,
there's still the rule, right? I mean, you gotta abide by the rules.
Okay, but like, let's take it to a more direct, more controversial one, because I don't think most people care about the speeding ticket one. The idea of like all these, not to get political or legal or whatever else, all these
death penalty on
no, all these sentences over like
Weed.
marijuana.
Yeah.
Like, would you be in favor of reversing them once the law changes? Like, well, we're gonna go ahead and reduce your sentence.
Yes.
So that's more the comparison for a sports, and obviously it's a much more, the gravity behind that is bigger than a Heisman Trophy, but I think it's the same sort of thought process.
Yeah,
I don't have an issue with that. I again, I mean, yeah, it goes back to like what rules did Reggie break himself? Like, you know, what did he specifically break?
Yeah.
Versus I think it was the school gave his parents a house or something like that. All right. Okay. That now that's obviously a problem. Is that Heisman Trophy worthy?
Yeah. Are we going to go back and
they acted like he was the only Heisman Trophy winner that ever took in permissible benefits.
What happened with the Fab Five? Did they get anything taken away off the record books?
Yeah, banners taken down. The Final Four.
Put them back up then.
Yes, because guess what? I don't need the UMass doesn't need
undo the timeout that Chris Webber
taken
called.
Down.
Undo all of it. Put it back.
So
we deserve it all. Everybody deserves it all back.
That's the breaking news. Reggie Bush is going to get his Heisman. What?
I can't read. I genuinely did not mean to laugh. Somebody on Fantex said something bad.
Deion Sanders getting attacked over clicks.
Boy, is he. So Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon, had the
rooted in substance.
Had the fantastic. He was like, "Come on in, ABC cameras," before Colorado and Oregon played each other.
Really good quote.
He's like, "Come on in. I'm going to give this fiery pregame speech," and he hit him with the line. He hit Colorado with the line. He goes, "They're fighting for clicks. We're fighting for wins. It's different." And it was like, oh boy. So the other day, the Colorado Buffaloes lost a massive recruit, Cormani McClain, who was the top-graded corner high school recruit coming out in 2023. Big-time commitment that Deion got. He announced that he's entering the transfer portal. It was a big miss for them, and he dropped a line that seemed very reminiscent when he posted a social media video talking about why he was transferring.
Change the narrative of everyone's thinking on my name. Be a part of a real and a great program that's going to impact me at my best ability. And yeah, ready to get to a new place and get to work. Yeah, I feel like I just don't want to play for the Clicks. I actually want to be involved with a great leading program that's going to develop players.
Don't want to play for clicks.
Ooh. So he drops the Dan Lanning line. So to me, like, it's one thing when Deion is flipping the roster upside down on his own and going like, I'm changing the culture and I'm doing things different like that. When you're talking about a big time prospect that just bought into your whole messaging a year ago, bails on the program, and he's quoting Dan Lanning's "Hit 'Em Up" diss track that he dropped in a locker room before they beat your ass on national television. That's a problem. That's a massive, massive L for Deion and the whole like perspective of what he's building there.
Yeah, and look, does Deion really care? I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose a good player. That said, he'll find somebody else in the portal to get him. Like that's kind of how Deion operates. But it is kind of a mess over there. For all the publicity, it is kind of a mess. Like they've got a first-round draft pick quarterback, and they can't win in the Pac-12.
Dude, I mean, like, so they just announced
First year.
just yesterday. Dylan Edwards, who's one of the big stars, along with Travis Hunter and Shedeur Sanders of that opening game against TCU. He scored like 3 touchdowns. His workload lightened the rest of the way. But Dylan Edwards, the running back, he announced that he was entering the transfer portal. And Dylan Edwards was a 4-star recruit who had been committed to Kansas State for a long time. When Deion got to Colorado, he flipped because Deion coached him in youth football. So now you're talking about people that Deion has known since like middle school that he has relationships with, going like, I want out of here. In fact, the top 4 running backs on their depth chart in Colorado have all entered the transfer portal.
4?
All of the top 4 running backs on their depth chart have hit the portal.
Maybe the Cowboys can grab one. As
I mean, they are going to have Shedeur here, and Deion's going to be coaching.
Arkansas is going to get him.
Oh, Jerry's going to.
Yeah, Jerry's
Arkansas. No, he's paying for Arkansas basketball. He doesn't give a damn about throwing another Matt Jones out for the Arkansas football team.
Brett Boone will join us at 9:20 to talk about the Rangers and his brother getting tossed because of a fan. Here on your home of the World Series champs. He is the host of the Brett Boone podcast and Odyssey. original. Brett Boone, 920 Hump Day edition. PK Subban on the Pat McAfee show said the Stars wasted a big opportunity in Game 1.
Well, for any Dallas fan that's complaining about anything, you shouldn't be complaining about anything, because last night you had an opportunity to win Game 1 on home ice. Thompson was letting everything but like beach balls in from left, right, and center, and they couldn't capitalize on it. So, listen, there's still the game within the game. I don't care how your roster looks. You still got to go out and play, right? You still got to go out and execute. And Vegas, for me, you know what? They did everything within the rules. So you can't listen, whether it's his spleen, his back. I'm going to tell you, last year people had an issue with it. I've had back injuries in my career. Nobody's figured out backs. You can put surgery. You can
Football
do it
hasn't either.
No one's figured them out. Exactly. No one's figured them out. So you can't sit here and tell me that the player's not injured or he's faking it or whatever. That's insane. You can't say that in a contact sport. I mean, this is the toughest sport. I think Mark Stone's proven that he's pretty tough and that he's a winner and he's a gamer. So you can't do that. And Vegas, listen, they utilized the system. They brought in the right players. Listen, you can free up the cap space and bring in the wrong players too. So you got to give their organization credit for how they've continued to make this team better year in and year out.
They are the better team.
That's the second. Hagelin talked about this yesterday, about how he thought the Stars were the better team in Game 1, and I was like, really? I didn't feel or see that. I know there was a lot of talk about that in the second period. Hagelin knows more hockey than I do, but
second half of the third. So within the last 8 minutes, I thought they were better. But also, how much of that was, Vegas was trying to hang on. They didn't want to get caught because they had gotten caught twice already in this game. Once in transition, Ben got open, and then there was a turnover in their own zone. I don't think Vegas was trying to push the issue, and I don't think they were actually trying to get, to score. They were trying to hold on.
I just feel like none of us came in saying, they stole one. Vegas stole it. We said they deserved it.
Moneypuck.com, Sean. It said expected goals, 3.5 for the Stars, 3 for the Golden Knights. I think that matters. I'm just saying, Money Puck. Add it to your prep, Sean.
I think some of that may have been because the Stars got
equal
on even strength goals, right?
I don't know. Stars got equal with expected goals like 20 minutes in the game. I know plenty. Here's what I do know. Listen to PK Subban talk, by the way. He does have the voice and the delivery of one of these guys of call my bet line to get my free parlay pick today.
Did the Dallas Cowboys reveal their Dak plan yesterday in that whatever you want to call the press conference that took place on this radio station? Next and Below the Belt right here on The Fan.
Get you healthy, boys and girls. QC Kinetics. Any kind of pain you've got, any kind of joint pain, knees, hips, back, shoulders, elbows, ankles, wherever it may be, head on over to QC Kinetics, just like I did. I went to QC Kinetics for right shoulder and right elbow pain. I had it a couple of years back, about 3 years ago. Well, it was cured by QC Kinetics. Then the left side started to bark. Yeah, I'm just getting old. Left elbow, left shoulder, cured by QC Kinetics in just 2 sessions. It's very, very simple. It's a free consultation, a free second opinion. If you've been told you need surgery, on that elbow, that knee, hip, back, wherever, see if QC Kinetics can help you out first. You don't necessarily need to have surgery. What you need is to get healthy again. Get those natural biologics, the regenerative options, allows your body's own healing properties to target those aching joints. 972-972-8610. 972-972-8610. No drugs, no steroids, no surgery, no downtime. 972-972-8610.
Coming up today.
you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Dealer in the world, more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt. Go pop a pill.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt. Don't make me
take off my belt. We're not. Who will blink first? Jerry Jones doesn't seem like it's going to be him. He says, no siree. I'm willing to stand in, let the leaves fall. Boy, he's making a lot of, you got the all-in, chips fall where they may, the leaves fall where they may.
Yeah.
He is big in the analogies and the references and everything else this year.
All right, so y'all talked me into the leaves falling when it comes to paying and extending Dak, CD, and Micah being about the other players throughout the league.
Mm-hmm.
So let's take each one real quick. So the leaves falling for Dak. Would that be Jared Goff getting high 40s, low 50s, and then going to Prescott and saying, that's your number?
I bet that's a leaf. Yes, I absolutely. I mean, you're in the same position. You're a starter, same draft class. And look, here's what's going to happen. Now, Dak's agents may say they don't care, but like this is if I was the Joneses, I'd be like, this guy's been to 2 NFC championship games and a Super Bowl, and he's only getting 50, whatever it is.
Right. Why would you get 60?
Why would you get 60? Like if I was negotiating against Dak, that's exactly what I was saying. And if I was Dak's agent, I would say, well, this, and this, and
I'm better than him.
What is this, and this? I want you to make the argument for Dak against Jared Goff right now, Chop.
Well, I'm in more commercials than Jared. And,
no, you know what he's going to go in there and say?
I'm more injured than Jared, and I lose to Green Bay more often than Jared. And I come up.
No, you asked Bobby.
I come up smaller in playoff games, so I need the more money.
No, you know what Todd France would say genuinely if they tried to throw Jared Goff at him, he would say, "Oh, the quarterback that Sean McVay said I can't win with this guy, and he purged him. Doesn't matter." That does not matter.
Okay,
You're talking about a quarterback that you have chosen. I'm saying what he would say. He said, this is a guy that you didn't walk away from. You invested and you've determined, like the Rams, one organization has already said, I can't do anything with that guy. A team that then, by the way, after purging him, won a Super Bowl.
I think that's a dumb argument.
They would come at it with like look, if you want to talk, when that Hembo article you sent us, where it's like
ESPN producer.
Yeah. The flaw in that sort of thing is, who also falls under that then as a failure, a miss in that list? Amari Cooper, Khalil Mack, guys like that, because it's like, well, you couldn't come to a deal, you get traded. If Micah were to get traded sometime in the next year, he'd be considered a failed pick.
Oh, there's absolutely flaws in that list, and I've already got my going through it for tomorrow for things to look at, because like if you take number 1 picks out overall, it changes the whole thing.
So let's look at the Leafs, the CD leaf.
I believe they're leaves, not Leafs.
Leaves, shut up.
Unless it's Toronto.
And then Stephen Jones said, you don't think the agents for CD, Jamar Chase, and Justin Jefferson are talking? Let's go through those leaves and how that would affect the Cowboys' offer to Lamb. Because to me, when Justin Jefferson gets his money, CD, that's a more expensive price tag. Unless the Cowboys, which they would be right to say, go and be like, yo, man, you're not Justin Jefferson, so you got to come in right under. So Justin Jefferson is going to get 32 to 35? That's what we're thinking?
No. 37.
37?
Yep.
Oh, my gosh.
Because if you talk about percentage of the cap growing, he's going to be...
Why in the
Tyreek
hell would you want to wait for that? Now, Lamb's not going to get 37 or more than that, but then he's going to be like, okay, well, then I want 34. Because right now the leapfrog is what, 31, 32? So why would they want the Justin Jefferson leaf to fall? Answer that for me. That makes zero sense to me.
It may not be the Jefferson leaf. They may want the Jamar Chase.
Well, guess what? Jamar Chase is going to get more than Lamb.
You think so?
At the very least, I mean, people would put Jamar over CD.
I don't think right now. I think a lot of people would have CD. I think more people would say CD over Jamar right now. Not Justin, but Jamar.
Okay. So let's say Jamar gets 30, but you don't know. Since he may be like, we love you, so 34.
That's
and then Lamb gets 34 instead of, again, what's the high market API right now for wideout?
It's Tyreek Hill at 30.
Okay. So offer him 32.
It's because they look at it and they say Tyreek got 30 in 2022 or whatever it was.
And the cap
has grown to this amount. So Tyreek's 30 in today's NFL is 36. And if Jefferson is better than Tyreek, like if that's what Jefferson's people are going to argue, they're going to say, I need 1 million more than what Tyreek would get in today's NFL. So that would be 37. And then CD would say, okay, that has fallen. I need 35. I'll come in under Tyreek and I'll come in under Jefferson, but I need 35.
Micah? What's the Micah leaf?
That's a Bosa.
Micah is the leaf for everyone else. That's the concerning thing right there is that, you may be waiting on that one because you don't know if you like exactly what you want to do with that.
Their whole premise, from my understanding, which could be wrong, is let's let a deal come in lower than what we think. The NFL is telling us what the next numbers are going to be. It's the most predictable APY in any sport, except for the NBA when you can go to max. Like, we know it's going to be higher, but for some reason their thinking is, no, let's let the number come in possibly lower so that we can offer lower. But I'm like, no, it's going to come in higher, and then Lamb's agent is going to match it or go higher and end up costing you. That's what I do not understand.
I think I wonder this. Like, let's just say the Cowboys sign Micah right now, as opposed to in 2 years when the cap goes up and his percentage of the cap would go up. Let's say they sign him right now to whatever the number $1 million over the top edge rusher that there is.
Yeah.
In 2 years, would he not want to hold out? Would he not want to renegotiate because, well, my percentage of the cap is now too low? So you'd be stuck paying anyway? Is that how it work?
No, because people generally, like those holdouts don't typically happen once you've got your... It's kind of just an unspoken agreement of like, hey, you're going to play ball with like the growth of the cap and get paid. And so that's why quarterbacks don't... Dak at $40 million now, as much as nobody wants to hear this, I'm sorry, Dak relative to the market is underpaid now.
Yes.
Like that's the reality of it.
So here's the other thing.
No matter if you think he's the guy or not, people out there, I know there are people out there on the fan text freaking out, understand relative to the market, he's become underpaid. And that's always the expectation when you sign something, which is why it's good to get it done.
Does Dak really want a contract now?
I don't know that Dak really wants a contract here. He might be evaluating that.
Let's say he did. Because wouldn't he get more money next year? And he's like, all right, I'll just take my whatever my number, $46 million this year. And I could sign today for 58.
They don't
or I could wait a year and I could sign for 65 or 70.
They don't think the cap's going to explode next year like it did this year.
Not if you
it's going to be a lot more modest growth.
And if you go 10-7, the rest of the league may not be falling over themselves to pay you high 50s.
Maybe not, but find me the quarterback that's won 10 games 4 years in a row.
I mean, I will always point to the quarterback position. Remember, you had somebody who hadn't played in a year and a half, was completely rusty, was coming off essentially rape allegations, and ended up getting paid the most guaranteed money in the history of the NFL, and had 2 first-round draft picks traded for him. Like, people are always going to go after a quarterback, to me. Like, that's kind of how it falls down. And that's not Dak I'm talking about. I'm talking about with the Watson thing. when everything went down with Deshaun Watson. And so, Jerry yesterday, this is Cut 17. If you're wondering why they're waiting a little bit, sometimes it's just because Jerry's going to do things when he pleases.
I've spent my life being an option quarterback, and I can go right out to the damn sideline and still leave a pitch in me. So I can do that, and that's just a style that you have. And so you never know. You might give money to somebody that you shouldn't have given it to. You got 2 or 3 of those names around here for me. I've been reading about them all week. So I know they're out there. I shouldn't have handed it off as quick. Should have gone on out and seen a few more. See some more defense before I either pitched it or kept it. So to say that you're not working on it and going is not the right answer. What they differ with you is your style, because it's on your mind. It'd be madness not to know that the contracts are ahead. I want to see a few more cards played, candidly. If you got trouble with when the timing is around here, it's because I'm not ready to go.
Ooh. Reference a couple of other things, like we may be willing to wait and want to see players perform. He brought that up. And then he brought up the Randy Gregory thing. He didn't say Gregory, it was Gregory, where he's talking about we traded out Randy's salary. Sometimes you may want 2 or 3 players for that one salary at the same exact position. And I'm like, okay, who does that apply to here? Who are you threatening?
Right.
Not a serious threat.
No, but like when he said pie a couple years ago, who are you trying to stress with your pie comment?
So who was that directed towards yesterday? Are you saying like we don't have to pay CeeDee Lamb that money? We can get 3 players for Lamb. We can get 3 players for that. We can get 3 players for Micah. They ain't applying to any of them, unless maybe it's number 4 and ain't applying to the other 2. Don't be suggesting any Randy Gregory analogy for them. I don't know who else he's talking about.
No, I mean, like if you don't have Dak around, you're using a rookie quarterback, and you're going to get a ton of players because you're going to save $60 million. Now there's going to be a production drop off. Like it'll be growing pains. You're probably resetting the entire roster at that point.
There was a couple years ago, I know one of the factors here people have talked about is Todd France and the negotiation with France and how ugly that one got. And look, the Cowboys historically have not been big fans of Todd France, even before this negotiation. He's just somebody who can be kind of a pain in the ass. That's why he's good at his job. But his agent, Todd France, is like the anti-Drew Rosenhaus. He does not put himself out there. He does not talk to many people. If Todd France was sitting across from you at a football game, you probably wouldn't recognize him. And that's the way that he wants it. But in 2007, shortly after the draft, or in 2017, shortly after the draft in 2017, he gave an interview to Zach Klein at WSB TV in Atlanta. That's one of the guys that he is close with. And I thought it was relevant to flash back to this clip while we're talking about Dak's negotiation and how ugly things went last time. This was Todd France talking about just because a big-time negotiation with a team went sour the last time, that is completely in a vacuum, and it will not apply to future negotiations with that team.
Obviously, emotions can take over, but it's business, and you can't keep one negotiation that may have gone bad and have that bring that back up into the next negotiation. I think you learn from it. You learn team styles, you learn teams' tactics, how they go about things, so you're prepared for knowing what could potentially happen for the next situation. But holding grudges and all that kind of stuff, no. And I'm not a big fighter in the contract negotiations. I will say I don't agree with basically everything that they say, and they don't agree with anything we say, but we find the right way to work through it and to find the happy mediums to make sure that we feel like we won and they feel like they got the player that they needed.
So Todd France says, if you're worried about any holdover from ugly negotiations a couple years ago, no, clean slate. But he is going to remember how you negotiated last time, and he's going to adjust accordingly.
Below the belt with the NFL Draft tomorrow. Path to the Draft brought to you by Pluckers and Zero Res. Is history telling us that we're wrong about our Mavs over Clippers predictions? Final hour, Hump Day edition, as the Mavs win Game 2. Next.
Let's get you over to K.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
With Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final seconds, George gonna fire it up. Hits at the horn. Dallas gets the equalizer. Big road win for the Mavericks in Los Angeles. And this first round series is tied at 1-1.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The Dallas Mavericks, the first team in the Western Conference to win a road playoff game with a 96-93 win over the Clippers in Los Angeles, despite Kawhi Leonard's return. Good morning, Metroplex. Coffee a little extra strong this morning. If you stayed up till midnight, get ready for it again. 8:50 puck drop this evening for the Dallas Stars in Vegas, Game 2. But all the headlines here, I'm getting a little bit worried that the media is going to cause Luca to be targeted now. I'm a little bit worried because every damn headline, ESPN.com will never again in the history of their existence have the top story, Luca's defense leads Mavs to win. Never will that ever happen again. So. But Tim McMahon, his column, his profile, it's all on how all these defenders against Luka couldn't score. James Harden was locked down. So is that going to put a little extra pressure on Luka to go ahead and play this level of defense, which he did play like early on. It was noticeable. It's like, oh my gosh, okay, he's accepting some challenges right here. He is more capable of this than the entire world thinks, and J-Kid praised him for it after.
Yeah, I think his defense has been great this whole series, understanding that we know that they're going to put him in every pick and roll. And a couple of years ago, we saw this, and, he's made understand that we had to tell him to participate, but I think he's participating at a high level on both ends. We need him on the offensive end, but we also need him on the defensive end, and he's been able to do that here in the first 2 games.
They love to call it hunting. Remember Phoenix? It was like, go at him in the playoff series. The Clippers shot 37% from the floor, their lowest field goal percentage of the entire season. 2 of 17 when Luca was the primary defender. Missed all 11 shots that Luca contested. James Harden, who Luca defended the most last night, 1 of 5. And I'm just hoping that the Clippers aren't going to be like, put up every headline like the Cowboys do when they show what we tweet and what we say,
right? And
say, y'all turn him into Dennis Rodman out here. Y'all turn this guy into Bruce Bowen. Are you going to freaking allow that? And I hope that some of this hype and praise doesn't get Luka hunted for the remainder of the series.
Yeah, I mean, look, he had a defensively, one of his best showings, and. That's something that you probably should see. I mean, he's not a physically limited individual. He's not 5'11". He's huge. I mean, he's going to have a physical advantage over, just from a size perspective, over a lot of players. Like, he should be able to hold his own. It's just a matter of, sometimes his footwork, sometimes being in the right spot, not chasing. But more importantly, it's effort. There's a lot of effort things. Like, how badly do you want to be a defender? A lot of guys don't want it. A lot of guys don't want to be a defensive player. Some guys can't help it. They can want it all they want. Like Steve Kerr. Like, he could want to be a great defensive player all he wants. Like, he was physically limited. It wasn't going to happen. He wasn't shutting down Michael Jordan.
Yeah, Luka doesn't want to, clearly he wants to be known as the offensive player that he is. But the biggest thing for everybody was just show effort. Like, the biggest problems most people have with Luka are effort and conditioning and complaining, and it's stuff that feels like it's within his control. If there's effort there, you can get by with Luka as one of them, like, defenders on the court regularly. The problem is just a lot of times the effort hasn't been there. Put in that effort on both sides of the floor, and he's talked about that. He told whoever, Vogue or whoever when he did his sorry, it's GQ or whichever one it was, that like effort's been a big part of it this year. And that's something that's changed with him. You can see the actual effort being put out.
Brian Windhorse, ESPN Insider, was asked this morning, who is the biggest threat to Denver in the West?
I think it's Dallas. It's because of the maturity of Luka Doncic. I mean, this was probably the best defensive game he's played his career. The Clippers shot 2 of 17. I'm going to say this again. The Clippers shot 2 of 17 with Luka as the primary defender. This guy's been a defensive hole most of his career. He's getting it done at both ends. Plus, the Clippers were throwing double teams at him, Greeny. He just handled it. He knows where to go with the ball. He's got teammates who can stretch the floor. Kyrie Irving with an under-control performance. A very second-stage mature performance by Luka. This is a warning sign to the rest of the league that he's developing like this.
Ooh, okay. Pump the brakes a little bit. Don't draw too much attention.
All gas, baby.
Don't draw too much attention.
All
Thanks
gas.
to the great T. Rainey and D for sending me that Windhorse clip. No. Because then everyone's going to be, okay. Okay. So you're locked down now? All right. Paul, you're going to have this quarter. Kawhi, you take that quarter. Harden, you take that quarter. A little worried about that.
At least the quarter with Paul playing, we know that everything will be okay still.
So is that still the narrative? Because like that was the bubble narrative, right?
Who's the bigger playoff choker for you now between Harden and George?
Oh, I mean, I just think it's hilarious that Paul George would refer to himself as like some playoff, like locked in, like for all the stuff Harden does. Harden's never been like, oh, wait till playoffs get here, baby. Like when Paul George is standing up there going like, y'all ain't met playoff P yet, baby?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a different kind of cat. It's like, okay, you're a loser. That's what you are.
Chop, history telling us we may be wrong about all the Mavs over Clippers selections we made.
This is from Kevin Pelton of ESPN. By the way, the Clippers had the 11th best record in the NBA after the All-Star break in the West. I'm sorry, not in the NBA, in the West.
The 11th?
11th best post-All-Star break record in the West. They were 15-14. The only other teams that were worse didn't make the postseason. In basically in the whole league, too. The Mavs went 16-2. We all know that. So, what happens? Well, basically, March and April's results stay in the regular season and don't carry over to the playoffs. This is the write-up. History tells us it's more important to play well in the first half of the season than the second half being the All-Star break. Over the last 10 playoffs, not counting the bubble, they throw the bubble out because there's too much randomness in there. The team with the better net rating before the All-Star break has won 73% of all series. The team with the better net rating post-All-Star break has won just 62%. The reason those numbers are like that, some overlap. Like, Minnesota probably has a better net rating both the first half and second half than Phoenix. So, like, that would count for both. Now, part of this is a couple things. Before the All-Star break,
So
a
this
lot
is
more
trying
games.
to say momentum at the end.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Higher seeds that do better in the first half when you account for, like, the home court advantage and everything. Higher seeds that do better in the first half win 77% of those series than those after the All-Star break. And the higher seeds, such as the Clippers, that outplay their opponents before the break and are worse after, still win 76% of their series. Still. Now, when that's reversed and the higher seed is worse before the break and better after, it's barely over 50%. So let's say the Mavs, if they were the 4 seed here, they would only win about 50%. But the Clippers are the better seed, higher seed, you're looking at a 76% number. You continue to go down. Now, because the Mavericks made a deadline deal or two. All right? So a team like that, since the year 2000, there have been 6 teams that made a deadline trade where they, A, improved their net rating by 2 points or more, and B, changed over as much of the starting lineup as the Mavs did, or got as much help in pieces because they got 2 new guys. 4 of them lost in the first round, 1 lost in the conference semifinals, and LeBron lost in the finals 1 year. Basically, everybody has lost in the first round, well, 66% of them. And then 1 team made it to the second round, and then 1 other team made it the conference finals. So history, not exactly on their side when it comes to, it's better. I say it's better to play better in the first half than the second half.
So if they win in 5 or 6, then this gets flushed for this series.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, the second series depends on who they play. Like, you know, they would play Oklahoma City. You have to see what their net rating would be in the first half versus the second half. I imagine the Mavs' net rating in the second half is going to be better because they're probably better than everybody in the league in the second half. But the first half, it would still play.
Doesn't it change things, though, when you're trying to look at, like, why did the net rating change? Like, you changed people on the roster?
Yeah, and that's where it says, like, if you, with the teams with the deadline deals, the 6 other teams that changed over as much of the roster and had as much of a positive net rating after, most of them lost in the first round. 4 of the 6 lost in the first round.
877-881-1053 is the Franklin LaFranco Injury Attorney text line. Speaking of hoops, what is happening? Fort Worth Watch with you and Peyton Russell. What's going on? Talking to you, Choppy.
What did we do with Fort Worth?
Haley Van Lith.
Thank you, Peyton.
Oh, see, you could have just said TCU. You could have just said TCU. I'm on 2. We're all on 2 hours of sleep here.
Yeah, Sean, this is your fault.
She's not committed. She's not committed to TCU.
When has she ever been committed?
She's on about to be on her 4th school, right? She's apparently still in the transfer portal. and not committed officially to the Horned Frogs. I thought this was a done deal. Everybody said that she is committing to TCU. And now it comes out, what, is it because Cavender left?
Yeah.
She didn't want to play with, she wanted to play with Haley, and not with anybody else. Is she going to go back to LSU? Is Kim Mulkey going to accept her back? Is she getting the NIL money from LSU? Where's she going to go? Louisville again?
I don't think they're going to accept her back after she turned around and went like this. Like after Caitlin Clark made a shot, it was just like, I don't know. What do you want me to do? I can't play defense.
I mean, Jordan did the same thing. I don't know what to do.
No. Jordan was like, how the hell am I supposed to even miss a shot?
Yeah.
Hers was like, how the hell am I supposed to stop her from missing a shot?
It's like
what do you want me to do?
Darvin Ham talking about Joker. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea, no plan. Pepe, would you like to weigh in on this stalking or no?
Not yet. You know, I think maybe my girlfriend's listening, so I'm going to hold off now.
I thought she only listens Thursdays at 6:40.
No, she has the Odyssey app now.
Isn't she supposed to be at work?
But she has breaks and stuff. But so.
The amount of people that can listen at their jobs on this show, it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's fascinating. I'm like,
I have something to say about it. I think that when Haley Cavender left, that was her name, right? Haley?
Yeah, it was Haley.
Yeah, because these are two Haleys. I think that she saw Haley Cavender leave, and she saw that she was going to miss an opportunity for some very valuable content that the two of them could have created socially, like on social media. And she was like, all right, fine, we can't be social media stars together. This impacts my earning potential. I no longer want to be at TCU.
I don't care about that story. I've never cared about it. We'll never care about it. I cared about...
Oh, now you're a misogynist.
No, because I'm taking it to Kelsey Plum.
Oh, yeah.
She was trending yesterday, WNBA player, after she posted that she's saying goodbye to Darren Waller.
Yes, Josh McDaniels ruining another relationship.
Yeah, I think this is really...
No way. What this says is like it was a silly thing to basically demand being traded for Josh McDaniels spoiling a wedding that ended up in divorce like less than a year later.
No, there was something about this Kelsey Plum. I don't know her. I guess people think she's hot or whatever. But she's eating She's eating popcorn during a game and made a smile. And the Twitter comments were like, I get it. I know. I get why Darren did what he did. And I was like, what is eating this popcorn or whatever face or smile she made? Is that some code or language I'm not picking up on?
Boy, she has angry eyebrows, bro. Like she just the eyebrows are
is she the one
chiseled
who,
in such a way she looks mad.
Is she the one who threw the shirt giveaway and launched it?
Launch.
That was impressive.
Oh, yeah.
So this WNBA star divorcing Darren Waller.
Yeah, and this is why I blame Josh McDaniels for this. You know, forget the relationship he ruined with the Broncos or the Raiders or the Colts. He's already ruined those, but now he caused the marriage to end. Remember, he was not invited to their wedding.
Nope.
And Kelsey and Darren go on their honeymoon. He returns 12 hours after they return from the honeymoon. He gets traded. And now, I mean, they live in different cities. They're living in different cities. Then that's right after the honeymoon. There's no way for the marriage to be, saved. You know, you're not there every day. It's much more difficult. You're playing in separate cities. So I blame Josh McDaniels.
Let's make fun of his brother being the story of the week in Major League Baseball for the New York Yankee ejection. Odyssey Baseball insider Brett Boone on the home of the Rangers, whose team they're facing right now. It's Brett's former team as well. Brett Boone joins us next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with the Low T Center. At Low T, they make it easy to get your levels checked. It's just a simple blood test. And with their on-site lab, you will get your results back in about 25 minutes. Low T Center is not your typical doctor's office. It is concierge medicine for men.
Personal Injury Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333, 3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He's hit safely in 6 straight coming in, and he whacks this one high into the air, deep left field, and nobody's going to do anything about this. It's into the second deck in straightaway left for Rodriguez. His first home run of the 2024 season is a majestic blast that gives Seattle a 4-0 lead.
And his Seattle Mariners are now in first place in the American League West. Let's talk about it with former MLB player and, of course, host of the Brett Boone podcast. He's Brett Boone here on Sean and RJ, home of the Rangers. The Brett Boone Podcast Odyssey original featuring the most notable names in baseball and all-around sports every week. Brett on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, man. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
We're okay. Have you had to apologize? Have you had to apologize for the American League West and how crappy the play has been compared to some of the other divisions so far to start off the year?
It's been shabby, hasn't it? I mean, we come into the season thinking the obvious to my eyes when I'm analyzing everything. It's like the American League East and the National League, American League Central, National League Central, 2 weakest divisions, end up coming out of the gate strong. American League West, which I thought was going to be one of the strongest, kind of coming out of the gate haphazard. But the play in this league will get better. Right now, Seattle took over first place. I don't know. I look at this Rangers team. A lot of injuries. Bradford was off to a great start. He's down. Sabors, you really need in that bullpen. Jung has that devastating injury early for you. And I look at that staff. You still got Evaldi at the top of the top. Lorenzen came in to kind of help out. He's done a good job so far. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting. I still think it's a Mariner, Rangers, Astros division. I don't think the LA Angels are ready to compete, and definitely not the Oakland A's. But it's going to be interesting to watch. The Rangers are still going to have, once they get healthy, they're going to still have that explosive offense. I don't think we can sleep on the Houston Astros. I mean, they've got off to one of the worst starts they have, and they've had the stronghold on that division for a lot of time. They're 7-17, but they've still got the Altuves, Tuckers, Alvarez, Peñas of the world in that offense. Valdez and Javier have been hurt. Verlander, I don't know how he keeps doing it. He's back, but he started on the IL. Urquidy's hurt. So a lot of injuries in this division. Right now, Seattle's the healthiest out of all of them. And to be honest, they've got the superior pitching, both in the starting rotation and in the bullpen. They're definitely the class of that division. And top 5 in all of baseball when it comes to pitching. Offensively, they're going to finish middle of the pack.
Where did you pick Seattle to finish in the West?
Second.
Behind?
I look at the Rangers' run last year, and I was a big fan, and it didn't surprise me when they went as far as they did. I look at that offense. I know offense can take you so far. All the years I played, I was on some tremendous offensive teams. Offense can take you so far, and I think last year the Rangers had the perfect storm. Montgomery down the stretch was unbelievable. He's of course gone on to Arizona. You just can't have these devastating injuries. If you're starting off the season, you had a healthy DeGrom and Scherzer, whatever he's got left in the tank, was in the rotation. I might think a little differently early in the season. But the fact that they're just big question marks at this time, you no longer have Montgomery. I just think the pitching through and through is not as good as the Seattle Mariners. And if the Astros get healthy, that's a power bullpen the Astros got. They didn't address the starting rotation this offseason, but they did address the bullpen. They went out and they got a Josh Hader, the best guy on the market. But sometimes you disrupt a bullpen when you go out and get the coveted closer, when you have a guy that's been an all-star level high leverage situation guy in Presley. You just bring him into the bullpen, and Presley's kind of looking around going, wait a minute, I'm not doing a good enough job. Well, obviously ownership's not doing it for that reason. They're doing it because, no, he was the best man available, and it'll make our bullpen even more. So far, Presley and Hader out of the gates have been struggling. So a lot of questions in Houston. Is at the end of their run, Texas, I still think is going to be there, but if Seattle stays healthy with this rotation they've just got potentially 5 stoppers at all time in that starting rotation. What I mean by that is, as an offensive player, I come to the ballpark and I say, oh, so-and-so's pitching tonight. Oh, we're going to win tonight. Seattle potentially has 5 of those guys in the rotation. But it'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
Brett Boone joined us here at 105 through the Fan. We've been a little concerned about the start Wyatt Langford's had. He was a very, very hot shot prospect. He did really well in spring training, but they don't really pitch the scouting reports the way they do in the regular season. How long does it generally take this like a tremendous talent to figure it out? Like it's on him making adjustments. The league obviously has made adjustments to him.
Well, look, they're so young, these guys. And Langford is a talent. He's going to be a big leaguer for a long time. How good? That's up to him. You look at Baltimore, the number 1 pick a couple years ago. The kid's 20 years old, Holiday. Came to the big leagues, went 1 for 30 to start his career. Nobody expects to start like that, but these are real. These are beyond just, hey, they're good players. These are generational type talents. I think it just takes – some guys get it from day one, and some guys take a little bit. I remember getting to the big leagues. I got through the minor leagues really quick, and I thought I was hot stuff. And I got to the big leagues, my first at bat, I had a base hit and an RBI, and I'm thinking, well, I'm just going to mow down the big leagues like I did my AAA year. Well, 6 weeks later, fast forward, I'm sitting in a locker in the old Seattle Kingdom with my hands in my lap, or my head in my lap, going, man, the big leagues is really hard. It is an adjustment. It's not AAA. It's that AAA, that best starter. They got that number 1 starter. He might be a 5th or 6th at the big league level. So it's definitely an adjustment, but the talent that Langford has, it will overcome in the long run. It is different, though. The stadiums are different. The atmosphere is different. I can't put my finger on it, but I remember playing my AAA year. I grew up my entire life with my dad being in the big league, so I was at stadiums my entire career. I remember that first time stepping in the box, and I started my career at Camden Yards. And I remember stepping in the box and taking the first pitch and stepping out and looking around. It was just different. I mean, it was a different look. It was like I went from the corner bar to Carnegie Hall, and it was like, okay, I got to make an adjustment. There's another deck on the bleachers. It's just something different. After a while, it'll come, but it takes success. Once you start having some success, it'll snowball like anything else, but it's a process, and I definitely wasn't privy to missing that process. I went through some aches and pains as a kid.
Talking with Brett Boone here on 105 through the Fan. Brett, we were reading this article yesterday from Jeff Passan at ESPN, and he was talking about like the depth that Corey Seager goes into to perfect his swing, and how he'll go find a mirror at every stadium in the major leagues and watch himself swing and gets down all these little tweaks. How big of a perfectionist were you about your swing and your process, and how much of it is just that kind of drilling down of technique, or is that unique to Corey Seager and his process?
No, I don't think it's unique. I definitely had my crazy side too. My infatuation was bats, and they had to be a certain weight, and they had to be exactly. It wasn't a 32.4. It had to be 32.2. It went from that to I believe me, I know all the mirrors in both leagues, and everybody has checkpoints. Corey Seager, I love the way he hits. I watch him hit, and I think this is how I thought. He's real tight with the bat. They always talk about, hold the bat loose. No, Corey Seager doesn't hold the bat loose. He's got sawdust coming off. But I understand, without explaining it to people, I understand what his thought process is. He's almost like a stock car revving the engine, but you got 1 foot on the brake and you're revving, and then all of a sudden you let go of the brake. That's Corey Seager's swing. I think it's an MVP type player. If he could stay healthy for a full year, Corey Seager, before it's all said and done, is going to be an MVP type player. And that level that he goes to off the field, it's actually pretty common with a lot of players. Not the masses, not everybody. Some guys just come to the yard, pick a bat, go out, hit BP, and go about their way. But some guys are like the Corey Seagers. I was more like Corey Seager than I was like a normal guy. I was infatuated with my hands and my position, and I could look in the mirror, and my teammates would look at me and go, well, you're crazy. No, they have no idea what I'm looking at, but they're just these little subtleties that you wouldn't be able to pick up. I'm sure Corey has checkpoints. He gets in the mirror, he sees that, and if he sees a certain thing, mentally he's going, all right, I got it for tonight, and you move on. But it's the nuances are so subtle that you really can't explain it, even to teammates that understand hitting at the big league level as much as anybody. They can't sometimes understand what we're doing individually because we're a little bit off and a little bit weird.
Baseball story of the week. Your thoughts on your brother's ejection with the fan behind him and everything that went into that.
Uncle Aaron at it again. I tease him all the time about getting thrown out, and I said, you know what, bud? Okay, we've established that you really back your players, and you're really never going to back down, and you're always going to have their back. We get it, Aaron. We get it. Okay, you've proven that. Now relax and quit chirping on every pitch that doesn't hit the stupid box on the screen. They got to get rid of that box. It's driving people crazy. It's all everybody talks about. I hear the commentators. If it doesn't hit that little, the box, it's definitely a ball, and this guy's having a bad night. Not necessarily true. But, he has a little bit of that reputation coming in. So when umpires hear Aaron talk, it's like, all right, well, I'm not going to let him get to me tonight. So I think all Hunter Wendelstedt was doing was he was at a point early in the game where he's thinking, no, I'm not going to hear it this early. It's the first inning. So he just yelled at Aaron and said, listen, I don't care if a player yells. I don't care who yells, Aaron. You're the captain of that ship over there. Everything I'm gonna blame you on because it's your responsibility. And if I hear anything from that dugout, you're gone. Okay, he set up the rules. Now the players know if I yell something, my skipper might get thrown here. Yeah. And a fan out of nowhere screams. Nobody was at fault. He thinks. I think Hunter had good intentions. He said, "Okay, they tested me. They did it. Aaron, you're gone." Aaron, you see his reaction like, "What are you talking about? He did nothing wrong," and he didn't do anything wrong. But I think Hunter, to his defense, he had no idea it was a fan that yelled at him. Yeah. He had just had enough. It was an honest mistake. He's going to get a slap on the wrist. Aaron's going to have no consequences, which he shouldn't. But I laugh. And when I've had 20 texts, what happened there? And why did they do that to him? And I said, reputation precedes you. But no, I think Aaron's doing a great job. That's just what he does. And the great thing about my brother that I love is when he goes out and he argues and he's passionate about it. That's him. That is not an act. That's not premeditated. I can close my eyes and picture him being 8 years old arguing with me on the street in New Jersey when we're playing touch football. That's the way he is. He hasn't changed one bit, and he's very conscious that he wants to be respectful and he wants to do the right thing. He gets going, you rev him up, and that's just him being him. So I think it's funny because it takes me back to my childhood when I see him arguing. I know he's working on not getting thrown out as much, but at some point you're just who you are, and you don't apologize for it. You go forward and things work.
Hey, man, this was fantastic. Thank you so much for the time. Hopefully y'all start losing in this series, and we'll do it again next time.
We might. Yeah, hey, if the last 20 years has anything to do with it, we got a 1-in-20 shot to get to the playoffs. I think this year the Mariners, they're pretty good. They're pretty good, especially in that pitching rotation. See you guys.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic. Brett Boone, host of the Brett Boone Podcast and Odyssey Original. Make sure to follow the Brett Boone Podcast on the Odyssey app or subscribe wherever you get your podcast. Let's celebrate the Mavs getting even with the KMC Masterpiece next.
Let's get you over to Ownwell, ownwell.com.
Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
The 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece here with Mike Bassett.
Yeah, go on, Mike. Keep talking about what you're talking about.
No, Bobby, shut up.
Yeah.
Mike Bassett, Corey Majors,
Knuckleballs,
and
Mike.
Kevin Hagelin, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I have to start with you, Kevin.
What's up?
Because yesterday while listening on the Odyssey app, right after the Cowboys presser, you were almost speechless. You said that was maybe, I forgot how you phrased it, about
It was surreal.
The most surreal hour.
It was unbelievable. Like, it was supposed to be about the draft, but they seemed prepared that none of these questions were going to be about the draft because of the embarrassment that was the offseason. But the way Jerry's like, no.
Wow.
But the way that he just came out and doubled down about the all-in, and he was like, I'm proud of this team. I believe in this team. We just didn't get it done last year. And I'm like, hold on. So the people you didn't get it done with last year, now we have less of them.
Yeah.
But not any other people that are better.
But you got Diggs.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The way we described as if no one on this team could conceivably get hurt, the way he goes, we're going to have all these people back and you don't have to worry about it. I was like, I don't really know if that's how injuries in the NFL work at all. But then amazingly, when we started trotting out, well, you got players like Josh Ball just waiting to step up. You've had a need at offensive line for a while. Josh Ball's been here for a while. He can't sniff the field for more than 5 seconds because he's not good enough or he gets hurt. But that's one of the guys. And then when he goes, we picked 24th in the draft for a reason. It's because we're the 24th best team in the NFL. That was my favorite moment of the press conference.
I heard Mike do that yesterday as well.
The circus is back.
He also threw
starting tomorrow night here on the Fan.
He threw John Stevens' name out there, and I don't know if that was, hey, look, I know the roster.
Quarterback?
No.
Why not?
Tight end. He was like, hey, we got him coming back, and you're like, that's not a linebacker.
Wait,
bro.
the quarterback for Highland Park, his grandson? He's put on weight. He's going to be the tight end.
Different person.
People were very upset with the way that they interacted with Jane Slater, and gaslighting was about to be trending.
Man,
saying this is how you get gaslit.
Okay, I'm glad that you said that because and
we had Jane on earlier. She did not feel the same way.
Yeah, because she was successfully gaslit.
And I think it wasn't just limited to her. It was him going. It was Jerry saying, I don't know if you guys have noticed, we've used the credit card method in the past. And it was like, everybody knows that. And then he tried to explain how the salary cap works as if people didn't understand. And I'm like, no. We get it. I'm not entirely sure that you guys do. Whenever he says, well, you can't sign all these players unless you save money. Well, I guess, but if you just focus on this year, if you gave an extension to CD and Dak, you would save all kinds of money. And don't give me this, oh, what about next year? Then why do you post June 1st every single cut so you have to pay half of it on the other side?
How far back? Because this is something I want you to do now. And I think you'll get obsessed with it and you'll track it all down.
I can see that.
Good luck. How far back do you need to go to start detailing why we're screwed here?
That's a good
6
question.
years,
1989.
Okay.
Do you love messing with that? Like, do you love the
yes, very much so. Because, and that's
luxury
why
taxes and all that?
Well, yeah, I mean that's true, but that's why we had to kind of push back against Steven yesterday and be like, hey, just for the record though, if Dak leaves, you still have a bill of $40.4 million that comes due, right? And so that's why when they're like, well, we can't sign Dak now because of finances and everything, I was like, okay, let's just say he walks. You still owe him next year $40.4 million. So is the assumption that Trey Lance is going to take off and you're going to pay him $20 million and that's going to fit the same $60 million block? Great.
Or they don't have Lance, they just draft somebody and it's a free, basically a free year minus the $40 million. So you take a 1-year hit and then you reset everything, which, I mean, look.
Do you think they have the... I think that is exactly what they should do. Do you think they have the stomach to take the competitive hit that comes along with that?
I think if any...
They got a yacht. They got a helicopter.
If
they
any
got a
front
private
office,
jet.
if any front office can do it and survive, it is this one. Like, they can take that risk. But you're right. I mean, like, there is the risk that you don't win, that you're a 5-win team, and then there is the risk that you go into quarterback
purgatory.
Well, I could argue in their quarterback purgatory now.
Not successfully.
But like, basically, any team that doesn't have Patrick Mahomes is pretty much a quarterback purgatory. Like, you either have a quarterback that wins a title basically every year, or you don't. Right. So you're on a
right.
You're
Like
on
the
one,
Colts. Like the Colts were in quarterback purgatory for like 15 years with your guy.
Yes, absolutely. So like, yeah,
because they didn't have Brady, the one guy who was winning every year.
One guy who was winning every year.
Yeah.
But no, it's like this. It's you're right. What's closer to winning? Are you closer to winning with a crap quarterback that's going to get you the first overall pick, or with a top? And the Cowboys are closer, but like if the 8th through 15th quarterback, I think you're closer with the number 1 pick.
Mike, real quick, how many workouts did you get in yesterday during the presser?
I did a 15-minute elliptical workout, but then they told me these guys were. Maybe it was last year. That you're like,
they cut it short. Yeah.
And so then I did my 15-minute elliptical. Then I went over to McDonald's and got some chicken McNuggets.
You did?
And then
did you listen to the presser like in your headphones?
No. I don't care what he says.
You did not go downstairs.
Oh yeah, he did.
He did.
Yeah. I'm not listening to what the Joneses have to say. I don't. What does it matter? It's just words.
So how did you know when to come back?
You know what? I ran a marathon yesterday. Like, that's Jerry talking about the Cowboys. No, he didn't.
How did you know when to come back?
Oh, he's an option quarterback.
I just decided these guys told me that it could be like only 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I decided to set the elliptical at I'll do a 15-minute elliptical workout.
Are you listening to this?
I am.
And
He's not lying either.
And then I was unfortunately what stunk was I was hungry. I was like trying to be healthy. And then I was like, well, I won't do any stretching or anything like that. They took the dumbbells away from
I saw that. I noticed that like a month ago. I don't know why they took it away.
And then I went to McDonald's and got chicken McNuggets and then came back up here and listened to,
you only missed one segment. Really?
I guess so. I was
like half of it.
As soon as I heard the press conference was on, I took my headphones off and got my day going.
Yeah,
I was
Corey?
like, there's limited amount of time in the day.
That's right, limited amount of
and
time.
I have to choose: is this worth my time?
You only got 24 hours.
He did work out up here. He worked out like right here.
Well, yeah, during after I ate my chicken McNuggets, he was still talking about how awesome everything was.
Did you do the Gabe Kapler?
I'm doing a thing that Derek Collin told me to do.
Gabe, when he would get chicken nuggets, he would peel the breading off the McDonald's chicken nuggets.
Oh,
yeah.
Man, that feels like a lot of work too.
A lot of work for
if Chick-fil-A does the really good naked nuggets, which are just grilled.
You think they're good?
Naked.
Are they good?
Mike, do you do hot yoga like Will Chambers?
I don't do hot yoga, but I try stretching.
What do you think of this workout right here from Will Chambers?
Okay, I feel like I should not look at Bobby's phone just as a general rule.
That's very good low back and abs strengthening.
Mike, did anyone see you in the gym and do a double take or like in the elevator? Like, aren't you on air right now?
No, I mean people use that. Like, you really only use the second floor for the bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, people are like, I'm like, oh, are they coming in to work out? No, they're going in there to take a number 2
in privacy.
Yeah, because there's a door lock. There's a shower in there, and so that's what the second floor is used for.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
That's a scholarship talk.
At 10-20.
He kept using that as an analogy. He goes, imagine your scholarship.
Oh, yeah. We gave 5 scholarships to one player.
I don't see that anywhere.
But he's so into Arkansas basketball right now. That's all that's on his mind.
That's fair.
I do feel like Corey and Kevin, I have improved my life by stop listening to the Joneses. Like, you're mad. I don't care anymore. I used to be mad. I used to care about the Cowboys from about 1985, 86, when my Uncle Joe told me, if I go to another Cowboy game and root for the other team, because I was a big Walter Payton fan when they won like 44-3, then I can't do it anymore. I can't go to the games anymore. And you could go for free back then. There's 20,000 empty seats. So credit to Jerry, right? Jerry's like, hey, if we're this bad, how do I still sell out? And he figured it out. And so then from about that moment till about 2021, I was a big Cowboys fan. They would really upset me. And I know that if I engage again, they'll just upset me. They're not going to, they're going to give me no joy in my life. So I'm like, I quit.
Corey.
And it's a great life. It's a better life.
I think the only thing that upsets me is what happens on the field. I don't let the other stuff get like into my life. Kevin definitely cares about budgets, though. He's a big budget guy, so that's always been a factor for him. At 10:20, Eric Dickerson, Hall of Famer, running back, joins the show, and
because of Reggie's Heisman.
Probably so.
Ask him if they should undo the death penalty at SMU.
Yeah.
It's undone now, right? Like, we're past it. They're not
Give him
dead.
all those scholarships back as long as we're talking about that retroactively.
Yeah.
You got 180 scholarships.
Give him back the ACC money they spent to go in there. Just be like, here, you get this back because you got penalized enough during the death penalty era.
Bruce Bochy joins the show at 12:20 today. He's never been under 500 as the Rangers manager.
It's true, he's not.
Still isn't.
Then he's right at it, right?
But we're not in first place.
We're not in first place. So will he be sad or will he be mad?
You want to ask him that?
Are you sad or mad today?
It's only 138
Both.
games.
I don't know how they're going to manage.
Look, at the end of the day, they didn't execute yesterday.
That's right.
And all they got to do
what
is
happens
execute.
at the beginning of the day? That's what I want to know, Stephen. What happens at the beginning?
Well, his servants make him a meal. They
I had a dream last night, Sean.
I don't. They're probably employees.
I had a dream that I got off of an airplane last night.
But there's other people that make
I'm
his
trying
bed
to change
and
the
clean his
subject,
room
Mike.
and everything.
Mike, just you've done enough, all right? I had a dream last night that
Go find the
I
dumbbells.
got off an airplane and Peyton had murdered somebody, and he had told me he had already framed me, and just to be prepared that he was framing me for murder.
Sounds like his body count
works for Boeing
now.
And and when I told Reggie that, Reggie goes, "He's not doing all that. He's not." And I was just curious on y'all's front.
Because it's too much work.
Is it? Do you think that he could pull something like that off,
No.
or do you
He
think
said
that
he's got like an undercover temper. I don't believe it, but I know he hates Bobby way more than you.
Okay, all right.
Sure.
I think.
Peyton, you hate me the most, right?
Out of the station, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Who hates
I can
Bobby
see that.
more, Peyton or you?
Oh, it's not me.
It's
I love
Peyton.
Bobby.
Sean likes Bobby,
Yeah.
but Sean also throws lotion at Bobby.
Oh, yeah, he did. He threw a whole bottle of lotion at me because I was just eating chips and staring into his eyes. From
squirted
across
all
the
over
way.
him.
We're less than 2
Yeah,
days
it did.
away from the 24th pick in the draft.
Yeah, and you're going to announce it at Pluckers tomorrow night with me. The
That's right.
KMC masterpiece is next.
I tell you what,
You
I've been
take the even
studying
numbers,
hard.
Mike.
I want Caleb Williams. I'm on record. Or Jaden Daniels.
The KFC masterpiece is next. Celebrate the Mavericks right here on The Fan.
Hey, miss anything? You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Reginald Atatula. The Mavericks are victorious.
Now we're talking.
But
relevant stuff.
Well, some of us are talking.
Some of us.
Corey, would you like to talk?
Are eating.
It's okay.
That's okay.
We got 3 mouths ready to talk.
That's a great point. If we can, give me that cut number 2 as the Mavs are victorious.
Final seconds, George is going to fire it up.
No, okay.
What a close game that
Gets
was.
the equalizer.
Last second
Big
shot
road win for the Mavericks in
I think
Los
it was on the
Angeles.
Bally broadcast because that's mostly what I was watching
was a close
when they
game.
cut back to the Mavs folks, and I saw somebody like trying to wave off that buzzer 3-pointer. I was like, it's all right either
We covered
way.
the spread,
Like,
too.
Yeah, you covered the spread. You won the game. You're good. But I do love it. It feels like it wasn't really a 3-point game. It was a 6-point game. But that was a close game throughout. Number one thing I'm surprised about, that game didn't end with the winning team scoring 84, 85 points. How they got into the 90s after slogging along offensively, both teams, was amazing.
We got hot from 3 late, and that was awesome.
Yeah.
PJ Washington, Luca, Kyrie, and Maxi
Kleba hit a huge 3.
all had big buckets down the stretch late. For the most part, we made our free throws. We made enough free throws to close out the game. I thought we did a great job of letting LA let James Harden just like, hey, would you like a practice 3-pointer to get this thing within a game again?
One thing I did really love, and it might be a small thing, but I think it's indicative of this player and how much he wants this, is in the post game. Did you hear one of the things Kyrie said is he goes, I can't miss that free throw.
Yeah.
Like they won and he goes, but Maxey got the rebound and that's what a team does, is work together. And I like that he was like, hey, I know we just won and we played great, but I can't miss that.
Mike, I almost texted and I was like, did he miss that on purpose? Because the way it all worked for us, it looked like, hey, this is exactly how I planned it. But no, there was no way he did that on purpose.
That would be, and it's a great win because at the end when you're up 90 to 81 and it feels like with about a minute and 30, you're like, we got this thing. And
you
then
know better.
And you just saw the Knicks come back against Philadelphia in a similar situation somewhat. And when you just let James Harden take a wide open 3, then on an out of bounds play, you give them the layup.
Hell was that?
And the foul.
And
luckily the foul got overturned.
The Harden 3, was it Kyrie and Luca that broke off?
I thought it was Derek Jones Jr. and
so
Luka.
Derek Jones
it was a whole
and
team.
Luca.
All 5 of them just met in the middle and were like, what happened?
It was those 2 guys.
But particularly those 2 broke off to, like, if you're facing the TV, off to the left, and one of them was supposed to stay while the other one followed, and that left hard wide open. When I saw that, I was like, what the hell? Even on the broadcast, they're like, uh-oh.
He even looked like confused.
This is awesome.
Okay, I'll
really?
shoot.
That's the best communication I've ever seen. But I mean, somebody obviously forgot their job, right? They thought that they were switching everything or staying with everything. I don't know which one messed up, Derek Jones Jr. or Luca, but they messed up.
They did.
Luckily, it didn't matter. They played their butts off. They played so hard for 48 minutes.
I thought, first of all, I definitely agree with that. The defensive effort, unbelievable.
There were so many times, Kevin, that Mike kept saying getting in front of the screens, getting your butt down or up, forward,
pull it in. Yeah.
Pull it in. Like I saw that. I literally saw Kyrie do that multiple times last night. And I was like, oh wow, they know what they're doing right now defensively.
Man, okay, I want to talk about something that won't necessarily show up in the box score then, but it speaks to that defensive effort that you're talking about. Whether it was Jones, even Luca and Kleba, I thought they had so many more contested rebounds that they didn't necessarily get, but they were up in somebody's face about it. So I know it might still show up in the box score as this was a Clippers rebound, this was a Clippers rebound, but you had, like, those 3 guys in particular stood out to me as they were pushing and putting pressure on trying to get the ball, but also like slowing down any potential transition the other way.
Hey, Kevin, I know you don't like this, but I want to give credit to the referees last night for letting the Mavericks play physical. And also then the Mavericks for recognizing that they were letting them play physical early in the game. Like that, there was a very early moment where somebody went to the basket and there were like 2 or 3 different defenders right there all over. And I was like, whoa, hold on. That was a physical play right there.
Yeah.
And the refs didn't call like a cheap foul real quick. And immediately the Mavs recognized and said, okay, they're going to let us do that. We're doing it. We're not going to wait until later and be like, hey, what's going on here? They immediately recognized this is going to be a physical battle tonight. The refs are letting it go. Let's play that way. And that was the hugest factor because it paid off throughout the night on the points of those offensive and defensive rebounds.
This is what at times I hate about NBA playoffs is I start getting really mad at referees. In the regular season, I'm like, come on, guys. It's going to even out, whatever. It's one call. In the playoffs, you're like, how can Harden get that and Luca not? And it's just, and I get it. It's a very tough sport to ref. Those guys are doing the best job they can. They are the best in the world. Whether you think they're good or not doesn't matter. They are the best in the world. But there are times where it's like, boy, they're letting them play really physical. And then the next time you're like, you touched him with your pinky?
Yeah.
And that's like they called one at one point for Harden, which was iffy. And you're like, all right, if you're going to call. Then Kyrie makes another unbelievable 10-foot lefty runner.
That was awesome.
And Terrence Mann gets underneath them.
Yeah.
And you're like, that's more egregious than what Harden just got. And you just get confused, but I get it. It's a very tough sport to referee. And I felt like if we would have lost, I wouldn't blame the refs. I would not have blamed the refs. But I did feel like at times, LA was getting at times a more favorable call, but maybe that's just home court advantage.
Maybe so. I just felt that like the Mavericks were like, okay, if they're going to allow us to be physical, which I'm not used to seeing from them. Luca's defense was physical.
Well,
last
the last
night. It was great.
So at the All-Star break, Adam Silver got with the referees and said, our game's out of hand. There's too many free throws. There's too many fouls. Let's let them play a little bit more. They're going to be ticked off, but let's let them figure this out before the playoffs. And so I do think players are now used to how the refs are really allowing the game to be played more than they allowed the game to be played before the All-Star break. And I feel like I watch MLB players, NBA players, and even NFL players, they seem to adjust pretty quickly to the way the refs or the umpires change the rules on them in the middle of a season.
I'll also add, PJ Washington showing up, and this I'm just going to say defensively right now before we get to the offensive side, because I know that was a huge factor too. But I thought Derek Jones defensively, they knew what their jobs were. They knew what they were supposed to do. That helped in that effort to like those role players.
I thought Lively did a good job.
Lively was fantastic. And this is the thing. Gafford hasn't even shown up yet. Like Gafford hasn't even arrived.
Okay, because you don't disagree about.
Thank God Derek Lively.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because you got
was
this
able
look,
to play.
and I was like, hold on.
Well, because right now, I would like to make this comparison. And if you're too young, I get it. Or if you haven't really followed the NBA that much, I get it. Leandro Barbosa, I have no clue what his road and home splits were in the playoffs, but I feel like it was 25 points at home on 90% shooting and 5 points on the road on 10% shooting.
Right.
I'd never seen a dude. He was with the Phoenix Suns for most of this run. He was like, how does he do this? How is he an all-star in Phoenix? Because they're cheering for him. And if they're not cheering for him, he's like, I shouldn't even be in this basketball game. And I'm hoping at this point, Daniel Gafford is the Leandro Barbosa of centers, that for some reason that 2 performances there on the road were so bad, the worst basketball he's played for the Mavs, that maybe he has the Leandro Barbosa DNA where for some reason he needs the crowd to cheer for him to be at his best.
Any injury or soreness factor for yesterday? Because obviously I know bounced off and on the court.
He had the ankle in the game 1.
And I'm not saying that's
it
what
looked
it
like
is.
a back last night. But
Yeah.
Kevin,
He went back in the game, so I don't give a crap.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't go back in the game if you're going to play like that. I don't think it was. I get that his back was probably tight, but he was just kind of the moment he was in a kind of, it looked like to me a panic moment that it's still a really big thing. And I think he's going to bounce back. I do love him. I love that he's on the team. I would start him in game 3 as long as he's healthy, but it is worrisome that the first 2 games he's been a negative player for you.
I will say this is one of the things I've been kind of monitoring, Kevin, and maybe we'll get into this later in the show, but I asked Mike about the Luca pass to Kleba, and Kleba misses it. Kevin, you said you saw it, and then Luca jumps up and down, and he's like, "You got to do this."
Yeah.
And we saw a couple moments last night where Luca was like, "You have to be here. You have to be in your spot. You have to be ready." And I wonder if Daniel Gafford's just he doesn't know the speed of playoffs.
And he might be nervous.
And everything's faster. Everything's and I wonder if he's just not, because even on that jump, on that block, he goes up a tick too late and gets it off the backboard.
And I don't have time for you to catch up.
You got to be ready for it right now. Now Lively isn't scoring offensively the way you want to, but I think he's pressing a little bit. You saw a moment last night where something went bad. He looked frustrated, and Kyrie gave him the calm down. Like, you got to keep your head. You got to stay here. But I think Lively, the touch we've seen around the basket, that hasn't shown up, and Gafford hasn't shown up. So those are 2 things that are missing still that I think are on the way.
I would like to give Jason Kidd a lot of credit. When guys look like they're crapping their pants, he's like, that's enough.
Yes.
Even like PJ Washington had a great game overall, but in a moment, PJ Washington started crapping his pants, and he's like, that's enough. Let's get you out of the game. We're going to give you a little bit of a break. I'm going to put somebody else in because I can't. Gafford, it's like, hey, I can't let you work through this for 5 minutes. We will lose the game if I let you, role player, work through this. And so PJ Washington got yanked after missing an uncontested alley-oop dunk and then making, I think, a turnover and maybe a little bad defensive decision. He's like, that's 3 plays in a minute span. That's enough. I got to take you out and give somebody else the opportunity to play in this game. And PJ Washington got to the bench, gathered his thoughts, and had a great finish to the game. So I want to give Jason Kidd a lot of credit for going, I don't have time for you role players. I have enough here on my bench to keep maneuvering and see who's going to play their best in these big moments.
I mean, just look at Exum's minutes. He got 6 last night because he looked like he had no clue what was going on. He looked frenetic out there.
Okay.
Frantic.
It works.
Phonetic. Definitely not that one. All right. I want to make sure I word this properly.
Phonics?
No, Reggie, just you know better. Just like I was supposed to know better, and you told me this morning.
That's right.
And I didn't follow that advice. Now I'm asking you, trust the mistake that I made.
Phoenix.
Josh Green. I'm not saying I want him to shoot the ball. I'm not saying that at all. Hear me on that. That being said, I thought the pace, defense, and rebounding that he brought to the game were very much needed. We might have a tough time agreeing on this. I'm just telling you, for Josh Green, I thought his ability to push the ball forward and some of those rebounds
he doesn't know where to go whenever he pushes the ball forward, but he does stop and turn around.
Fair point.
He definitely stops and turns around.
He does have positive moments, but he also has some really big negative moments. And so I'm with you on your I'm not going to argue. It's really tough, though, when literally I said this in punt the ball from the corner. Just see if that goes in. Because you shooting looks like it, like hitting rim.
Australia?
It just looks like the luckiest thing in the world, even if it hits rim.
Right.
And once again, I give Jason Kidd credit. At one point there in the fourth quarter, he saw those positive things. And then as soon as he saw, crap, they're not going to guard him. And he's Russell Westbrooking at best these 3-point shots.
He's wide open.
And so you're just like, all right, I got to take him out. His energy can cause issues. Running into James Harden when he can't make a 3 and giving him 3 free throws, which are usually going to be 3 free points. So I think Josh Green, I'm not going to be opposed to him coming into game 3 and seeing what he can do. At the same time, because he's always hurt his whole career, he can't really improve his shooting on a consistent basis because he's not healthy enough to improve it. That it's very tough in these situations, as I was told by the people who, work at Bally's. They have the extra cameras and audio that we don't get as an audience.
What?
When they were playing the Phoenix Suns a few years ago, they were like, shoot it.
Yeah.
Like when Josh Green gets it, the whole Phoenix Suns bench is yelling for him to shoot it because that is A+ successful defense.
I'm not here for that either.
It's going to be tough because Josh Green does bring positive things. I'm not going to deny that, but he also brings some negative things that you really worry about.
When are we getting back into Mavs? Because there's some, and I know we got Eric Dickerson coming up here, so I don't want to drag this out too long. There's another big piece of this.
We can get back into it at 11 if
Sounds
you would
good.
like.
That sounds awesome.
Coming up next, man, Corey is hyped. Pro Football Hall of Famer, Texas native, and man giving back to the community. It's Eric Dickerson right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now on the D&M Leasing Hotline, we bring to you NFL Hall of Famer, Texas native, and the man who's given back to the community this weekend. It is Eric Dickerson. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you doing?
We're doing excellent. How about yourself? How are you? You got big event, the second annual All-Star Invitational coming up Sunday and Monday here in the Metroplex. Are you excited?
I'm really looking forward to it. I mean, you know, I look at Dallas as my second home, you know, because I went to SMU. I'm really proud to be able to do something back in the Dallas area. We're going to provide football camp, hopefully learning centers, and also mobile medical in the future. So those are things I'm looking forward to doing, you know, in the Dallas area.
Do you get out there and like run through the pads with the kids, or like how does that work? Are you just like, no, you got this?
Well, ain't no pads, trust me. But yeah, I get out there and run around with the kids the best I can, you know. So I'm not as fast as I used to be. Let's put it like that. At 63 years old, it makes it a little bit harder.
Do you ever see one that you're like, he's going to be a pro player? Because Mike always talks about how his dad like spotted Matt Stafford when he was playing at Highland Park, and he was like, this kid's going to be a player. Do you ever see something you're like, oh, that he's got something?
Yeah, you see kids out there that you think, and then professional is different. You don't ever say, oh, you can play professional football. But you see a young kid say, hey, he can play college football. Now, from that point on, you just never know what's going to happen. But you can tell kids that are a little different from the other kids, you know, with the attitude, the focus, and also the athletic ability. You know, that's the main thing. And then some guys, you know what, they sprout early. You don't see it really when it happens, but you see something in that kid. But yeah, I've seen that before a couple of times.
Now, on the flip side, I want to know if you're ever watching an NFL game and you're like, I could have made that cut, or I could still break that tackle.
Well, I mean, now no, I don't. I can say that, but I can say when I was still in my late 30s and stuff, I'm like, man, I could have got through that. Or, you know what I say now? Man, in my young days, they would have never called me that. I'd have made that, you know. But I don't say it, you know, because the guys say, oh, man, like, you can still play. I'm like, look, it's not. I don't think it's 160-year running back out there anywhere.
I was just checking because the Cowboys have a need still for running back, so I just wanted to double check on that.
Nothing I can do for them.
Okay, all right. Well, I always do wonder this whenever that time did come, and were you like, I've given everything I gave to the game, that I have nothing left, or was there always a part of you that was like, man, I wish I miss it? Was it what part of that was it?
No, none of that. You know, I played the game hard all the time. You know, and the thing about it is, in every sport, I think every athlete goes to a point where, you know, they're not happy with something with their sport, outside the sport, but you still play hard. And then I don't have any regrets about anything. I gave it 100% all the time. And my dad had a saying, and I always try to live by that saying he had. He said, son, all that you do what you might. Things done by halves are never done right. And I always try to do it, you know, give it all I had.
And we're talking with Eric Dickerson right here on 105.3 The Fan. I really love that answer. I'm curious how long or when you first got involved with the charitable aspect that your fame can help give you the platform for. You've got an event going on Sunday at the SMU Miller Event Center, and then the golf tournament is going on Monday at Prestonwood. So obviously you're helping out with the ED29 Foundation, your foundation. But when did you first start getting involved and thinking, hey, I can use this to make a difference?
Well, I've been doing it for a long time. I didn't do it when I played football. We had a program that just say no to drugs back in the 80s. And the thing about it is, it's funny how you can touch a person, you never know it. And a couple of guys, matter of fact, I was at the post office, and this was probably about 5 or 6 years ago. I was at the post office. A guy got out of a UPS truck, and he saw me. Said, "Eric Dickerson." I said, "Yes." He said, "Man, I want to say thank you." I said, "For what?" He said, "Man, you saved my life." And I'm like, "Really?" He said, I was in that program, Just Say No to Drugs, when I was a young teenager. He said, and I just want to say thank you. He said, because a lot of my friends, he said they died doing drugs, and they got killed in doing a drug game. But I have a family, and I have a job, and I want to say thank you. That, I never forget. I said, man, I got to give you a hug for that. I mean, stuff like that, things that you don't even get a chance to see. Like, you know, I never knew that. I never knew that kid. You know, I knew you probably knew I was there, but I don't know if I ever really met him. But he was part of that program, and when you hear those kind of stories, it makes you feel really good about it.
And
that's awesome.
Yeah, it is. And we experience that on a very different level. We get that a lot on our like fan texts and stuff like that, Kevin, and that similar story of the nurse that came up to me and said she gets to laugh because, you know, we're there for her and her life feels a little bit better. That's a wonderful feeling that you know you're helping somebody and making those kinds of changes. That's great, man.
Yep. I agree with you.
Now, you also impacted this person's life from the 972. Hey, will you tell Eric that I played against him in the 1978 state championship game and he kicked our ass? So it's not all super positive along the way. You really...
he went to Wiley High School.
I assume so.
Right, Wiley. We played Wiley High School in the state championship. Yeah, that's true. I killed him.
And you're right, because I just looked up the box score from that game, and the Sealy scoring goes like this: Dickerson run, Dickerson run, Dickerson run. You had 4 touchdowns in that game.
Yeah, I had 4 touchdowns in that game. God, what was the score? I forgot the score. I remember the score for a long time.
It was 42-20 per my box score right here.
That's it. That's right. I said it was 40-something. That's 42-20. Yep, I remember. I remember that because they scored first. And, you know, the people who didn't score on us back in those days first, I was kind of shocked. But then we put it on them. But that's funny.
Now,
I'm sorry, but thanks.
By put him on him, he means they scored 4 consecutive touchdowns after that is what I'm seeing there. So, yeah, you affected a lot of people's lives in different ways.
In different ways, right, different ways.
The running back position in today's game. We were talking with Stephen Jones yesterday and said, hey, what's like the perfect running back to fit into this Cowboys offense? And he said, well, I mean, you got Emmett and Barry. He just started naming off all the Hall of Famers, and then he narrowed it back and he was like, no, but seriously, it's guys that can do pretty much everything. They can catch the ball and run the ball. He said, because it's not built the same as it used to be, that you have one that can do all of that. So you kind of have to use multiple different running backs to do it. Do you think that there is still, like, there's a handful of guys that still have that ability?
Of course there are. It really is. I think that they've gotten to this mindset that you just don't, you don't have to have one running back for all the time. And look, as most, like I say, in our era and even after our era, you know, the running back position was a really sought after position. And I think that, I don't know, sometime along the way, I remember Mel Kiper kept saying that you don't need a great running back. You can plug a couple of guys in at that position and do well with it. And I disagree with that. If you have a guy that is talented at that position, you should utilize him. I mean, a real running back, a guy that loves to play his position, does not want to share time, does not want to be taken out of the game. When he's down, he's running about 4 or 5 times in a row. He's down the goal line. He's not raising his hand to come out. I see a lot of that. I see guys, I want to carry the ball, maybe 10 times and catch 6 passes, and that's enough. Nah, to me, that's not football. Football is that if you carry the ball 26 times and catch 5 passes, that's part of the game. If you catch 12 passes and run the ball 8 times, that's part of the game. You have to acclimate to the game. I mean, my first year, I had 1,800 yards rushing, and I had 51 receptions, I think, for 404 yards. So, it just depends on the guy who's in the backfield, the guy that can really do that, and the guy that wants to do it. That's really what it comes down to. I see so many players now that they run the ball like 3 or 4 times, and they raise their hand. I'm like, what is he doing? I mean, that's just me, but I think the game, football is still football. I think that these guys, they bought into that nonsense.
I'm not saying the Cowboys are lacking at this position too, but how important is that offensive line as well, especially as we go into the draft tomorrow?
Man, let me tell you something. People don't realize. I always girls, I would say, those guys so fat. I thought those guys, the guys that like on off the big guys up front, the fat guys. Let me tell you something. Those fat guys are very, very important. Those guys make guys like me. They make guys the quarterbacks. I mean, they make us. I mean, and you have to have a good offensive line. somebody asked me about how do you start a team? When you start a team with a quarterback or running back, I said, no. You start a football team with one or two things. You're going to start with the offensive line or defensive line. You take the choice. You take the pick, either one. But you started with one of those two, and then you build around it. But, yeah, those guys are very important. Matter of fact, I met a guy the other day. I was in Pebble Beach, and a guy, he was a big guy. He was out there, he worked out there, and he said, I just want to say, I thank you for what you did for the game. I was an offensive lineman, and you made guys like us look good. I said, no, you made guys like me famous. I said, I want to thank guys like you. So, yeah, those guys are very important.
On the flip side of it, because the Cowboys have been pretty bad at stopping the run. How do you stop a running back? Is it the beefy middle defensive tackle, or is it great linebacker play? What was always the more difficult part for you?
Well, I'm going to tell you, the difficult part to me was when you had a defense that was a swarming defense. I mean, where gang tackling. I mean, I'm telling you, no one likes to be gang tackled because you might make that first or second tackle. Sometimes easy, sometimes not easy. But when you got to try to go through 3 and 4 guys, and then back then they can hit you all the way to the ground, it makes it a long day. I mean, that's how you really shut a running game down. Is you have to get guys around the ball, or get guys to keep hitting the back over and over and over. And after a while, you're like, okay, man, it's going to be a rough day out there today.
Maybe next week. Maybe next week I'll get my game.
We got the NFL draft coming up tomorrow, which you can also hear right here on the Fan. I know there's a 30 for 30 that focuses a lot on the quarterbacks, Elway to Marino in your draft class. What was your draft experience like, whether going through the process or on the day of the draft? What was that like for you?
Well, I can tell you, matter of fact, I knew the night before because back when I got drafted in '83, Houston had the second pick. The Rams had the third pick. And it was rumored that they were going to possibly make a trade, or Houston was going to take me and possibly trade Earl Campbell. So the night before the draft, I got a call from Jack Faulkner. I still remember his name, Jack Faulkner from the Rams. And he said, there were no cell phones. It was the house phone. Can I speak to Eric Dickerson? I said, this is Eric. He said, hi, Eric. He said, this is Jack Faulkner from the Los Angeles Rams. I just want to let you know that we're going to draft you in the morning. We're going to make a trade with Houston. So we have a ticket for you at the airport, so blah, blah, blah. And so sure enough, I told my best friend, we got up that morning. I called, I think it was, I want to say it was like a 9 o'clock flight to L.A. That morning. And they picked, and I was in the car when I heard I got drafted. I heard on the radio.
Wow.
Because Elway was the first pick, and then they said, wow, the Rams take a quick pick. Eric Dickerson from the SMU, Southern Methodist University. And, I got congratulated at the airport. I got to the facility. There's a lot of media there, a lot of media. Nothing like it is now. Nothing like it is now. I did some interviews. And the funny thing was John Robinson recruited me out of high school. And when I saw him, he said, I finally got you. that was funny to me. But that was it. And then I think, I'm going to tell you the big thing was, picking your number, what number you want to wear. So they had 25, 29, 32, 34, and 45. And I said, well, I want to wear number 19. If you can't wear 19, that's a quarterback's number or a kicker. I'm like, okay. So he said, pick from one of these numbers. So OJ was my favorite player. I loved Earl Campbell and Walter Payton and Jim Brown. So I said, okay. But I always wanted to have my own identity. I said, I'll just take number 25. So I took number 25, and I'm holding up in the LA Times. I still have it on my phone, a big picture of me holding up number 25 with me, John Robinson, and George Frontieri, the owner. And so when I got back to Dallas, my best friend picked me up. We're still best friends to this day. And he said, we talking. He said, what number did you take? I said, I took number 25. He said, 25? I said, yeah. He said, why did you take 19? I said, well, I told him, I said, you couldn't, I said, blah, blah, you couldn't take it. He said, tell me the numbers. I said, they had 25, 32, 34, 29. He said, man, why'd you take 29? It's close to 19. I'm like, yeah, that's right. That's true. Guys, I'm telling you, it's funny how things are. We went out there and I couldn't hardly concentrate thinking about I want to change my number. I want to change my number. So that I got up early the next morning to call back to L.A. The Rams, I forgot it was a 2-hour time difference, so I had to wait till they opened, I think, at 8 o'clock. So I called back and I said, hey, can I speak to Mr. Hewitt, the equipment trainer? And he was an older guy, real serious. I said, hey, Mr. Hewitt, This is Eric Dickerson. He said, how you doing, Eric? I said, fine. I said, congratulations. He said, what can I do for you? I said, Mr. Hughes, I want to change my number. He got real quiet. He said, well, son, let me tell you, you in the LA Times holding up number 25, son. We don't change numbers. We don't do that around here. I got quiet. I said, I'll tell you what, Mr. Hewitt. I said, if I don't change my number to number 29, I said, I'm not coming. He got quiet. He said, okay, you'll be number 29. That's how I became number 29.
Well, and clearly, wow, that's an amazing story. Clearly, that's worked out for you. For people not familiar, I'm sure a lot are, especially with the events happening in the Metroplex this weekend, Sunday and Monday. What does the ED29 Foundation do, and how does it impact folks in Dallas?
Well, what we're trying to do, we want to help keep people in the community. We're going to hook up with the learning centers there. Eventually, what I really want to do is help kids with dyslexia, because my youngest daughter has dyslexia. She's dyslexic. And she has done so well in school. It was a lot of hard work. And that is one thing I really want to focus on. And also these mobile medical units. I really want to, because we want to help people that can't get to the doctor, don't have ways to get out, they can't drive, don't have the money for it. So those are things I want to start off doing in the Dallas area.
Excellent. We're looking forward to the event. We appreciate your time very much. We'll give out the link. Everyone can check out the website. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Hey, thank you very much. You guys have a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Eric Dickerson. By the way, EventiaUSA.com. So EVENTIA USA.com if you want to find out more information about that. Like I said, they're going to be doing things at the SMU Miller Event Center on Sunday, and then the golf tournament Monday morning at Prestonwood, the Creek course, all for a great cause. He was excellent.
I was a little concerned at first, Kevin. He was like, I'm good. How are you guys? And I was like,
You
oh,
didn't believe it.
And then he turned it on for us.
It's
Nice
just
job.
a deep voice. Y'all were just imparting a thought on that deep voice. There's a lot of character and fun in that deep voice.
Absolutely. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Pasek.
Unfortunately, we are seeing Seattle's best.
Yeah.
Do you want to rock a bathing suit?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. They've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Right now, it's time for some of that baseball nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Okay, so Rangers lose yesterday 4-0. I watched a lot of the game. It was funny. Carter texted me after the first. He's like, "You said Logan Gilbert wouldn't walk anybody."
He did.
And I text back Carter, and I thought Dave Raymond hit it on the head after that inning was over. If a guy who never walks people walks two people, you have to take advantage. If you don't, you're just giving that other team the feeling of, oh, they're not going to take advantage of their opportunities today. And after 2 innings, it was over. Logan Gilbert was like, it's over. He's awesome. He's their #3 starting pitcher.
Man.
That's the issue with this series right now, is you are facing their best. Luis Castillo is going to be pitching tomorrow. Tonight is Bryce Miller. I know that they have another good pitcher going. That's just not. I'm sorry. Is everything okay?
Yeah, it's just like a minor. It's a football thing.
Okay,
Not a
good.
minor.
Who cares?
I don't want to invade on baseball with football. Mike.
Okay, thank you. It's worthless here. Is
It's not about the Cowboys, Pat.
okay. Good. Is it about one of my good teams?
I'm on Ross St. Brown. Got a contract extension.
Okay.
We'll get to it in a
Why are
minute.
you invading baseball?
Sorry, we'll get to it in a minute.
But the Mariners pitching staff is awesome. Their bullpen is awesome. And you saw how the Mariners can win this division and maybe even run away with it, to be honest. I'm not saying they're running away with it after 25 games into the season.
Right.
But you saw last night, and I think you might see tonight and then the next night, you might see why the Mariners are maybe, I hope I'm wrong, maybe way better than everybody else in the American League West. Now, the Rangers, let's get back to the Rangers. I'm just giving you Seattle. You saw what they can do to you. They're probably never going to score a lot of runs, but they have some boppers in their lineup. Julio Rodriguez, their MVP candidate, is getting hot, unfortunately, right when he comes to Texas. The Rangers, we said this before the season started because of the injuries to Max Scherzer, Tyler Mahle, Jacob deGrom, who, look, I don't know if he's going to come back this year. We can be optimistic in April, but double Tommy John, his age.
Yeah.
I do think he's going to come back to the Rangers. It just might not be in 2024. But all the injuries the Rangers had pitching-wise before the season started, you said, this has to be for the 2 months to start this year, carried by the offense. The offense has to be one of the best in baseball, at least for the first 2 months, or you could find yourself in a tough situation. I will say being 500 is not bad right now, and luckily Seattle hasn't played great baseball until recently.
And this is the Rangers' first day out of first, is it not?
Yes, I believe so. Batting average for the Rangers in Major League Baseball is 9th overall. Slugging percentage, 14th. On base percentage, 12th. OPS, which is obviously adding your slugging and your on base, 10th. Runs, 10th. So I'm telling you right now, they're a hair above average. And in your kind of major team categories, they're above average, not good, but not like top
5. I thought they'd top 5 across the board.
This has to be a top 5 lineup in baseball. If you want to repeat, and I know they didn't win the division, but if you want to repeat as tied in the division or winning the division, your offense has to really lead this team. So I give you those numbers, and I won't give you one other offensive number, but I go, man, you know what? 500 ain't that bad when I give you these next numbers. Rangers team ERA, 22nd. Their whip, which is your walks, hits, innings pitched, 20th. Walks, they have the 27th most walks in baseball. Only 3 other teams have walked more people than the Texas Rangers have. And then what is really good, the one thing that you can kind of hang your hat on in a basic general form is the batting average against the Rangers pitching staff is .222, which is 5th best in Major League Baseball.
I was about to say
it shows how many people they're walking.
I was going to say it's surprising, but not really. When you balance it with the walks, you can see what's killing them.
So you look at a lot of your pitching stats overall as a team, below average. You look at your hitting and you're barely above average, league average, and you're 12-12. So you're surviving right now. Now, here's the stat I want to get to for the Rangers overall. And this is Bruce Bochy's coming on later today. I think this is a valid question right now. They are 22nd in steals. I think they have 11 steals. I looked it up just a minute ago when I was writing it all down, but I wrote down their league average rather than the exact numbers. So, and it is 11. Last year, there was no reason to steal. We asked Bochy about it after the All-Star break, and he's like, dude, we hit doubles and homers all the time. Like, I get we're in a little bit of a lull this week, but my guys have proven over 100 games they're going to hit doubles and homers.
Right.
There's nothing that's been proven in 24 games. I get that. But when you have a slug percent, or you're slugging league average, when your on base percentage is about league average, a hair above, maybe you need to look at Wyatt Langford and Evan Carter and Leody Taveras and Marcus Semien and Adolis Garcia. These are your main candidates. Maybe even Josh Smith. I know he got thrown out the other day trying to steal. But maybe the 6 guys that are starting that aren't Jonah Heim, aren't Nate Lowe, and aren't Corey Seager, maybe you say, we got to start trying to steal bases because we're not getting to second by hitting the ball. We're not hitting doubles. We're not hitting the ball out of the park. I wonder, I don't think it's time yet to go into a full-blown, we got to start maybe, and small ball's a bad term, and it's not done anymore. I'm not saying you bunt guys over and just, hit a little farter ground ball to the second baseman to move a runner from second to third with 0 outs. By the way, don't cheer when you hit a ground ball with 1 out to the second baseman and move the runner to third with 2 outs. That is not a positive at bat. Nobody's trying to do that. Nobody in the history of baseball has ever told somebody, good job by moving, unless the catcher can't catch. And then you're like, great job because a wild pitch or a pass ball is about to happen. You're only trying to move a runner to third from second when there's nobody out. So I just look at it and I wonder, at what point do you go, maybe we're not going to hit the most home runs this year. Maybe we're not going to have a high extra base hit percentage. Maybe we're just going to be league average. And if that's the case, we need to start figuring out how to get free bases. They've made the rules where you can get more free bases. They want you to try this because they've hired the percentage of your chance of being successful. So I just wonder, when we look at these numbers from the Rangers very early in the season, when do you go, we got to start turning the ponies loose, Eric Dickerson, and trying to steal more bases because we're not getting to second by hitting the ball. Right. We're not getting to third by hitting the ball, and we're not jogging around the bases by hitting the ball right now.
Interesting. I definitely want to talk.
We do it today.
Okay.
Yeah, we
starting right now?
Yep.
Okay.
I'd like for you to just make sure, do not look at Bryce Miller's stats if you want to do that.
Now I feel like he doesn't want us to do that.
I'm saying
don't trust the offense. Like, Bryce Miller's a stud. So this is the Seattle Mariners. They are throwing their 3 studs against us. George Kirby's the other one. That's their other good pitcher who's not in this series.
Holy crap.
He said, don't
You should have
look.
warned me, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay.
I told you.
Starting tomorrow?
Luis Castillo's pitching tomorrow.
Well,
after
you know
the
what,
series
Mike?
is over, after
Thanks
the
a lot.
series, we'll start.
We'll figure it out
the
at
whole
some
play
point.
of Mike has.
They
Maybe
might have
All-Star. Maybe the All-Star break. Fine.
The
That's gonna
Reds
be
are bringing
here.
in Jose Rio and Tom Browning.
When Josh Young comes back.
That's not right.
When
Tom
Josh
Seaver.
Young comes back,
That's
we'll
not
do it.
right.
No?
Definitely not that last one. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we'll get you more information on that new wide receiver contract, how it could impact the Cowboys and CeeDee Lamb. It's a good day for him. It's just a heads up. But Corey has demanded to talk about the Mavs some more, and we agree. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got NFL news, and Corey has demanded more discussion about the Dallas Mavericks, which I think is fair. What is the contract that we're hearing for St. Brown?
Well, somebody did text this in, Kevin, from the 806. A leaf just trickled on Jerry's head. Because isn't that what he was saying, is I want more leaves to fall. I want to see how this shakes out. The Lions have a deal for Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 years, $120 million with $77 million guaranteed, according to Ian Rappaport, and makes St. Brown the highest paid wide receiver in the NFL. I don't know by what metric it does and for how long.
Because I thought Tyreek had an annual value of one of those that was above 30, but
is the guaranteed money the most? I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll have to go look that up and everything. But I know for a fact that Reggie and Mike think that he's maybe one of the top 70 receivers in the NFL. And
did y'all get in an argument about him, right?
I'll let Reggie.
Amon-Ra?
Yeah.
We were at Buffalo Wild Wings
Buffalo Wild Wings
on a Friday. I forget which one, but We were just saying as they were going into the
I forgot I
Detroit,
can hit the button.
going into the Detroit game, we knew he was good. We were not denying he wasn't good.
Right.
Right. I think for me, the thing about it is he a wide receiver who forces the defense's hand and makes them play a certain way, I think is the way that I term it, kind of like that game breaker type player. Obviously, he's a very good wide receiver, but I don't view him as that. And maybe
they find mismatches for him.
Yeah.
Like they find really good mismatches for him in slot. And I mean, very similar to what they do with CD. But I think CD is exceptional on the other front that Reggie's talking about as well. But Cooper Kupp, you would say they headhunt. How do we get him on a linebacker? And with Amon-Ra St. Brown, you're like, okay, can he beat all the best guys? And they have to say, okay, we have to double team him. We have to swing safeties over his way. It didn't appear that way in the second half of the game against San Francisco. So,
all right. I know, Corey, you've accused me of being big football.
Wait, before we move away from big football, Tyreek Hill's average annual value was 30, but his guaranteed was 72. So maybe it is off of the guaranteed number.
There you go. Good call, guys. All right, I've argued for management in big football to keep salaries down. For this, I'm going to go ahead and propose CD's deal. And I do not believe the Cowboys are going to be happy with this.
Shohei money?
Yeah, let's go 10 for 700. And let everybody know we have the best.
And pay him like $1 this year.
Guarantee it.
You could do
and
that,
more
actually.
money down the road.
You could figure that out.
Yeah, $2 million guaranteed. The rest he gets when he lives in Japan.
I'll see what I can do about that.
After his imminent suspension for gambling, allegedly.
Feels like he's going to duck that now. I'm going to say 4 years for CeeDee Lamb for 130.
Yes.
To 132.
Good for
Somewhere
CeeDee.
In that neighborhood.
Which one is it?
It's
you have to decide, Kevin.
Okay,
You can't
130.
flip-flop like Dawson on the Mavs here.
Okay.
He said he only gets one flip-flop per week, though. So he did say, I've already changed my mind.
That's very responsible.
Yeah, that is responsible. He's like, I changed my mind, but I can only do it once this week. So,
all right, I'm going to go 4 for
Mavs
130 then, with $86 million guaranteed.
Hey!
That's awesome. I think he's going to get more guaranteed. No, probably not. We like keeping that open, right? So we can guarantee more as the
And also, that would be a record for wide receiver guaranteed money. That would be a record for annual value wide receiver money. And then Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase would double high-five each other and dance around afterwards.
Jerry was up till 2 a.m. thinking about this.
All jokes aside, though, Mike, CeeDee Lamb specifically, deserving of that money?
Yeah, he's a top 5 receiver.
Yeah.
I think in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I
definitely think he's shown he's top 5.
Yeah.
And so I would say,
maybe
that's
higher.
That's a going rate for those guys.
Yeah.
The NFL. That's
And
right.
See, okay, so I'm not working for management on this one. I'm looking out for CD. 4 for 130, $86 million guaranteed.
In your
I
face,
think
St.
that deal
Brown.
gets done.
All right, I'm marking that one down
Right
as
now.
you're actually, Kevin.
Yeah, right.
I'm going to go find a little
That'd mean the
tablet.
Cowboys have to work.
I'm saying it would get done right now if you propose it. I'm not saying it will get done. It would get
The
done.
wall of predictions.
Are those not the same words?
No, they're not. Will means
Will Chambers.
it is. Yes.
Wood
and it's
means
hot.
Nate Wood.
Yes. Okay.
Or Kerry Wood.
Oh, good one.
Grand Prairie.
You guys are jerks.
Natalie Wood.
Really, Irving MacArthur, but then he illegal went to Grand Prairie. For
Wood
some-
Harris.
Shut up,
Woody Harrelson.
all of you. It would get done if they proposed it, but I don't think it will get done.
I don't think you should raise your
because
voice like
I
that.
don't.
I think it'll get done when CeeDee Lamb does the sit-in holdout thing in Oxnard.
You know what? That was the thing. I didn't get a chance to talk to Steven because we were given a time limit yesterday. But when he goes, I want everybody to raise their hands who didn't think Zeke should have been part of this roster. We give him the contract extension. I was really hoping somebody would raise their hand so they would ask him a question and be like, yeah, but didn't he have 2 years left on his contract and 2 more potential franchise years? So you could have iced it out and made sure that if he decided not to play, he never would have been a viable product in the NFL again.
He knew who was in that room.
Good point.
From the 214, I was promised a Mavericks segment, and I got a Detroit Lions wide receiver segment.
All right.
Good-ass
Up next,
point.
Baltimore Orioles.
That's a good point,
All right.
Corey.
So last night, I was watching the TNT broadcast because I've seen enough of our home broadcast.
Who was on TNT?
Grant Hill.
That's correct.
Oh, that's a good guy.
And the guy he was with.
I think it was Ian Eagle.
Ian Eagle.
Reggie Miller has started to irritate me, and I just assumed
God
it was.
So you like Grant Hill?
Yes.
Okay, I watching the game last night, I was
Is that
like, dude,
dunk?
I felt Grant Hill was really good. I enjoyed his broadcast. I
think he's good at
he had a
that
number
job.
of predictable of things that he said that you were like, oh, that actually is happening on the game. Like there was the moment where they said you just can't foul Harden here,
Yes.
and it happened. The Mavs did it, and he was like, well, and then he was talking late, Kevin. You were watching TNT also?
No, I was watching Bally, and I wanted to ask you if this is weird. I started watching Bally more because they were 10 seconds ahead.
Okay.
And I just couldn't handle being 10 seconds behind, which makes no sense.
He kept saying late in the game, valuing the basketball. Like he kept on saying the Mavericks, you can see they're valuing the ball more. And he used it a little too much, Mike. So for future reference, don't use it over and over. It'll wear somebody out. You know what I'm saying?
Should I Reggie Miller it? Are you kidding me?
Oh my gosh. All right. So, but one thing they did was they went to Jason Kidd on the sideline.
Did I wear words out? Did I wear words out on the broadcast?
No, I'm just trying to help you out, homie.
I thought you were hinting that, like, I've already started to irritate.
Not yet, but I'll let you know. I'll text you in the middle of the game.
Hey,
but Jason Kidd's talking about their defensive efforts, and he's talking about what they're doing. He's in the huddle, and he's talking to the players, and he said, "This is the line that really stuck out to me for the rest of the game." He said, "We get the stop, we go run, we go explore." And so that was the one where I was like, for some reason I said, okay, I'm going to watch how they do this. And every time they got defensive stops, whether it was defensive rebounds or a steal, they pushed. And every time that they got the ball out of the basket, Luca would take it up the court, plod slowly, and then they would work their half-court system. And that was just the approach that they took last night. And Reggie and I were kind of discussing that. And that's a huge factor when it comes to you're catching their defense off guard. But that's what Jason Kidd said, this is how we're going to play. And that's what one of the things they couldn't do before, I guess, when they got Kai, was when they said, well, now let's start pushing the ball more. Luca wasn't comfortable doing it, but they now have that ability to do it. But his mindset is, if we get the ball out of the basket, we take it easy. If we get the ball, we're going to go get cheap points. We're going to go collect on these guys. And I just thought that was a big factor last night.
Who might have said yesterday maybe the Mavericks should post up Luka Doncic more, and that could, cause the Clippers some issues rather than making him
on Terrence Mann and whoever too. Yeah,
I think it was really you.
Nice. Yeah.
It was me.
Yeah.
I tell you what, I should be an NBA head coach. No, I shouldn't, but I did really like that. Now, the Clippers started making adjustments after it was hurting them because Luka was like, if you send the double, I'm going to kick it quickly to a three-point shooter, and Kyrie took advantage of that. And when they didn't double, he took advantage of am closer to the basket and backing him down already. It's tougher to send a double team right now. You can, and they did, and he made good passes out of it. He's a great passer, so you're scared of double teaming him in the post, knowing he's going to make a perfect pass a lot of times. So to your point, I do like this. I wonder this with Barkley was on Luka last night for not pushing.
Okay, go ahead.
I just think that Luka feels out of control if he goes too fast.
Okay, I can understand that because there was a play where he was a little out of control.
When he threw it and he was like, oh, Kleba. It's like, it never even got to Kleba.
Yeah.
Like that, I get getting mad at Kleba at times, but that was not Kleba's fault. That was your fault. You were out of control, but that's him going fast. And so that's the one thing at times you have to worry about. You can tell him, I need you to play fast, but he will probably have 3 more turnovers, if not 5. And he does play faster than he ever has.
He absolutely has. He looks down court more often than I think I saw him previously, and that's part of the addition that they made. I just like the other part too, that Jason Kidd has them everybody's on the same page on that. We know, get out and start running. That's why Josh Green's running. He's like, I've been told to take off.
I can't shoot. If we're in half court, I might as well just go back and play 5-on-4 basketball and wait for us to play defense.
And we'll get it. Maybe we'll get into Kawhi at noon, Kevin,
sure.
If we can, because he wasn't Kawhi last night by any means, and that's.
Then my argument will be, I don't know how much of Kawhi you're going to get.
I agree with you there, and so we'll talk about that at noon. But the Barkley thing, did you go watch the halftime show?
Watch halftime, and then when the game ended, after Leslie interviewed Kyrie, I flipped it over and then watched the post game.
Okay, the Barkley thing, because I don't watch typically their halftime show, but you like it, and so I wanted to see like what you like. And Barkley like immediately was like, I want to talk about Luca, and they're like, hold on, we got other stuff to get to.
They screwed over Kenny Smith because he's like, terrible. I want to talk about Luca's defense, and you guys have the wrong highlights.
They did. I told you they had the wrong stuff up there. But
it happens.
But Barkley, when he said the line of, he has to get all the points. He has to get all the assists. He needs to trust his teammates. I wondered if y'all agreed with Barkley on that sentiment. I know Choppy tweeted that he did agree on it, but I don't know that I do, because that is the way the Mavericks play.
Right.
Is it all revolves, Reggie used the word helicopter-centric, I believe is...
Heliocentric.
Yeah, that's a good word right there.
Same thing.
It all revolves around
really
the sun,
not.
which is Luca, and everything goes from there, and everybody understands that role. But do you think that if he learns to play off ball better, that they're going to be a better team from it?
Oh, yes and no.
Inevitably, that feels like a yes is possible.
And
but does he have to?
I hear
right
what
now?
Barkley's saying. He also said Luka's numbers need to come down. And maybe when he's saying that, I think he really means points. I don't need his rebounds and assists to come down. I get where he's saying I don't need him scoring 34. I think they'd be a better team if, let's say, he averaged 26. I get that point. But now we have to individually, Ryan Drees blows me up on this all the time too, because he's Golden State Warrior, move the ball. And I'm like, okay, I get it. Let's go through this. Can Lively and Gafford dribble, pass, and shoot?
No.
They can't. They have to have somebody do it for, like, literally you can't post them up. Like, but they're good. I like those players. All right, let's go through. Kyrie, yes, Kyrie's a do-everything offense. Kyrie do everything. Now name the other guys that you feel like can pass, dribble, and shoot, that's how you start running more of a coordinated offense.
Sometimes PJ, but not enough. Not enough
I'm
confidence.
with you.
We talked about the flaws that come along with Josh Green.
And Exum,
taking
too.
the ball.
Exum's a good dribbler, solid passer, struggles shooting, and that's why we're not playing him as much so far in these first two games. Maxi Kleba can't dribble, pass, and he does shoot. I'm not saying he can shoot, but he does shoot, and at times when they go in, it's awesome. But I do think that Charles isn't looking at our role players, who I like. I'm not taking shots at this role. This role team is the best role team Luka's ever had by far. But if I look at their individual traits, if I start passing the ball and letting those guys make major decisions, like Paul George, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard, Zubac, they don't put him in. They know he can't make major decisions. We have to make the decision for him. But they usually have four guys on the court, Norman Powell, who can kind of make major decisions moving the ball around. The Mavericks structure is not that way. It's closer because of PJ Washington. It's closer because of Dante Exum if he plays in the series.
Right, yeah.
But there's multiple guys on the floor, usually two, if not three, who cannot pass and dribble and sometimes can't shoot. So he has to make the decision for them.
Yeah. When I heard him say that last night, I was like, what are you doing right now? But at the same time, I see where you say, Kevin, where you're like, ultimately, if he is able to play off ball better,
yes,
he and Kyrie are a better tandem together. The third guy
that just
is,
logistically is another option for you.
But the way it is built right now, this is the system that works for what they do.
This is the team. And I think Jason Kidd, I'm going to give him credit right now. Jason Kidd, Luka Doncic, Kyrie Irving, Nico Harrison, they're getting the most out of a Luka-centric team / I don't want to say Kyrie-centric. He is the number 2, but he's great. Like, you can give him the ball the last 5 minutes and say, I want you taking the last 10 shots, Kyrie. And I think Luka's cool with it because he knows how great Kyrie is.
Yeah, he does.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Get back into the Mavs and potentially Kawhi in just a little bit. But coming up next, from the mind of Corey Majors, it's our Masterpiece Theater. Who is your favorite actor that isn't necessarily a main player, but steals the show every time they take the screen? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's brought to you by Window Nation, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I may or may not be concerned about how this next segment's going to go. But want to give you a tweet update from the mayor, Mayor Eric Johnson. Quote, today the Dallas City Council approved a 15-year plan for the Dallas Wings to play in Dallas. I'm thrilled to finally welcome the Dallas Wings home. Dallas is the place to be right now for residents, businesses, other political stuff. But the point is, that's not what it says. But you get the
politics?
idea. Yeah, kissing babies.
They're bringing Reunion Arena back?
I don't believe that is the case.
They've done absolutely
How
nothing.
would that? What political stance would bring Reunion back be?
I feel like that's a winning issue for
yeah,
people.
that would be a
The
conservative
women need their
thing,
own
huh?
arena.
Keep it the same.
Yes.
I don't even know where they're going to play in Dallas. Where are they going to play?
There'll be an arena at K. Bailey Hutchinson Center. The convention center.
Oh, there you go.
In where?
The
K. Bailey Convention Center.
Oh, is that? It's not built though, right? Yet the basketball court, or is it the K. Bailey Hutchinson basketball court's already there?
I'm pretty sure what they do is they put
because didn't they put money into like rebuilding that thing, and so maybe they haven't built the basketball part of it yet.
they just throw the ice down and then they get to throw the basketball court on top.
We are going to have the Wings president and CEO Greg Bibb on tomorrow. We will ask for clarification about that. But I want you to ask it just like that. Have they built the basketball arena yet?
Is he related to Mike Bibby?
You can ask him that tomorrow as well. In the meantime,
These are all you questions, Mike.
All right, I will. I'll ask all those questions.
It's time for Masterpiece Theater.
I'll ask if he's all in.
Well, they at least did something, Mike.
Another edition of Masterpiece Theater, where we discuss theater with you. And now, two guys who know absolutely nothing about theater, Corey and Kevin.
Because I know.
God, I really feel bad for everybody who's zooming just then. So this.
Did they not move the camera up to my face?
This text came from Corey Majors. Who is your favorite actor that isn't necessarily a main player but steals the show every time they take the screen?
Rodney Dangerfield.
Okay.
Let me explain why
Because he don't get no
this
respect.
question popped up. I was watching, and I don't love myself for this decision. All right,
You should always love yourself.
I was watching the movie.
Mark that.
I was watching the movie Argyle. All right.
Oh, how was it? I heard it's not good.
It wasn't all that great.
Never heard of it.
Yeah.
About socks.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Sweaters.
Either.
Dude.
Felt like there was more cats than socks, but
what?
I was watching that movie and it had a lot of different people. Dua Lipa's in it. Henry Cavill is
What
in
about
it.
the baby?
Don't know either of those people.
Henry Cavill played
Superman.
Yeah, Man of
Do
Steel.
they have Dua Lipa?
Dua
and
Lipa?
the
You don't know
baby?
Dua Lipa?
She's a rapper. Is that correct?
Singer.
No,
but-
sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know her.
And then in Ron Howard's daughters, the lead Dallas
Opie.
Dallas
Bryce
Howard.
Dallas.
I know who
Is
Opie
Samuel L.
is.
Jackson in it too?
Yes. And then, but
And Bruce Willis.
the guy who steals the show for me
Pulp Fiction.
is Sam Rockwell. And I've watched a lot of
no
movies.
chance Mike knows who that
You
is.
do. You know, just look him up real quick and you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember him from.
He's gonna say he doesn't
3
know.
billboards in Ebbings, Missouri.
And everything I've ever seen Sam Rockwell in, he has stolen the show, especially
Wasn't he in W?
Hitchhiker's Guide
Yeah.
to the Galaxy.
Hey, excuse me. This guy boring you? Why don't you talk to me instead? I'm from a different planet. It's true. You want to see my spaceship?
I've seen his face.
Okay, good.
He's in the Iron Man movies. Like he's in Seven Psychopaths. He's never
He's in
really
Moon.
He's in, you know what? He was in The Green Mile. I thought he was great in that movie. You hated him, but he was also really good at that character. He's never really the main guy, but I always think that he delivers in whatever role he's in. So that's where Kevin I came up with this question. And honestly, I didn't expect it to be a segment. I was just asking you because I respect your movie opinions.
Oh. Well, and then
Sorry, Mike, I didn't text you that.
When I heard, sorry, Mike. Oh yeah, because you'd have been like, "Hold on, are we talking about movie guys?" Like you just said in the break.
Movie people. I
Movie
wanted to include
people, okay.
Even actresses too.
Inclusive, fair.
Thanks. That's who they call me, Mr. Inclusive.
Yeah.
Who is they?
I don't know. That's a good
I
question.
just said the inclusive people.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go to cut number 15. Mine is Paul Dano. Now, Paul Dano most
Oh my
recently was in a movie.
Mike's Googling
Oh,
right
Dano?
No, Paul Dano. I
Most
watched.
well known for.
He's a psycho in Joker movie.
Okay,
Right?
That was largely accurate.
okay. Let's go.
He
to cut-
was the Joker.
Most well known for Girl Next Door.
He was the Riddler from
Okay,
the Batman.
there
That
we
is
go.
actually my cut. Let's go to 15.
You're gonna die. Oh, no, 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 no! Nobody! No! This is not how this was supposed to go. I had it all planned out. We were gonna be safe here. We could watch the whole thing together.
We're gonna be safe here. He was just in the Adam Sandler movie, The Spaceman, which I thought was pretty good. I have learned that perhaps a lot of people do not care for that movie. So
The 817 or 682. Book him, Dano. Is that?
Yes.
He's in the Too Big to Fail, Dumb Money, right?
Yes.
He
was really fun.
He's
in-
good, man.
in Dumb Money.
He's the kind of person though that, like Rockwell, is a different character all the time.
So just to run
it's
it
not
down,
like Julia Roberts.
He's also been in Little Miss Sunshine, The Girl Next Door, There Will Be Blood. Like,
Yeah.
there's probably a lot of things you're like, oh yeah, I did see him in that. I think that's the guy for me. Well, don't mark that as a.
Please
well,
mark
now that you said that, I should.
as a.
You know how I operate.
Yeah, you just.
Oh yeah, from the 469, Sam Rockwell and Galaxy Quest.
That's where I
Sam Rockwell
first noticed him. Because,
You already Googled him, Mike.
Yeah,
You literally just said, "Oh yeah."
I've seen him.
Like 5 minutes ago, yes.
That was the first time I really remember seeing him, and that movie is shockingly better than I anticipated.
I don't have this pulled up, but Sam Rockwell was in the Women Charlie's Angels.
Yeah,
he was a guy in that.
Yes, yes, he was.
Okay.
He was. Nice job,
he was
Mike.
in the Women Charlie Angels.
See? Inclusive.
What is the men's Charlie's Angels?
That's probably coming out in 5 years.
There's got to be a male version of Charlie's Angels.
Isn't there Ocean's 11 with women?
I'm gonna do some Googles.
All right. I'm seeing this right now.
Ghostbusters, the girls.
A lot of different ones coming in, but I'm seeing this name. This is my other guy, Walton Goggins. He's
in Fallout.
So
right?
when he was in Justified, he was the antagonist to Timothy Oliphant, right? So he's his best friend, but also a guy he's always chasing down and everything. And he was phenomenal. Like, he was the perfect bad guy, and also, got caught a lot. So he was perfect for that. But right now in Fallout, he's I guess if you were to say there's 5 leads, he's a lead, but he's a side character in this.
Okay.
And he's fantastic in this. So yeah, Walton Goggins is that kind of guy that I think he always, once he hits the screen, you're like, dang, dude, that's great work, man.
Goggins is in.
Yeah.
I'm very concerned about just reading some of these off because I feel like Mike's gonna be like, oh, hold on.
I've seen Walter Goggins.
Okay.
It's Walton, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mike, do you know of Willem Dafoe from the 561? Obviously great.
William.
Boondock Saints, Spider-Man, Life Aquatic is mentioned.
All right. I have a conflicted.
Oh no.
No.
Don't you dare.
No, he's awesome.
Okay.
I've seen him.
I just have a conflicted feeling about him right now.
He was Green Goblin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I just watched Poor Things.
I think Green Goblin's the Dallas Stars' main character for these playoffs. Or something.
Victory Green.
He was in Asteroid City. He was a side bit. He was great in that.
I have very conflicted feelings about him just at the moment because he's in Poor Things, and it's basically 2 hours of, hey, men are the worst.
Oh, wow.
And they sexualize women, especially at a young age. I was like, no, I got your message pretty quick. And they're like, what if we stretch it out for 2 hours? Give us some awards, please. And they did.
Mm-hmm.
Good for them.
So what are we mad about?
That I had to watch it.
I like Apollo Creed.
Oh, yes.
Oh, and speaking of Creed, I would like to give my answer, gentlemen.
Oh.
Thanks for asking. My answer is a gentleman that was seen, and of course I had to bring up The Wire, the greatest television show in the history of American television.
What happened to Wallace?
His name is Wood Harris.
Wood.
You know what the difference is between me and you? I bleed red. You bleed green. What you been building for us? Huh? You know what? I look at you these days, you know what I see? I see a man without a country. Not hard enough for this right here. And maybe, just maybe, not smart enough for them out there. Not hard enough. No offense. I don't think you ever really were.
He's left-handed.
You know Wood Harris. He is in Winning Time.
Yes.
Who does he play?
Does he play Spencer Haywood?
Yeah.
Oh,
He's in
yeah.
Remember the Titans.
Because
Yes,
he
he
is
is.
a crack addict.
The character.
That is correct.
Yes.
I read the book.
The character.
Spencer Haywood was cracking. Well, that's why they let him go off the team.
Fair.
They're like, you do too much crack.
That's a great point, Mike. Thank you very much.
That would be
Let's just get to the
prohibitive, yeah.
point, Spencer. And now you're trying to kill our general manager or coach, so that's not a good look
So
either.
it's just not
And
going to fly.
Literally, not like in a literal, in a literal sense, you're trying to kill our coach.
I haven't thought about this person as much in a while, but Jaimin Hansu, he feels like he used to be a huge. He was in like Blood Diamond.
Oh, yeah.
I think, was he in Amistad?
Oh, that sounds about right.
Maybe that movie's too old, but
I have a friend that called
Hey, was he in
Dejan.
Gladiator?
yes.
Yeah. See?
He's
Look
in
at-
Black Adam.
And you guys say that I'm not. That's horrible. I watched 10 minutes of that. So that's
Shazam.
enough.
He's in The Kingsman.
Look at how good I am at this. I can look at a person's face after you say their name and name a movie they're in.
It also helps that Google gives you a movie, right?
No, I'm just like, I don't want to do it that way. That's
Okay,
too much.
fair enough.
I just try to, and I spelled his name tremendously wrong. But
From the 940, Christoph Waltz, and I've actually seen this name pop up a couple of times.
Great.
He is great. Here's the issue I have with one of his Academy. Just hear me out.
Wow.
He is the main character in a movie where he won Best Supporting Actor. And I think that is an outrage.
What movie?
Django Unchained. And before
he's the main actor?
you come at me with the name of the movie is Django Unchained, I hear you. But Will Smith turned down the role of Django because he's like, it's not the lead. He is the lead character in that movie. I know Jamie Foxx is around more at the end. Spoiler, sorry. But Christoph Waltz is there way more at the beginning.
The
He's
Bengals have exercised the fifth-year option of wide receiver Jamar Chase.
Oh,
yes. Leaves are dropping, Jerry.
Man.
I'm glad you stayed up till 2 a.m. working out these deals just in case.
I bet they did when they saw that Amon-Ra St. Brown deal, and they're like, hey. No, we're not. You're not going anywhere. And he's like, yeah, but did you see that? Hey, we get fifth-year option. But did you see his deal? And they're like, don't worry about that. Joel Edgerton, I've actually seen his name come up a couple different times.
World name the Joel.
It's the way you pivot every single time.
Heard of these people?
Oh yeah, that dude gives me the.
He looks like Tom Hanks in this picture.
He gives me the creeps, dude, but he's good.
Then he has
you didn't type in Tom Hanks?
Wasn't he Uncle Ben in a movie or something?
Yes, and I believe he came back for the Kenobi TV
He was
show.
also in The Great Gatsby.
I have to admit,
He looks really different with a beard. Kind of like the beard.
The Great Gatsby.
James Harden. He looks really different.
Oh, what about Anthony Edwards in that Adam Sandler basketball movie?
Hustle.
I did think he was good in that.
He was really good.
He was good. I feel like we have left off a name that's been brought up a few times that is absolutely the answer to this. Okay. Steve Buscemi.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think I know him.
Steve Buscemi can do everything.
What do you know him for?
Bad teeth.
Weird eyes.
What movie do you know him
Armageddon.
for? Okay.
Yeah.
Some Adam Sandler movie.
He wanted to ride the wave to death or whatever, ride the I called it a kidney stone. If you've ever had a kidney stone and you've peed that out, it hurts really bad. And then you look at it, you're like, that's like the same rock that Armageddon was on.
Reservoir Dogs and Fargo, I guess. Con Air, those three.
Where Bruce Willis
and
was
The
like,
Sopranos.
don't you do that to my daughter.
Big
Boardwalk
Lebowski.
Empire.
Is it weird that I think about him for Billy Madison?
Yes.
He's like, boy, am I glad I called that
Does
guy.
the lipstick.
Oh, he's on
He
the
is, yeah.
plane with Nicolas Cage.
Oh, it's Con Air, yeah.
Yeah. That's
Pulp
where he-
Fiction.
He's in
Oh, did he
Boardwalk
lipstick
Empire
that
too,
movie
right?
too, or just lipstick the Adam Sandler one?
Oh, my God.
I don't think he did lipstick in Con
Okay.
Air. It was just the Adam Sandler one.
All right.
From the 817, John C. Riley. From the 214, ooh, this is a good one too, Michael Shannon. So a lot of folks have a lot of opinions who their favorite, next person is. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.
I've seen
The
Michael
Fan.
Shannon. I can't tell you what.
But you've seen him?
I've seen him in things he's done.
Have you watched Man of Steel? Well, clearly not. He didn't know Henry Cavill. My bad.
Oh,
he's
he's the
Zod.
bad dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. Along with I like the other one where it was the old one where they're all dressed in black.
And they get stuck in that piece of plastic that
Yeah.
floats in space.
Yeah.
Coming up, that's what it looks like.
Who was Lex Luthor in those movies?
Gene
Gene Hackman.
Heck yeah, man. Then he coached a team to a state championship.
I like
right.
that you said hack yeah. That's awesome. I like that. And then he coached the Hoosiers. That's great.
Coming up next,
5 passes.
it's time.
You threw a 4 up.
I couldn't remember if it was 4 or 5, so I got it right on one of them. Either my hand or my mouth.
It's time for Gridiron Gravy. NFL draft prop bets. Whatever random thing pops into Mike's head. Next on The Fan.
It's time to warm up.
Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. Gridiron Gravy, brought to you by our Path to the Draft via Pluckers and Zero Res. Tomorrow, there's a lot going on. We will be at the Pluckers in Fort Worth, 5601 Southwest Loop 820, to do our show. And then we will be at different Pluckers that night for the draft. I'll be in Allen, you'll be in Addison, and Mike, you will be in Dallas. Is that correct?
Hope so.
You pointed at me, but did not say my name, so people just
I'm sorry.
Pointing at anybody.
Fair.
It's radio.
I apologize. Corey Majors.
Yep.
Of the Corey Majors Show.
Correct.
Will be at the Pluckers in Addison.
I think they're saying I am in Dallas for a limited time only.
Not Grapevine. At Greenville, right?
Yeah, I just know the one near Central Market. That's how I know it. And I think there's a Michael's MJ Designs over
That's
there.
all correct.
Like I know where I've eaten over there. It's good food.
PetSmart.
There is a PetSmart.
Petco, one of those two.
No, you're right.
Because we used to park there overnight for the Greenville Avenue St. Patty's Day parade. And so the next morning we just had a car and we had a spot.
Okay. Well,
how do you play?
Plan tomorrow accordingly.
You're welcome.
You get to sign up and pick the players. Pick them quick.
And you can help specials for the entire bar.
That's the coolest part,
That
man.
is true.
My place got hammered last year because every pick they got right was a drink special, and I was like, y'all are doing amazing.
Hey, if you know anything about football and how the draft is going to work, please come to Allen, because we did a terrible job last year, right down to, as I've said before, getting the first pick wrong.
Were you in Allen?
I think I was in Allen last year. We did a terrible job, so let's step it up. Bill Belichick is going to have a recurring role on the Manning cast per The Athletic. You know, we talked about him and Pat McAfee doing draft coverage. Clearly, he's going to be doing this. He's going to be showing some personality. Are you excited about Bill Belichick popping up frequently on the Manning cast?
Is he going to scoreboard Peyton Manning on how they beat him all the time? Is he going to be like,
I guess, did Choppy tell me that Peyton Manning has a better regular season record?
He has a better
playoff record?
Playoff record.
Okay, I couldn't remember
against
what
Tom
it was,
Brady.
but I'm sure that they'll be respectful to each other.
Against Tom Brady, not a better playoff record overall.
All right. I really hope they dive into nerdy football stuff.
Okay.
Like, because that's something that I think whenever they talk football on the Manning cast, it's exciting. Like, it's good. You really do get some interesting nuggets from their careers, why they play a certain way on things. When they do the interviews, they're like, all right, that's fine. Like, I appreciate that. They're not great at it, but they do it. But I really, if Belichick's going to be on, I want the nerdy, like what they're doing, why they're doing it. That breakdown's going to be the thing I'll be interested in.
Now, let's go to the Colts, where Jim Irsay is fascinating. He came out and said that the Colts have a great interest in Marvin Harrison Jr. However, in the same 24-hour span, he denied a police report that said back in December he overdosed and that it was actually a medical condition. So he said,
Irsay overdose?
Yeah, back in
Okay.
December.
I just want to make sure I was getting this right, that it wasn't Marvin Harrison Jr.
No.
Okay.
Yes, Jim Irsay, per the police report, overdosed in December, and he said, no, I had a medical condition. And the police said officers noted a number of different medications Irsay had been prescribed, but noted it was initially unclear exactly what substances he had been taking before he was found in distress. So there's that, and he's like, no, incorrect. Also, we have great interest in Marvin Harrison Jr. So it's been a busy 24, 28 hours for Mr. Irsay.
Dude, can you imagine, after all that incorrect information out there, Kevin, if they get Marvin Harrison Jr. and then, I don't know, 1 or 2 years later, they draft Arch?
Oh my God!
And now they got Manning and Harrison out there again.
Reggie Wayne have a kid?
I don't even know. I have zero clue.
I like that you looked right to me. But
Dallas Clark.
I'm not sure
his
either.
son's out there.
Jeff Saturday.
Yes.
You just want to rebuild.
Edgerrin James.
Edgerrin James and Marshall Faulk get both their kids on the team at the same time. They weren't on the team at the same time.
Now, if I could just point out, there is one really big issue with this. The Colts pick 15th in the draft.
Yeah. But they're
what's
interested in Marvin Harrison Jr. He said so.
Yeah, I want playmakers.
Fair. That's
all they got to do is trade up.
That's a pretty good size trade up.
I like the Cowboys to get Marvin Harrison Jr. too.
That's a great point.
That'd be an
He's a
interesting leaf to
playmaker.
fall.
Let's see what we can do about that.
Let's see how these leaves fall out.
But Jim Irsay had this to say about Marvin Harrison Jr. and not anything else. Okay, I want to make that clear. He's talking about Marvin Harrison Jr. and the NFL draft and not other things. Quote, I wouldn't rule anything out. We're very open-minded. So again, that's about the draft.
Not politics.
Or anything else. That
What are you trying to
happens
hit?
in his life.
Oh, okay.
Where he disputes. Oh, yeah. I know the police said it was
He was hacked on Twitter.
overdose. Yeah, he was hacked on Twitter. My ass. Do you think it's weird? We might have to wait on some of these prop bets for the NFL draft. Do you think it's weird that CJ Stroud has now been installed in some places as the NFL MVP favorite?
No, I don't. The way he played last year, I was like, man, there's strong consideration that he should be. He walked into that building and he became the franchise quarterback of that team. He looked the part. He played the part. They won. They got to the playoffs. Nobody expected it. He has to replicate that type of season.
I think he's asking the question because Dak was so close to getting his first and he should be the favorite.
I think he's asking that question because he predicted that Stroud would be this type of quarterback. He wants the praise.
No, I just feel like you would just say, well, Mahomes makes sense to put in as the favorite.
He's not a good regular season quarterback
And he's past his second year.
What?
Yeah.
And if you look at in recent history, not the most recent, but somewhat recent history, what year did Patrick Mahomes win his first MVP?
Second year?
What year did Lamar Jackson win his first MVP?
Second year.
See?
So we'll just ignore that Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson also both recently.
Yeah, so far,
won
if you
other
look at it, it's very mathematical. It goes Mahomes, Lamar, Rodgers, and then when you snake it, it goes Rodgers, Mahomes, Lamar Jackson. That's the last 6 years.
Off of his name, and I'm not sure about some of it.
And
he
Dak's
lost
in
some
there
other
too.
homes. It was just one Mahomes.
Dak's in the conversation on those two.
So by the way,
Dak almost won.
Dak is tied for 11th with Anthony Richardson.
That's not fair.
How did he drop from second
Yeah,
to
he finished
11th?
second last year. Worst case scenario, he should be second.
Because I don't think people will vote for him again unless they go like
Dude,
16
It's a
and 1.
regular season award.
Yeah,
I know.
Have
I
you
don't
not
have a
seen
vote.
him play the NFC East? He is great.
You don't have a vote?
I don't have a vote
Oh,
or
I
a
said
boat.
boat.
To be fair, I don't have a vote or a boat.
You'd like a vote, probably not a boat.
I would rather have a boat than a vote for NFL MVP.
All right.
Brandon Ayuk?
Disagree.
Okay.
People say boats are the worst.
Yeah, it's expensive to keep up with that.
Yeah, but
I
then
don't have
you
to do
can just
anything
sell
for
it.
my vote. I can sell my vote.
Oh, you should not do that. Never mind.
I'll sell it to Mike every year.
Brandon
I'd
Ayuk
sell my vote.
is the favorite right now
It's worthless.
to be traded among veterans in terms of the NFL draft. You've got A.J. Brown, T. Higgins, around that 6-8-1 mark. Alvin Kamara, 3-1. Cortland Sutton, 4-1. But Brandon Ayuk is the top veteran likely to get traded during the draft in terms of the bigger names. Do you think he will get traded?
I do. And I know we were talking
It
about
has
it
to be
yesterday.
tomorrow. If you're saying bet, it has to happen tomorrow. Because like obviously,
it says who will be traded first. So
because like what
probably
I'm saying is
so.
Zach Wilson doesn't count.
No.
Because obviously that happened
during the NFL draft. Who will be traded?
Oh,
So,
okay.
like, I mean, I know this gets technical, but it is gambling. Does it have to happen as they say The Chicago Bears are on the clock. That's when the trade has to happen.
I think it's once it's 7 p.m. Central, once that draft actually opens is when it counts.
I just
believe.
wish this draft should take 30 minutes.
Offense.
Like the Chicago Bears are going to wait 20 minutes. They've known for 4 months who they are taking. And I'm going to have to sit there and wait 20 minutes for them to show highlights of, I think it's Caleb Williams.
That's right.
The Steelers restructured Alex Highsmith's contract, and that gave them about $7 million to work with, Kevin. And they have been linked to Ayuk and Cortland Sutton.
But Corey, don't they need that space to sign their rookies?
No, I bet not. I bet they're going to create a little more space.
Nobody could possibly figure that out.
And figure out how to. I think that link has been there for a while, so I'm kind of interested in keeping an eye on that because I would love for Ayuk to not be on the Niners. That'd be great.
Then one more quick note I wanted to throw out there: Jason Kelsey's wife Kylie got him a wooden replica of Eagles Stadium, and it commemorates like his career along there on the side. It's a really neat looking wood stadium.
Burn it down.
Oh,
not the real one, the wooden one that they gave that. Because come on, whatever, bro. It's Philly.
Well, he's not going to burn it down.
It's Philly.
They're good.
It's a trash hole.
Not the stadium. It's nice.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I've been there for
Why
the
are you
Army
defending
Navy
them
game.
right now, Mike?
They've been to the Super Bowl.
Are you a Philly fan? Is that what you're doing? Are you an Eagles fan?
Not really, no. I can't go that far.
Well, then stop trying to spell them all the time. Coming up next.
I'm a huge Steelers
Damn
fan.
it. Let's go. No. Let's go back to the Mavs-Clippers.
Okay, I like this.
What percentage Kawhi did you see last night? And is that the max you're going to see throughout this series? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Fan continues to grow. About to be masterpiece, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy coming up in about 20 minutes. But right now, we've been talking plenty about Mavs-Clippers Game 2. And then tonight, you get Stars Golden Knights Game 2. But on the Mavs front, we didn't see maximum 100% Kawhi Leonard. Or whatever 100% is even possible. Whatever percentage is even possible at this time in the season. My question is, after missing 8 games over the span of about 3 weeks, is this the level of Kawhi you're going to see? Because I imagine he'll be dealing with some, I don't know, if it's inflammation or whatever today, and it won't be like he's like, I had all that time and now I'm good to go. I think there will be a little bit of a feeling out process for him.
It's always tough with him because if he does show up in the way that he can, he's arguably the best player in the game.
And most well-rounded.
He almost single-handedly beat us last time with those 3
game
games
6 and 7,
right?
he did.
Yeah.
He was like, all right, if we're about to lose, I will now take over and become the best player in the NBA. And then he's like, after those 2 games, he's like, I can't play basketball anymore.
Yeah,
that crushed me. Yeah. But at this point, I would say you're getting Kawhi on defense still looks really good because his IQ and his hands are so amazing. So he was still defensively, I would say, for his standard, I would say he was at 80%, maybe 90%.
From 817, they say 93% on the defensive end.
But offensively, he was definitely limited because he's doing it off of strength and IQ. He has no lift in his legs. He has no quickness off the dribble, at least yesterday. So where is he going to be Friday night with that? I don't know if he's going to be any better with that. He still is a valuable player out there, but he's not Kawhi Leonard right now.
And that's where kind of I fall. Valuable player, I accept. Series changer, if that Kawhi is not going to be there, that feels tremendous.
And that's where I'm kind of in this. There was a moment last night where he did something defensively, and I went, "Oh crap!" He's about to turn something on, and he didn't quite do it. So that's Kevin. I don't know if he can get his offensive groove back. There were two things that were clunky for him. Like Mike was saying, his legs and his shot, everything hitting the front of the rim, being short. That's something that I think he's going to go work on. That's just what I think is the robot will oil it up and get out there, and he'll find it at some point. But the other thing was he kind of looked out of sync with his guys too. There is a lot of ISO with that team, but he looked out of sync in trying to create. There was the moment where he had the play where the clock ran down, and he was kind of trying to figure out where he was supposed to go with it, and he didn't realize that. So Kevin, I think that was, man, those numbers are kind of low or kind of high to me. I think that you're going to get one game of him. One game,
like
I think,
that
is going to happen.
Brandon Roy, 11 game. I know it's a little bit different, but
you're going to get one wave where you're like, "Oh crap, is he about to take over?" And I think that he'll probably be hurt after that because that's all he can give.
That's not going to be good enough, though, right?
I hope not.
Let me try it again. My opinion, that will not be good enough to take the series.
I hope not. I lean that way. I have Mavs in 6. I'm scared to death of Game 7 because I do think at LA you'll lose. So I know what we did in Phoenix in that Game 7 and destroyed them, but I do think Devin Booker is a mentally soft player. I get how good of a player he is, but maybe James Harden falls in that category at times. Yeah. Paul George at times falls into that category, but I do worry about their physicality, their experience, a whole bunch of things of going back to LA for a Game 7. So at this point, I'm really hoping you just serve at your home. You win these 2, you go up 3-1, probably go back to LA and lose, and then figure out how to win Game 6. I'm looking at Kawhi Leonard this way because he's played in so many games this year, the most games he's played in 8 years.
Wow, is that? Yeah, I guess that.
And
that's right.
I look at what happened in the month of March. He was healthy for all of March, but 51% from the field, very good. 32% from 3. And so I look at what did he do the month before where he was healthy and there was all-star break. He was 54% from 2. He was 46% from 3. And I'm wondering if his body is just dying on him. It's so surprising he's only 32. Doesn't he feel like 36 or 37? Yeah. And he's not.
And there's taken a lot to even get him to this point.
He should be in his prime. He should be where he's still very physically capable of doing most everything he was able to do in his mid-20s, but yet his education level, his IQ of the game is at an all-time high. I worry about him because I saw it. We've seen it as Mavs fans. Him in the playoffs. When he turns it on, he is arguably the best in the game. But I think that he'll play better than last night, but I don't know how much better. But there's also this. I don't know what the percentage is. I'll throw it back at you. What's the percentage that after another game or 2, he can't play the rest of the series?
That's where I am on. I think it's more than 50%. I think we're in the 70% area where he plays one of those games where he gives you everything he's got for the team. And honestly, maybe it's not enough and they lose. And he's like, guys, I just don't have it. My body isn't holding up the way that I want it to. Y'all are going to have to try and figure this one out without me. Now, granted, they did it without him in game 1. They took it to the Mavericks really good in that game. And maybe, I'm not saying they're better without him on the court by any means because he can be that guy, but I'm right there with you, Mike. I don't think he plays more than 3 games in this series.
I'll put it at 33%. At some point, he has to sit out another game or the series.
Okay. 33% feels high to me for the rest of the series.
Well, I'm saying either or.
But to miss a game, that I think that makes sense. And I think that's a problem that they're going to run into, because I also agree they're not a worse team with him. But I do agree. I think you've seen the max that you're going to get on a long-term basis from Kawhi in this series.
You think for the rest of his career? Like this is that point where he's like, okay, I'm kind of not a hanger-on, but
not necessarily, because I think they're going to reevaluate next season. Whether that Clippers team, whatever the hell they do with it, I think they're going to reevaluate next season and be like, hey, one of the reasons I had problems is because I did play so many regular season games, and go back to load management. I'm not saying I love it. That's what I think is going to happen, and we'll see.
I don't think it'll ever work out for the Clippers because of the injury history. But if they were completely healthy for all of the playoffs, you do look at that team on paper and go,
sure,
don't they have pretty much everything you need to win a championship? Sure. But do they have the health? And then do they have, at times, I don't know this, the mental ability to win series? I think Russell Westbrook has still tremendous athleticism at his age, but they have a team good enough that they don't have to play him the last 4 minutes of a game, that he won't screw up, because he can screw up. He can be out there and literally just go, I'm taking the ball away from Harden, George, and Leonard. I'm doing it. Because he has that mantra. He has that attitude to want to do it. And you're like, this is the stupidest thing you can do at this point, Russ. And Russ can't figure out why it's dumb, And so, but they do have a team that can cover up for him and go, we don't need him in the game. And he's at this time in his career, he's okay with not being in the last 4 minutes of a game.
I did get a kick out of a particular line from Brad Townsend's story overnight about this game. How is Luca playing defense? A teenage Clippers fan shrieked in dismay and disbelief during the game.
Yeah.
Believe it.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just him. Like Derrick Jones Jr., when he got the block late in the first, that was the 5th team block for the Mavericks in the first quarter. We talked about more competitive rebound attempts. You saw some stifling possessions. Powell hit a ridiculous three-pointer that I was like, hey.
Norman Powell.
Yes, not Dwight Powell. Fair. Norman Powell hit an incredible three-pointer that I don't want to give him credit for. And I was like, man, you sure had the horseshoe on that one, because the defense was incredible and he just chucked it up there and it went in. So good for him. But I still thought the defense was phenomenal on that play.
They played so great defensively. And look, you're going to have collapses. At times, you're going to have defensive mistakes. It's going to happen every team. That's why there's
the shift where they open through.
But I thought that they seeked out Luca quite a bit, and Luca rose to the challenge.
And you know what? If you hear Jason Kidd talk, he didn't have to ask him to participate. That's my favorite part. This is a dude that decided I know what I have to do. Yeah. I am part of this team. I am not an individual on this team, and that's the part that really I think is defining it, because they said you're right. They went after him. They said, we're going to pick on you, and he was like, I'm not going to let you, and I'm going to swat your ball. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
In fact, I thought that Luca, when they started posting him up on Harden, did you notice after about 3 or 4 possessions where it was successful almost every time, they were like, we just have to switch it immediately. Like, if they do this, we can't have Harden in this situation anymore. Because one of them, he fouled. It was a cheap foul, but I loved what Skin said in that moment watching on Bally's. He's like, oh, Harden's upset that they called a foul that he gets 1,000,000 times. Like, I mean, come on, James.
Yeah. Very fair. I think you will love, especially Corey, since you just brought it up, the quote from Luca about his defense. He said, if they want to attack me, that's fine. I think I played good defense today. I've just got to stay locked in.
Yeah, that's it.
He's telling the fans, but it also kind of feels like he's telling himself just a little bit,
Mike, one of the things that you talked about last year with him a lot was how exhausted he looked late in games and throughout the games. And he doesn't look exhausted. He looks like he has his legs, man.
I will say there was a part where he told Kyrie Luca was on the left side of the floor. This was late in the game. I just can't remember 3 minutes or so. Luca looked dead.
Oh, really?
Do you think his body, or was it because his face was so red and his hair was disheveled? Because he didn't want, like, face-wise that he was exhausted, but I thought body-wise he was still going.
Yeah, I just thought at that point where he's like, you do it, man. And I just thought, but I thought this. I know this is very different, random, but I'm going to use it.
Do it.
My son sometimes doesn't swing the bat as hard as he can. And then I had him do a session with me, a batting practice session where I'm like, I don't care if you hit it or not, you're swinging as hard as you can. And after 20 swings, he's like, I am so tired. And I said, that's how you're supposed to be. You're not supposed to be able to swing a bat 50 times as hard as you can. You're not doing your best. You're not giving me your best.
Right.
You're giving me a contact swing. And I do think Luca engaged, and he played 46 minutes. He engaged for almost all 46 minutes defensively and offensively. And so I thought he took like at one point, like a tough shot, like a bad shot. And my son was like, man, kind of heat check. I'm like, dude, that was a tired, lazy shot. But he found the energy. He found it late to make the big three to go up 90-81. I'm not trying to take a shot at Luca at all. I'm just saying.
Oh, when he screamed at everybody in the crowd?
There was a moment. So he did have the energy. There was a moment, though, that I was scared with about 3 minutes to go. I was like, oh, no. Remember, they took him out. There's free throws. And there's a little bit of a concern. They take out Kyrie. They take out Luca. And it's like, wait. With 3 minutes and change to go, and then it was like, hey, we have a timeout.
That was just for yeah.
We have to use it. Gives them literally 15 to 30 extra seconds to sit on the bench. But I thought at around that moment was like I was scared and nervous because Luca was showing signs, I thought, body language of fatigue. But luckily, he was able to fight through it and get through that game. And let's be honest, when we preview Friday, he's probably going to have to play 45 to 48 minutes. He played 46 minutes last night. That's what the Mavs have to get out of him on a nightly basis is almost all the game.
And how many techs does he have left? Does he have as many as he wants here?
I don't know what the playoff rule is.
Yeah.
You don't carry
he said
over
and one. That was all that he said. And they gave him a tech for that.
I disagree with that. I did not think what he said was and one. And he also pointed at him and freaked out the second the ball went in.
He was pointing
Plus,
at somebody in the
foul.
crowd. It was pointing at somebody in the crowd, Kevin.
Plus, it wasn't a foul.
Are you a home? Do you even care about the Mavericks?
Ask Mike.
You're a
Does he care
Clippers
about the
fan.
Mike? Does he care about the Mavs?
Do you even care about the Mavericks?
I do.
He didn't think it was a tech either.
He didn't say that.
He didn't. He thought it should have been a tech.
I thought it was fine calling a tech in that
I
situation.
don't think y'all are Mavs fans.
7 techs in the playoffs will get you a 1-game suspension.
We're in
Yeah,
great
we're
shape.
fine.
Yeah.
We're the KNC masterpiece. Tech it up right here on 105 through the
They've only
fan.
taken
Coming up
14
next.
games.
I have questions about Kyrie though.
Okay,
Oh, no.
coming up next though, we're going to talk with Bruce Bochy. So maybe
let's go to break.
Let's do
save
that one.
those
Let's
questions.
get out of here now.
Next on the fan.
Are you ready for some? KC.com.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece is the Expressway and is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, the Rangers know that big wins come from bold plays. That's why the original Louisiana brand hot sauce is the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers, and they bring us Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
I know we have a lot of important baseball things to get to, but I am curious, how was Brooks and Dunn at the Rangers Gala?
Oh, I tell you, they did a terrific job. I'm a big fan. I've known them for a while, so it was a really, really fun night. And, they put on a terrific show. They brought the energy. They're about my age, and I had a chance to talk to Kicks Brooks afterward, and man, you still got it. And he says, just something about when you get on that stage. And so I think the guys enjoyed it. We had that long streak, so it just turned out to be a really nice night. We had some nice outfits. The guys put on their cowboy hats and do-si-doed and had a good time.
Boach, the other day I went to my first ever hockey playoff game, Stars and Knights. They play again tonight. I know you're obviously very busy during hockey and basketball playoffs. Have you ever been to a hockey or NBA playoff game?
I have. When I was in the Bay Area, I went down to the Sharks. I saw a few playoff games there, and it's unreal, man. How crazy it is, how loud it is, it's just the excitement. You just feel the crowd. It's really a fun time, and so I do enjoy watching a hockey game during the playoffs.
Well, hopefully the Stars can get that back tonight. That'd be really nice. Now,
I saw they lost a tough one.
Yeah, that was tough. Now, Mike Bassick was on the road last week with the team. He was doing the TV broadcast, and I know he got a chance to come in there and hang out with you. Was Mike professional while he was there, or was it like, all right, settle down a little, Mike?
Yeah, no, he was. Yeah, no, he's in the background, all good there. We had no issues with Mike. He, he was professional the whole way.
Well, Boach, I know I was taking it in the background. At one point, it was in Atlanta. You got a little bit frustrated, I would say, with just how many walks you guys have given up as a staff. Right now, you have the fourth most walks in baseball. I'd love to know from your perspective, how do you attack that as a manager?
Yeah, well, we're talking about it, and I can tell you that's what Mike preaches: first pitch strikes, stay away from the walks. So, you just got to keep sending that message. And, whether you make adjustments, where you're sitting, there's a fine line there. Sitting down the middle and giving up damage, with these good hitters. But, you got to stay away from the walks, because if you look at it, a lot of those games, they're scoring. Last year we had a tough time with the guys that we walked. They just found a way to score. And so just got to make some adjustments, I guess, with each pitcher. One size doesn't fit all on how you're setting up and how you're trying to keep them from walking guys. But I will say this, you talk about it enough, and it's like if you're catching, the worst thing you can do is go out to the mound, or as a manager or a pitching coach, you go out there and say, don't walk this guy.
Yeah.
He's probably going to walk him. So, you just got to keep preaching, pound the strike zone, use your defense, and that's kind of where we're at with it.
On the flip side, how frustrating is it when y'all draw the walks, as we saw last night, and can't cash in offensively?
Well, you're right. First inning, get a couple walks there. I know we're facing a good pitcher, but that's the time when you're hoping somebody can come through, and it hurt us last night with a couple walks there. But but I do think we do a good job of getting our walks, and we do a really good job of getting them in for the most part. So I don't know what the numbers are this year, but I think it worked out really well last year.
We were talking about the Mavericks game last night, and Mike pointed out one of the players had a series of multiple moments of being a little flustered and making some mistakes, and Jason Kidd pulled him out of the game, let him collect his thoughts. And I said, that's a Bochy move. Like whenever Bochy, he immediately will say, hey, it's time for you to go. Or, sometimes you do kind of let it go with a guy a little bit longer. How do you know when a guy doesn't have it or when to make that move for a guy? Is it analytics that you're looking at there? Or is it just a sense of his body language? How do you know?
You're talking about pitchers?
Yeah, or players in general, hitters when they're at the plate. Like, how do you know when to push it and when to back off?
Well, yeah, you try to read them on how they're doing, where they're at mentally. Everybody has their streaks, good and bad, but sometimes I think you got to look under the hood and see what may be the issue. If they're not going well, they might need a timeout, a couple of days off. That's what we have to do. That's our job, is try to read that. Now, you're looking at numbers, sure. Sometimes it could be, a pretty good sample there where a hitter's had a tough time against a certain pitcher. Well, that's a great day to give him a day off. Let's give him a rest. Lefty on lefty. And I'll just use Carter as an example. Here's a guy that's trying to find his way against left-handed pitching, and he's going to hit lefties. He just needs reps. Well, there's a fine line there because, we're trying to get runs on the board, and so I'm trying to pick my spots with him. And but when it's all said and done, this is the guy that's going to be out there every day. He's going to be hitting righties and lefties. So, that's what I have to decide, and I do use my hitting coaches. We do have our stuff here that can help us too. We call them maps, and look at the maps and see, all right, what kind of matchup is this? So I think you get all that information that hopefully will help you make the right decision.
I'm sure, I can only imagine it's incredibly difficult to be a rookie in Major League Baseball. We talked a lot about Wyatt Langford so far this year. Do you think it's difficult to stay engaged, especially as a rookie when you're mostly DHing? And do you anticipate any uptick maybe in seeing him in the field?
Well, I'm trying to get him out there, once a series. I think there is an adjustment to DHing, but he's engaged. He's watching the game, or he may go in the cage and take some swings. But again, you're talking about, well, here we just won the World Series with Carter out in left, Leo in center, and Garcia in right field.
Pretty good crew, yeah,
pretty good crew. So now, which one are you going to take out and DH? Because it's the same with them. They want to be engaged in the game too. So it's a workable situation to where it may get to a little bit more rotational, where Langford's not getting the lion's share of the DH, and he'll get some more playing time out in the outfield.
Tonight, Boch, you have John Gray on the mound. He had 2 solid starts and then was just dominant in his 2 innings of work out of the pen. How can John Gray build on the 2 innings in Atlanta and take that into hopefully 6 or so innings tonight?
Well, that's our hope. He takes that stuff, what he threw in Atlanta, and carries that into the game tonight. And he has been throwing the ball well. So, no, I think he's in a good place mentally. I think the command, everything has really come together. We're facing a really good staff here, so we're going to need him to go out there and be on top of his game and give us a chance to win. So, no adjustments or anything. Just keep doing what you're doing right now, John.
John, I want to talk about a different John. Jonathan Hernandez, activated off the injured list. I don't think anyone questions how great his stuff is, but what's the key to his effectiveness? Because I know we've talked about the mental aspect sometimes can be tough for him.
Well, I think that's part of it, especially with the young player. They have that sense of belonging, the confidence, and things don't go well. Being able to handle it, have that poise. As we say, he's throwing the ball really well, and that's why he's here. So, Johnny, as you saw last year before he got hurt, that stuff was electric.
Yeah.
We were excited to have him, and I thought that was a big loss for us when he had to go on the IL. So I'm looking for him to just have his good power sinker. He's got a really good slider and change up, and it works. Now, the other part he has to handle, and that's, dealing on the mental side of it. Having that mental toughness, to deal with the ups and downs and that confidence and know, hey, I'm getting this guy out. I'm getting the ball where I want, and have that conviction behind every pitch.
Boach, I know the organization has, but I'd love for you to just update a little bit on Josh Young. And I think Josh Smith has done a great job filling in, but can you talk about how Josh Young can affect other guys in your lineup when he's out? Because you guys just have such better numbers when Josh Young is healthy and in your lineup every day.
Well, he's one of our guys. He brings it every game. He has that energy you love. It's just contagious. He's pulling for everybody. So we miss him. There's no getting around it. Now, I'm going to add, before we talk about him a little bit more, I think Smitty's just done an incredible job. Playing third base, the hits, the big hits he's got, and the pinch hit. So that's why it's so important to have those role players ready to go. And Smitty had a great spring, and so when Josh went down, he just stepped in and was doing just a tremendous job there in replacing him. But Josh is one of our guys, and he's a power bat. He does a lot of damage against lefties. Lefties have been giving us trouble, so we do miss that bat in the heart of the order. And, he just plays great defense. So it's going to be good to have him back, but we're still a ways away.
How much further are you feeling? What do you want to see from Max Scherzer as he's getting his starts, his work now?
Yeah, Max, big day today for Max. So we're looking at, could be 3 rehab starts, but it's hard to put a number on it because you got to see how he comes out each one. But tonight, he'll throw around 50 pitches in that area, and then we'll reevaluate him, and he'll just keep getting extended till he gets to around that 90 pitch area.
I was actually asking Mike about this the other day. I was like, what is it you're looking for when Max is in these rehab starts? Is it velocity that is kind of the thing? Is it location? Is it what is the key that you're like, okay, he's ready. He's the guy.
I think all the above. That's going to be the velocity. That's going to be important for him. But as much as anything, just build up the strength and stamina that it's going to take to start up here. And that takes a little while. You go out there and you throw your 50 pitches, and he'll probably be at a point there where he's pretty tired, and the next start should be better. And so that's what we're looking for. As far as the arm strength, he's thrown to hitters live BP, and that looks good. He's really spinning the ball well. Good command of that changeup. So I'm amazed at where he's at right now. So now it's just a matter of building up that strength and stamina.
That's a better answer than Mike gave me the other day. He said, hey, play some pro ball and you'll know, Corey. And I was like, all right, fine, Mike, thanks.
I know that obviously Mitch Garver is on the opposing team now, but yesterday he said he wanted to find you and give you a big hug. Did you get the big hug from Mitch Garver, and how cool was it to see him get his World Series ring as well?
I did. Before the game, I tell you, that was a special moment. Even though he's on the other club, I'm thankful, grateful for what he did, the contribution that he made for our club. Incredible job as a DH, and it just gave us that big bat there and helped us win the World Series. Played a major role in it, so it was good to see him out there and see his face when he saw that ring. He opened up the box and you could just see him, and looked like he's starting to get emotional there, with the presentation, as he should have. The crowd gave him a big hand, see why he was there to hug him. And, I just said, man, I can't thank you enough. And so it was a cool moment.
Boach, my last question is, Ellie De La Cruz is coming into town this weekend, and I've heard from people he might be the best athlete in the game today. I was wondering who the best athlete in baseball ever was or is that you've seen.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm looking forward to seeing him or not. He's on fire, man. He's playing well. I don't know. Bo Jackson, I don't know if you're going to find one better. I didn't have him on my team, but, I saw him, on the other side, and, man, and just incredible. Dion, same way. He got on base, and you just felt like you couldn't throw him out, and, he was a little raw at the plate, but, because of his speed and everything. But we could have one here with Michael Lorenzen. I mean, he can play center field. He can hit. He can do a lot of things. So, I know a lot of people think I'm kidding, but he's a really, really good athlete. So it's fun to see guys that can do both things. So pitch and play the field. So I guess you have to look at Ohtani as probably the best now.
Outstanding stuff, as always. We appreciate it very much. Best of luck tonight, tomorrow afternoon, and we'll catch up with you again this next week.
All right, guys. Good talking with you.
Thanks, Boch.
There you go. Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I know we've kicked it around. I know we're going to go to Mike Likes It.
Yeah.
Something he said about Wyatt, I think is fair. We've kicked around ideas to get Wyatt Langford in the field, but the response of, we have 3 outfielders that did help us win the World Series. That's a pretty strong counterpoint, and I understand why you would not want to bail on that group particularly soon.
Yeah, it's 24 games in, and I know I'm going to get to Mike Likes It and probably talk a little NBA playoffs, is they say that Nico Harrison or whoever, it's been said for decades now, I'm just using Nico for an example, is they want to play 20 games before they start maybe making, I don't want to say major adjustments, but significant adjustments to a NBA team. So a fourth of the way through the season. So you're looking at an MLB schedule going, well, maybe we'll know more 40 games in.
Right.
I'm throwing the number out. I would say the end of the month of April is until you want to start going, okay, let's reevaluate where we are with Wyatt Langford, Leote, Evan Carter, Adolis. We don't need to worry about. He has a lot of years under him at this point. We know what Garcia is going to do. I do think, though, here at the end of the month of April or early into May, I do think you need to have a serious conversation on what are we doing with Leote, Evan Carter, and Wyatt Langford? Because are we getting the most out of them? I think the answer would be no. Is that our fault, or is it just they're off to slow starts?
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that question, Mike.
I think.
Well, I don't know. There's no perfect answer, but I do think that will need to be a question here at the end of the month or early in May and go, how do we get the most out of these guys, or are they just off to slow starts?
Yeah, if you do what Kevin wants, you just trade Leote and move on the way he wanted to.
I don't think Bochy would be super pumped about that opinion. Now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Okay, first one, I'm just going to stick on baseball for a second, because I think if you're not a let's just say you're kind of a casual Ranger fan, but not a huge baseball fan. You don't play fantasy baseball and all those things. So if I brought up the name Ellie De La Cruz, they might go, well, who the crap is Ellie De La Cruz? Kind of like when we talked about the 20 actors that I didn't know.
I did love Boch is like, I don't know if I'm so excited to see him.
He's 22 years old. He's 6'5". He's 200 pounds. He's a shortstop that throws the ball about 100 miles an hour from shortstop and can fly. Right now, he's batting .295 with 7 home runs, 17 RBIs, and has an OPS of 1.043.
Is that good?
Jeez. So, yes.
All right.
He is awesome. I'm going to be honest. I can't wait to see him. I'm hoping when you say that, then you're also kind of hoping he does some special things. It is against your team. So I'm kind of, in a way, hoping he doesn't do special things, but he already also has 12 stolen bases this year too. Oh. So he's in a way on pace for a 40-40 year in his first full season in the major leagues.
Impressive, man.
So he's a switch hitting shortstop who is very special. And I don't have the update. I know the Rangers sent it to me and other people in media. There's limited amount of seats for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I don't have the exact numbers. Now, I know that there's seats available for tonight and tomorrow night because it's not the weekend yet. But if you're looking to possibly go see the Rangers Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, you might want to jump on to TexasRangers.com or onto ticketing websites, because I do know that a lot of these weekend series they have sold quite a few of tickets in advance. And this Ellie De La Cruz is somebody that you might not want to miss. He'll get to come into town every other year. Right now, he's healthy, he's on fire, and he's one of those very special people that maybe you want to see play in person.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on that.
Okay, now I go back to basketball for now. Tonight is kind of, to me, a bad night of basketball, so I'm not really going to care about basketball tonight.
But you got hockey, so everything's good.
Yeah.
Is it because you think those series are...
So the Boston Celtics...
I get it.
I'm just
I
going
get
to.
that one.
I'm going to have you guess. What do you think the spread is on that game?
34.
Clint, you're honestly
What? Whoa! I was going to say. I bet it's doubled. 10.5.
14.5.
I was only 20 off.
So if you want to,
wow.
So if you
That's a
want to go
lot.
like, how is that first game? The Heat Celtics. Hey, the Heat do play very hard, but Vegas is telling you they don't, without Jimmy Butler, they just don't have a team that they think can even compete right now against the Celtics. 14.5. Even a 1-8 series is a huge number.
Holy moly, that is a big number. I'm curious to see. I am curious to see how the other one plays out, because clearly New Orleans gave the Thunder a headache most of the night in that game.
I'm with you. Oklahoma City is favored by 7.5 tonight. Yeah. So you look at that one and you go, well, that one looks like more competitive. But now I ask you this. Do you think the young team first playoff game, kind of, I get that Oklahoma City, they were in the play-in last year, right? But didn't make the real playoffs. Correct. So a young team, you know what's funny is about, I'll keep saying this, and I think people here know, nationally they don't know. Shea's a year older than Luca.
That's wild.
So when they are like, this young Shea, now he is leading a much younger team.
Yeah.
I that is true. They are a young team, but Shea's older than Luca. Do you think that they kind of got the butterflies out while getting the win, and then they'll play more like they played throughout the regular season?
Yeah, and plus it's a depleted New Orleans team that they're going up against. So I want to see how this game in particular plays out.
Okay, because in a way, I'm going to be stars hockeying. Just
sure,
it's going to be late. I mean, it's another 8:45 puck drop. So
yeah, and you're right about that. It's not 8:30.
Yeah, supposedly 8:30, 8:45, 8:50.
Not happening at 8:30. But I kind of look at that Oklahoma team and I'm like, I'm not jumping ahead. I think this is going to be a heck of a series against LA. I love that the Mavs won last night, and they won a game that this year, I didn't know this until TNT went to the final. The Mavericks hadn't won a game all year without scoring 100 points or more. That was their first win of the year.
Wow.
Okay.
Of winning a game where they didn't score 100 points.
And that was Grant Hill was like, this is a 90s basketball game here.
Okay, what is the crazier stat? That, or I believe it was ESPN Stats and Info that said this is the second time in franchise history the Timberwolves have been ahead in a series 2-0.
The second time in their history?
2-0.
Was Kevin Garnett the other one?
Gotta be, right?
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, let's think about the history of. I don't even know if they've made the playoffs barely after Kevin Garnett left.
But only the second time I thought was amazing.
Okay.
Back to you, Mike.
But yes, that low-scoring game last night was unique. I would not have known that. But
I
also
didn't know that either. I mean, I knew that the Mavs had played, right? They were crap defense for 50 games of the year. And then they made trades and then became a much better defensive team.
They were holding opponents under 100.
Yes. They could have won a game 110-80.
Yeah.
It doesn't count as winning a game without scoring 100 points. So it does make me feel a little bit confident again on the Mavericks can win games in different ways. Now, the Clippers are going to keep playing good defense. They just have really good athletic, strong guys that can cause you issues offensively. So I do think there's going to be one game where the Mavs explode offensively. There might be a game where the Clippers explode offensively on you and there's nothing you can do. But it does make me feel good about this Maverick team making a run in these playoffs, like to the conference finals run that they proved last night. They can win a game where they still stunk offensively.
Yeah.
I mean,
and that's a big deal. You got to be able to do that.
I text you guys this, and this was 9 minutes left in the game because I wanted to make sure to also remember this. The Mavs had scored 22 points in the second half, 15 minutes into the second half. That's almost or as bad as scoring 8 points in the second quarter, because here you are in the second half, you're up 45-41. You're down 73-67 with 9 minutes to go, and then you start just doing quick, easy math. You're like, crap, we've only scored 22 points this whole half.
And then they responded with a 14-0 run. They saw your text, I'm sure.
Yes.
I think, Kevin, to your note on the Timberwolves, sorry, Mike, the 2003-2004 season, the only other season that they have not lost in the Western Conference first round.
Wow. They've
been to the playoffs multiple times, but always lost in the first round. 03-04 with Kevin Garnett, Flip Saunders. They lost in the Western Conference Finals. So aside from that, they always lose in the first round. So I would suppose
that's probably
somewhere
accurate.
in that stretch they were up 2-0.
Holy moly.
All right. Next one real quick.
Is this a sad one?
No. Well, it's just going to cause me issues.
You want me to tell you a happy Luca thing?
Go ahead. Yeah.
He got a partnership announced with Gatorade. They have
That's thirst stage for that deep down body thirst.
Deep down body thirst. He's only the 7th one ever,
He's
right?
a big University of Florida fan, obviously.
Along with, I wonder how many people really know that, Michael Jordan, Jason Tatum, Karl Anthony Towns, Zion, Damian Lillard,
Save the last one.
and Jaden Ivey.
Oh, you were going to make my guess.
It's part of the group. So Luca's in that now. What's the sad part? Oh, is this about your son?
No, he's taking the driver's test. By the way, there's this place in Garland where he failed yesterday, so I have to go again today. He's ruining my life pretty much this whole week.
Gosh.
Oh my God.
I mean, every day it's something.
Is this the first time you've ever thought that about
after
a kid?
this is over?
chance.
After that's over, my other son is playing for Bishop Dunn Middle School, and they get to play like in Oklahoma pretty much is where they've decided to play those games. So like after that's over, I'm driving to freaking Richardson, which is forever in 5 o'clock traffic. Close to Plano, where all the rich people live, right? You know what I'm talking
You have
about?
a very nice house, Mike.
Yeah, but not as nice as Plano. You're right, Corey?
I live there.
Yeah, see? How does Sean Sharif not know who Jalen Williams is?
Is he really not?
He's like, I'm like, dude, he's a stud.
He's very good.
Because he's like, he had this thing on like, well, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander isn't playing with anybody great yet. And he's like, Chet is going to be great, but he's not like great.
And then somebody said Jalen Williams. I was like, who?
Yeah, and I'm like,
Have you seen that dumb commercial with Shai and Chet, though?
I've seen it multiple times. I know who hasn't seen it. That guy just shuts his brain off during commercials.
You haven't seen it?
No.
It's
They're
so
singing.
bad.
It's horrible.
I
It's
do
a
other
terrible
stuff.
commercial.
Yeah.
What song are they singing? Tomorrow or something like that?
I don't know. It's horrible.
By the way, Tyrese Maxey won Most Improved Player. One of the people he
Because
you don't agree with
Tyrese
that.
Maxey?
No,
I
think
love Tyrese Maxey. I
You
don't agree with the way
with
that the
that.
award is given in nowadays.
It was like,
You wanted
hey,
to blow out a knee last year?
you're already really good, and now you're really, really good.
Right.
You get the award. I understand what
I
you're
think
saying.
the award is like, oh, we didn't think you were good. Now you're good. Now you're most improved. That's the way that I usually view the award.
Excellent. Mike likes it. And thank you very much to Bruce Bochy for jumping on with us. He was brought to you by Louisiana Hot Sauce. If you're looking to spice up your game day grub, reach for the original Louisiana brand hot sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. Flavor favors the bold.
That's
Coming
a bayou.
There you go. Coming up next.
The bayou. Oh my God! In Louisiana, they have the bayou.
The C Block starring Corey Majors.
Does Reggie Bush throw a party with his new trophy? And my underwear situation could cause a problem today, Mike.
I'm interested.
All right, we'll do it next on the Fame.
The Rangers and Mariners play game 2 of their 3-game series tonight.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
I just want to know if Mike's off-season bet, can I talk about your gambling habits?
I don't know, but you can, I guess.
Is going to pay off for
Feels like
me.
maybe.
Is Will Smith still with the Royals?
As far as, yes.
Okay, but they're probably going to let him go.
Just in Kansas City getting jiggy with it.
All right. But the Royals are a hot team, and where is Bobby Witt Jr. on the betting odds right now?
He's second in the American League to win the AL MVP.
Kevin, you still think
first?
I believe so. Okay.
You still think they can't win the World Series? Or
Yes. I adamantly believe that the Kansas City Royals will not win the World
They
Series.
have an ace. They have Cole Reagans. The guy we always knew was an ace.
Yeah.
I still say no.
All right, fine. Reggie Bush, Kevin. I'm surprised you haven't gotten to this topic today.
Okay, go ahead.
Reggie Bush has been reinstated by the Heisman Trust for his 2005 Heisman Trophy. The organization announced that they are ending a long battle with him, and they said he had not been formally recognized as the Heisman recipient since 2010.
Stop.
When he
stop.
When he forfeited the trophy because of a high-profile NCAA investigation that determined him and his family members received impermissible benefits, a word I use a lot, while he played for the Trojans.
Who didn't acknowledge him as the Heisman Trophy winner?
The Heisman Trust.
Yeah, well, did you?
Of course I did.
I did too.
They're like, look, we got Johnny Manziel in the background of this trophy. We can put Reggie back there.
I didn't. I mean, I saw Vince Young, grab that trophy from him in the Rose Bowl.
Oh, man, that's a good point. But the thing that was weird is they were like, Vince Young, you don't get it either. It just goes to nobody.
Yeah.
That's a weird thing.
But
All
OJ.
Well, aren't you glad they didn't give it to Vince Young?
That wouldn't have bothered me.
Well, but then they have to take it back from him today and go, we're sorry.
Yeah,
We've
that'd be
decided
weird.
we're giving it back to Reggie.
You might need it for bail money or something in between. I don't know.
Wow.
Hey, speaking of that, am I wrong?
I don't know.
Speaking of that, we talked about this before. Do you think there's any chance, like they revisited the OJ stuff when he died and they're like, hey, it is kind of weird that you're like, you took money from this booster, no Heisman. You went to prison for kidnapping somebody. You can keep your Heisman.
It didn't make him ineligible in college, did it?
I'm glad you asked this question, Kevin, because I have an answer.
Oh, great.
It is not the answer that you have. They said that the reversal was because of fundamental changes in college athletics, in which the rules have now allowed student athletes compensation to become an accepted practice, and it appears here to stay. So they are thrilled that Reggie Bush has come back to the Heisman family and no longer has to do the Wendy's commercials.
You know that Jack Nuts Manziel
Now
is
he
going
can
to
do
come
the
out
Nissan commercials.
and he's going to be like, it's because I boycotted the Heisman Trophy presentation.
Oh,
like,
they're going to let
anybody-
Reggie in that house.
Yeah.
Reggie's going to be in the house commercials
With
now.
the Nissan, yeah.
Yeah.
He gets to go hang out with Barry and
He gets to
Baker
live in the
and-
house.
It's going to be a great season of college football. They've got to just run a whole bunch of just a full season of Heisman
Dude,
House commercials.
Is the first commercial like him walking back in with the trophy and he's like, I'm back, guys?
They should.
That would be hilarious.
Where's my room?
And then Bryce Young is like, who are you?
Yeah.
And they're like,
Never
well,
heard of you before.
Then they're like, OJ isn't here anymore because he's passed. And so he gets OJ's room. And they're both Trojans.
That's true.
I feel like that's the commercial. I
Don't
just
think
did it.
Nissan would approve of that trying to sell their cars.
Should we have asked Eric Dickerson a follow-up O.J. Simpson question?
Absolutely not.
Like 2.5 hours ago.
You know how tall he is?
Eric Dickerson?
Yeah.
6'3"?
Yeah, he's my height.
So he's got good reach. You really want the problems?
Yeah, he would have jawed you quick.
He brought up
right through the phone
that one of his heroes growing up was O.J. Simpson. So I was just curious, should we have asked more about that, or?
Well, I mean, I get he was one of the best running backs.
He was.
That's true.
I was going to ask probably a jerk question.
All
Maybe
right.
a fair question.
So here was the thing, though. They made Reggie Bush send that trophy back.
What's the shipping on
I have
that?
no clue what the shipping on
They
that
probably
is.
paid for it, right?
No, they told him he had to do it. B,
they're not getting it then.
Why? Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
That's what I would have said, Mike. I'd have said, you come to my house and get it. I dare you. And nobody from the Heisman Trust is showing up and scaring you.
I agree too, because I'm not going to the post office to send that back either.
Yeah. Too much effort.
Too bad.
If you want it so bad,
It's like
you
2
come
p.m.
get it.
You send me an email after 2 p.m. I'm going to get it about 9 a.m. the next day. Okay, my emails are shut down after 2 p.m.
I love the idea that somebody from the Heisman Trophy Committee is like this 6'5", 250-pound muscle jacked guy who's like, "Where's your damn Heisman?"
Walks in with a bat and hatchet.
It's a dude named Herb. He has a pocket protector, and he's like, "Excuse me, sir."
You think he's one of the drug test guys?
Yeah.
You're like, hey, all right, fine, here, get that cup.
Oh, you know what? Eric Dickerson didn't even win the Heisman.
No, he was third, actually.
Yeah.
Third or fourth in voting. Herschel won that year, I believe, right?
Yep, and John Elway finished second.
But won first in the draft.
That's quarterbacks.
Yeah, that's what happens. The other question, though, is now that Reggie Bush gets the Heisman Trophy back, does he really want it anymore?
100%.
After not
Yes,
having it?
I would want it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does he do with it?
I don't know. Put it on a mantle or something.
You throw a butter or a party? I'm sorry.
You throw a butter.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I want to know. I want to know more
Do you
about
throw
that.
butter at
what were
the
you
trophy?
trying to say?
What celebratory butters? Salted or
I
unsalted?
had two things in my mind. One was, do you throw a party
What was the other
and then
thing?
have a butter sculpture of it?
We
instead of
got a
having
ratings bonus. Throw the butter.
throw the butter. I don't know what you do if you throw butter. But yeah, do you have a party and say, hey, guys, y'all come over for my Heisman Trophy party?
Is in that case, do you have to have a lower key party, like a second wedding? Like, are you like,
True,
hey,
yeah.
I was here for the first one.
Maybe you take it out of town.
Yeah.
Go to another country.
Maybe you wear slacks, but not necessarily full suit.
No,
I
more
don't know.
linen. More
Yeah.
linen with your with some lays on. You're going to Hawaii, Reggie, is what I'm saying.
I thought potato chips.
So did I, honestly.
Not butter.
No, when he said Lay's,
Mhm.
I was thinking of two different things, and one of them was not going to Hawaii.
What was the other one?
Well, like, what happens after the wedding?
Everybody goes to the reception?
Consummation.
True, yep. That.
Oh, the sex stuff.
Mhm.
Gotcha. Thanks, guys.
Aren't you proud of us, Kevin?
Now let's get to your underwear.
All right.
Oh, my
What?
God.
This is.
That was the sports part. That's
was
what
the
I
sports
just
part, yeah.
realized. That was the sports part.
I like to really pack it in with my C block, Kevin.
Okay, all right.
Great information.
So, Mike,
Yes.
today is Arms Day at the gym. All right. So I'm not
Lifting.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
not
good.
jumping around or jogging on the. I'm standing and lifting today. All right. So you often ask if I wear underwear at the gym because
You should. Because
Right.
when you pick up the weights, nobody
How
wants
did
to
this
see.
make it to air?
this morning. Well, this is about our lives. Boss
Yeah.
said be personable. All right.
Are we going to bring back a segment, Are You Butter? Sorry, Corey, back to you.
I don't even know where that. All right. So today I did not wear underwear. Be honest.
But you're going to the gym?
I'm going to the gym right
Just-
after the show.
Can you pull your pants up when you bend over?
Okay. So here's the problem, though, Mike. This morning, I went to the restroom
Oh,
and I
no.
looked down at my shorts. There is a hole
Oh, my
about the size of a dime.
Go home. Where's your gym at? Where's
It's
your
next
gym?
to the house, but I can't because I have a very small window to get the workout in and then go get Lucy from school. So I have to go straight
You're
to
going
the
to go
gym.
to school with that?
Yeah. Well, dude, I could probably swing by the house on the way to the school. I could probably swing.
Just
there.
don't get out of the car,
You
man.
need to
But
wear underwear.
you
man.
guys have y'all have seen me all day. I've been walking around here. Y'all never have said, "Hey, there's a hole in your shorts." Y'all never said
we're
that.
just sitting down. I can't even see
All
your
right,
shorts.
So here's
right
what I'm
now.
going to do now.
Oh, my God.
And
no.
we do have two Tolos behind us.
Oh, no.
Do we have a sensor on
Happy
this?
birthday
You're
to
gonna-
Mike.
Not me.
Not you, Mike. There's another Mike. It's his birthday today.
From Duncanville,
From Duncanville. Wow.
Oh.
City of
Are all
Champions.
Mikes from Duncanville?
I need them to confirm they're really here, and I didn't just imagine this in my brain.
What?
Yeah, I'm very confused as to what's happening right now.
Because he's like, oh yeah, I'm also Mike from Duncanville. Like, and you're like, nobody came in the studio today. If you guys told me that after the fact,
Mike's been dead for 15
I would have
years.
freaked out.
So, Mike, here's where I'm going to stand up.
Yeah.
You guys, y'all can turn your heads if you want, but don't worry. I don't think this is a very visible one. I'm going to come over here. I'm going to walk around a little bit. Can you see the hole?
All right. Okay.
Can you see where
I can't see.
Okay.
I can't
See,
stand
I feel
by and let
I'm
this
not
happen.
doing a lot of like laying down or anything like that today. It's basically just bend over and pick up the weights off.
You're
the
hoping,
dumbbell
though,
rack.
13 p.m.
You're hoping, though, the weights that you need to get are on the first row of the dumbbell weights?
Yeah, and it is heavy day, so I can't really. I gotta go.
Yeah,
I gotta
the
go down to the
45
second
pound,
row.
like when you're
So
doing.
all of
But
this
you can't see it. You couldn't see it, right?
No, and the great thing is you're wearing a little bit of a longer shirt.
Yeah.
So it covers part of
It's-
your
Kevin, it's
the lower
more-
back and the upper crack.
Like I can feel the hole right now.
Okay, but there's what?
Do you throw away these shorts?
They're going.
wait,
They're
wait.
going after the show today,
But
or after my workout.
in your value judgment estimation, it is better to not miss a day at the gym
Right.
than potentially flash folks at the gym and then your daughter's school?
That's the work ethic you want.
Is it?
Heck yeah.
Yeah. Do you? If I just miss, then what says I can't miss tomorrow?
You think
the news?
Yeah, you think that
Dude,
dude
you'll be
we
on
dra-
there and it was like local.
You're worried about the news? I'm worried about the law enforcement that might get involved.
Yeah,
here.
well, that's true.
You think the Cowboy dude they drafted in the second round who stunk at cornerback and almost got kicked out of the league after his rookie year for what he did with his friends?
Kelvin Joseph?
Yeah. You think he had that work ethic? He went home.
What?
Worked on his rap game.
So your concern is if he skips,
I'm just saying
that's step one in a slippery slope to that?
I'm just saying I know his work ethic now.
That's my biggest concern. Is if I take a day off, then I'm going to think I can take another day off, and then no days off.
Isn't that's the way it honestly works?
Well,
They're
on the
like, I'm
Cleveland-
just going to take a day off from doing this, and then the next thing you know, it's a week off. The next
Can
thing
you
you know,
not
it's a month
create a
off.
one-time exemption of if you might be
For getting your daughter, yes, but
Yeah.
for a hole in your pants, no.
Right.
Okay.
This is the same segment where you proposed that we throw toast or butter rather.
And we talked about
I
Reggie
didn't propose we throw butter. That was an accident. I said throw. I wanted to say throw a party. I accidentally said butter.
I just wanted to make sure that I covered the full itinerary with this segment.
The 425, no days off, Kevin. For the 817, yeah, Kevin, whatever it takes, no days
Does
off.
it ever stink if you have a friend you're lifting with and they just lift way more than you and they're way better than you in the workout room? You're like, you know what? You really make me look crappy.
I've never lifted with a friend like that before. I've always been the strongest one.
Whoa, really?
Yeah.
I lifted at Duncanville. I had a buddy, Bill Washington, and he was like, hey, can you just keep doing this and then taking weights off while I just keep benching? And I'm like, how the hell are you doing all this? And then he's like, hey, you want to do it after me? And I'm like, I can't do it. Thanks a lot, Bill. He's awesome. He's awesome, dude. But man,
He
he's a
pushed
good
you hard,
lifter.
it sounds like. He was trying to make you better.
He was. He just demoralized me.
I don't think it's going to be indecent exposure, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay, I'm concerned.
I think I can keep my legs together for most of the time at the gym and keep this hole from being exposed.
Stop
And
it.
that's the C block, everybody.
Stop it. Did you do that whole segment just for that last part?
Reggie says he tries to not mark when we do it that blatantly.
I'll be honest.
There's too much in there.
That just came off the top of the head.
That's the
but
best way to do radio.
It was one of those moments where I was like, I have to deliver this gold.
What's next, man? I'm excited.
Yeah, man, we're getting close.
Are we all in
The
on this
draft.
segment?
We're the KNC masterpiece.
Is it draft?
Yes, it's not. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, are you a going to sports events person or an I'll just watch it on TV person? 877-881-1053. Let's do that next right here in The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Doncic, 5 to shoot. Against Harden. Doncic lines it up. It goes! He is that guy!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. This is actually something that we've talked about off air for a really long time, and I was thinking about it. I skipped, going back a few weeks, the Duke Elite 8 game at the American Airlines Center. But then, I know you went to Stars playoffs.
Yeah.
And we saw a whole bunch of folks posting photos from Rangers opening day. Saw a ton of Tolos at the park last week. So I'm curious, where do most folks fall? Are you going to sports event person or I'll just watch on TV? And look, I'm just going to throw it out there. I know we're not all super high on the Cowboys at the moment, but you'll hear Jerry throw out the only 6 or 7% of NFL fans have even been to a game in person. So where do y'all fall on this? And I just kind of want to get the vibe from people in general where they fall on it.
I would say different for different sporting events.
Okay.
I do think.
So you say different strokes for different folks. Huh?
I do think going to the hockey game, going to the NHL hockey playoff game is better than even watching it on television. Tonight I'm going to watch it on television unless somebody wants to invite me again for free to go to the playoff game, and then I will drop all the things that I have to do and go to that.
Is that? Can you say that?
As long as it's not a company.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. Good job, Mike.
But NBA playoff game, it's really fun going to those. As long as it's a competitive game. If you lose, then it's not as fun.
Right.
Like, if you lose competitively, it's still fun. But if you lose by 20, you're like, that sucked. But I don't want to go to another NFL football game. I just think it's much better watching at home on television.
I like the product on TV for sure.
You get the replays. Okay. I don't know. I just think that nothing against the Cowboys. I'm not trying to take a shot at the Cowboys here.
I don't take that as a Cowboys
I'm just saying that I think NFL games are much better at home than there. Now, baseball games, even when I'm calling the games and I'm at the game, I do love being at the environment, but I am watching it off of the screen because I need to see the pitchers pitch. I need to see the shape of the pitch. I need to see the sequence of the pitches he's throwing. I need to see that. If I'm at the game, I can get the environment, but there's no way. There's only a few seats in the building that I can really see what the pitcher is trying to do to the hitter and vice versa.
Kevin, the first and best option is to listen to it on the radio. All right.
Sure.
We have Eric Nadell.
I get you, man.
Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, Brad Sham, and Babe. So that's the first thing to do. All right.
Okay.
Never forget that.
I won't.
Tonight, you want Rangers game? You listen to it on the radio. It's classic. Then.
But don't listen to the other game.
No, the other basketball on radio is terrible. I'm not lying. Basketball on radio is miserable.
I do give Chuck Cooperstein credit.
He's
you
wonderful.
are 1,000 miles an hour, but you have to be in a basketball game.
His description is I don't think you can find that anywhere else either. But it's very difficult to keep up. In my opinion, it's difficult to keep up on radio and that. And then hockey, it's just like all you're hearing really is the puck getting hit around back there, and the same thing you would hear on TV. All right, so when it comes to football, home. Because I'd rather watch that from home.
Okay.
Because I think the product, the way I digest it is better. Hearing the guys on TV, hearing some of the analysis that they have, and that part of it.
Your replays. Yeah. After every play, there's a replay.
Baseball, I want to be at a stadium. I love baseball at the stadium. And there's something, maybe it's because I went to more baseball games as a kid growing up. There's something just, the nostalgia of going to a game, just absolutely, I love that part.
My wife hates hot dogs, but she only likes them at a baseball game.
But not the dollar dogs? Or, yes, the dollar dogs.
I don't know. I mean, she just is like, she does not want, like, if we have a cookout or something, she's going to go for chicken or a cheeseburger or something, but she's just like, for some reason, a baseball game and a hot dog go together.
When I'm at the game, though, I also like there aren't really any bad seats in my opinion for at baseball games, because I'm watching different than Mike's watching. I'm watching the field. I'm observing how it's going out. I'm not watching the same way Mike does with the pitcher.
Do you feel that way at basketball and hockey games as well?
I feel like sometimes at basketball games, some seats aren't good.
Okay.
Like I like being close to the action, but being that low sometimes, if you're on the wrong side of the court, if you're on a basket side, it's over there. But I don't really see it going on if I'm that low.
Has Derek Holland given you his tickets yet to go to an NBA game?
No, hockey, yes, not
Kevin,
NBA.
you've been lucky enough.
Brandon, yeah.
It's amazing because those guys are skinny, but it's amazing how long and big those guys are.
Oh yeah,
and how little room on the court there is.
You get this misperception that I know they're tall, but you see them in person. Good Lord.
Yeah, and they're like, man, when I go to a high school game, there seems to be a lot of room to move, but in an NBA game, you're just like, it's amazing how these guys find. On a television screen, you see it. You see the baseline is available, but man, when you're there and you're that close, you're like, you can see the help defense. And you're like, well, there's nowhere to go here. You see the help that's, provided right there if he does go left.
Yeah, I would rather watch a basketball game from home, go to a hockey game, but I also add this. Playoffs, I feel like I need to do it from home because I'm too nervous.
For which one?
All of them.
Okay.
All of them.
Yeah.
Because I'm too nervous.
And I want to get angry and sometimes say things that
I feel
are
like I'm not in my seat and I've screwed everything up. Yeah.
How nervous were you with 22 seconds to go when we threw the ball to Derek Jones Jr. because LA Clippers forced it to Derek Jones Jr.
Now
he got
to go
fouled.
to the free throw line.
I mean, I won't say the words I said at home, but I was like, please, Derek Jones Jr., if there's any time in your life to make a free throw, please do it now.
It was time to put that game away.
The first one he didn't, it barely hit rim, and I'm like, oh, crap. And then he made the next one.
Now, there's a whole lot of reasons for people's answers to this from the 817. Much rather be there in person. I love a good atmosphere, but I can't really afford it, so I stay at home. From the 817, whenever I was younger, I love going to sporting events. Now that I have a little one, I'd rather just watch it at home.
Makes sense.
I think right now that's the kind of season of life I'm in, because when Brandon got to a certain age, it was about 8 to 10, he loved going to these games, and I love going with him. Noah, unfortunately, he's great, but he's not there yet. And so I'm like, well, if we watch it at home, we can all watch it together, and it'll be much more relaxed. Noah will be in his home environment. Whereas you remember when we went to the Rangers game all together last year, he freaked out.
Yeah, you had to put airport headphones on him.
Every time a home run got hit because they shoot off fire, the booms and everything like that. And he hated that. And so I think maybe this is just the time where I'm more of a watch it at home person, but I'm hoping eventually we'll start going way more often because I know my wife likes to go to sporting events in person as well.
That's good for her.
When you do get a big game and it ends up being a close game, like that game 5, I always, because Altuve won the game with the home run in the bottom of the 8th inning, but the Adolis Garcia home run, then them hitting Adolis and the benches being cleared, it was everything you could ever ask for. So if you did pay a lot of money, you're just this lived up to it. I hate that my team lost in the end, but you got done with that 9-inning game and you're like, that was everything I could have asked for except my team lost in the end.
Yeah. And also one of my biggest things is Mike just said it. Hey, if you're going to invite me for free, I'm down to go with you.
Multiple people have said depending on who pays.
If you're paying, premium for a hockey playoff game, and you get the game Mike got the other night, the game I got the other whenever I went last year, that's my big fear is I'm going to buy tickets. That's a lot of money, and I'm not going to get what Mike just said. Something that I can, even if my team lost, I can walk away and go, hey, it was exciting as hell. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, we lost.
A lot of people are kind of falling in line with what you were saying, Corey, from the 254. I love going to Mavs and Rangers games. Never been to a Cowboys game and don't plan on it. I'd much rather watch football at home. From the 817, watch at home, cheaper beer, quicker bathroom visits, no traffic.
Well, and also, Kevin, the traffic part's massive.
Parking's free, too.
But with football, only 7% of football fans can
I have
football games from inside the stadium.
I have definitely
I got that.
I heard that. I heard that
Definitely
at one
heard
point.
that.
Yeah, and when the leaves are falling. Back to you, Reggie.
Thanks, man. I feel like one of the reasons for me has not been kind of talked about yet, and I wonder if it's unique because of my particular setup, but some of the times I like being at home because there's multiple things that I'm interested in that I want to watch.
Yeah.
And so it gives me an opportunity to, I want to watch this, but I also want to watch this other game. And
so maybe you're not getting the best Wi-Fi at the stadium, or you're just inherently not going to be able to pay as much attention to the thing on your phone versus the thing right in front of you.
Right.
Yeah, in conversation at the stadium, you're probably talking, or arena, you're talking to people. It's a little bit different than at home with your 4 or 5.
Just checking my phone.
Only 3 screens.
That's right.
And
Reggie, nobody's invited me yet to the Stars game.
That conversation depends too, right? Because some of these, like baseball games, obviously naturally lends itself more to conversation. But at some of these Stars playoff games, I don't know how much I'm chatting it up with. Oh my gosh, did I tell you my friend went and did this? And you're like, what?
I'll tell you the best.
Watch the game.
Yeah.
Like Bo Jackson.
The best is being outside of a big college football game and then not going in and then still watching it on a television
Just
outside.
tailgating outside.
Yes, because my God. Now, it's gotten better that they have a rolling clock. But you go to a college football game before last year and you're like, I don't know if I'm going to, is it going to end tomorrow?
Right.
At OU, and I don't know if Carter, if it's still the same way, but whenever I went to go see OU play Baylor with Adrian back in the day, they just installed their board that you could see from outside the stadium. And there were a bunch of people sitting at the corner of the stadium, and they had their cooler out, and they were just sitting there watching it from the sidewalk. But they still got the loud crowd and all that stuff, and the energy that was coming off that stadium.
Man, it's amazing. It does seem like a lot of folks are more likely at home. And you were talking about the investment from the 214. See, this would be my nightmare. I paid $1,300 for tickets to go see the Cowboys versus the Packers. This is the worst investment ever. I mean, you knew it wasn't fun, and you knew the game was over at halftime. And
I almost threw my phone out the window at halftime, Kevin.
Yeah.
When Dak threw that pick six, Adrian goes, "What are you doing rolling the window down?"
Yeah, man, but Dak came back and let him right back down for a touchdown.
Stop it.
Did he really?
It was 27-7 at half.
And you thought we were going to win then?
No. But some people did, I guess.
Yes.
They just ran out of time.
By the way, from the 817, I love hearing stuff like this. It's not for you, Mike. I'm sorry, but first playoff game tonight with the wife, we found 2 tickets. And
I'm looking for my boys to go Sunday afternoon to the Mavs game. I can't go because I have Ranger responsibilities, but they're still so expensive. It's about with with fees, it's a $200 a ticket in the upper deck.
Wow. Man, that is a lot.
So that is too much for me, just to be honest. I love my boys, but I'm not giving them $400 to go watch a basketball game.
Yeah, how much money do you give them to go?
Wait. 1 second, Corey. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I'm not giving them the money. I'm buying the tickets.
But if you were going, you'd be okay. Yeah. If you were going, you'd be okay with the $200 per ticket.
For sure,
your boys.
200's for me.
But because he doesn't go,
yeah.
Even though the pricing is pretty similar,
I bet by Sunday morning, these people that are trying to get $200, I guess they don't get the fees, but trying to get $150 a ticket, they're going to bring that money down.
Kevin, did you report Penei Sewell's new deal?
Oh yes, I had that up on my phone, and
4 years, $112 million extension makes him the new highest paid offensive lineman. So now they have the highest paid wide receiver. The highest paid offensive lineman includes $85 million guaranteed for a tackle.
We got to change that, Jerry. What's our highest paid?
So they doled out $162 million guaranteed, and
to a receiver and a tackle.
They must not be good. It's like they probably didn't go very far last year, right?
They played in the NFC Championship game against San Francisco last year. I think did they beat? No, they didn't beat Green Bay.
How could they have all this money?
They got lucky. They just had good matchups.
Like I said, I know that it'll never happen, and Dak Prescott shouldn't do it. But if Dak Prescott took a $30 million a year extension, you have a much better chance of building the right team around him.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world, and they've got more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. Don't forget, you can catch our show tomorrow at Pluckers in Fort Worth. 5601 Southwest Loop 820 will be on from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. leading into Rangers. And then we're at all of the Pluckers tomorrow night across the Metroplex leading into the NFL Draft. And right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Every year about this time, Hagee, I like to say it's on like a mother plucker. And how the hell are you, sir?
I'm doing great, especially when I see the Astros are 7-17. It's the first time they've been 10 games under 500 since 2016. So the Rangers fell out of first place. Sad. Astros are terrible. Delightful.
I guess, man, if that makes you feel better. I mean, I like it better if the Rangers were awesome right now, undefeated.
Sure.
That'd be really cool.
That,
Could be worse.
Yeah.
That would be really cool.
But here we are, not in first place.
At least there's only one team better than the Rangers right now.
That's right, by half a game.
In our
love
division.
to see it.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Don't worry. Don't worry about the
I think the
rest.
Royals are better, and they have an ace in Cole Reagans.
Hey.
Yeah.
She followed.
We have an ace.
See why I admitted that.
Small sample size.
See why I said he admitted that, but he also said we're also the world champions.
Damn
so
right.
Don't worry about it.
That's, hey.
Exactly.
I'll take that every time.
You don't get there without that trade.
Yep.
So I accept that as well. Mavs game last night, clearly defensively, I feel like we all loved it. How much more do you think you're going to see from Kawhi Leonard in this series? Not in terms of like actual time on the court, but just like, can he still elevate his game where he is right now?
Gentlemen,
Tough question, I know.
I would say
We answered it earlier.
Yeah.
I would say, if I'm the Clippers, I want to see less of Kawhi Leonard. I think we had a formula that worked. We didn't have to worry about his health. We have more than enough attackers. And I think we're more balanced without Kawhi. Hey, if Kawhi's 100%, we want to play Kawhi ball, let's do that. But if there's any concern about it, we know we have a winning formula from the first time through. And last night, I thought, hey, the Mavs played great defense, sure. But the Clippers got less quality shots, and obviously their distance shooting suffered consistently or significantly from that. So I think both sides, everybody involved from the Clippers' perspective, should be curious: is it a better winning formula if Kawhi's not 100% for us?
Wow.
So I
don't think you're alone on this
Yeah.
either. Just kind of looking at the faces in the room here.
Well, he just didn't look comfortable. Like anytime he was coming on the floor, and a part of me was wondering, is that just Kawhi? Is he one of those guys that's always looking like something's bothering him? But he looked like a shell of himself. I mean, I do think he was a net negative out there last night for the Clippers. I would be wondering the same thing. Are we better off without him?
You have more than enough creativity. He's not an elite defender, this version of himself, So I think the team would be like, yeah, Kawhi, I understand if you can't make it, man. Let's take care of that body.
I have a question abroad. Were you surprised whenever you got the group text from us last night from Mike, whenever he was...
I was shocked.
You were shocked? Because
I was wondering why I was on it. Well, I found Kevin and Corey, and when I do that, that's who, and anybody else on the text is going to now get my text messages.
Despite the fact that backfired on him one time with our boss, he still does that exact thing.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering why I was on your show text, but I think it was something that I texted you guys earlier in the day.
Yep.
And I just happened to answer a question you had.
And then all of a sudden, then at 11:40 at night, I'm like, damn it, they need to play better defense. Slap the floor. Let's go.
Well, here was my text pretty much I just remember at halftime, the Mavs were up by 4. I was very happy.
Yeah, you were very happy. But you were
I was concerned that they shot 34% and 15%, and we were only up by 4 at half.
Right. No,
how did you feel at halftime?
No, you know what? I agreed with what you were saying. I'm like, yeah, Mike's right here. And then like it got to the end and the game got really kind of nervous. And I'm like, please stop, Mike. Don't stop, stop sending me text messages here right now. But I got a little nervous like you. I did.
I do it to remind myself. Here's why I do it. For the show, if I send a text, it's kind of like writing a note to myself.
Right.
Because with 9 minutes left in the game,
glad we can help facilitate that.
The Mavericks had 22 points.
Yeah.
And I was like, dude, this is as bad as the second quarter. You have 22 points in 15 minutes in the second half. And then luckily right after that, they started scoring.
They did.
The other thing, one of the greatest runs I think we've seen in team history right there.
Yeah.
I mean, if that doesn't happen right there, what was it, 14-0?
Yes,
14-0 when you absolutely need it.
You're losing 73 to 67, and you had 22 points in the 15 minutes played in the second half.
Dawson, I also
like your text, Mike.
Today I had said I'm not going to flip flop like Dawson did the other day.
Wow.
But I also qualified it with I'm pretty sure I heard you say I only get one this week. And so I wasn't taking a shot at you there. You had said it, but was that Stars or Mavs that you had gone back on?
I had flip-flopped on the Mavs.
Okay, all right.
Okay, and now that's a heck of a tease because coming up at 2 o'clock at the start of the show, I have an opportunity to go back on my word and flip-flop for a second time this week. It's only Wednesday. It's only Wednesday. I know.
You got a double flip-flop.
I don't know.
That's so early to use a double flip-flop.
We'll find out.
Hey, Gavin's with me because I know you were in Portland during this time. I'm hoping that Gafford is the Leandro Barbosa of big men in the NBA now, because Barbosa would score about 5 points on 10% shooting on the road. And I was like, and then they would go back to Phoenix, and he would score 30 points on 90% shooting. And I was like, how can somebody be so good? And then all you do is take them out of Phoenix for a game, and then they turn into just mush in the playoffs. And so what I'm hoping is Gafford, who had 2 really bad games in LA, somehow has the Barbosa DNA where you put him at home with the crowd cheering for him, and he just gets to his 12 points, 12 rebounds, high energy, blocking shots type of guy.
He will, man. You've seen it, and that's why in every sport they talk about how important it is to have a lot of postseason experience on your team. Because we were just talking about it last week with the energy that Jack Leiter had out there, right? That was his big league debut. And I think every level that you advance to, it's going to take you a number of games, weeks, months to get comfortable there. And if you have players who can be in a regular season comfort zone, now, I mean, here's what it comes down to, because, I've been reading about this with coaching. Now, once you're taken out of your comfort zone, you're not reacting and playing with instinct and intuitively anymore. Now you're having to think about things. Even a game, like every man understands this when you try to talk to a beautiful woman, right? I guess the Don Juans, they stay in the present moment, right? They're the playoff veteran. They're staying present. They're just chatting her up. Everybody else is overthinking every word that comes out of your mouth and what should I do next? You're not reacting to a conversation. Now, when you get to talking with a homely gal, right? Now you're very conversational and natural.
Yeah.
It's like, wow, how did I just charm the hell out of that gal? I wasn't even trying. It's just because you were natural. So it's that weird energy. And what happens with inexperienced playoff players is they go on the road and it's like standing in front of a hot chick trying to talk to her. They pee down their leg and then they come home and it's like, hey, this is great. I'm the man.
It's been a great show today.
Shout out to the homely gals out there. This one's for you is what it sounds like.
And the hot girls, too.
We need the 5s and the 6s so we can level up to the 10s.
Leandro Barbosa wasn't as bad as I thought on the road, but I looked it up real quick in 2006 when they played Dallas. At Dallas, 3 points, 8 points. Then they play at home, 17 points, 24 points. And then on the road, 14 points. And then back at home, 14 points.
What did Rajah Bell do in those games?
We don't have time for that right
What about Boris Diaw?
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Dan Marley. Was Dan Marley any good in that series?
Pure gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Ross Tucker at 4.
All right, and potential
flip-flopping
right out the
Might
gate.
have
I think
it.
Don
like a
Nelson played
fish on a
Raja
hot
Bell at
dock.
center in the playoffs.
I can guarantee you at least one flip-flop in the opening segment. I'm not going to tell you where it is, though.
Roll home
I like
with
it.
the G Bag Nation.
Cowboys Super Bowl. I know it is.
We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Thank you
Turn
for
off my
turning
mic.
off his
Turn
mic.
his
Turn
mic
his
off,
mic
Reggie.
off
Make
again.
sure it can't come back that press
Don't
conference, they're all
forget,
in.
tomorrow we will be at Pluckers in Fort Worth, 5601 Southwest Loop 820. If you want to come see us, 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. leading into Rangers right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Kevin. It's time for me to
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and we're all back together here with 26 hours, 28 hours to go until our draft show begins. It's our Pluckers path through the draft continues. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, NFL executive, number one influencer on Cowboy social media. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup, over there at Master Control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo in the house. There he is. Welcome back, Zach.
What's up, fellas? How the hell's it going?
Man, it's going great. Of course, Carter Freeman's coordinating our videos, so you can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube, and we are off and running here. I mean, so many big stories. Draft, stars, Mavs. Ross Tucker's coming up talking draft at 4 o'clock, but I think the Mavs, for the second time this week, I find myself considering a flip-flop.
Let's go.
I picked him to win it. Flip-flop on Monday. Should I flip-flop back to picking the Mavs is the question now, guys. How would you handle that? The Frankel Firm injury attorney text line is open for you.
I mean, the superstitious nature that's inside of me makes me want you to just continue to just cape for the Clippers.
Okay.
Because that obviously brought, I mean, you clearly, you put a chip on their shoulder yesterday. I mean, we know that Jason Kidd ran some of that audio right there before tip-off.
Can't blame him.
Not at all. Not at all. You got to light a fire under your guys. And they were sleepwalking through game one. He was sleep coaching through game one. And they were like, all right, you know what? Let's go cram it up Dawson's rear end real quick. And that's exactly what they did last night. And hopefully they do that 3 times more.
Well, I think you're going to like what I have to say then, Chief. I'm not going to do it.
You're not going to do it?
I knew you didn't have the balls.
Good Lord, are you kidding me?
I just think they had an incredible 5 minutes that was one of the greatest runs in franchise history. I believe the Clips will get a split at the AAC and retake home court advantage. I think these teams are very, very close. But I think bringing back Kawhi kind of threw their mojo off. They're going to be energized by the idea. And look, for me, you look at how the first 96 minutes of basketball went, and a lot of those favored Clippers. Well, the Mavs had a nice run in the second half of game one when the Clippers basically stopped running their deal because they knew they had the Mavs beat. Tyronn Lue even acknowledged that after the game. And then, last night, things came together perfectly. And P.J. Washington isn't that guy consistently.
That's true.
He is that dude. If he was aggressive, P.J. Washington's a 22-point-per-game scorer. The guy's got the long ball. He can finish at the rim with both hands. He's a spin move master. I love P.J. Washington's game, but like a lot of times, he just takes a pass on being that engaged or that aggressive. So, I had a lot of fun watching them even the series last night. You know how much I love Mavericks basketball and how much fun it is for me personally when the home team is going on a run, just because the NBA gets so much more exciting. It's such a bigger part of our show at that point. And basketball has always been my favorite sport and my first love when it came to sports radio.
1A, 1B with baseball.
Yeah, of course. But I can't pick for it to go on quite yet. I don't know what will convince me. Maybe if they win game 3, the flip-flop will be complete, but that's where I'm at right now, Woolchuck. How are you breaking down how you think is going to win this series? Woolchuck Broaddus, where do you want to take this?
I think that this series is over. I think that Luka Doncic is angry. They done bleeped up there with the Clippers. And I think you saw it at the end of the third quarter. Luka gets teed up. He gets the little bumski from Harden, and the fire was brewing in Luka's eyes. This happened against the Suns a couple of years ago. And then what did Luka do? He said, I'm going to put the team on my back here. We're down 0-2. Bye-bye. Devin Booker, I'm going to make you my little B. And they go ahead and they crush them in 7 games. I think Luka is going to find a way to make sure this happens. I think you're right. The 2 things I'm nervous about is PJ was outstanding and Maxey was also brilliant last night. You got some clutch moments from Maxey when it came to rebounding and some big-time threes.
He's a playoff big, man.
Absolutely. Those looks will be there, though, because of Kyrie and Luka. I think that combination will find a way to get the Mavs this win in 6, and I think you are going to see Luka go absolutely Superman.
Yeah, it's funny. I think we were all upset with Luka. Okay, I shouldn't say we all were, because when he got the technical, I was kind of like, this game is turning into a very close game, and you just don't need to be giving up possessions and points. But I think what Kyrie said after the game, post-game, was very interesting about Luka. He says, you know what, I trust Luka when he gets a technical. He goes, I think Luka is hunting like an enemy. He's hunting. He's looking for something like you're talking about, Zach, whether it was the LA crowd, somebody on the court. He was hunting somebody to be pissed at. And it drives him into a different way of thinking or a different way of playing. And I never thought about it that way, but Kyrie goes, you know what? Yeah, technical's not great, but with him, I trust he has a reasoning for why he's doing what he's doing.
He certainly plays with tremendous passion against this Clippers team.
Yeah.
And, Kyrie knows him better than I do. So I love that. And if you could guarantee me Luka's in that zone, last night after the game, he was talking about we're going to win with defense.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, to hear your best player talking about we're going to win with defense, that's huge. I think Luka is maturing in a very big way, and hopefully he makes me flip-flop before the series is over,
Yeah,
Brian.
you talk about defense. I was visiting with some folks with the Mavs after the game last night, and they thought that I said, how did you do it on defense last night? How were you able to make that work? And they said, we did a really good job of crowding them. And I said, okay. He says the Clippers have bad spacing a lot, and their scorers other than Harding are selfish. And they will take tough shots, which they can make. We've seen that.
Yeah.
But if you make it crowded, it makes it hard on them. We were really physical, and we did a good job of playing tendencies and rebounding in that game.
Yeah.
And he said, I asked him, I said, well, does officials, it looks like the refs are allowing you guys to play both teams. He says, no, absolutely. He says both teams are getting to hit each other in this one. So I don't know if it carries over to Dallas, but they felt like that crowding the Clippers in that game affected the shots that they were able that we saw them making in game one.
Yeah, those guys are great one-on-one players, but if you can get players between them and the rim and force them to make great passes and force them to have floor spacers making threes, you're asking a lot of them. And I think the Clippers helped you out a lot last night, making 8 of their 30 threes.
Right.
I don't know if they're going to shoot that bad again.
No, probably not. Much like they probably won't shoot as well as they did in game one, probably won't shoot as bad as they did in yesterday's game. But a lot of that does have to do, if you're going to bring that type of physicality and being that close, eating up the spaces you mentioned there, Brian. It's like I've never seen Kyrie Irving or Luka Doncic do what they did last night, where you're getting the ball over half court and then they're already giving you no room to work. And it was like, wow, this is unique. And can they continue that mindset? Can they continue that intensity and that physicality? That's going to be the question. But if they do, I just think they will make the Clippers, their life will be a living hell. And the Clippers have to hit their threes.
Yeah.
And if they're going to struggle at all in those threes, then the Mavericks have a huge advantage.
Yeah, they do. We talked about it maybe in the leading up to this series that the Clippers play slow but they make shots. They make 2-point shots. They don't get a lot of shots up, but they make them, and they make a lot of threes too as well. So eliminate those things. I think that's on the path. Have you seen that pass that Luka made late?
No, dude.
That bounce pass.
He's
when he reared back, I'm thinking, oh, please don't throw a bounce pass here. I didn't see this. I didn't see the gap that he was throwing it through.
Nobody did. Well, we have the call of it that we'll get to in Around the Rim.
Okay.
But it's just because Followill's like losing his mind. Like, no, you're about to give the game away right here. For a split second, we all felt that way. It was amazing. I was trying to decide which was the cooler pass, the Kyrie, behind the back. For the corner three or that Luka pass. I don't know. They were both spectacular, but that was a moment where we were all nervous.
Yeah, I don't even know how you explain how some players can see that. It's just
he does,
it's amazing.
Man.
Yeah. He's got eyes in the back of his head. He literally seems like he does.
The court vision that he has. It looks like to me he just throws it through. It's just like he doesn't see everybody's perfectly spaced for him, and they're like frozen. And he's able to just thread passes
without looking
at it. And you're thinking, my gosh, but that's what the great ones do.
And to the point of the defense, even Chuck Cooperstein tweeted out that, that about Jason Kidd, like we've already made up our mind about him to an extent, and he deserved a ton of criticism in my mind for game one. But Cooperstein says, all I will say is he designed a defensive masterpiece in game two. In 44 years of Mavs basketball, I don't think there's ever been a team that defended with the passion this team did tonight, and that includes the 2011 season.
Wow. That is a testament to, I think, great coaching, great buy-in from all the players.
Yeah.
But you love this culture, and I don't know if this roster is enough to do it this year. I think they're good enough to be champions. Things need to fall in place. They need luck. They're not prohibitive favorite.
And they were a desperate team last night too.
Right.
They were going down 0-2 in that.
But you have so many great things in place.
No, you absolutely do.
But
I
there's
just
something
say
to be said about that, Brian, because they've got to carry that over now
the buy-in,
and sustain that. And there's a ton of energy that you're going ahead and using. Now, I mean, and that was a big question for us. Kyrie and Luka as your two superstars who aren't known as being the best defenders, but last night the effort was there, and you had Harden, I think, was the only big player from the Clippers. 2 for 17 were shooters for the Clippers, according to ESPN Stats Info. That's from McMahon, when Luka was the primary defender last night. I mean, that's always been the knock on Luka.
Yeah.
Can you be a two-way player? You played defense last night.
They had some great defensive moments in the run in 2022, and they kind of alternate. They were going back and forth from like playing amazing defense and then struggling. So I think it can be kind of difficult, and obviously the other team has to cooperate by missing some shots. But
yeah, you could tell though, Luke at the end, man, he was walking up the court. Towards the end of the game, it's like, okay, man, somebody else makes, and they had
Emptied
some guys.
the bucket.
They had some guys make shots, but I think he made a commitment to be a defensive player last night.
Did.
Yeah,
I think
it
he
was
said,
obvious.
Kyrie, you take the fourth, and and everybody else, Maxey knocking down a 3-key, shot, and then you get the shots from Washington in the corner and stuff. I think Luke is like, okay, I'm just going to have to play defense this fourth quarter. I can't. Even though he knocked down a big shot, but it just seemed to me that he was saving his energy on the defensive side of the floor. Because when the ball was going into the Dallas offensive end, you could kind of see him walking up the court along kind of on the side there. Okay, I'm gonna catch my breath, okay, I gotta get the ball, I'm gonna pass it, but I gotta get back on defense. I think you saw the commitment from him on that.
A full commitment to everything they can control. That's the kind of focus and determination a championship team shows, and a remarkable maturity over the last 12 months for this guy. Yeah. Dallas Stars, the only home team in both the NBA and MLB that didn't win Game 1. Chance to draw even and begin their mission and retake control of the series tonight. It's 8:30 on ESPN. And this is actually my flip-flop that I promised you in the tease. Yeah,
you're Vegas tonight?
Oh, no.
Wait, this is the flop? This is the flip-flop.
It's 2 first-round exits for our Dallas teams here, the Mavs and the Stars.
I know. I'm just killing you. I'm just going to shut up.
VGK, the Golden Knights, this is a tough matchup.
I want to be honest. I want to be objective. I want to tell you what my truth is, and my truth is Vegas has now won 8 of the last 10. Including all 3 regular season games. They got healthy. It's not a real 8 seed.
No, it's not a real 8 seed at all.
No.
Mark Stone coming back at just the right time.
Stupid.
Isn't that convenient, taking a page out of the Tampa Bay Lightning's playbook? And he absolutely destroys the Dallas Stars. I think the Stars are still going to be okay. They were getting outplayed for the majority of Game 1. They find a way to make it 4-3. I'm concerned without having Yanni Hakanpää. Lundqvist is absolutely terrible. Having him and Suter both. I mean, you look back at some of the trades in DFW Sports, a first-round trade from Jim Neal, and he's done a lot of great things. But to get Niels Lundqvist from the Rangers is not one that is looking good. He's made some great moves. What do they do with the fourth line? Who sits out with the Donov back? That'll be interesting. But right now, they got to bring some more physicality. You had one line that you could rely on. They got the forecheck going in Game 1. Everybody needs to go ahead and bring some more passion and energy to win some puck battles.
Logan Thompson, the Vegas goalie, gets pulled tonight.
Nice. I like it. Let's go.
I'll crack a coldie to that.
There's some shakiness between those pipes for Vegas. They're good enough in front of him.
That Marchment goal? That's what I'm saying. This guy's not that good.
I think he gets pulled tonight. But Aiden Hill might not be much better. He gives up a bunch of goals too. But I'm going to go on my prediction. Logan Thompson, the goalie, gets pulled tonight for Vegas.
Well, you can't give up 4 goals in 12 shots, whatever it was that Otter did in Game 1. He needs to step up and be better too.
Gavin's a flip-flopper, says the 214.
Of course he is.
That's well established.
He admits it.
Self-proclaimed.
He admits it.
Yeah. I mean, if you had picked one team to win a series and they go down 3-0, right, are you going to stay with your pick? Because I think that would be stubborn, right? I get new information. I was wrong, right? I think my threshold for admitting I was wrong is just lower.
You talk
I don't
about
need to be all up in my face. I just need to
flip-flopping.
Yeah. It's less about being right for Dawson and more about just getting it right.
So much draft information going on right now. there's all these things that you believed in for 4 or 5 months, and now it's just kind of falling apart for you. Kind of
That's
a
how it
thing.
happens, right?
Yeah, that's what it works on. Yeah.
A lot of great stuff happening in the world of sports. We're going to get on the draft next. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up. Rangers and Mariners resume coming up at 6:30. Congrats in order for Amon-Ra St. Brown and the Lions. 4 years, $120. We'll have more on that. NFL News Today is coming up at 3 o'clock. And the Heisman Trophy people decided to get on the right side of history. They're giving Reggie Bush his Heisman back.
There you go.
So congrats to those guys. Okay, yes, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, an NFL draft. Ask us anything at 877-881-1053. What questions do you have about the Cowboys draft needs or individual players? Our experts take your questions next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation, Fan.
Carity.com.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105.3. The Fan segment's brought to you by Soda. State of the Arts brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. What's your question for our draft experts? It's an Ask Us Anything. The Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line is open for you at 877-881-1053. Jackson Powers Johnson or Zach Frazier? Ask the 972.
I think that Powers Johnson graded higher for me.
Yeah.
I think from a Cowboys standpoint, there was a pretty good Zach Frazier article out in the morning news today. Seems like maybe for them it'd be Zach Frazier, which I'm cool with, man. You talk about a former wrestler, great control in terms of leverage, can get out in space. I do like Zach Frazier as a fallback option.
And historically, the Cowboys have had great success with linemen named Zach.
That's true.
Yeah. I saw a stat where today.
It's just data.
Yeah, where you draft centers. I think the last 12 centers that it's the center position is the highest success rate of positions drafted.
Okay, I saw that today. I saw a great graphic. The hit rate 92% dating back to 2000. From 2000 to 2019 is the 20 drafts spanning that, and they used the hit rate basically to say, did you get a second contract with the team that drafted you? So that's sort of the barometer. And 11 of the 12 that were drafted in the first round absolutely did.
Seems like a no-brainer to me.
Kind of most recent one, Tyler Linderbaum.
They're the good ones.
They're feeling good about him in Baltimore.
And offensive tackles the second.
I think the thing about I love Jackson Powers Johnson. I really do. The thing that you got to worry about though now is the medical, the interviews. I mean, there's so many things that you.
There's a lot that we don't know.
There's a lot that we don't know about this whole thing. What did you say? What did you say that again?
Wild card.
Kind of a wild card. Yeah.
It's tough to judge really where he's going to go.
He's just goofing off in the interviews?
No, like I say, you never know. I mean, they put these kids in a situation to where they run them through plays, or I mean, these interviews and stuff like. That's the thing about it is always things that worry me.
He might not be smart.
The things that always worry me. Yeah, the things that always worry me is
you got to have that.
You watch
because watching him play,
you watch the plays. Yeah, absolutely, you watch the plays, but then you worry. Okay, what do I not know? I'd heard some really good, some better medical information. I hadn't heard it all, but you just wonder. Okay. Is there something that? But Frazier might make more sense for them, believe it or not.
Okay, do you think Dallas is more likely to take Jonathan Brooks, running back Longhorns, or Peyton Wilson, linebacker NC State in round 2?
Brooks.
2 injured guys.
Yeah, I think more likely probably Jonathan Brooks. They need a running back. I think I do wonder how much they like Peyton Wilson. I've got Wilson as a better player between the two, but I think Brooks makes a lot of sense, and they know the doctor who did the surgery.
Dr. Cooper? Yeah, but on my board, like I said, I got Peyton Wilson as my 24th best player. By the way, my stack is up right now on the website if you want to go check that out while you're listening to our show.
You got Wilson at 24?
I got Wilson at 24.
I got him at 23.
Got Wilson at 24, Brooks at 29. But I you know what? I think there's more. I don't know. It's a kind of a deep position in a way with the linebackers and the running backs. Kind of feel like in the middle of the board, I could probably get me a running back.
You can.
So
817 wants to know, could the Cowboys trade up in the draft?
There's always that possibility, but I don't see them doing it. Would they do it for Fatano?
I think there's 3 names if they were to trade up because they start getting antsy. I think Fuaga, the tackle from Oregon State.
Yes.
Fautanu, the tackle from Washington,
yeah, right.
And then maybe J.C. Latham from Alabama because it doesn't sound like he's going to get anywhere near there because it does seem like there's a ton of momentum. Daniel Jeremiah talked about it today. Yeah. Every team he's talking with, they want to trade up for offensive linemen. So if the Cowboys are sitting there at 24 and they're like, that's what we really want in our first round, we're not going to get this guy if we wait, maybe they do get aggressive.
Is trading back a real possibility? And if so,
Absolutely.
What could they get and move to?
Yeah, if you want to go, say you want to go all the way down to Kansas City's pick at 32, you can net you a 3 and a 4 out of that. Anything else ahead of that, you're probably going to get a 3. Whether Baltimore's a team I don't think is going to trade, but San Francisco I think would be willing to trade. That's going to net you a 3. And then some of the when you start to go up a little bit closer, if you go say 2 spots back to Tampa, that'll net you a 4. So you're looking at 3s and 4s.
Man, that's exactly what they need to do.
I think the trade back's going to happen because I think that they're not going to have Graham Barton there at 24. And there's going to be a couple of guys. Do they have a first-round grade or not on? And they're thinking, all right, let's move back, and then you start to have the conversation about Zach Frazier from West Virginia, maybe Jordan Morgan from Arizona, some of these other linemen.
817, are the rumors true about Jaden Daniels not wanting to go to Washington?
I haven't heard that at all.
I have. Diana Rossini was talking about it. He was coached by Antonio Pierce at ASU before transferring to LSU.
Right.
And that connection point is something that he is apparently really fond of, getting back to playing under Antonio Pierce. So that would be going to the Raiders.
Yeah.
And apparently Kevin O'Connell and the Vikings are something that intrigues him as well.
Yeah, I say it, I haven't heard it because I haven't heard from any LSU
Yeah, he said there
people.
were those two teams he would prefer.
Yeah.
But I
Just
don't-
according to Rossini.
I don't think he liked the visit. I mean, his agent clearly was not happy that they had
That's
all
juicy.
the
Yeah.
Poor
there.
golf swing
I don't
there,
blame
probably.
him.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't want to
Top
go.
golf.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to go to the Raiders either. But I think he's on the right path. Just add a bunch to the I don't want to go to you list, and then I think you're doing the getting drafted part right.
But this is huge, though. Like, if Jaden Daniels doesn't want to go to the Commanders, but the Commanders want him, like, does it completely stop you? Like, if you know this guy doesn't really want to be there, like, that's
Yeah.
interesting.
Well, okay, and what if Penix drops to you? Asks the 214.
I would be interested in kicking the tires on that. I think that's even better for a trade back situation. If you have a quarterback that's sitting there, you want to get that fifth-year option on the quarterback. For a team that doesn't get their guy, maybe it's New England and they trade back. Maybe that's where you can be open for business. I don't think the Cowboys are having a conversation about Penix at 24.
No, I don't think they are either. But if they had not traded for Trey Lance, I think there would be some consideration. No coach in NFL history benefited more than a quarterback falling to him than Mike McCarthy with Aaron Rodgers.
That would be fascinating. If you get the chance to take Penix, would you do it? The Frankel & Frankel injury attorney text line is open if you want to continue the conversation. It's time for us to run to the G-Bag of the day in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Peace.
I wish.
Slip, slide, trying to provide, brothers.
I wish.
You're just trying to provide, man.
Just trying to provide.
Just trying to provide these picks for everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to provide a little funny audio for you right here. And our G-Bag of the Day winner so far is a bunch of kids in their car ordering some Mickey D's. They wanted some quarter pounders here, Woolchuck. They wanted some quarter pounders. What state is this, Woolchuck? I'm going to ask you. What state do you think this is happening in? Here we go.
I take a quarter pounder.
Pounder?
A quarter pounder.
Oh, okay.
And a
Quarter pounder with cheese?
oh yeah,
Cheese.
yeah, quarter pounder of cheese.
Oh, snappy. Snappy snap. Quarter pound her. Pound her.
That's right. A small.
Pound her.
Yeah.
It ain't no small around here now.
What? A small shamrock shake.
Oh, well, shamrock.
Okay, a small strawberry shake and a small Coke, and that'll be it.
Oh, I see how y'all get down.
I see how y'all get down.
Oh, yeah.
A pound her.
Snappy, snappy.
Is that Florida?
Yeah, I don't know either.
I guess.
Somebody said it was Quinlan, and that's all I can. I've been laughing for 2 days off of that.
I do imagine that lady at the drive-thru window looks like Kenny.
Yeah.
Oh, damn.
An ovulating Kenny.
Oh, my God.
With less teeth.
And not near as good at working hips.
Oh, my God. Yeah, he's got new hips.
Yeah, That's right.
Old swivel hips Kenny. Look here, what I can do. Look at there. All right. We got a dude right here on the golf course. Sliced the golf ball. Broke someone's window. One of them big old houses on the golf course.
Mm-hmm.
You know all about it, bros. Didn't you like poop in front of somebody's house, a
I
celebrity
did.
or something?
Yeah, Julie Andrews right in her backyard.
That's Bros' claim to fame.
You know all about it, don't you?
That's what you call scatter shooting.
Yeah. Thank God for the golf towel.
He's got that on his LinkedIn.
She brought you out a beach towel.
All right, yeah, this dude right here sliced a golf ball, broke somebody's window. The old man came outside with a golf club in his hand.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
In an aggressive manner. Not in the one to play golf with you, but in an aggressive manner.
I'm a mad motherfucker right now.
I know, I bet. I have windows too.
Yeah. What's your name? Vitali. All right, Vitali.
All right.
You owe me $681.
Ooh.
I'm goddamn mad at You can't hit this goddamn thing's 200 yards wide, and you hit houses.
Slice it. Sorry.
Yeah, you're sorry? I'm out a window.
Yeah.
Go to the next hole.
I haven't hit yet.
Yeah, I haven't hit it.
Okay.
Hit.
What if it goes to your house again?
I'm gonna beat the shit out of you.
All right, Vitali.
No pressure.
Yeah, I think I'll just take a drop beyond your house.
No pressure. I like how he knew how much that window was.
Yeah.
He owed me $681.
Bucks.
It's happened before.
Yeah, clearly.
Usually the club takes care of those things.
Do they?
Usually they do.
Yeah, so I don't live on the golf course, but I'm golf course adjacent. I think you guys know where I've been.
Yeah.
And everything.
Nice
I
place.
walk my dogs, and I'm nervous of golf balls because every once in a while you can see one just tink, tink,
Yeah.
tink right next to you out of nowhere. Like, where'd that come from?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hit
I don't
that
wanna
cart
get-
path right behind you.
I don't want to get hit in the head with a golf ball while I'm walking my dogs.
Oh, it hurts so bad.
Because it'll probably take me out the game. You never know.
You get hit right.
Yeah, you never
Could.
know, man. And then
Yeah.
everybody's like, you hear what happened to Lucius?
Well, at least he was walking his dogs. You know he was in a good place.
What? Doing what he loved. Come on, man.
Damn dog tried to save his life.
Didn't lose
Yeah.
his
Golf ball
didn't
took him
die
out of here.
Crawling out of a window.
Huh?
Didn't die crawling out of a window.
I hit a maintenance worker once, but it was in the lower leg.
Did you say sorry?
Yeah.
Okay.
I waved.
My bad.
I hit a duck.
That's why those
Yeah.
geese don't like you.
Yeah.
They can sense it on you.
Right in the side. That thing, his buddies were not happy with me.
Speaking of another individual that got hit by something, we have an LSU fan that took a
What?
home run
Oh, no.
ball to the dome. Yeah. Ruben just be serving me up some fire ones. Oh, Ruben right here, serving me up another one. LSU fan took a home run ball right to the dome. I think that was like 190 miles per hour, something crazy like that.
I mean, it was on a rope, and I've been carrying this glove with me for years, and I was like, okay, now's my time. I got one coming, and hole in the glove, man. What can I say? off my dome, and here we are. I've got a nice little goose egg.
Can we see it?
Oh, well, I mean, if you want to.
Does it hurt?
It don't feel good. It felt like every bit of a 109-mile-an-hour fastball, home run ball, yes.
Did we get the ball afterwards, or?
No, it skipped over the fence, but
it bounced off his head, bro.
He's such a great guy.
He got Conseco.
Their toss ball that they do in between innings.
Oh,
So he
toss
tossed it
ball.
to me. I guess probably Friday I'll go get Tommy White to sign it for me, and maybe kiss my Bobo.
It's a good spirits, man.
That thing bounced off his head and went somewhere else.
He got a toss ball.
grab it.
He didn't even get the ball.
No,
he got a toss ball.
He got the BP ball, man.
That's awful, man.
Every bit of that 109 miles per hour.
He has a full concussion going on right now. It's like after a fight when they put the microphone on in somebody's face after a fight. So how'd you feel about that? What happened in the third round?
Where am I?
Skipped over the fence.
You can see when he pulls his hat up, he's got a little blood
It's
there. Like it takes some
Rawlings.
It's some
nasty,
yeah,
bro.
he's got the seams in there.
It's nasty. Last one right here. Broadus.
Yeah.
General. Men of a certain age. Or if your father has that sauce on him.
Oh.
That bitterness.
Yeah.
I mean, when I say sauce,
Yeah.
the father bitterness that we have to keep bundled up inside of our hearts that basically kills us slowly.
Yeah.
But nobody knows. Nobody
I
cares
let
really.
it out every now and then. It's not
Yeah.
pretty.
Hold it inside and die like a real man.
There you go.
Bill Burr on Old School Dads.
I'm coming at you guys like an old school dad that's doing some and he ruins it because the whole time he's doing this all he does is tell you he doesn't have time for this Come on, get in a goddamn car. Christ, I don't got time for this Come on, you don't need your seatbelt. Just sit down and shut the up. God, mother, set this whole thing up. Does she tell me? It's him backing down the driveway. Does she tell me? Of course she doesn't. I'm living in her world, her rules. What the I ever got married for? Quit your crying. I don't got time for this. That sums up the dads when I was growing up.
I like that. Man. That's the car backing up.
Yeah. And, back in the day without the cameras, you'd have your right arm around the passenger seat, and you'd be doing about 30.
Running over bikes.
Man, turns out our comedian from, what was that, Thursday, Craig Gass, his buddies with Bill Burr, does a Bill Burr. He does a Bill Burr impression. Craig Gass joined us at the cat.
Oh, man. Gass is the man.
I said, dude, next time you're on, we just need straight Bill Burr.
Yeah, for real.
But whatever he wants to do is usually fire.
You should do Mad Dog versus Bill Burr. They just yell at each other.
Oh, my goodness.
Those would be two epic rants.
Oh, Billy B. Boobs.
Break the station. Okay, is a kid coming of age wants a quarter pounder? Is it the golfer breaking the window? Boy, that guy needs to move, doesn't he? Come on, man. Maybe he's waiting for the housing market to surge again before he gets out. LSU fan with the goose egg. Bill Burr. Dude, talk about a tough one. I don't know who to vote for, Chief. Do you?
LSU fan for sure.
Lucius?
Billy Burr.
Wolchuk?
Gosh, this is tough. I'm
Hey!
gonna stick with the quarter pounder.
Go Tigers.
Wow, I'm going Bill Burr just to make a tie at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation's X account. Follow us all when you get there. All of our handles are in the bio. It's @GBagNation. We're going to create an Insta poll. So you'll vote over the break, and we'll come back. We'll announce the winner, and then we'll get into Krusty's Corner with Brian Broaddus. Where are you taking us, sir?
Yeah, I've got some of these players on my big board I do want to talk about on the defensive side of the ball. We'll do that next.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Zero Reds.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. Coming up at 3 o'clock, we're going to have the NFL news of the day, including a big signing of an NFL wide receiver. What could that mean for CeeDee Lamb and the Cowboys? That's coming up at 3 o'clock. Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. The poll continues. LSU fan is leading. No, Bill Burr is leading against LSU fan. 1 minute to go here in this poll. Jump on at GBag Nation. Here's the king of the Krusties, Broadus.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Got a Love of the Star podcast going off tonight. So if you want to fire some questions at me and Bobby Belt, probably be very, very, very draft heavy. We did a mock draft in the last one that kind of worked around 7-round mock draft. I thought was a lot of fun. So we'll try and get to your questions tonight on that.
Who'd you get in the mock draft, though?
Actually, that's the Barton fell to us.
Nice.
So, yeah, it worked out
perfect,
pretty well. But there were some things we kind of played around with the board a little bit and tried to say, okay, let's take a guy here and see what it does to, our possibilities going forward and who we might be able to grab. So that was the last Love of the Star. But we're recording a new one tonight. So if you do got some draft questions, just tweet at me or Bobby Belt. That would be very, very nice. Also, too, we're on tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, right? From the Star. Me and Wolchuk anchoring that coverage for us tomorrow night, night one. And so we'll be there for every pick that's made in this draft. So looking forward to that. Those next 3 days will be a lot of fun.
Are you going to be upset about what Wolchuk's thinking about doing? You guys do the respectful tie thing, but he's planning on showing up just shirtless, wearing a tie. Is that going to tick you off?
That would be awesome if he just did that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's not disrespecting the sanctity of draft night.
No, it's
if
fine.
he shows up chest out.
He asked me about the bow tie. He's asked me about the bow tie.
I asked about the bow tie.
Well, I'll say this:
Chip and Dale.
I lent Sean a bow tie last year.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And it was a poor draft. So I'm thinking about not.
I don't want a damn bow tie then.
Do you have a tie?
I got a tie.
Okay, wear your tie tomorrow.
I got a tie.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Wolchuk's got a tie.
Wear a tie tomorrow night.
You think I leave on the door?
Is that why you guys let go of Sean?
I think so. I think that had something to do
draft.
with it.
I thought you were going to say he never returned to the bow tie, so now you're scared
I took it.
to wheel and deal it.
He was trying to rip the thing off at the end of the night. He literally was trying to like get this damn thing. He was pulling on it and all that. I'm like, bro, don't you rip my tie.
Down over there, please.
Settle down, please.
Saw Sean at the park the other morning. He's got a beautiful new house, by the way.
Yeah, he does. I see a lot of pictures of that beautiful
Followed
house.
me once again into Sunnyvale.
How about that? Good for him. But yeah, we've got a lot of content coming up here the next few days, and a lot of it very draft heavy. So hang out with us. Real quick too, can you imagine paying $440,000 for an accident you had?
No,
$440,000 for an accident you had.
Well, if you were negligent and you hurt somebody, turned their life upside down, lost wages.
Yeah.
Maybe you called the Frankels and you held me accountable.
Held you accountable.
In that case, it would only be right.
Well, Nico Rosberg, just real quick, Nico Rosberg, Formula One driver, he ran into his teammate, and they had a provision in his contract that if they ran into each other, whosever fault it was had to pay for the damages of the car. So he ran into Lewis Hamilton. It cost him $440,000 to pay for that accident for bumping into his teammate.
Not supposed to race your teammates
Not
hard.
supposed to race your teammates hard right there. So here you go. All right, I'm going to talk to you about these defensive players here in my time that I have. Up on the site right now is the linebackers, cornerbacks, safeties. So that'll kind of take care of us. I want to point out a couple of guys if I could. And Wooly Bully, jump in here if you want to do this.
1 minute left. We're at 50-50.
Oh, vote. Come on. LSU. But Tyrese Knight, linebacker for UTEP.
Yeah.
Wooly Bully, one of your guys, you like him?
Yeah. As far as you're talking day 3 guys,
I'm talking day 3 guys. Yeah, you're talking if we're looking towards the day 3 type of guys. Tyrese Knight is a linebacker from UTEP. He's 6'1", he's 233 pounds. I think he's the best player in a really bad defense. And this guy plays hard every snap. The game's important to him. I'm looking for guys right now that got traits. This guy plays with angles. He's sometimes you see him, he's a little bit overly aggressive going after things and he'll overshoot the hole, take himself out of a play. But he does appear to be a very high IQ player. And the reason I bring him up is that's important to Mike Zimmer. He's looking for linebackers that the game's important to him, love football, high IQ player. Tyrese Knight from UTEP would be a guy that, like you say, I got him as player 153 on my board of the stack,
good area
of the stack where he's at. Okay, if you want to look next at cornerbacks, we could do that. And I've got a couple of guys in mind here with the Cowboys. Again, looking at guys a little bit down the line. Andrew Phillips is a guy from Kentucky. And people go, well, damn, Broadus, don't give me another Kentucky corner. Well, this is a good Kentucky corner. This guy is not afraid as a player. He's more than willing to come up and run support. I think that's important for Zimmer. He's got a physical side to his game. He's quick to jump routes, locates the ball. He could tackle very well, as I mentioned. They'll line him up on both sides of the formation. So you'll see him play left side, right side. You'll also see him play in the slot. They tend to play a little bit more zone coverage than man, but there's some snaps where you see him float a little bit and then read the quarterback, but he's a very patient player. He's a very confident player. A lot of people are talking about this kid going up on the boards too, by the way. Andrew Phillips, 5'11", 190 pounds out of Kentucky. I think I love the way that this guy competes because, again, I think he's got the kind of traits that Mike Zimmer likes in a corner. Another cornerback that on my board here is okay, I'm gonna say the name. Richardson from Mississippi State.
Yeah.
Is it DeCamerion Richardson.
Long, 6'2",
yeah,
big dude.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. DeCamerion Richardson from Mississippi State. He'll line up at both corner spots. Like I say, 6'2", 180. He's going to play some slot. He's got the length. He's got speed. He can play man. He can play zone. Again, a Mike Zimmer type of a player here. I like him better in man coverage there. The timing, the jam. When he walks up on a receiver, you can see there are some snaps in the LSU game where he was comfortable doing this. And LSU's got those receivers that we're all talking about, first-round guys. The speed's there. He could be a little handsy in coverage. He can mirror the receiver due to his speed. The footwork is good. And he can carry guys across the field. Do I see him the right way there, Wolf?
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, I think to me he's a true outside guy with that size. I wonder if some people with Emmanuel Forbes last year thinking, is he a little too skinny? Do you need to put weight on him?
Yeah.
But he's a competitive son of a gun.
Yeah, okay. And then my final player that I want to talk about here are the safeties, is what I want to deal with here. And Malik Mustapha is a player that I like from Wake Forest. I know we talked about him a little bit on the draft show this morning, like players that you would like to have that you feel like could be could make a difference here. This kid right here, he's super tough. He can play with range. He's got the quickness. He got the ability to carry routes up the field. He breaks on the ball very well. He's got really good ball skills. He's got super toughness. I don't know if the Cowboys would draft a guy like this. I'd love to see them to take a player like this. I got him as player 114 on my board. So if you're looking for a safety, Malik Mustapha from Wake Forest, I think he's a little bit more of a true free safety than he is a strong safety. But when you start, Zimmer's looking for guys that are smart, tough, and react very, very well and have some interchange to him. Mm-hmm. This guy tackles well enough and he covers well enough. So those are some names of some guys that maybe a lot of people aren't talking about right now, but I think you might need to know a little bit about them.
There you go. That sounds like a hint to me, Brian.
Yep.
Krusty's Corner is brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement every afternoon, 2:40 here in the G-Bag Nation. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Franklin Frankel, the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one's been in an accident, contact the Frankels for a free consultation. 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. What's cooking in the NFL news of the day, Wolchuk?
Got a lot of draft day trade rumors. Peyton Manning dishing on which quarterback the Broncos want, and a scout's take that I don't think is really going to matter at all. That's next.
I think you're going to love going to Twin Peaks, though. It's your
in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. As we're off and running here and have amazing batches of sports coming to you throughout the afternoon. Rangers, Mavericks, Stars, and the NFL Draft. Now, 27 hours away from getting underway tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Our path to the draft is brought to you by Pluckers. You're going to have Lucius and I at the Arlington location tomorrow. Chiafalo is going to be at Grapevine.
Yes, sir.
And you can get the entire schedule for all the 105 through the fan personalities in all 8 Pluckers locations on our Twitter, X, at GBagNation. Congrats to Bill Burr. Won the G-Bag of the day. A very close vote off against that LSU fan.
Wow.
Yeah, both were legendary. Here's Wolchuk with your NFL news of the day.
Well, it seems some leaves are falling when it comes to getting these contract extensions done for other teams. And maybe Jerry is seeing the leaves that are trickling down on his head right now.
I didn't know any contract in any industry could be done this time of year.
Oh, they can get done.
Wow.
They can get done.
How about that?
You can get ahead of these things. Lions are doing it with 2 of their best young stars. Amon-Ra St. Brown gets a 4-year, $120 million extension. And then offensive tackle Penei Sewell gets a 4-year, $112 million deal. So St. Brown includes $77 million guaranteed. That's the most guaranteed money for a wide receiver in a single contract in the history of the National Football League. Sewell includes $85 million guaranteed, according to Adam Schefter. That's the most for an offensive lineman, according to ESPN Stats and Info. And the $28 million annual average salary in Sewell's deal is the largest for an offensive lineman in the NFL. So, 2 big deals done for the Lions. Still nothing for Jared Goff right now. And Adam Schefter reporting that there is no deal imminent for Jared Goff, despite St. Brown and Sewell getting done. And they've both landed deals. Lions and Goff have spoken about a new deal this offseason. No deal close at this time.
Yeah, they seem like a team that understands the proper way to look at quarterback, and it's probably just the desperation from them sucking for 50 years that shocked them into this realization that you don't want to give the 15th best quarterback, or maybe with Goff, even the 5th best quarterback. I mean, if you want to evaluate a guy by stats, might have been better than Dak, but they understand you need to be a difference maker if we're going to pay you a lot. So it wouldn't surprise me at all if they move on from Jared Goff.
They did draft, I believe, was it Hendon Hooker?
Hendon Hooker.
From Tennessee.
Sure did.
So maybe they like what they're seeing with Hendon Hooker at practice, and in this year's preseason, that could maybe make an impact on what they want to do with Jared Goff. But certainly he's been great in their offensive system there moving forward.
And I feel like, you'd go to him and be like, yeah, you're probably worth about 30 or 35 million bucks.
Give you a fair deal, but we're not paying you $60 million a year.
Yeah. So if somebody else wants to pay you that, cool. But we're going to need that extra money to make up for the fact that you're not a difference maker. You spent first 6 years of your career needing the head coach to call plays for you at the line of scrimmage. So,
5th-year options. Steelers not picking up Justin Fields' 5th-year option. The Bengals are picking up Jamar Chase's 5th-year option. They are setting up a historic extension for the wide receiver. Could be $30 million annually, potentially. We'll have to see what that ends up happening. But obviously, you look at what St. Brown just got. You look at what's going to happen with Chase, what's going to happen with Jefferson. You can sit back and wait, I guess is what the Jones family wants to do. Watch the number just go up and up and up, and then decide what you want to do with CeeDee Lamb.
They want to see some more leaves fall.
Can I ask you guys a question? We had this discussion on Cowboys break this morning. Do you feel like Dallas's all-in year was last year?
Yeah.
Do you feel like that it was really all in last year?
Well, I think it's
if you look at the season, who they paid, and they made the trades, and they tried to do some things, and
that's their version of all in, but it's not actually all in.
I'm just saying
31 other teams would tell you our all in looks a lot more all in than that.
I think right now that last year was their all in and they failed. And I like this. I like this discussion. I like this idea. Their all in was not it. They failed at it, and now they're realizing we got to pay the bill.
Mm-hmm.
We got to pay the bill now. We can't keep kicking the credit card debt down the road. We got to pay the bill now. We got to reset this thing. Yeah, they're all in. Didn't get them a championship like the Rams or some of these
because
other
they didn't. That's a trade. Getting Brandon Cooks on for a fifth round pick and stuff on Gilmore for a fifth round pick is not the same as the Rams going all in.
But last year
bringing in Jalen Ramsey at the height of his powers. Bringing in Matt Stafford. Like switching quarterbacks. That's going all in.
They're about to. No, their quarterback did finish second in the MVP voting. Whether you like it, okay. I know you're shaking your head over there, and I understand. I'm not trying to. I'm just saying. I feel like that last year was their best opportunity, and I think what they're realizing now is they've got to pay the bill.
They're making the right decision today.
Yeah.
I
mean, they're saying like we're going to move on from our quarterback, or we're going to move on from this, or we're going to move on from that. You know, they're not going to keep kicking the can, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's just the all-in thing.
Okay, last year was take the all-in thing out of it.
No, because that's where Stephen Jones put it. Stephen Jones is like what we did. You know, we won the offseason last year.
Yeah.
With one of the worst drafts we've ever seen.
He was wrong about that. He was wrong about that.
Like, come on now. That is not the same as
the roster
actually going for it to win a Super Bowl. We've seen teams. We've seen the Buccaneers. We've seen the Rams. You've seen Howie Roseman and the Eagles. You've seen teams actually go for it to win a Super Bowl. What the Cowboys have done over the last decade plus is nowhere near that. Nowhere near that.
To them, I think, to answer your question, yes. To them, I think they felt like they did last year. We praised them in the offseason because they finally did something they hadn't done, which is trade for Gilmore and Cooks, and they deserved praise for that at the time. It was a good move.
Signed Zach Martin.
But because, even though they said they weren't going to do it, we were out there at training camp, and they said, no, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it, we're not going to do it. Then we go ahead and get the deal done with Zach Martin, right? So, I think roster-wise, when you look at the roster that they've put around Dak, last year was their most all-in complete team.
Last year was,
but it still isn't the definition of what we would think of going all-in is.
Don't look at the definition of all-in then.
But them,
last year was their best opportunity to win, to get to a championship game.
Agreed.
The way it's set up, they won the division, they won the games, they were the second seed. They failed.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By failing, they're saying we can't kick the can anymore. We got to take the check. We've been eating at the buffet here for the last 5 years. We got to pay the bill. We got to go.
Sure.
You know. So to me, I'm fine with that. If I wish somebody would have come out and said, you know what, last year, was our best chance. We failed.
Yeah.
We didn't get it done. We're going to have to pay the bill. This is going to get ugly.
Yeah.
And nobody will do that. Nobody will do that over there.
They finally made some baby step towards that yesterday by saying we're going to have a bit of a diminished roster. There was more honesty yesterday, and I think they need to be honest. Because nobody's buying it when they sell. And actually, the selling it is making people even more pissed off about their disappointment.
Yeah.
So they need to be like, yes, we really went for it, and maybe it wasn't enough for all of you, but that was our go for it, and now we got to pay the piper a little bit. But Jerry always wants to sell that you better come out because this could be our year. And that twinkle gets in his eye, and now that's offensive to people.
He didn't sell me on anything.
He can't sell anything.
He didn't sell me on anything.
No.
Matter of fact, Mike McCarthy doesn't have a leg to stand on either, because you talk about maybe he deserves an extension and all that stuff like that. With their how that season ended, Mike McCarthy, what people are like, well, they're not helping him in any way. No, Mike, you had the roster to compete with. You failed. Okay, that's why you don't get the extension. So to me, I feel like that now we're in that mode of like, and if they want to just say we're not gonna kick the can anymore, I'm cool with that. I'm totally cool. If they move on from the quarterback, I'm cool with that. Something has to be done.
Yeah, if they actually fall through with those things, I don't know that will happen. I don't know that they are going to move on from the quarterback. I think ultimately Dak's deal will get done.
Why?
Why? Because Jerry said yesterday he's going to be your quarterback, didn't he?
He said he wants him as their quarterback.
He wants him as a quarterback.
I think he's going to be their quarterback. I think that they live in fear of we don't have a quarterback. Unless they see something from Trey Lance, and then what's going to happen? You're going to have to pay Trey Lance, right? While paying Dak $40 million?
See, but that's what I'm saying. Heggie asked the question to Stephen Jones yesterday about, are you okay taking a $40 million cap hit? Stephen Jones's answer is, I'm not paying a quarterback $60 million. He's paying Trey Lance. Maybe he's paying Trey Lance between $18 and $20 million.
So you're paying a quarterback $60 million because you're paying Dak $40 million next year, and then Trey Lance $18 to $20 million to keep him.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. You're making up the difference right there.
Yeah, you're making up the difference. So if he said, I don't want to pay a quarterback $60 million, what are you doing at the quarterback position?
He's paying $120 million.
You're paying a quarterback $60 million.
Well, he's eating the $40, but that's him. He's okay with that. He's not paying Dak. That's what he's paying $40 million.
So you're just not paying one individual the 60, sure,
right,
but you're still putting 60 towards the position
for the 1 year though. I'm not having to commit to 5 years.
And then after that, everything's reset, and that's fine. If they actually follow through and do that,
right?
I don't know that that's going to end up happening.
You know what? I'm going on record. I'm going to say they're going to do it.
Okay,
I'm going to say they're going to do this.
If they do, then it makes sense.
I think yesterday we saw Stephen Jones. He's not too happy with the agent world. They're probably not too happy with him. You know.
What he meant there, Zach, I think was we really, really want Dak, but we kind of need Dak to come back to us.
Yeah.
They're saying Todd France is not acting like he wants Dak to be a Cowboy with what is coming back.
Todd France knows he's getting paid here or there. It doesn't matter. Yeah.
Right. Todd France knows I'm going to get my quarterback X amount of money. It's either going to be here or it'll be somewhere else.
Yeah. I don't think he pays a guy.
And with the lack of playoff success, with how good that team was, if they really feel like that was their all in, if that's the best they're going to build around Dak, they need to move on to a different quarterback.
100%.
We went all in and lost to Green Bay.
I hear you.
That was their best shot to be the second seed and to be in the position to potentially go. Now, were they going to beat San Francisco? Probably not. But I'm just saying, though, I think after what happened to them last year, they're saying we can't kick the can anymore. We got to pay the bill.
Yeah, it's time to blow this thing up.
Yep. I agree.
And try to remain competitive. We can't tell that fans were blowing it up.
Right.
But
we'll see if it ends up working out for them. Raiders have attempted to trade up to number 2 overall with the Commanders. Now, I don't think Washington's going to come off of this, but this is according to The Athletic and NFL.com. But the Commanders have shown no indication right now that they're willing to move down. But you've got Matt Miller reporting the Raiders are a team to watch. They want to move up. We did have Diana Rossini report today. Jaden Daniels, who played for Antonio Pierce at Arizona State, has said he would love to go ahead and play with Pierce, get reunited, play with the Raiders. They're sitting at number 13 overall. The Vikings appear also very, very eager to move up. That's not a surprise, but the recent quote from one NFL insider, Jeff Howe, is the Vikings would move heaven and earth to trade up with the Patriots at number 3 to go and get Drake May. If May is indeed still on the board, one exec believed that the Vikings would move up, go get him. I don't know what the compensation would be, but I think tomorrow's going to be wild when we have trades. I think we're also going to be looking at maybe some current player trades we saw a couple of years ago. A lot of the receivers get moved. Maybe Brandon Ayuk ends up getting traded from San Francisco as well. But the stuff with the quarterbacks is getting very, very interesting here.
Hard to make these trades for those guys when you're on the clock. You know, that's a hard thing to do. Now, the second overall pick is easier to trade for because you know you can get your guy. But when you're talking about trying to deal with New England, that's a hard one, man. I mean, that's one's going to have to probably come on the clock, but that's a hard one to do. You don't always get the value trading on the clock like that.
I wonder about that. Like, are you going to get the value of what you want? That'll be interesting. The Giants interested in trading up for a quarterback, maybe willing to take Michael Penix Jr. if they stay on the clock there at number 6. J.J. McCarthy went ahead and said that the team that he's talked with the most, and this is on Rich Eisen's show, is he spent the most time in the pre-draft process meeting with the Giants. He had 2 meetings with them.
They came and saw him on Easter weekend.
Yeah, so, I mean, they've definitely shown love to J.J. McCarthy. Oh. Penix is now starting to get in the mix there as well. But the quarterback that we think maybe the Broncos are interested, Peyton Manning, who's very, very plugged in. He was talking on Denver Radio, our sister station there on the Fan. Here's what he said about the quarterback that he's chatted with for the Broncos.
I actually had a conversation with J.J. McCarthy the other day. I texted him, Stoke, after the national championship. I never met him, but we invited him to our football camp, and like Harbaugh wouldn't let him miss a workout, so he didn't get to go. And so I just reached out and said, "Hey, man, congratulations! You know, wish you the best of luck in your next chapter." And I guess he thought it was a prank because he never called me back. So I texted him Monday, from the same number, and he's like, "Oh, it really is you. I thought somebody was pranking me." And so I just kind of wished him luck, and he said, "Hey, I'd love to ask you some questions." So he called me back, and Boy, impressive to talk to. And I know Denver's very interested in him, and it sounded like, this is a place he'd love to come to. So, but it's a little bit out of his control.
It's crazy. I mean, the quarterback news, it's all over the place right now. Denver wants to move up. Maybe McCarthy's their guy. That would make some sense. I do think the fit with Sean Payton, you see some of the attributes there as a player. That makes more sense to me than the Bo Nix rumors do with Denver. But, yeah, you get the text from Peyton Manning. You're thinking there's no way, right? Like, this is not actually Peyton Manning. I'm getting ball sacked here. It's like when you get the call from Roger Staubach.
Yeah, that was crazy. And then Jason Garrett, It was really unbelievable.
It's freaking nuts. That'd be amazing.
And with all these cuts now, I'm hearing it and I'm wondering, is this AI dude?
Like maybe it's not even Peyton.
Yeah. Like
you can't be too sure these days.
No, you can't.
You really can't.
You got to verify it. Triple and double.
Colts also do have great interest in Marvin Harrison Jr., according to Jim Irsay. And I believe Irsay then also went on to deny the overdose situation that happened back in December.
I believe you tried to throw that in there to the draft presser.
I'm just sliding this in here. Like we're talking draft, Marvin Harrison Jr. moving up. By the way, that didn't happen. It didn't happen. I did not get pulled over or found unconscious in my home, whatever the situation was. That is total BS, not accurate.
Just got my medicines mixed up.
Yeah, that's all it is. It can happen to anybody. No big
my
deal.
My legals with my illegals.
But I can't wait. I am so ready for all of the draft movement. Tomorrow is going to be crazy, and you can hear it all right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, buddy. There it is. As the countdown continues, we are
just got them crossed.
Now set for an NFL draft big board report. I do want to ask you, what you think this Amon-Ra St. Brown could mean for CeeDee Lamb, and where that's likely to fall in light of these new wide receiver contracts. How big is it going? Kaplan up $30 million. It is realistic to expect, I think, CeeDee to be looking to set that market. If Amon-Ra just went $30 million, where's CeeDee go? Okay, that's coming up next, and we'll take a look at a 7-round mock draft and 5 predictions for the Cowboys coming up in the big 3 days of the 2024 NFL Draft. That's next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation, The Fan.
Always a welcome sign for this clubhouse. Featuring breaking sports news, inside info, opinion, with laughs along the way. Turn it on, leave it on. The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Here, make sure you stay the whole time because as the night gets going, the specials get better. Check them out, pluckers.com, and find a location near you.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Brian, you good?
Yeah, I'd like to say, Eric, you guys need to stop interrupting me while I'm trying to make points.
And I was going to say something about that last segment.
You guys act like that. You act like that's kind of a common occurrence on this show.
When you're making points?
Yeah, that too. But that people getting interrupted. Let people have their.
No, that was a masterpiece of dog S on my end, and I'd like to apologize
Thanks.
for that.
I'd like to get that segment back. Actually, I had about 5 more minutes of content that could have gotten.
No, I felt for Walchuk. Let's peel the curtain back on that because Brian does interrupt the most of the show by far. Okay, but when somebody interrupts him, the text lights up with people saying, "Don't interrupt Brian." Now,
there you go.
For "Don't interrupt Brian" guy,
you guys are the best.
Okay, hold on. For "Don't interrupt Brian"
hey,
guy,
what are you interrupting?
Shut your mouth, Brian. No, for "Don't interrupt Brian" guy, that was Wolchuk was doing this segment on NFL News. Brian grabbed the wheel at about 3:04 and said, "Nope, we're going this way."
And I'm not trying to be rude and say, dude, can you just F off? We could have done this for Krusty's Corner if you wanted to have an actual good conversation.
It was a full-on hijack.
I liked the question that you made.
But the beauty of Broadus there is then I end up, that's all in disguise. And then I'm the one that ends up getting blamed
bad
here.
individuals.
He draws me off sides in an effort to make sure that no one realizes that he just torpedoed Wolchuk's NFL News of the Day. And you know how Wolchuk feels, how passionate he feels about that NFL News of the Day.
What was the?
We just left. The cutting room floor.
What story we missed? What story we missed?
Don't worry about it.
No, seriously. What did we miss?
I'll get it in at some point.
What do we miss?
We got plenty.
We've got plenty of time. We got plenty of good stuff.
We don't want to miss Micah Parsons getting his 5th-year option picked up.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's breaking, isn't it?
Yep.
That's a no-brainer.
I was about to tell you who the Cowboys are going to draft, but nope. You're going to tune in for the draft tomorrow.
Who do you think they're going to draft?
Nope. Got to tune in. Got to tune in, Brian.
And don't say who do you think. It's who does he know?
I know.
He's got the information. This is a man with facts here. Okay, this whole week off, he's been disguising it like he's been playing daddy duty. He's been freaking grinding his ass off at the Star.
Yeah, I've been fat
uncovering draft information for us.
The 858 says what we all know. It's because we want to hear Brian. Exactly.
It's true.
That's why we got him on the show.
Yeah.
That's why I tell him all the time. He's the number one influencer in Cowboys social media.
The Broadus and Brian show.
He's the biggest brand in media for the Cowboys.
Broadus show.
Yes.
On 105 radio. Yeah, I like that.
Got it,
Dan
buddy.
Patrick, right?
Is there any meat on the Micah Parsons bone that we need to talk about? I mean, it's just
not that Sean hadn't already talked about.
Oh yeah, the trade thing.
Yeah.
And, that's just
Sean,
just sports radio stuff.
It's but that, like I said,
one of the best pass rushers.
Yeah,
Sorry for interrupting.
No, I'm fine. I don't think there's anything else on that. I don't think there's anything.
5th-year option? Do we?
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah,
that,
5th-year option.
Thanks for playing today, bro.
Sorry, dude. I've been responding back to all the people that are mother bleeping me.
Hola. Been playing with mom's jewelry again.
So before we get to this draft content,
How's the park? Is the rides hot?
2 years ago, we had Tyreek Hill and Devontae Adams get 29 and 30 million, but that was kind of like on paper. Those were window dressed contracts.
Yes, sir.
Now we're seeing dudes, Amon-Ra St. Brown, 4 and 120. Is that a real 30 mil? Because the Tyreek Hill one was really 25 mil, but the cap has gone up. Plus, it's 2 years later. I think this might be like pretty dang close to 30 mil. And if that's the case, then CD is going to get it. CD's at least as good as Amon-Ra St. Brown, who's probably the most underrated wide receiver. I'm not saying St. Brown isn't wonderful.
Sure, I'm with you.
But
on
CD's that good.
No, I think you're right. Hopefully, there's folks that I can reach out to somebody about the cap, because I was told, because one day we were talking about Hill and Lamb and all this, and I had a guy tell me, he's like, listen, don't think of it about as Hills as a 30 million. Think about it as 25, and think about Adams at 22. And so, any education I could get on that, I appreciate. So if
awesome.
If we get the numbers on this one and it's actually true, that'd be great for CeeDee Lamb.
Well, I mean, this is 4 years, 120 million, but 77 million is what's guaranteed. So of the guaranteed dollars, what does that actually break down to? 77 over 4 years. Because that is ultimately, I think, what, when you're talking about like the disguised number.
They care about the guarantees. Yeah, because Hill got
19.2?
72.2.
Did you take 77 over 4? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
19.2?
Okay. So then, yes. Because the big number, the inflated number, looks like 4 years, 120 million. He's getting 30 million a year.
Right.
What is he actually getting? The 77 million guaranteed. He's getting just under 20 million per year.
Right.
So to your point, absolutely, that's what they're doing with these numbers.
Very interesting. The plot thickens, indeed. So, Okay, so you have CeeDee Lamb there. You have Micah Parsons there. It is time now to tell you the segment's brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. And the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. If you're hurt in an accident, not your fault, call the Frankels 214 or 817-333-3333. Go to frankelfirm.com. Our buddy Calvin Watkins has done a 7-rounder. I think everybody at this point would like it if at number 24 you get who Calvin Watkins is mocking to the Cowboys. That's the center guard out of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson.
I don't see that happening now.
Not going to be available?
I think he'll be available. I think he could be available. I'm just starting to hear some things. Zach, you hear? Are people telling you anything?
Yeah, I don't think that Jackson Powers Johnson will be an option for the Cowboys there at 24. Maybe a little bit later if you were to slide. It could be for a variety of different reasons. I think Graham Barton is the dude if he's there at 24. But now I don't know that he's even going to make it. I had somebody in Miami tell me that he might be their pick if he's sitting there.
Sure.
So I don't know that Barton's going to. I think you're going to end up sliding back, picking up some extra picks, hopefully. And then you end up taking maybe Zach Frazier from West Virginia. Maybe it ends up being Jordan Morgan from Arizona. Powers Johnson would be fun, but I don't see him in the cards there at 24 for the Cowboys.
And we've seen guys slip over the years for injury concerns for this, that, or the other thing. The Laramie Tunsil gas mask incident was pretty insane. Obviously, the Lyle Collins was just next level,
right?
As far as getting fudded right out of the draft altogether in the first round, and then his agent told people, "Don't even draft him. He wants his choice as a free agent at the end of the draft." And the Cowboys got him. And that was, ended up being a good story in the end. But that's interesting. We heard about the injury concerns with Jackson Powers Johnson. Now there's other stuff. This guy must have the most baggage out of all the prospects. Would you guys go as far as to saying you would not like it if the Cowboys take him?
I think he's a hell of a player. He's one of my best players. When you start to talk about the stacks and stuff, the film to me is top shelf.
But you got to diagnose as well as a quarterback damn near to be a great center.
You have to be. They're going to do things with him as far as what we've talked about the medical a bunch. We kind of got some good word on that, but you start to hear some other things too as well. Again, as a center, it's a different position. You have to be able to make all the calls, make checks, line up people, stuff like that. You don't know. I mean, that's that part of it you don't know. And so now
there's too many unknowns for a first
There's too
rounder.
many unknowns for a guy you're about to pick at 24. That's the problem right now.
Edrin Cooper, number 56, inside linebacker, A&M. Would you like that pick?
I'd love the pick. I just don't know how you get to at 56, though.
I'd be surprised if Cooper was around. But my gosh, if he were there, I think that'd be a home run.
Especially with the fact that Peyton Wilson, the North Carolina State linebacker, is way more banged up than him.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Cooper's probably going to be the first linebacker on a lot of people's boards.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if he was the fifth linebacker, okay, but he's probably going to be the one or two.
Number 87, Calvin Watkins reaches out and gets your runner, Ray Davis, Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah.
I could perk up on some Ray Davis.
Been to 3 different schools. Go ahead, Wooly Bull.
Yeah, Jalen Wright's my guy, but I do love me some Ray Davis. That's a 3-down back right there. He might have one of the best stories in the NFL draft. He actually grew up homeless, had to go into foster care. I mean, he's a self-made individual. It's really amazing his story. He did. He bounced around from a couple of different schools, but last year with Kentucky, I mean, if you want a game, just go ahead and put in Ray Davis versus Florida last year. He beats him through the air. He can run routes down the field, explosiveness, toughness. He's got a great contact balance, low center of gravity. I think his pass protection's solid. Ray Davis, I do think, is a complete back.
Yeah, I think he's got him absolutely right.
Let's go. Man, you sold me in the 3rd round.
Is there enough room for 2 Ray Davises in this town? I mean,
That's a good question.
It's just something to consider.
If he's willing to spend $500 million to make my baseball team better, I'd take this one too.
It's been 2 Joe Trahans for a long time.
Yeah,
yep, that's true.
Good point.
And I still call them. I still make the wrong call on both of them. I haven't separated them in my phone. Like
so you call one Joe and the other Joe picks up and you're like, damn, Joe.
Yep, exactly. Yep.
No 4th round picks. Do you think that's a major concern going into tomorrow to try to fix that?
Yes.
That's why they're going to trade back?
Yes. Yes, I do. I mean, to me, there's you can't sit there and go and just wait from 87 to 171. That is a long time to wait from the 3rd round to what you're going to pick in the 5th.
I mean, I'm sure Mike McCarthy wouldn't mind. Maybe get a massage, pick up a Sando. I'll see you guys in 4 or 5 hours.
Go back home, hang out.
In the 5th round, Michigan. Braden McGregor. I like the Wolverines football team, just don't want my Cowboys to draft him anymore. Sorry. I think fair's fair, though.
He's got good size.
Yeah.
An edge in the 5th round.
Dude. He's a
yeah,
huge
that's
player.
Go
Yeah, that's about it.
I'm not a huge fan.
No.
I mean, him and Chris Jenkins I can do without personally. Chris Jenkins was underwhelming when I watched him, too.
Yeah. Any edge that can play is taken by the end of the 2nd round, probably mid-2nd round. 6th round, you got Joshua Cephas, wide receiver, UTSA. And in the 7th, Justin Rogers, DT out of Auburn.
Okay.
Is that it? Or they have another one? They
That's
have another one. Number 244,
Oh.
Ryan Watts, cornerback, Texas.
Okay, so Ryan Watts, I mean, that could be like a preferred undrafted free agent.
Right.
That's a guy with some 6'4", has some corner and safety versatility, special teams guy. I like the
State guy,
Cephas pick
probably
as
there,
well,
too.
though.
Yeah.
Cephas could end up being like Jalen Brooks was a year ago that they took late. That's a big-bodied receiver, actually a really good route runner. Had a great game, East-West Shrine game here in Frisco a couple months ago.
We're in the final countdown to the draft. Our coverage begins tomorrow night at 6 o'clock. It's brought to you by Pluckers, and you can join us at all 8 Pluckers locations around the Metroplex tomorrow night for a draft day party if you're looking for something fun to do. Sports Hodgepodge next, Chief. What is it?
The worst teammate in sports history and a new edition of Would You Try This next year in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing with you, though. Let's make leasing as easy as possible. People flee to the lease in times of high interest rates, and that's
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More film study, more insight, more insiders. America's best radio draft coverage happens right here in DFW on The Fan. Our path to this year's draft is proudly presented by Pluckers and by Zero Res.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else, y'all. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Ross Tucker's coming up at 4. We'll talk draft with the former NFL offensive lineman. Here's Chief with that sports hodgepodge.
Yes, sir. I do have a list of the wildest lies a man has ever told to women, thanks to a nice little thread that went down on, I believe it was an Instagram situation, but there's some funny lies out there. I will do my best to get those in here, but a couple of things. Looks like you have Pat Mahomes wanting to do things like Saturday Night Live, and they've asked him to host it, but he is apparently scarred from a bad experience at the ESPYs a few years ago. I don't remember him botching an ESPYs situation, but the teleprompter is apparently not the friend of Pat Mahomes.
Which I understand, right? The teleprompter can take some getting used to.
Completely dominated me in college.
I mean, sometimes it depends on who's running it, right? Like sometimes it's going too fast and it's going too slow.
But SNL monologue uses cue cards rather than like a general teleprompter. So it's a little bit different, but it still involves you reading a script and I don't know. So Mahomes wants to do those sorts of things, but I guess he's leaking confidence. We're going to need to pull back maybe the old sound of that and just see what it was like for Pat Mahomes to do that.
I'm just glad there's some type of, okay, he's human here. Like he's got a fear just like we do.
That's right. I did also think it was cool. I didn't in real time the other night when Richard Jefferson said the thing about the 7-game series is the team that loses has the advantage. But he obviously nailed that take. At the end of game 1, Mavs-Clippers, that was Richard Jefferson's analysis. The thing about these 7-game series is the team that loses has the advantage. That was something he actually uttered into a microphone for a national audience.
Yeah, how often does a team that loses game 1 come back and win the series? I guess in Richard Jefferson's world, it's more than 50% of the time.
And how often does a team that wins say, yeah, we are not changing anything about the way we approached that first game. We won, and we're just going copy and paste here. Why we're just going to kick our feet up, and we probably won't even see each other as a team until we get to the next tip-off because we just got everything in the bag right now. We know exactly what we're doing.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
But yes, I mean, Richard Jefferson absolutely nailed that, and I just want to thank him for that. And also,
he is doing a nice job, I feel.
Yeah, he's good.
Pretty good.
No, he's
good.
He's
mixing entertainment with some good analysis.
Do you guys know what the jock tax is? I'm trying to figure out what this means.
The jock tax?
Yeah, because
just like locker room etiquette?
No, this is like
this is actually when you go. Yeah, and I think I had this happen to me in Maryland.
You got jock taxed?
Yeah, we were playing a game against the Ravens, and if you work in a city that has they have a sports tax. Like, and we at the end of the year, I got taxed for being a part of the Cowboys that played a game there. There was a certain tax by us playing that game there for our earnings.
And this is unrelated to the jock strap.
I'm asking you guys because I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure I think there's 2 places, California. I think California and Maryland were the 2.
Well,
at the end of it, yeah, when you're a visiting team.
There's a state tax in there.
Yeah, there's a state tax as a visiting team that
it's a lot of money
that you have to pay. Yeah,
public.
Yeah.
You know,
because the Amon-Ra St. Brown's deal was broken down on Twitter by like a financial super beast, and one of the things he's docked, it's like, okay, $30 million salary, but then the federal income tax, the agent fee, and then I saw jock tax that was almost $900,000, and I'm like, what is jock tax? Just because you're an athlete, they're taxing you because of it or something?
I think there's certain states that you play in that they're allowed to tax you for playing in those states.
Yeah, there's a state income tax there, and for a lot of other industries, like I just got paid for my boss. Nobody knows. But if an IRS agent would get on you, you would be guilty of tax evasion. And because your schedule is so public, they could just Google it and be like, oh, you're evading your taxes.
You know,
wow,
very easy for them to do.
Okay. Here is some sound. Matt Barnes was on Paul George's podcast, and everybody just kind of hang on for a second. Keep the finger near the dump button if you got it near you. Okay. This is a player podcast. I'm taking it and run with it right now. We will see how this lands. But Matt Barnes is sharing a story about how terrible of a teammate Shaquille O'Neal was.
To with this dude named Lou Amos. I don't know if people know, but
I remember Lou.
They had a back and forth thing, and one time, bro, Shaq shoot around. How fun! This is Shaq put Lou's mouthpiece in his tights and put it up underneath his.
Whoa!
Bro, if I'm lying,
we gotta throw hands.
Bro,
I'm sorry, big fella.
He didn't know it. Put it in his. Oh,
come on, bro. If I'm lying, I'm flying. So everyone knew but Lou. Everyone knew but Lou. So Shaq goes through a whole shoot around with Lou's mouthpiece under his sack. And put it back in his locker. And then before the game, coach would be talking, and Lou's always someone that's going to kind of get up, put his mouthpiece in, and jump around, stretch, because he's an energy dude. Bro, he put that in his mouth. Everyone died. Laid out on the ground. But what can you, I feel what you say, PG, throw hands, I feel it, but that's Shaq, bro.
No, it might be a
it's
polite.
Gonna be ugly.
It might be a polite, listen, Shaq, man.
You gotta put his tires.
Yeah. I mean, they say I got heat for like that. You know what I mean? Like, you're not fighting Shaq, but Shaq was crazy. Shaq would tackle people naked, and he was just he would keep the energy light.
He crapped in a dude's shoe once, too, didn't he?
No, well,
I think it was something
no,
like
that was Najee Davenport crapped in a chick's shoes in a dorm room at the University of Miami.
Shaq pooping in a
No,
shoe
Shaq was, I believe, pouring buckets of urine on people while they were pooping in the stall, I believe.
I think that did happen. Wow. My gosh. I think this is one where,
he was diabolical.
Because it's Shaq, I'm not messing with this. I'm going to go to the trainer and say, can I get a new mouthpiece, please?
It's just the idea that this dude's putting his mouthpiece in. He's hyped up.
Let's go.
You know, he's chewing on.
Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Everybody's
a little Gucci cheese on there.
Nobody is like looking at the coach like giving the speech. They're all looking at him like, okay, when's he going to do it? Here we go.
I mean, I can't let that go. I'm doing something.
Fighting. Yeah, what's the retaliation here? I mean,
maybe I'm really good at fighting. I think I can take Shaq, right? He's obviously giant, so I just got to ping him in the forehead or the jaw a couple of times.
I saw Eric Hill,
I don't want to wrestle him.
Knock him out one time.
Yeah, see, you know, smaller guys can win if you know how to fight. So if you know how to fight, I'm like, you know what? I might like my chances against Shaq as long as I can avoid the bear hug. Am I doing it back to him? Absolutely. Am I popping his tires? Maybe. Something really major is happening to Shaq, though. I guarantee that. I don't care if it costs me my spot in the league, bruh.
But would you rather be the guy that has the Gucci mouthpiece or the guy who just got urinated on via the bucket, Shaq pouring over the stall? Because that is the story.
They're both a tie, I think. They're both horrible.
For sure. Yes. Too bad, like two terrible choices, but you have to choose one. You can't choose death.
You probably aren't going to the GM. You know, you're not going to the
this
coach.
Isn't tattletale. This is I'm handling this myself.
Yeah. And maybe I'll go to the coach and say, hey, you're going to have a really major situation on your hands. Massive. Like Shaq might get Nancy Kerrigan tomorrow if you can't figure out a way to fix this.
I'm showing up in the locker room like Agent Zero with some guns. Where's Shaq at? Where you at, Shaq?
Shaq, you know, was quite the journeyman at the end of his career. I'd have to check if he was in Washington at the time. You know, maybe that's what that dispute was all about.
Yeah, the big statue.
Yeah.
I mean, old dude was like picking hairs out his teeth throughout the game. Like, where's his hair from? What is his hair from?
Gosh.
Shaved already.
Golly, how do you go into a game with confidence after that?
Curly as hell.
Oh my gosh. Also, I am seeing over the last couple of hours Oreo releasing a limited edition Sour Patch Kids flavored cookie.
No.
I gotta be honest. I'm gonna be out on this one.
I'm out on that one too, man.
I don't need sour weirdness with my Oreo. Let's keep it separate there.
Mayonnaise.
I thought we figured it out like after the 5th remix of the Oreo that just the original Oreo flavor profile is all you need.
Yep.
I think they got it right with that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Everything else is just not as good.
Mm-hmm.
And I tried a lot of them.
I have a new favorite snack now. They sell chunks of frozen mangoes in a bag. You get the bowl of chunks of mangoes. This is what I was keeping myself awake during the Mavs game last night, eating these things like popcorn. You smother it in honey, and then you just drip just a little bit of like sea salt on it,
Oh my goodness!
It was like the most amazing experience I've had
What
in a
happened
while.
to you, man? What happened to you at one time?
It's the greatest snack of all time. Maybe even better than the Sour Patch Oreo. Not guaranteeing it.
That does sound wonderful, though. Where'd you come up with that
It's
idea?
phenomenal. My wife showed me. She does it with tahini. I just did salt. The tahini thing's not totally for me. I
thought it was winner.
It's a soft J.
All righty. It's time now to talk some draft with an expert, Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman. He studies this thing almost as hard as Broadus. And we'll hear him talk prospects coming up next with the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I want to chat Men's T Clinic, though, because Men's T Clinic is the best place you need to go if you're having any sort of male issue, like you're losing.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It is hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. About to be joined by a special guest. You can watch us at 105.3thefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. One clarification from the last segment. The golden Oreos are also great. Okay.
Yes, they are very good.
That was an oversight on my part. I was talking about all of the other Oreo remixes.
You're specifically, I think, speaking about the different fillings that they're trying to go with, like the birthday cake and like the mint. And honestly, those have not hit.
Just doesn't make it any better. No. We got all the flavor profiles we need with the OG, the double stuff, and of course the Goldens. I do, by the way, highly recommend the Golden Thins. If you're
like the Thins.
Yeah, I do. I think the double stuff is better with the original, but Thins with the Goldens. Ross Tucker joining us now, talking draft. Brought to you by myfrontpagestory.com. And a good afternoon, Ross. How the heck are you?
You know, I'm doing awesome. I think I might have an unpopular opinion when it comes to Oreos. You want to hear it?
Yes, sir.
No, Ross.
I like the thin ones more than the double stuff.
Okay.
The double stuffed is too much cream to me, too much filling.
Yeah.
I actually prefer the thin ones, almost like a Thin Mint Girl Scout cookie. I don't want the double stuffed cream filling inside. I like the regular, but if I had to pick between the thin filling or the double stuffed, I'm going thin filling.
Wow, that's a hell of a take here. So with the Reese's, you know, they do this with the Reese's cups now too, Ross, where they downsize it to make like a thin Reese's cup, like the Reese's Thins. Do you appreciate that? Are you just thin across the board, or is it specific to the cream?
I think it's specific to the cream because I'm a big peanut butter guy. So I don't know that I've had a Reese's Thin. I actually live in Hershey, like the factory is right there, so I could go over there. But I don't think I've had a Reese's Thin. I need to try that now. My favorite candy bar is a Take 5. I think most educated human beings realize it's the greatest candy bar of all time.
Yeah.
Like whatever you like in your candy bar, the Take 5 has it, and then extra stuff.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I don't know why it's not more mainstream. It's like the same question I have about Three Musketeers. Who goes into a store and buys the Three Musketeers? What's going through their head when they do that? You walk in and there's Twix, Kit Kat, Snickers, all these other peanut butter cups, and you pick a Three Musketeers. There's some type of conspiracy going on. Nobody actually buys the Three Musketeers when there's those other options there.
You know, Ross, all these takes that you have are making all the sense in the world. The only one that would not make sense is if you don't do milk with your Oreos. That's the weird one to me. Where do you come out on that?
Of course you do milk with it.
Yeah.
In fact, at my age, the only time I have any milk is if I have cereal every once in a while or if I'm eating cookies. Like that's my milk time. I'm 45 years old. I don't like do any 45-year-old just sit there and have a glass of milk? Is that still a thing?
I don't think so.
Nice warm glass
Not
before
these
bed.
days.
No,
that's from an earlier era, a more wholesome time. Okay, Ross, you've been studying the heck out of this draft. 7-year NFL veteran. You have the experience. You have the acumen to break this stuff down. If you're the Cowboys at 24 with their needs, who are you hoping gets to you?
Man, I'm glad you guys brought me on today. I have a lot to say about the Cowboys.
Let's go.
I have a lot to say. I mean, first of all, I'm not going to guarantee it, but there's like a 99.5% chance that they take a running back on Friday night. I feel like that's a bad position to be in, right? Where everybody knows in the second round or maybe third, you're going to take a running back. So if anybody has a running back still on the board that they really like, they're going to just jump right in front of the Cowboys. It's not a good position to be in. I think at 24, the most likely scenario is an offensive lineman, would be my guess at that point. You know, I know there's some talk of receiver and some talk of defensive line. And I know they say that they like the guys they have along the offensive line. They need to get one guy. They need to get a guy, right? You know, whether that's a tackle so they can keep Tyler Smith at left guard. Maybe they get Tyler Guyton from Oklahoma or something like that, or Amarius Mims from Georgia, or maybe it's a guy like Graham Barton from Duke, who I really like, who can basically play all 5 spots and give them tremendous versatility, right? Like maybe he's the center and they go with somebody else at tackle, or maybe they give Graham a chance at tackle. Like, they can let that sort out. So I would think offensive lineman early, and I think they'll be able to get a pretty good player at that spot.
Ross, you mentioned Mims. The fact that he's only played like 8 games, the very small sample size, would that be of any concern to you?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's a concern on 2 parts, right? It's a concern because it's like any other job. Time on task matters, right?
Right.
You know, you go to a doctor or a dentist, you're happier when the guy looks like he's like 50-something than when he looks like he's 30-something. You know, It's like, well, how many of these surgeries have you done, bro? You know what I mean? Like you're always happy when you feel like the guy has a little bit more experience. Plus, you know, he got injured multiple times at Georgia, which was a concern. He just hasn't seen certain things that he'll see in the NFL, and he'll have to learn on the job. But it might cost you a game, right? If he misses a blitz or whatever. I don't think the physical ability is in question. I wouldn't be surprised if the Eagles draft him. The Eagles really like offensive linemen that have truly unique physical characteristics. They draft at 22. They kind of want to get Lane Johnson's heir apparent at right tackle, but all their offensive linemen are either size freak shows, size and speed freak shows like Mailata or Lane Johnson, or they're just total athletic anomalies like Jason Kelsey, who played linebacker his first 2 years at Cincinnati, or Cam Jurgens, who played tight end, right? Like, they're going to go for guys that have truly unique physical ability. So that's the concern about Mims. You have to decide whether or not you're willing to live through those growing pains, especially this year. The Eagles know that he wouldn't play for them this year anyway. So they're willing to have him learn for a year or two behind Lane.
I love, Ross, that you brought up Graham Barton. He's been my guy since December when Brian and I went through this draft journey together for the Cowboys at 24. I just don't know, is he going to make it? And how do you go ahead and weigh the tackle conversation versus some of these centers as well? Which position do you think might stretch a little bit better if you go ahead and take, say, a Guyton from Oklahoma in the first round and then circle back and maybe want to get a center? Because the Cowboys lost 2 starters. They really need to fill both spots.
Right, although when you hear them, they love Brock Hoffman and TJ Bass and all these other guys, which, by the way, even if that's true, what happens if those guys get hurt?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, depth matters. That's the fastest way to ruin a season, is to have no depth along the O-line and have issues up there. So I'd be very surprised if they didn't take one in the first round. And I think it's a really good question. Do you take sort of the 7th or 8th offensive tackle, or do you take maybe the 1st or 2nd interior guy, right? Graham Barton or JPJ from Oregon. You know, I think a lot of it depends on how you feel about Tyler Smith, quite frankly. And if you think he's the guy to play outside, I mean, I think Tyler Smith's pretty darn good at both spots. He really is. That was a good pick by them. So I think they'd probably rather take the guy that can start right away inside, as opposed to the tackle that's a little bit more of a developmental guy. But to your point, I think you can get a starting guard or center in the 2nd or 3rd or 4th round. You can't at tackle. So they might go 1st round tackle, 2nd round interior guy, 3rd round running back.
How do you like Frazier from West Virginia? If you had to go circle back, say you went tackle, as you mentioned, in the first round, but then Frazier, I don't think he gets to you at 56, but if somehow he gets to you, where do you think, how do you have him and Norzad and Limmer and those guys that, you know, we're kind of seeing as 2nd and 3rd round guys?
So I love Zach Frazier. Yeah. I actually like Norzad a lot too. I'm a Central Pennsylvania guy who played in the Ivy League. He was at Cornell before he transferred to Penn State. But Zach Frazier, so as a Pennsylvania guy, you know, wrestling's a really, really big deal. And I think he was 4-time state champ in West Virginia, which is not like doing it in PA, but you can still see that when you watch him play. I have a really strong bias towards guys that are trying to physically hurt people. And I mean that seriously. I'm not talking about injure. I'm not talking about dirty. I mean, it's why we like the sport, right? Yeah. Blocking people is not fun. Okay. When you're trying to smash somebody into the ground and then you push up off them, or maybe you put your forearm in their neck as you that's what I miss every day. I don't miss the money. I do miss the money, but I don't miss the camera. Like every day I miss putting on one of those helmets, maybe that one right there for people watching us, the Cowboys one, and just hitting somebody as hard as I can. You can't replicate it anywhere else in life. When you watch Frazier, he's trying to put people down. I mean, he's trying to physically punish people. And I believe, and I always have, that permeates through the rest of the offensive line, the rest of the offense, and really the whole team. You need an enforcer. You need a guy like that, because really it makes the other guys that aren't playing that hard, aren't trying to physically punish the opposition, makes them look bad comparatively.
We're talking draft with Ross Tucker here on 105.3 The Fan. How much have the Cowboys changed from what you can tell since you played here in 02, right?
Yeah, 02, I started the last 7 games at left guard, which, by the way, you guys will love this. Two quick stories about that, okay? First of all, because it was during Emmett's run to breaking the record, I think they might have listed Larry Allen as questionable every week, even though we knew he wasn't playing. You have to go back and look at it. So imagine Larry Allen being questionable, and then Ross Tucker is the guy at left guard instead. I've never seen people so happy to see me as the defensive lineman every week that I started. They were thrilled that I'm I know. You're glad it's me. I get it. I get it. Secondly, my favorite thing to do, because there's Cowboys fans everywhere, as you guys know. I'll meet a Cowboys fan, and every Cowboys fan, by the way, will tell you that they're the biggest Cowboy fan ever, right? So I'll always say to them, my wife knows it. She thinks it's embarrassing, but I go, okay, you are? I go, trivia question for you. Who started the last 7 games at left guard for the Cowboys in 2002? And it is hilarious. They'll be like, oh, I know this. Oh, they'll rack their brain. They'll be like, oh, I know. Was it Andre Gerard? Matt Lair? I'm like, it was me, you idiot. Who else would even ask you that question? It's literally me. Nobody would ask you that question other than me. Just say me. And no, you're not the biggest Cowboys fan, because my mom knows I started the last 7 games at left guard for the Cowboys. No, too. So you're not. I love busting people's chops about that. You know where they haven't changed? They haven't changed on the contract stuff. And I don't know what they're doing. And I've heard, I want you guys to clarify something for me. When Jerry says he wants more cards to be played, he wants more action, is he talking about he wants more other guys at those positions to get contracts for comps, or he wants to see these guys play more before he rewards them with the big money?
That's what I thought. I thought the latter.
I think the latter as well.
I think it has to do with agents. I think they're struggling right now, Ross, with these agents that they're dealing with, that they want more action, because as we all know, Dallas has a history of caving, so these agents are backing up. They're not interested in negotiating because they just know at the end of the day, Dallas will cave. I think he wants more action with the guys he's dealing with.
It's a good question.
Well, so what I would say, so first of all, if he's talking about these guys on the field, that's amazing. That's borderline insulting to CeeDee Lamb and Micah Parsons, right? I mean, what? You need to see more from those two guys.
Yeah.
Micah Parsons probably been the best defensive player in the league over the last 3 years. CeeDee Lamb, that's insulting.
Yeah.
And if he feels that way, all he's doing is costing himself money. I mean, you see Amon-Ra St. Brown just got $30 million a year this year. Let's compare that to the Eagles, okay? The Eagles signed Devontae Smith last week, $25 million a year, but he has 2 more years left. That doesn't even kick in until 2026. This year's the last year of his rookie deal. Then he's on the 5th-year option. So in 2026, Devontae Smith will start making $25 million a year. Meanwhile, the Cowboys, they're going to have to pay CD now over $30 million a year. So you're talking about just between CD and Devontae Smith, a minimum of $5 million a year difference. But like, that's not good. That is bad. I think their contract strategy stinks. I don't understand it. I think it's hurting the team. And they've said a million times it's why they haven't signed anybody else. It's why they have all these holes on the roster. Well, maybe if you sign guys now or you sign guys earlier when you can, guys that you like the Eagles or the Lions, they know they want Penei Sewell and Amon-Ra around. The Eagles know they want Landon Dickerson and Devontae Smith for the long haul. Why are you waiting? You're just going to cost yourself more money later. Yet that seems to be the Cowboys' philosophy. I really don't understand. And to your point about the agents, of course, every agent, but guess what? The Lions just made Penei the highest paid offensive lineman ever. The Lions just made Amon-Ra the highest paid receiver ever. The earlier you do that, the less it costs you ultimately, because then Justin Jefferson signs and this guy signs, and then you're not paying them the most.
Right. Yeah, but like I said, the situation is agents don't have to go to them now, because the longer you wait, the more likely you're going to get what you asked for. They're not going to turn you down
because of like Zeke and Zach Martin. But I also think those guys, they want their money.
Yeah, with
Dak's
they
don't want
deal.
the injury risk. They don't want, that's 2 more years for Micah.
Yeah.
He wants the life-altering $100 million guaranteed, and I think CD does as well. I don't think, I guess they can wait, but that's a pretty decent risk if you're just going to keep waiting on the player side.
Ross, what can you tell us about myfrontpagestory.com?
By far the best Mother's Day gift ever. I'll show it to you for the people that are watching it right now. My buddy started the company. Listen, I think we can all agree moms are the greatest thing ever, right? Like moms are everybody's first round pick. Get them a truly unique and cool gift. Go to myfrontpagestory.com. You talk to a writer for, 10 minutes while you're driving home from work or driving to Chick-fil-A or something. They write this amazing story. And as you guys can see, those people that are watching us, looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. It's framed. Pictures of your mom with the kids or grandkids or whatever. I can almost guarantee she will cry. Your mom will cry, happy tears, and she'll have it hanging. My sister and I got one from my mom. It's hanging right next to her front door. It's like a daily reminder of how much we love her. myfrontpagestory.com. Just go on the website now, or when you get to the next stoplight or stop sign or whatever. myfrontpagestory.com. Best Mother's Day gift ever.
You're the best, Ross. Enjoy the draft. We'll catch up with you soon.
Yeah, you guys as well. Looking forward to it.
Thanks for those buddy. 7 games of left guard as well. There he goes.
God, those were dominant.
they were. Texter, by the way, had the follow-up question. What about a tall glass of milk with like a proper full breakfast? Because then you're mixing in a lot of sweets, like a pancake, French toast, waffle. I'll still do milk there.
Juice. Me too. Yeah. Juice. Yeah. I think cold milk pairs beautifully with pancakes and syrup and butter and sausage.
Wonderful.
Milk is a white Russian is always a good thing.
Ooh, you never lied about that.
It's a good drink.
Yeah.
Okay, we got to run. Top 10 at 4:20 coming up next. Woolchuck, where are we going with that?
It is National Bucket List Day. The top 10 bucket lists in sports. What's yours? That's next on the Fan.
I want to chat Twin Peaks, though. That's a bucket list item.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they have the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. Thanks to Ross Tucker for joining us. Salute to Will Chambers, who just walked into the studio randomly with a cooler bag. Looks like he's been probably cracking coldies.
Oh, I got a feeling I know what this is.
What's
Hot
going on
Yoga
over
Chambers
here?
is in the building right now.
Can we get a hot mic over there?
Okay, so I was listening to you guys last week, and I am sick and tired of the trash that I'm hearing when it comes to Cincinnati chili.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
He is
Skyline?
He's going to make some Skyline chili for us in studio?
Okay, so what we got here is what we all call Skyline chili dip, or Dixie
chili dip.
chip.
Otherwise known
Dixie
as
chili dip.
the poo-poo platter.
So,
okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That is
it
wet.
doesn't travel well.
Okay.
It doesn't travel well.
I would say if we had like
the cheese is definitely all melted in.
It kind of looks like an
Yes.
oil well fire
Yeah.
right now.
So
Smells worse than it looks.
What's at the bottom?
What are you trying to prove?
it's a
here,
layer
Wilbur?
of cream cheese.
It's going to taste like that mouthpiece
with
that dude had
Cincinnati.
to put in his
No,
mouth
it's
earlier.
not. With the Cincinnati chili
You
and
heard
then the
that
cheese
cream
on
cheese,
top.
right? Cream cheese. You heard that?
I heard the cream,
cheese
I'm in.
on bottom.
All right, I'm
not
trying
able
Cream
to
cheese
skim
on the
off
bottom.
top. Here it is,
Oh, dear
Shaq's
God.
mouthpiece, delivered by Will Chambers.
It looks so much better when I had it wrapped after I cooked.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice
Eric's
camera
already
work.
poured like
Definitely
the
didn't
chicken
look any-
parm on him,
can't
so
look
get ready.
worse.
We're about to get some chili on him.
You got to get down there to get the cream cheese in.
That's a good scoopage right here. This
Yeah,
is a
Scoop-
scoop.
Will did a good job on the chips.
Is there spaghetti noodles in there?
No.
Okay.
No spaghetti noodles. So you brought in Fritos, then you're going to use the Fritos to dip. Pretty good.
Surprisingly good.
Gentlemen.
See?
It's not bad.
It's good dip. So Cincinnati does something well.
Yeah, just
Just the
very,
dip.
very few. Look,
Hang
this
on.
is
Is that cinnamon?
yeah. See, yeah.
See,
it's a
is the
little
cinnamon in the Cincinnati chili? Is that something that sets it
that's
off?
in
It's already-
Skyline.
it's already in
That's the
there.
deal in Skyline.
This is so.
Cinnamon's nice to put in things.
Eric
like
and I were
lasagna.
talking about this
Not
on
chili.
Sunday.
Well, have you been drinking?
I have not. I've been working. You can get cans of Skyline chili at Kroger.
Okay.
And I'm like, I told him on
Oh.
Sunday, I was like, my ass is coming in this week. Lucius, I want you in here. I want you tasting this too.
Oh, pause.
Is that good?
Yeah, you taste the, you taste the cinnamon.
Okay, before we get
The
there,
cinnamon's the most profound
let
thing.
me throw it to Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully with his top 10 at 420. Here he is, Zach with an H.
Thank you for bringing that in, Will. Never had Skyline chili. I can cross that off the bucket list. It is National Bucket List Day.
Ho
877-881-1053. We've got the top 10 sporting events for every man's bucket list. What is your bucket list sporting event?
Very sexist list.
Now, on my bucket list, I definitely have, I would love to go to a World Cup match, and we're going to have the opportunity to maybe do that.
Yeah.
Now, hopefully we can cross it off the bucket list. I had a bunch of people, when I went ahead and put this out on the Twitter, I'd like to go watch my team play in a Super Bowl. A couple people said the Cowboys. Like to see the Cowboys play in a Super Bowl. I'm like,
You're a young man. There is a chance of that happening.
we can keep
Wolchuk.
praying. We
Yeah.
can keep praying. I don't know that it's going to, but we can keep.
I think at some point in the next 50 years, it'll probably happen.
We had a lot of go to Wrigley, Fenway, Lambeau Field, like some stadium destinations was their top ass. The Kentucky Derby.
Top what?
Hell yeah.
Top asks.
Okay, there was a
Now
K
you're
in there.
talking,
Okay,
man.
have you been to the
Kentucky
Derby?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Heck
Oh, yeah.
yes.
So it's worth it. That is a bucket
Kentucky
list
Derby
item.
is worth going once.
How about Belmont?
And only once, because you don't want to deal with it.
Belmont.
It's so
Wait, talk about Belmont with the
unbelievably
infield at
packed.
Belmont.
Yeah, the infield
Yeah.
at Belmont, man.
Yeah.
The Derby infield's a hot mess too. It's a lot of fun if you can go and you get into
Millionaires Row.
Yeah. And stuff like that. Then I mean, it could be a lot of fun. You're still dealing with a mess because it's 120,000, right?
Yeah,
About-
it's like going to the Indy 500.
So is it like the in and out, getting in and out of there?
in and out of everything.
Hard.
It's,
Like Rangers
it's not in
Parade?
a great spot in Louisville, and it's not. I mean, there's not a lot of roads
No.
going in and out. It's not like going to like something that's off a highway.
Yeah.
It's a disaster there. It's, I mean, just drunken buffoonery everywhere.
Right up our
too.
alley.
Yeah. So
Sounds terrific.
yeah.
What about
But
the Kentucky game? Rupp Arena? That should be one?
Yeah, Rupp Arenas. Well,
That's a
I mean,
bucket
it
list
depends.
item.
Like, if you're talking to a college basketball junkie, like Halen, like Machota that went to Duke, especially K's last year.
Yeah.
Like, I want to go to Cameron Indoor as much as I absolutely can't stand Duke. Rupp would be on that list too because Rupp is like, it's Rupp and Syracuse that are the two
Yeah.
biggest far and away.
Yeah.
I mean, it holds 12, 13, where most, like an NBA arena holds probably 8 or 9, I want to say.
Yeah.
Most of
Max.
them do.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's one of the biggest ones, and it just, it gets super loud. So
It's a good question, though, from the 206. How does a non-millionaire get into the Millionaires Club?
That's
You
an,
let us worry about that.
That's an invitational thing. Now you can
Yeah.
buy packages to be a part of that.
Okay, I get a package.
Yeah, you get a package deal is what you do with
Millionaire
that.
package.
So yeah, but it's kind of fun because I actually would recommend the Derby's a blast, but Friday the Oaks.
the Oaks, yeah.
The Oaks on
Brian,
Friday.
the Oaks is now getting almost as bad,
Yeah,
I hear.
Yeah, the Oaks is, but anything to do with the Millionaires Row, it's fun because you do dress up. You
Yeah.
can wear your crazy suit, and that's where the ladies wear the hats and all that. But the gambling and all that's the same.
Is it the mint julep? Is that when the drink is the popular drink?
Yeah.
Is that thing actually good?
It's good. It's very good.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
very good.
outstanding, strong.
It's sugar. It's like an old fashioned with mint.
Yeah.
Basically in it. It's just, it's super expensive to get in there. Like Millionaires Row, it used to be just like by, just its name and like invitation only.
Right.
It is crazy expensive. Even if you just want like box tickets where it's not general admission,
Right.
where you have an actual seat, it's
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Getting to Louisville's tough, but it's
But if you could
it's gorgeous.
it's like going to a practice round at the Masters we were talking about.
Another
If you
bucket
could
list
do it-
item.
Yeah, if you could do it, go do it because you could. I'm talking about the Oaks on Friday.
Okay.
And it to me, it's totally just to be in that atmosphere.
Just to see Churchill.
Just to see
it's
it.
totally worth it. Yeah,
Absolutely.
Totally
Attending the Masters got texted in.
Masters for sure.
We've got a UFC World Championship fight.
I'm looking forward to going with you guys to see Tyson fight.
That
There
will be
you
a
go.
go.
That's a part of my
A Tyson
history.
fight. That's a bucket list
That's
item.
Yeah,
buckety.
You can
see
say, hey,
Mike
we got to see
Tyson. I don't care if
fight.
he's my age. To
Yeah.
see him fight, yes,
No doubt.
count me in. Yeah.
What about the Boston Marathon?
To go see it or run in it?
Either way, it's number 9 on here.
The BM?
Either to compete in it or just to be a part of it
If
and watch.
I tell you what, if I had one more marathon in me,
That's
you
the
have
one?
to qualify for Boston. You can't just show up. I mean, you can't give them your $200 and say I'm in. You
It's
have
not
to
an open?
Yeah, you have to qualify for that. That one or New York City Marathon would be
Okay.
the ones that you want to run.
You got
in.
the Red Sox game though too. For
Yeah,
Patriots
it's
Day.
Patriots Day.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
supposed to be an
Yeah.
amazing event.
Oh, it is. It's amazing. Yeah.
Number 8 goes to your team playing an NBA Finals.
We have
The Monaco Grand Prix
that
comes in
right.
at number 7.
Yeah, that right there in itself. The town of Monaco is unbelievable. It is one of the most expensive cities I've ever been in my life. You fly from London to Nice, or you can fly if you go direct to Nice and then you take a car or a bus in.
It looks
The
stunning.
yacht situation there.
It's
is
unbelievable.
huge.
Park,
Cause
Yeah,
stay at the
like,
casino. Stay at the
ridiculous.
casino, and yeah, you'd love it. Yeah,
It's Wimbledon, number 6.
that would be a good one.
Derby's number 5. So
Yeah, there you
you
go.
nailed that one, Will. The Masters comes in at 4.
Yep.
Watch your team win a Stanley Cup final and be at the game is number 3.
What about I wish I could do what Broadus has already gotten to do, which is run a draft for a team.
Just a bucket list item. Yeah, just run the draft. That'd be awesome. Even just go see a draft. I didn't get to go to the
Well, how
one here
about
in
how about
Dallas.
this? How about sit in your favorite team's war room the whole week?
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'd be in on that.
I would 100% be in on a bucket list item for that. 2 is the World Cup, which I've mentioned.
Been to 2 matches for that.
Number 1 is the Super Bowl. That is the number 1 most voted bucket list item.
Here's the
is
thing on that.
Super
Let me
Bowl.
ask you guys this.
Yeah.
And thinking about
NFC
it because of
Championship game was more fun.
how good it is as on television. Because you
Yeah.
see everything.
Yeah.
You don't miss anything. Like when I'm at a football game now, if I'm not in the press box with
Right.
all of us, like in the stands, I feel like I'm missing like everything else that's going on in other games or other stuff. And then especially in the Super Bowl, like, look, I'm not saying it wouldn't be awesome. It'd be awesome, but it'd be almost be like, man, I kind of want to see everything else that's happening.
Sure.
I don't think I'd want to be at a Super Bowl after a while. You know, it's like that. You're not getting the passionate sports fan experience. There's not a home team. There's not a road. It's just that's kind of weird. You know, I think a lot of these, you know, would be great as long as history happens there. You know, but I wouldn't just want to go to a lot of these random events. It sounds like being in heavy traffic, standing in lines, being crowded. Like that's to me like 3 things that nightmares are made of. You know, like so.
That's what I just gave
Yeah, I
you
feel
on
you.
my
I feel you.
favorite.
See?
One of my favorite things in the world is Derby Day.
Yeah.
I would never go back to it unless I had like good seats or something like that. And
you got to
it's-
be .08.
I wouldn't
when
go
you-
back. I wouldn't go back to Texas OU trying to get in and out of the Cotton Bowl.
That's a huge thing.
Yeah, I would not do that.
It was tough. The sunburn was the worst part about that one.
That is impossible.
That's why the Masters sounds like the most interesting, because then you could legit like go sit down somewhere and relax.
And you have your
silly
seat.
Simon, whatever.
Yeah. And you got your seat. Absolutely.
Where's on the list is your team winning a national champion?
That did not make the top 10. A national championship was not part of that.
You seem baffled.
Wow.
I would choose that over a Super Bowl.
But you
hands down.
can't schedule that vacation.
Well, your team gets in. Your team makes the playoffs.
I think that would absolutely be a lot of sports fans' bucket list.
I've seen LSU win a national championship twice.
That's up there.
Been a part of a Super Bowl, done most of these things, Indy 500, done all these things. Watching your school win a national championship is one of the greatest things you could ever.
I mean, I had people reach out and say, like a Penn State whiteout, just get to go and experience some of these college atmospheres.
I'll tell you no, go to Army Navy. Go to Army Navy.
Army Navy.
Army Navy's a great one, too.
Enchanted afternoon.
A lot of good ones.
Thank you, Woolchuck, and thank you, Will Chambers.
Yeah,
Will, enjoy the
taste
dip.
the cinnamon for sure in that. Yeah.
Enjoy the dip.
That was awesome, dude.
It looks way worse than it really is. It's very, very good.
All you need is to put some really watery spaghetti in that. And you got your Skyline chili.
He said watery spaghetti on Sunday. I'm like, where does that come from?
There's only one dish that
Lucius.
There's only one dish that Lucius and Carter have. They said don't make that again. I tried to redo that one time. I tried to make Skyline chili from scratch, and they said please don't do that again.
This is the legit Skyline stuff.
Out of the can.
Out of the can.
That's the real article.
I tried to make it from scratch.
Hormel.
Yeah, Lucius goes, please don't do that again.
You're the man, Will.
There he goes, Will Chambers. Okay, Stars fans, how do you look at how many times Vegas has won in the last 10 matchups against your team going into a massive Game 2 tonight? We'll discuss that and more coming up next. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But I do want to tell you about my friends over at State of the Art Weight Loss. They offer one-on-one coaching, support, and accountability with the Soda team of nutritionists, dietitians.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Game series tonight at Globe Life Field in Arlington. Hello there, everybody. This is Eric Nadel inviting you to join Matt Hicks, Jared Sandler, and me. Broadcast time 6:30 right here on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It is the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for making us part of it. What are we now? Like 25 hours, 11 minutes from our draft coverage. Our path through the draft is brought to you by our friends at Pluckers, and you can join us at all 8 Pluckers locations tomorrow for an amazing draft day party. We've been doing these for years, and our entire schedule, you can see where we're all going to be at G-Bag Nation on X, and all of our X handles are in the bio there if you want to follow us all when you get there. But Lucius and I are going to be in Arlington And I think our show's going to go for maybe an hour and a half tomorrow, depending on how long the Rangers game goes. Starts at 1:30 tomorrow. Then Chief and I and Lucius will be on here from the studio with Wolchuk and Broadus up there at the Star. And then the draft pregame show will start at 6 o'clock, and the drafting itself starting at 7. So that's kind of your schedule. But we have all Pluckers locations covered, so if you just want to go to the one nearest you, there will be a fan personality there rocking the house and playing the games along with you. I asked the Frankel Firm injury attorney text line about this going to break. How worried are you about how much the Stars have lost to Vegas? You know, I just feel like a lot of Stars fans are accepting how bad the luck was to be the number 1 seed and have it be Vegas. You know, but I also see a lot of copium in the journalism, like, oh yeah, you know, they won all 3 games, but it's not like they've really played since December. So, geez, of course the Stars are better because they were so much better in the regular season and their point differential. And it's like, well, yeah, their players were hurt, but that just means they're rusty. You know, who cares if they're getting their captain back? I mean, how good could he be? You know, a couple of other guys as well. I mean, they traded for, you know, one of the best trade day acquisitions, but he's been hurt too, and he doesn't have any chemistry going along with the captain. So, like, all these reasons to me were good. You know, to believe, hey, you know, this is the Stars' year. They're significantly better. I buy into it as well. I mean, if you look at how the young core has developed in Tanev and Duchesne, I mean, this Stars team is better. But, like, you know, so you've lost 8 of the last 10. It might even be more than that. That's just going back to the playoffs last year. I think Vegas won the season series last year as well. I'm not sure. But it's a sustained period of dominance from the Vegas. And then when they won game 1, Bully, that's when I'm like, crap, this is just a continuation. And them getting healthy is the exact wrong time for the Dallas Stars. So I don't know. I feel like it's much closer to the matchup that we had last spring than an indication of how good they were in the regular season. That's kind of where I'm at right now. I'd love to hear from you on the Frankel injury attorney text line.
It's fascinating because you can look at this series and say, yeah, the 1 versus, it's not even the 8 seed anymore, but the wild card 2 or whoever they've got in the NHL. The winner of this could very well go on to win the Stanley Cup because Vegas is your defending Cup champion. They get Mark Stone back at just the right time. He's healthy, and he has been an absolute terror for the Dallas Stars. But the thing that Vegas has, and when the Stars have run into trouble, is you look at Vegas' 4th line, and they've done this ever since they were an expansion team. They're not the most skilled, but what they have is bruisers. That 4th line is just going to absolutely wear on you the physicality. And last year you saw they were a much more physical team in the conference finals when you got down 3-0, tried to make that a series. This is something the Stars are aware of. I think they had the 2nd most comeback wins in the NHL this year. So they're not, you know, phased by being down. They are deeper than they were a year ago. The defensive play not having Yanni Hakanpää is an issue. I believe Vegas will be down one of their top defensemen tonight. Maybe that ends up helping the Stars in a way. But you're going to have some of your skill, like Duchesne, when you have these one-on-one, isolated, neutralized certain opportunities. The speed is there for the Stars. They should have a goaltending advantage. That didn't prove out to be part of the factor in game 1. Otter certainly wasn't great, but you need him. If you want to beat Vegas, this could very well easily be the Stars' toughest opponent in the West as they move forward. If they can get out of this, you feel great about their run. But it's a concern because Vegas, physicality-wise, the matchup is not good.
I mean, a great defense can mitigate speed, and it can mitigate a great passing game. That's why the great individual one-on-one players are so often the champions and so often the deciding factors. And I just feel like against this Vegas team, you need somebody to give you that individual effort that beats a player one-on-one. I don't know if that's the strength of the Stars team. Obviously Jason Robertson was a huge storyline last year as far as how can he impact the game. So how do you win? How do you make me eat these words? Because I did flip-flop on the Stars, and I apologize for that, but I just wanted to give you an accurate read on how I'm feeling. The Otter storyline, I think the combination of great defense and Otter has to rise to the occasion here, because their defense is going to frustrate the hell out of you for however long this series goes, Brian.
Yeah, I think there's the thing that was very evident the other night was how and the Stars could be super creative when they get in front of the net.
Mm-hmm.
And you got guys that know how to play in front of the net. With Pavelski, and then with Ben, they know how to stand in front of there and tip pucks. But pucks weren't getting through, and so I feel like though that were there times where maybe you get a little too creative and you're trying to kind of think about, okay, the extra pass, and the Stars are tremendously skilled. You see when they get behind the net, they have this ability to get the puck out in front. But the Knights did a great job of just shutting off all lanes. We talk about the Mavs crowding you.
Mm-hmm.
The Vegas Knights can crowd you too with the way that they play, and they make it very, very difficult. But the one thing that I just kept noticing about Logan Thompson was, I think he is a shaky goalie. I think technique wise, and yes, he was, I believe he was 6-1 or 8-1 down the stretch, which got him into the playoffs and stuff like that. But to me, he just did not look, and maybe it was because it was his first playoff start, but I think tonight is just anything you could do to get pucks on net tonight. Anything, any angle. They tried I think that Jason Robinson tried to fire one off the side of him, and hit him in the head. And, they're trying to bang it. Any puck on net, I think he's got a shot.
Yeah.
But will Vegas...
You don't want to force it, but you got to you got to be a little bit more aggressive trying to create chances.
But where will Vegas will they allow those pucks to get through?
Yeah.
That's going to be, Dallas has got to find a way to create some more opportunities, create some more space. But to also don't take the extra pass. Just go ahead and fire it at net and see what happens.
Yeah, I think that's maybe the adjustment I'd make tonight. 817 says Stars actually won all of last year's regular season games. Thank you for clarifying that. So, I mean, they've lost 8 of 10, and I'm looking for tonight to, boo you. We need not only a win, but a dominant win where you outclass them, and maybe they're about to, unveil that. I do believe this is the deepest team in hockey, but as another texter says, sometimes a team just has your number, and it kind of felt like, the series from last year. Kind of felt like Game 7 or something. Football's finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking us?
We have our annual NFL Draft audio bonanza next here in the nation.
Okay, I want to chat D&M leasing before we do that because you might be getting ready to get on your way home.
G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 20 minutes from the Expressway. We'll get you a commercial-free to the top here, including LA Live coming up at about 5:40. We'll probably talk some more basketball with you, get a rim session in there before we get to LA Live. But right now it's time for an edition of The Finest, and here is Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 25 hours away from our NFL draft coverage right here on 105.3 The Fan, going down. The Pluckers parties tomorrow at all 8 DFW locations are going to be absolutely outstanding. The rumors continue to swirl, and this now not a rumor but confirmed. Pro Bowl defensive end Trey Hendrickson of the Cincinnati Bengals requested to be traded from Cincinnati. This happened 30 seconds after Will Chambers brought us some overrated, disgusting chili right from Cincinnati, which is pretty awesome. So Trey Hendrickson, one of the better edge players in the league, is now trying to, I guess, garner a long-term contract with the team. Doesn't think he's going to get it from the Bengals, and he's requesting to be traded the day before the draft. We know T. Higgins, their wide receiver, is also requested to be traded, so maybe the Bengals get in the mix on some draft night trades that involve some players. We've seen that a couple of times. A.J. Brown, the one that stands out to me most recently, where he gets traded on draft night there from Tennessee to Filthy. But another interesting storyline to monitor as we approach draft day. One of our favorite things to do is relive our favorite sounds from drafts past. So that's what we will do right now. I want to start with the greatest sound in all of sports. This is how it goes. They nailed it with this one. You know, like we always go behind the scenes on some of these great songs, like the NBA song that everybody loves. Like, we need to figure out who's the mastermind. Yeah, who's the mastermind behind this little jingle right here? Quick, easy, to the point, and unforgettable for every sports fan in America.
Yeah, it gives you that Sports Center charm or melody or whatever that is. It's a 10 out of 10.
The pick is in.
That's what I always think about. Like, you could be working on something, looking at your board, trying to figure some things out, but when you hear that sound, you immediately stop and look at the screen.
Alert.
Yeah.
Who's the pick?
Yeah, who's the pick?
This is what we also need, Brian, as we're going to be anchoring this coverage starting tomorrow for all of our Tolos that are going out to these Pluckers. Go ahead and pull up that Odyssey app. Listen in on our draft coverage while you party at the Pluckers. I think that's the way that you do this bad boy.
No, I bring a Bluetooth speaker.
And we're just going to blare it out there?
Yeah, I need to hear it.
That's
I
the
need to
way.
hear what the guys were talking about.
Yeah.
TV's like 15 or 20 minutes behind
and
the
you'll get to hear that sounder because our guy Chris Beam does an excellent job.
Yes.
He brings the sound up. We throw it to the pick with the commissioner getting booed, and we'll hear it all. So you won't be missing that.
It's a great sound.
Talking to Carter. Carter's streaming this thing, too, for 3 days.
It's going to be a heck of a broadcast.
A lot of fun. Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing, man. This is always a great time. Going to be a ton of fun. That sound is special. So is this sound. Former Jaguars quarterback Blake Bortles, before being drafted, was asked, this is when you're trying to show what you're made of here to the football world. You don't know how high you're going to be selected, but you want to put on your best face here. This is Blake Bortles being asked, okay, if you weren't playing football, what would you be doing, Blake?
What would you do if you weren't playing football?
If I wasn't playing football, working construction, ripping cigs.
Yeah,
that's right after
to the point.
She asked, "What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning?" And he just goes, "I don't know, pee." Yeah, just honest as hell. That Blake Bortles.
That's very, very fair. And now he does do construction stuff because he's obviously no longer in the league.
That's amazing.
So he's a hard hat heater guy on the daily, which is pretty cool.
Man, it was a quick fall from grace for him, wasn't it? He got a second contract.
He did.
Yeah, he bounced around the league a little
bit.
Made
the AFC title game. They were like, got to pay the guy.
Best thing to do is ask Barry Church.
Yes, dude, asking Church about Bortles.
That's always that's kind of a good idea. Yeah.
He got to the conference championship game in spite of him. That's pretty special.
What if we try to take like a tall running back and make him a quarterback?
Yeah. Here's Mel Kiper from years and years ago ripping the Colts of Indianapolis for passing on a quarterback not once but twice in the top 10.
Here's a team that needed a franchise quarterback. There were two out there. They have a chance at two. They don't take them. They end up coming back into the picture to get Trent Dilfer. They take an outside linebacker, not even a true outside linebacker. Somebody has to learn coverage in Trev Alberts. But to pass up a Trent Dilfer when all you have is Jim Harbaugh, give me a break. That's why the Colts are picking second every year in the draft, not battling for the Super Bowl like other clubs in the National Football League.
I think their GM at the time, what was his name?
Bill Tobin.
Tobin.
He just passed away.
Yeah.
We got the Tobin response.
Bill's response is fantastic.
Bill, we just lost Bill, yeah.
We have it's a two-parter response here from then Colts general manager Bill Tobin, who was just called out by Mel Kiper. Who in the hell is Mel Kiper?
Who in the hell is Mel Kiper, in a way? I mean, here's a guy that criticizes everybody, whoever they take. He's got the answers to who you should take and who you shouldn't take. In my knowledge of him, he's never ever put on a jockstrap. He's never been a coach. He's never been a scout. He's never been an administrator. And all of a sudden, he's an expert. He's in our papers 2 days ago telling us who we have to take. We don't have to take anybody that Mel Kiper says we have to take. Mel Kiper has no more credentials to do what he's doing than my neighbor, and my neighbor's a postman, and he doesn't even have season tickets to the NFL.
My neighbor.
He was just getting going, too.
Yeah.
Here's more Bill Tobin on Kiper's Baltimore Grood.
Mel Kiper lives in Baltimore, and I found all this out about the last 3 days. He lives in Baltimore. He tried to hang around the practices up there, I think when Teddy was a coach earlier. And this didn't come from Teddy. This came from another guy. But he always wanted to work in the NFL. He has no credentials to work in the NFL. He always just hung around. Nobody ever hired him. He's never been hired by anyone. When the Colts moved here, he was very, very upset. So every chance that Mel Kiper gets to shoot at the Colts in Indianapolis, he's going to do it. He reaches out to everyone. I got a sister in Burlington Junction, Missouri, that when we took William Perry back in 84 or 85, I talked to her 2 days later, and she said, "Why'd you take the fat kid?" And I said, "You just have to believe me, he was the best available." And he was the best available. But, I mean, Mel Kiper gets to your sister. He gets to your mother. He gets to everybody.
He gets to
With hair
everybody.
like that, of course he does, man.
Golly.
Stay away from my girl.
Bill
Mel.
should have done a better job of probably preparing for the draft than studying so much on Mel Kiper over those 3 days, Bill.
Watchdog and the watchdog.
Because now we just remember Bill for this amazing rant on Mel Kiper, not the terrible career that he had.
And by the way, it was genius to stand on Jim Harbaugh instead of drafting Trent Dilfer. You know, you got the better player there.
Amazing job.
So they did know better. But I feel like this audio has probably played at like ownership conventions.
So
like,
good.
listen, don't get into tit for tats for the media. Just ignore everything they say because you never want to be this guy. I mean, how pathetic do you look getting that bent out of shape about Mel Kiper?
Never go full Tobin.
You should see the, like Mel Kiper, and he goes, when Bill passed away, he tweeted out, I mean, it was very heartfelt, like, him and his wife want to say their condolences. I mean, it was one of those things where you're
Bill,
kinda
even
like,
though he sucked at drafting,
he
was an awesome guy.
became friends.
He really was a great human being.
You just that's tough, man. You don't want to have thin skin doing that.
Yeah,
but Bill had some thin skin.
They were on a tough run for a long time.
They were on a tough
until
run,
they got
yeah.
Polian.
Yeah,
Looks like everywhere he stopped, it was a tough run for Bill.
His son's like the director of player personnel for the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, okay.
So he's like the guy in charge of drafting for the Bengals. Duke Tobin is his name.
Speaking of tough run, this is the annual PSA to the NFL not to just throw up anybody on stage to announce a pick.
Oh, no.
With the 46th pick in 2013 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Greedy Williams.
Of course, you wouldn't know by the sound, but that was the 2019 NFL Draft, and they're just wheelchairing up at Jim Brown so he can get to the microphone and just embarrass himself. That was just not cool of the NFL.
That was not cool of you for
keep
playing
it clean.
That. May he rest in peace.
Here's Bill's Mafia. This is always so fun, the reaction. This is like me and Walchuk at Pluckers a few years ago when Micah Parsons gets drafted, and we're like, gosh, this sucks. Our team sucks. And then hindsight tells you that we suck. Yeah. This is the same thing that happens to Bill's Mafia. It's a bunch of dudes gathered around a tailgate, and here comes the Josh Allen selection.
Mika Fitzpatrick. And traded the 7th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 7th pick in the 2018 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Josh Allen. So the kid from Fresno who played his college ball.
Oh, man.
so mad.
That hurts. That hurts. At the time, it felt like you were drafting a Blake Bortles, and turns out he's actually been pretty dang good.
Donovan McNabb was another one to Philadelphia. You have
that whole place booed.
That
they
place,
booed bad.
They booed badly.
They
on that
really
one.
did.
Yeah.
What do they say about reading? Reading being fundamental?
Fundamentals, yeah.
Can be difficult sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, what about spelling, Tony Richardson?
With the 79th pick in the 2017 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Ardarius Stewart, receiver, Alabama.
Jets. Jets.
Hey, if you're a dominant fullback for a decade in the NFL like Tony Richardson was, you have the excuse here, okay?
A few car wrecks along the way.
If you were worth your salt, then you can't spell any 3 or 4 letter words out there. I don't care what it is, especially when it's in front of a crowd of people. So this is he gets a pass for me. This is just more respect to how damn good of a bulldozing fullback he was.
He was a badass.
Did I see something? Speaking of awesome fullbacks, did I see clips? I didn't know. For my entire life, Walchuk, did you know this? That Mike Allstott at one point was the lead back in an I formation that involved Lorenzo Neal being his fullback.
Yeah, isn't that insane?
What?
You'd want no part of that backfield.
When did Lorenzo Neal do fullback blocking for Allstott? They were on the Bucks together, and I just never knew that. I thought Lorenzo Neal was a lifer Charger
for life. It might have been right before.
That has to be the most intimidating backfield in the history of football.
Dude, Mike Allstott was a man.
Those games, like you stand on the field and he'd go jogging by. You're like, and you talk about cabs and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
That was huge.
Cocky built.
Yeah, that 98 season. That's right.
That is crazy. I saw a throwback video on Twitter this week. I was like, what?
Can I tell a real quick Jerry Jones draft story?
Of course.
Okay. We're sitting there watching the TVs. We're in the draft room, and Ed Warder's up there doing a live report. And Ed starts just telling everybody exactly what we're going to do. I mean, he's going on and on and on, like, look for the Cowboys to do this. And Jerry, we're all standing there just with our arms folded and like, my God, he's got us nailed here. And someone goes, Jerry goes, who told him all this? Who told him all this? And Steven goes, you did, Dad. And he goes, oh, all right, yeah.
How does he know all this information?
I mean, Ed was standing up there like, look for the Cowboys to try and move up. And I mean, he just,
well, gosh dang it.
He spelled everything out we were doing. And Jerry, who told him this? Steven goes, you did, Dad.
It's the same point Ross Tucker made, which is so right. Everyone knows the Cowboys need a running back, probably day 2. Everyone knows they're taking an offensive lineman, most likely at 24. Get ahead of the Cowboys if you want one of those positions.
Here's Tack McKinley on draft night.
30 years. What are we doing for, man? Said he was going to. Made a promise to her, and I stuck to it. I made that promise, man. I told her. Before she passed away, I was going to live my dream. I was going to go D1. I was going to get out of Richmond. I was going to get out of Oakland. I was going to go to the NFL. I made that promise to her, man. 30 seconds later, she passed away. And this is what I do it for. This is who I do it for, man. Come on, man. God, get to the damn quarterback. We don't get to the quarterback.
The emotions build up inside of you right now for your grandmother.
It means everything, man. It means everything. I made a promise to her. Like I said, I was going to go D1. I was going to get out of Richmond. I was going to get out of Oakland. I was going to live my dream to play the NFL. And I'm here, man. I completed the promise. That means every thing to me. Excuse my language. Man, find me later, man. Find me later, man. This means everything to me. Everything to me, man.
I want you to do something for me. I love your passion. I love your intensity. But let's harness it and channel it in the right direction. Because if you can do that, ain't nothing can stop you.
We did it, man. Yes, sir. Thank you. We did it. I love you, Grandma.
Keep in mind, he's carrying around a giant framed
it's huge.
mural of his grandmother.
It's like one of those Mother's Day items you can purchase.
It was like his grandma's fat head that he was carrying around while he was cussing into live microphones. Yeah.
Coach Prime getting in his bag there like, I love it. You got to harness this.
Cowboys would have taken him that year, right? Is that the year they ended up taking Taco?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a
former Cowboy now.
I think the lesson there is, I mean, if that you made it to the NFL, but once you get to the NFL, that should be just the beginning of the journey. Right. And other than like a decent rookie year, he was with the Cowboys last year.
Yeah.
It just fizzled from there. I don't think, he could harness the passion as Dion requested.
One person who could harness the passion in our greatest draft sound ever, the original 88.
To announce the Dallas Cowboys selection, please welcome the University of Tulsa wide receiver Drew Pearson.
All right. How about them Cowboys? I want to thank the Eagle fans for allowing me to have a career in the NFL. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am honored as an undrafted free agent to be selected to make the Cowboys second-round draft pick. And on behalf of the five-time world
There he
champion
goes.
Dallas Cowboys,
Slingshot engaged.
owner Jerry Jones, Gene Jones and the Jones family, Coach Jason Garrett, all the Cowboy players that played before me, that played with me, and played after me. With the second pick and the 60th pick in the second round, the Dallas Cowboys select defensive back from Colorado, Chidobe Awuzie.
Hell yeah, dude. I think that's the greatest Cowboys.
He gets stronger. It's the booze.
Yes.
He just gets more and more and more.
Fueling him.
Let's go.
Did the next year Philadelphia send out a kicker?
Yeah, David Akers. We have that sound too, but we don't have time
like his
for that.
balls never dropped.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll have time tomorrow in our abbreviated pre-draft show. Thank you so much, Chief. Anything else before we move on?
No, I mean for tomorrow we could sprinkle dinkle a couple of more in there, but
Sounds
that's the big one.
But do you think last year was really the Cowboys' all-in season?
Don't you draw me off sides again.
Let's pick up
think
that
it was.
conversation. I thought Broadus and Chief were about to throw down earlier. Maybe we'll revisit that. And
Caping for the Cat Boys over there, Broadus. That's what he's doing.
we'll get Wolchuk's thoughts on it as well, because you were out yesterday when Jerry had all that to say.
You don't need to
I
get my
wanted to
thoughts
ask
on
you,
any of that, man. I took the day off on purpose.
how did it make Wolchuk feel when
good.
Jerry revealed why we don't have Tyron Smith anymore? It's coming up next. Plus the top stories of the day. LA Live at 5.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.